are you a real villain?
Well, technically, nah.
Have you ever caught a good guy, like a real superhero?
Nah.
Have you ever tried a disguise?
Nah.
All right. I can see that I will have to teach you how to be villains.
Common Filth Extra Episode 4 is out now on Bandcamp, commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com, and it's a good episode. Longest episode of Common Filth Extra yet, and I think it is the best work I will do all week, so please check it out. It's only $1 for, I think it's 36 minutes long if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, so yeah, I used to release them on Monday. I'm now releasing them on Tuesday because it just makes sense because it's tied in a little bit with what I'm doing here on this show. Anyway, this story, wonderful story here. Gamer sues Bethesda after losing his wife and job to Fallout 4 addiction. No matter how much time you spent with Fallout 4 since it launched last month, it probably hasn't had as big of an impact on your life as it has one gamer from some place in Russia. I struggle with Slavic names. According to a report from RT, the 28-year-old man is suing Bethesda, the developer of the game, for 500,000 rubles, $7,000 US dollars, after losing his job and his wife. He says he didn't know the game would be so addictive. Apparently, after seeing an advertisement for the game, the man decided to download it and spend a few hours playing over the next few days. Those days quickly turned into 2 weeks, and after missing several days of work, he was fired from his job. His friends stopped hearing from him. His sleeping and eating habits deteriorated, and his wife let him. If I knew that this game could have become so addictive, I would have become a lot more wary of it. I would not have bought it, or I would have left it until I was on holiday or until the New Year holidays, the man said in a statement. Although there have been similar cases around the world in the past, this is a first for Russia. So the law firm representing the Fallout 4 addict is going to see how far we can go regarding this case. Ambulance chasers are everywhere. Ambulance chasers are not just in America. Anywhere there is a buck to be made with regard, excuse me, I was adjusting my headphones here. Anywhere there's a buck to be made through the legal system, people will exploit that. But what does it say about this guy's family? It probably wasn't all, family life was not all it was cracked up to be to this guy. He clearly doesn't enjoy spending time with his wife and kid, which is very sad. But you have to wonder why that is, and I don't think we're ever going to find out. And now this is catching my eye. The Giants reportedly believe Panthers players directed homophobic slurs at Odell Beckham Jr. And? Oh, that changes everything. Oh, some football player called me a fag. You should put him in front of a human rights tribunal. Now I see this tweet. Trump floats functional healthcare system, care for veterans, military rearmament, national spiritual awakening. Give me a fucking break. A confirmed adulterer is going to give us a national spiritual awakening. Whatever. Oh great, he's going to build a wall. What about the people still here? What about the void we live in after 2 world wars? The genetic void, brought on by 2 world wars that have destroyed our greatest bloodlines, never to be recovered. Now what do we have left? Proud white people who bitch about Muslims on the internet. And who extol the virtues of white people sodomy. What else? What else do we have? CDC investigating different E. coli strain at Chipotle. I wonder why. I wonder what kind of employees a company like Chipotle attracts. What else? What else is going on in the world? Campaign against sex bots warns of devaluing human relationships. The Campaign Against Sex Robots raises red flag for violence and victimization, calls for standards and sex bots. So the standard is these things should be outlawed. That's just a bridge too far. Fuck you. But we'll read on. Kathleen Richardson is worried about sex robots. Now a robot ethics researcher at De Montfort University. She spent the last 15 years looking at robots designed to take on intimate roles that were once thought off limits to machines. Companions, friends, lovers. I'm sure that Fallout 4 boy would have loved a sex bot. Wow, she really gets me. It's already done. Human relationships are not valued at all. Because observe what we think can be achieved. We think that all human relationships are interchangeable regardless of sex. Let me tell you something. I've been listening to my back catalog in assembling Common Filth Radio, the best of 2015, and I can't count the amount of times I got some question about I'm in a homosexual relationship, or I was. So, no one listens to anything. You think everything is arbitrary? You think the natural order is just arbitrary? Of course you do. You've never received a proper education. And a proper education starts at home. But you were born to people who had no interest in fostering a good home environment. But maybe that statement gives people too much credit. Whatever. What else have I heard about? What else have I heard myself saying? Larry Brinken. Oh, you remember him, the same-sex marriage equality activist who got a slap on the wrist for possessing infant rape porn. He was caught having email accounts with this stuff in his inbox. And he added comments like, "White dick rules." Hey, it is okay if white people do it, am I right? What else? Oh, that Bean guy who worked for the same organization as he did, the HRC, who got busted soliciting sex from a 15-year-old boy. Bryan Singer and his network of Hollywood boy rapists. Nothing happened to him either. Oh, what about that one documentary, the review of that we read about the guy who set up a meeting where 50 guys line up outside of his apartment and they all do unspeakable shit to his that place where poop comes out. That guy lives in New York City, a great American city. And I have people telling me that it's straight people who have an HIV fetish. Yeah, if you live in a big city, try to set it up. Hey girls, I want to give you the gift. Tell me how that works out for you. And in between listening to myself, I give myself a break from listening to myself to listen to somebody else, and I hear people saying to each other, "Oh, sexuality doesn't matter." That's what Anglo-Saxon culture is to me. Buggery and cross-dressing. And fairy tales. Providing providing their readers. People who write fairy tales, providing their readers with an escape from their dismal lives because they're born to incompetent parents. And then people liking Harry Potter more than they enjoy the company of their own family. Same thing in America, except replace whatever fantasy fairy tale bullshit with Star Wars. And I have a question about Star Wars that I will get to at some point in this session. Should I continue with the sex robot story? Yeah, sure. While the concept of a robo-girlfriend may seem far-fetched, there is the prediction that most of us, yes, you read that right, will be having sex with robots by the year 2050. And although sex robots are nowhere near mainstream, companies like True Companion and Real Doll have already developed strikingly realistic models. If you have any doubt about how realistic, look at the New York Times video. Some of these companions can engage in conversation and can even download different personalities. This may seem like a fantasy for those who are less inclined or able to form real-life relationships, but it has raised serious concerns. Earlier this year, Richardson, along with Eric Billing of the University of Skövde in Sweden, formed the Campaign Against Sex Robots, whose mission is to raise awareness about how these robots are potentially harmful and will contribute to inequalities in society. Then they approach this very real issue from the weakest, most limp-wristed perspective possible. It contributes to inequalities in society. That's the worst problem with sex robots. With fucking sex robots. How can the existence of a robot contribute to inequalities? Richardson believes that the asymmetrical balance of power between human/sex bot is a parallel to the real-world prostitute-John relationship. It just gets worse. The robot, like a prostitute, becomes an object for purchase. It just keeps getting worse. Richardson said that in society today, the objects are women and children and the buyers are men. You don't have to be a feminist, you just have to look at empirical data to see there's a market in human bodies. It's a reflection, she said, of what is already happening in society. For that market to exist, those bodies must be presented in certain kinds of ways. And to present a body in a way that you can buy, you can penetrate, you can torture, is only possible if you don't see that other human as a full subject. If you truly value other human beings, it would be very difficult to buy sex off of them. And these Scandinavians probably believe that heterosexual marriage is a form of objectification. So why should I take you seriously? The argument can be made that yes, a sex bot is an object, so what's wrong with it? But by treating humanoid robots as objects designed to purely fulfill our own sexual needs, Richardson argues, we are also devaluing human relationships. I'm looking at what we need as human beings, how much we need other human beings. How about how much man needs woman and woman needs man? For a man and a woman, he has a reason to fight because she ensures his genetic lineage. For a woman, she needs man to physically protect. You know, that kind of old antiquated thing that nobody seems to take seriously anymore. Nah, it doesn't have any bearing on any decision or anything, any word that these retards say. When the human element disappears, she says, and we are essentially telling people that they can never have their needs gratified through a machine. I didn't need to carry on like that. There's a period. First of all, that's not possible, she said. That in itself will change humanity. While the focus of Richardson's campaign is sex bots, her broader concern is with any robots that replace relationships with humans, including companion robots for the elderly. Could we live in a world where we're no longer interacting with each other? Where this machine is constructed to meet our needs, to give us what we want? Richardson asked. All the evidence is saying no. Well, I do agree with that, because what we want the most is what we need the least. I've given many examples of that. Richardson is not alone in her concerns about the breakdown of intimacy in relationships. Sherry Turkle, MIT professor and author of Reclaiming Conversation, recently spoke to Tech Republic about how her research is showing a troubling development coming along with our increased attachment to our devices, a lack of empathy towards each other. Richardson also pointed out the lack of empathy as a natural outcome when we begin treating lifelike robots as objects designed for our pleasure. Not everyone shares these concerns, however. The Second International Congress on Love and Sex with Robots, there's a international congress for this shit, which recently made headlines when it was banned in Malaysia, is an academic gathering partly intended to make more realistic sex robots. We want to improve human happiness, said Adrian Chiak, co-founder of the conference. He said that for people who are very shy, mentally or physically disabled, depressed, or lonely, or elderly, sex robots can be an option for them. Whereas it may be difficult for them to have sex with humans. And again, conflating sex with love and connection. No one gets it, and no one ever will. You're defiling yourselves in the name of human progress. Merry Christmas. Richardson sees these types of arguments as problematic. When it comes to the physically disabled person using a sex robot, she said, it means that his needs are more important than recognizing the full subjectivity of another human being. And while she doesn't believe Pearson's prediction that most of us will be having sex by 2050, he was funded by a sex toy company, she said, she worries about the direction we're headed if we don't begin treating this work with serious ethical considerations and standards. It's getting us ready for a new, different kind of sexual relationship where anything goes. We need to genuinely cultivate a sense of humanity, she said. I'm trying to get people to really think about what sex means, what relationships mean in their lives, how technology can be presented as an alternative, and what the consequences of that are. Also, see, academic conference on love and sex with robots abruptly canceled after being declared illegal. Was that Malaysia? That was Malaysia, wasn't it? Yes, it was. There's a future for Malaysians. Their leadership knows what kind of damage these nerds are doing, and their flock, their people, aren't dumb enough to protest it. Can you imagine if the American government banned sex with robots, how many people would be taking to the streets? Right to love. Love is love. This is my robot is my robot needs love too. Why would you hate somebody for loving someone? Fucking sex robots, are you shitting me? And people are telling me this doesn't have an impact on anybody. As I explained before, your average 90 IQ person, the greatest thing they can fathom is climaxing. That's it. The apathy that creates permissive sexual mores is the one that creates demographic displacement. There, you listening now? Let's just do some Reddit questions. And I'm just going to do Reddit question this week, plus one Ask FM question. Because it pertains to something I already talked about. What's your opinion on Mr. Medocre / Internet Aristocrat? He's got some good material. I'm sure I don't agree with everything he says, but I have not explored it in depth enough to discuss it. But he's a good entertainer. He's got a good voice. And yeah, I check in on him every once in a while. Sorry about my chair there. What's the deal with that kid you keep posting videos of on Full House memes? It's not me who's posting them. I simply founded the page. I manage it, but very little of what you see there these days is mine. Will you ever go on the Daily Show again? No. Opinion of Ron Paul? No opinion at this point. He's retired. He is irrelevant. Hey CF, I found more triggering material for all of us to lose hope in a question. According to Pew, more U.S. Christian groups grow more accepting of homosexuality. The former president of the French Christian Democratic Party was sentenced Friday, December 18th, to pay a €5,000 fine for public incitement to hatred or violence against homosexuals for having said that homosexuality is an abomination. And congressional omnibus to bring in 300,000 Muslim invaders in the next 12 months. The bill also affords the quadrupling of H-2B visa workers. On a related note, how should one deal with the despair they instill after reading such news as the aforementioned stories? You know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Nothing, and there's no public will to change these attitudes. So brace yourself. Assume the worst is going to happen, and occasionally you will be surprised. Again, we are very small voices out here, speaking out against whatever it is. Your leaders are shit, your neighbors are shit, your family is shit. Everyone is shit. So brace yourself and the pain will dull. Next. First off, thanks for answering my question a few weeks back. Greatly appreciated. What are your thoughts on gender roles? I seem to be the only person I know who thinks they are extremely important for maintaining order in society. Of course, no one seemed to understand since we live in a world of chaos. A little irrelevant tidbit, my English teacher told the class that the school was offering free sociology classes. What a joke. Also wanted to show you this, what is wrong with everyone. And what this is a screenshot of debate.org. And the debate question is consensual incest wrong? And 82% of its users say no. So, there you go. Well, I think we should start calling them sex roles. Gender is a terrible word. And, yeah, I am in favor of them. Women are shitty soldiers and men are shitty nurturers. Shitty homemakers. That's all you have to say about it. What's your take on middle-aged men, from awkward self-portraits and man-child interests to new males, adult autists, and midlife crisis? As has always been the case. Too many men deal with their own mortality with no grace, no humility, no dignity. And it's definitely the case that society doesn't do men any favors. It's not like we're sending men out to die in wars anymore. Where if you survive that, you might welcome your own mortality. You'll have some perspective, but how many people have perspective? Maybe it always has been the case, but now that we can document every minutia, every bit of minutia, it seems to be a lot worse. Next. Hey CF, I was listening to some of your older shows and my ears perked up when you mentioned you liked This American Life. Do you still? Their Abdi and the Golden Ticket episode this past summer triggered me to the fucking moon by lionizing that coward. Short version, wouldn't fight for his country against Al-Shabaab. Instead squatted in Kenya for a free ride to America, and I haven't listened since. I've mentioned something about me not liking a lot of stuff on This American Life. I haven't listened to it in months, so I'm unfamiliar with the story you're talking about. When they do stories like the one you're talking about, I'm familiar with it. I've heard it a million times before. It sucks. So trying to be deep and having these deep stories with geopolitical implications, that sucks. But when these bewildered urbanites do stories about ordinary middle Americans doing strange things, I like that. That makes me glad that I live in America. It shows me a rebellious spirit in the lives of ordinary people. Because the very act of them confusing urbanite journalists, that's an act of rebellion. It's like that one story about the guy who got his bull cloned. That was a great story. I haven't listened to This American Life in some time, though. So, what separates people like us from SJWs? Well, if you talk to your average internet moderate, your radical moderate, yeah, that's what they are. They're radical moderates. Why do you care about anything? God, you're so stupid. And these are the people that tell you, we're just bad as SJW. See, the very fact that people have moral boundaries, that is the offense to them. Having standards is offensive. So if it's standards you're looking at, it's the fact that we have standards, then fine, we're no different. But if you're looking at anything else, well, pretty much everything separates us. Apologies if I sound like devil's advocate, but if a homosexual is truly remorseful for his actions, do you believe he can be cured? Also, are you a fan of the Vigilant Christian? He seems to be into the fighting demons part of religion. I haven't checked him out. I've never heard of him up until this point, unless it was mentioned on some previous episode. When people mention stuff I've never heard of, I don't tend to remember it. So, apologies. Apologies on my behalf. I don't know what you're talking about cured, but I've said this before. If somebody is truly repentant of their sins, yeah, fine. It's like you got to give people an out somewhere. But unfortunately, 99% of sinners of all stripes are unrepentant, so why should I have any patience for the unrepentant? Proud sinners. Recently, okay, LOCF, love your work. Thank you. Recently, just today, in fact, I've come to learn that my nephew's one of these transgender halfwits. Out of nowhere, my sister says he's felt like a girl his whole life. What, all 36 months of it? 48 months of it? And whatever the fuck else. He's probably older than that, I get it, but come on now. His whole life. He hasn't even fucking started life. Can't help but think this poor fuck has been completely brainwashed by the same sort of fucks you expose on your Tumblristas and whatnot. And that with proper guidance he wouldn't be anywhere near spouting such mental vomit. Well, your sister needs to be incarcerated. She is mentally unfit to raise children, and let me guess, single mom? Let me guess. Am I right? And if I'm wrong, what the fuck is the dad doing? Guess what I'd like to know is what I might pass along to my sister. Perhaps you could recommend a specific CF episode or something. Perhaps you might even have something in mind I could pass along to him. It's a weird place to be where on one hand I want to disown him and yet on the other I feel inclined to steer him in the proper direction. Any help is appreciated, thank you. Well, reading the rest of this message leads me to believe that your nephew is a little bit older. Well, regardless, look, if you're going to steer him in the proper direction, you're going to do it how I would do it. Which is going to push him more towards which is going to push him further into Sodom City limits than he otherwise would be. So I'm sorry to be defeatist about this, but every time I get one of these questions, I say the same thing. There's nothing you can do. Other than to distance yourself so you don't get damaged by it. But if you need to say something, speak the truth. Sexchangeregret.com. How about that? Why are these people committing suicide? They're unhinged. The last thing they need is acceptance. They need somebody to tell them, you're fucking up. That's the truth. That's love. So the choice is yours. ICF, big fan of your channel. Apologies if this has already been addressed, but what is your view on the actual war on drugs? Which drugs do you think should be legalized, if any, and what are your views on the criminal punishment for their use? I think the war on drugs is a massive reverse psychological program. The government wants you on drugs. The government wants you passive and stupid. Any drug, that's its purpose, to incapacitate you. To make you worthless, to make you a worm. And this is how the government wants you, which is precisely why they have the war on drugs. Because you want in the battle between the government and drugs, you'll take drugs, and no one cares that there is a third position to take. We'll do Ask FM, then I gotta go. Got stuff to do, people to see. What are your thoughts on people reposting your content? Just saw one of your Vine compilations on Facebook with 130,000 plus views. I think people who post videos to Facebook are wasting their time. It's not like they're getting paid for it. So whatever. Congratulations, you've upped your e-penis size. Whatever. Hey CF, I recently walked around my school and noticed LGBT signs popping up. I've thought about removing them, putting up Christian posters, or making them look radical. But all this could make myself and conservatives look bad. What should I do to stop this from spreading like their diseases? There's nothing you can do. They have the backing of the faculty. They have the backing of lawyers, of courts, of the federal government. They are backed up at every corner. And there's nothing that you can really do to stop it other than call a demon, go on the offensive. Be self-assured in your views. And yeah, I agree, don't deface their stuff, because then they'll just use an example as, oh look, this is proof that homophobia is institutionalized and rampant, and we still have a lot of work to do. Please continue to fund our bullshit program, because there's a lot of work left to do. Yeah, there's work and then there's activity. My advice is to lead your life as if it is a living, breathing piece of contra-propaganda. Oh, somebody sent me a Steam key. Look, I'll check that out later, but there's no guarantee that my computer can run it. My processor's not great. Hello, CF. I showed your latest Vine marathon to a friend of mine, and he was shocked to see that one of the pause pigs appearing therein was his cousin. She was the one saying she wanted to go to hell so she could have gay sex. How should I comfort him after his loss? Well, you can comfort him by saying, look, now you know who to avoid. Here's a relative of yours who will never be loyal to you, as she is loyal to Cum and Satan. And that's it. It should be a blessing in disguise. And here's the one I wanted to get to. What do you think of the Star Wars franchise in general? I have a really hard time expressing my distaste for such flagrant consumerism. Almost every Western person literally buys into it, do you? It's almost a religion at this point, basically worshipping entertainment with merchandise. I saw a news clip, a video clip, recently. Star Wars Mania, everybody's getting in the spirit of Star Wars because of the new movie. Contained in this video clip, people getting married dressed up like Star Wars characters. Explain that one to your dead ancestors. Oh, wait. God took them before they could experience that level of shame. That level of disgust that their blood engages in such frivolity. And for some reason we accept this. We accept this because it's ingrained in American culture. What if you had an anime wedding? People would skewer you mercilessly, and with good reason. So why don't we do the same thing with Star Wars weddings? Look, I don't really care about Star Wars one way or the other. I have no emotional attachment, nor do I dislike it. But I'm at a loss as to why people make this such a focal part of their lives. Maybe the Russian guy who got addicted to Fallout 4 was trying to escape the shame of having a Star Wars wedding. But it is weird no matter how you slice it. Alright, I'm going to call it here. Common Filth Extra episode 4 out now. Check that out. Have a very Merry Christmas, and I will talk to you later.
Grown, ain't I? The skinny nigga with the fro to the slightly bigger nigga who's a killer with the flow. Went from YouTube beats and SoundCloud, nigga. The only difference now is that I found Twitter. Fuck it, it's struggle rap, man. They never see the trouble that I'm going through. The way I sing, they think I live in bubble wrap. Fuck all that, even though I'm on some poppin' shit. With my niggas as my witness, I'm a nigga who can spit. Don't believe me? Overlooking my potential, I'm that poet to a phone, that poe was to a pencil. My mental is similar to that of a lion, and I'm the king of Hollywood.
You are listening to Common Filth Radio, episode 99. Thank you very much for listening. Common Filth Extra, episode 28, is available now, and it is free all week long, so take advantage of that. You must download this episode. Again, that is Common Filth Extra, episode 28, for free at commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. Don't miss it. What you are looking at right now, and you'll be looking at the title card in a second, so don't worry. You're looking at an image that was sent to me by a loyal follower of mine. The image is of some sort of frog statue, and at the base of the frog statue is a crack rock, a rock of methamphetamine. Captioned with, "Smoke meth, praise Keck." If it was not yet certain that millennials had crossed into baby boomer territory, materialistic, hedonistic, consumerist baby boomer territory, it is certain now. You see, the baby boomers, when they were younger, they were really the first fuck you mom and dad generation. What we call the greatest generation. They came home from fighting on the wrong side of World War II. They come back home, have babies, and their children hate them. They hate the very people who enabled their decadence, their civilization-destroying decadence. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, it all boils down to fuck you, mom and dad, which is what baby boomers embody. The baby boomers gave us a lot of things. A lot of things that were a product of their rebellion, their foolish rebellion against their parents. The sexual revolution, one thing, and the horrible consequences resulting from that. But let's make it more on the nose here. What you're seeing here is a strange idol based off of a cartoon frog. Or an anime girl, it depends. I've heard a lot of different things. But apparently it was based off of an ancient Egyptian text, apparently predicting the future because it portrayed somebody using what looks like a computer monitor, and then it's followed by a frog, if I'm not mistaken. So the depraved, isolated, atomized millennial mind interprets that as the ancient Egyptians. They shitposted on ancient Egyptian anonymous image boards too. They were a total fucking loser like me. Oh, I guess I better worship this frog and do strange drugs. Now, if we can for a moment go back in time to look at what the baby boomers were doing. They were experimenting with crazy drugs, psychedelics, many genres of music based upon that usage and their interpretation of how music should sound as a result of their inebriation. And they were also experimenting with Eastern religions and philosophies. The Beatles famously did this. And their grandkids, instead of taking a cautionary lesson out of these depraved, strange tales, their grandkids instead emulate the behavior. And in far more depraved and far more stupid ways. There were parts of society and members belonging to those parts that thought back then, this is it. This is the end. These are the end times, and for good reason. They couldn't fathom things getting much worse. They did. And here we are. I got an email that was sent to me a few weeks back that I have neglected to look at. But I will neglect it no longer because it is a very good email. This was sent from, well, I'll just read it. Hello once again, CF. Listened to episode 96 and something came to mind when you said how ISIS and Islamic terrorists are less dangerous because they are not capable of infiltrating and rearranging institutions. This reminded me of something from Russian history that mimics your point, and I'm sure you'll appreciate. It is basically the origin of the oldest fundamental Russian political split between Westerners and Slavophiles. That is to say, between those who look towards Europe and how Russia should follow the European example in everything, and those who insisted on Russia's unique nature and that she should follow her own unique path. This split first truly developed back when Old Russia, the Old Russia, before the unification under Moscow into becoming Russia and the Russian Empire, was occupied by the Golden Horde, and the proposed responses to it were the following. And pardon me if I butcher any of these names that I have never pronounced ever. The strategy of Daniel of Galicia, the Knyaz, prince or rather a title for rulers of divided Russian lands before unification, in Western Russia or what is today modern Ukraine. And the strategy he proposed was to rely on Europe against the Horde. And when the Catholic Pope learned of this, he crowned Daniel a king and called for the knights of Europe to unite around him and push back the Mongol hordes that were trampling Christian faith. As a result, Daniel was called to the administrative city of the Horde and was killed there for refusing to obey the occupiers and for refusing to reject his faith. Daniel was made a saint. The other strategy, the one that triumphed in that time, was the strategy put forth by Alexander Nevsky. He argued that, at most, the Mongols can just kill you and there's nothing to fear in that. Even better if you die while refusing to reject your faith, because then your place in heaven is guaranteed. And in the bigger picture, the Mongols did not attempt to convert anyone and left the native faiths of the conquered territories to their own devices. Instead, Nevsky told to fear the West, because they will attempt to actively convert all Slavs by force. Nobody will be asked but made to convert, which would be betrayal of the Orthodox faith, and then the converted would surely be sent to hell. There exists an old Russian Orthodox slogan, orthodoxy or death, meaning that death is preferable to rejecting the faith. Nevsky thus placed more value on the soul than some external factor. He was by no means a Mongol supporter. He wanted to get rid of them, but didn't believe that the lands of Old Russia had the strength to do it at the time, and instead sought to rely on the Mongol strength to prevent Western Catholics from coming to convert all Slavs. And so it was that Orthodox Russians often took part in battles on the side of the Horde against the West, until their rule was finally rejected and Russia sought to establish itself as an independent tsardom, and later on a sovereign empire that could hold its own against Europe or anyone else. Russians chose to suffer external material oppression but maintained their own way of life, rather than be liberated and then be made to change their nature. Likewise today, ISIS doesn't present that kind of threat to the soul because it is a force so external and foreign that resistance to it is all but assured with even moderately healthy people. Whereas faggotry has already been accepted by those same people who would reject Islam, and they allow this degeneracy to corrupt their souls and the souls of their children. Modern people in the West chose comfortable external material lives in exchange for their souls. Islam and faggotry. One is an enemy who can only bring physical death. The other is the enemy that corrupts the soul and mind, making one more so vulnerable to external enemies. And even if there was no such external enemy, they'd die anyway from the many diseases they spread. As you said, the physical second death would only be a formality at that point. ISIS may be laying siege to the castle, but faggots are already inside the walls, already spreading decay and lowering its defenses. Both are threats that have to be dealt with, but the internal threat is always greater. That is just a simple fact of warfare. Anyone with a brain, anyone with at least a fraction of a soul that is still living within them, understands this. They understand what really destroys a civilization. It is not the external, it is always the internal. And these morons who are completely incapable of understanding history, civilization, the life cycle of civilization, their entire understanding of any subject, maybe aside from perversion and drug abuse, comes from internet memes. Remove kebab, haha, are you laughing now? Oh, your ears perked up all of a sudden if you're listening in this far. We're dealing with a bunch of lobotomy patients out there. Lobotomy patients that don't even understand themselves. Which brings me into my next subject, AFK episode 4. I took those videos from a series called Marriage in Plano, Texas. They were uploaded in late 2010 and into early 2011 on YouTube. And there are a lot more videos from that series, from that catalog of videos that I did not include in AFK episode 4, but I received so many interesting comments on that video, and I've never received that many comments on a video in such a short period of time that I uploaded ever. And before I talk about those comments, I'll just put it into context here. The comments are attached to the video AFK episode 4 here on this channel. The video is pretty self-explanatory if you watch it, but if you haven't, basically, caught on tape is the disintegration of this family because of this woman who has several personality disorders, and you see her ruining her husband's life, the lives of her children, and it's all fascinating and upsetting at the same time. So the comments, very interesting, but they fell into a few different categories. There was only one comment of this kind, but this one comment said that this is why you should be gay. Not verbatim, but something along those lines. This is why you should be a sodomite. To that person, kill yourself. You people are way more likely to have mental disorders. If homosexuality was still considered a mental illness, yeah, you'd still be that. And despite that, and despite the fact that it is no longer considered a mental illness for no good reason, you still are disproportionately represented in those who suffer from whatever psychosis you can name. And that's not to mention your comically high rates of domestic violence, so pull those several million logs out of your ass and shut the fuck up. The other ones were, women are terrible, don't get married. That's also stupid, but for reasons I don't really care to get into now. I only have so much energy to expend on one episode. But the most interesting comments came from people who said that it was the man's fault. The man's fault that his wife was a psycho because he was unemployed at the time these videos were filmed. And some people thought that was a justification for her behavior, the fact that he was unemployed. Behaving in such a manner in front of your children because your husband is unemployed. Behaving that way at all in front of anybody because the husband is unemployed. A true test of a person's soul, of a person's character, comes during times of strife, discomfort, and she failed that test miserably. And she's behaving in a very violent manner. You think the hammer thumb, with the chick with the hammer in her hand, that came from nowhere? No, that came straight from the video. You thought the man was making her worse because the husband was making her worse because he was filming. He's doing that for his own protection, so that he would not face criminal charges for her criminal behavior. And in spite of his proof, his documents, he still lost custody of the kids. And she sent him voice messages threatening his life. Those were the last video, one of the last videos uploaded to that channel. Again, you can search for these videos by looking for Marriage in Plano, Texas on YouTube. And the category of comments in which I received the most comments was the category of, this might as well be my childhood. People telling me that this video here, perfectly representative of their mother, of their childhood, of their life growing up. And to those people, I don't know what to think of that. There's no piece of advice I can give you because I didn't come from that. Thankfully. And the particular demographic the individuals making these comments belong to, I'm not entirely sure, but if they're on my material, if they're commenting upon my material, I assume they're males, young males of Caucasian descent. Dozens, if not hundreds of comments saying that AFK episode 4 on my channel here, perfectly representative of their home life, of their family growing up. Now, what does this say about the state of the family in white America? Doesn't paint a pretty picture. And we have to understand this in the context of what people call anti-white. Anti-white propaganda. There's nothing wrong with loving your people, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. The people most susceptible to the anti-white propaganda taught in schools, shown on television, shown in movies, the people who are most likely to be receptive to this anti-white message are those who were mistreated by the first link to humanity they had in their parents. Because this propaganda is relying on the perceiver's past experience, the audience's past experiences. And if you come from a broken home, yeah, you aren't going to view your tribe too positively. And who could blame them? Life starts at home. The trajectory of life is determined by what goes on in the home. That child's first link to humanity. It doesn't matter if the president is crazy. It doesn't matter if the government is being unfair. It doesn't matter if terrorists are blowing things up. If we as individuals cannot uphold the integrity of our homes, the moral foundation of our homes, we are not long for this world. There is no setting more intimate than the home. We don't have cameras and microphones installed in the home everywhere yet. We all have computers, laptops, TV receivers, satellite dishes that could do that, but we're not there yet. That is not a reality. That has not woven itself into the ambience of everyday life yet. So as it stands, the home, the most intimate personal place that you could possibly be. And if a majority of us, if not an overwhelming majority of us, do not foster good relationships at home, Nothing's going to work. Not in government, not in the private sector, not in the public sector. Nothing is going to work. You're going to raise a generation of dysfunctional people, which is what we are dealing with now. How many people from these broken homes talk about removing kebab, talking about defending the rights of sodomites to harass oblivious actresses on social media at the expense of repairing their wasteland of a personal life? So what else do you want me to talk about? I could talk about a lot of things. I could talk about, Republican National Convention 2016 attendees are searching for hot gay sex on Craigslist, and male escorts are making crazy money at the Republican National Convention. Look, I don't have to make jokes. I don't have to tell you how depraved your average white is. Renegade Reporting just sent to me, GOP equals gay old pedophiles. Yeah, that is good. And I got this idiot in my mentions, a neo-reactionary fag for Trump, top, not a bottom, not a Jew, hashtag MAGA, hashtag alt-right. You people are, like I said the other day, you are approaching brony levels of embarrassment. I think you've crossed that threshold. You are as embarrassing as bronies. I have a lot more where that came from in this week's collection. I have a surplus of things that I talk about here. Geert Wilder speaks at a Twinks for Trump party. Check out the art, and it's a bunch of emaciated HIV patients. As this guy's at a podium, the background is a collection of photographs featuring, again, emaciated HIV patients, all of them appearing to be Caucasian. Oh, here we go. Not exactly related to politics, but it's like poetry, as George Lucas said. This is another one of those green text stories from an anonymous image board. And it says, around 2 weeks ago, lost a bunch of weight. Actually look good and have some confidence. Try Grindr. Meet up with a slightly older guy. See, slightly older in homo speak means like 2 decades older. He comes inside me yesterday. Worst flu I've ever had in my life. Messaged the guy asking if he was HIV positive. He said yes. The individual asks, how fucked am I? I don't know. You know, that part in the Bible that says the wages of sin is death. You know, that backwards old Abrahamic document that we've moved far beyond, that has no relevance today. It says the wages of sin is death. You committed sin and now you're going to die. Congratulations! You're so much more sophisticated than us theists. You're so much more sophisticated than us people who don't worship cartoon frogs and anime girls. We're gonna make America great again by voting for a sodomite magnet. By voting for a guy whose coattail riders call him daddy. Oh, here's another one. I found this on Reddit. A user named Abortion Fetishist posted to the Confession subreddit. The title of the thread is, I just masturbated to gay maggot porn. The top and bottom kiss with live maggots in their mouth. Then they swap maggots, then the top puts maggots in the bottom's ass. Then he puts a toilet brush up the bottom's ass. I can't believe I just shot my load to this. And then they say, I love scat porn and blood porn, but this is a bit much. Kill yourself. Here's another one. Hillary claims to be for LGBT rights, but she's accepted huge donations from those who hate and kill the LGBT folks. Well, they know what rots a society from inside out, the Saudi Arabians. They've seen it happen to their culture. They've seen what deleterious effects sodomy has had on their people. You think I'm ignorant about the man-boy love vacations? Certain Arab nations, you know, that's a part of their culture. You think oh yeah, and we defended that, by the way. There's an article in the New York Times back in 2007. Cultural anthropologists are deployed along with U.S. troops in Afghanistan telling them it's their culture, don't judge them, and don't stop them. So, in other words, your tax dollars are used to defend boy rapists abroad and at home. And now this, a comment left for me, directed at me. It is hard to imagine how somebody could be this illiterate in so many respects. It says, CF has interesting ideas about white people and their degradation, but he misses an important part of it, that Eastern Europeans who are also white don't share this trait. Why? Most probably because, unlike the West, they went through a stage of communism and secularism, meaning they had less exposure to the cancer that is Christianity, while the West, through Christian theology of love, tolerance, and acceptance, were happy to cuck themselves into extinction. You do understand that Eastern Europe is the only region of Europe where the church is growing, right? You do understand that as the rest of Europe has grown more secular and atheistic, the more they've been targeted by enemies both foreign and domestic. You do understand that as Europe has grown more secular, it has grown more mongrelized. The lines between Japheth, Ham, and Shem have never been more blurred. Let's read again from Deuteronomy 28 in the Old Testament. Again, chapter 28, verses 30 through 32. This is what happens when you disobey God's law. These are the curses for disobedience. There are many more than this, but these are particularly relevant to our day and age. You shall betroth a wife, but another man shall ravish her. You shall build a house, but you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but you shall not enjoy its fruits. Your ox shall be slaughtered before your eyes, but you shall not eat any of it. Your donkey shall be seized before your face, but shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies, but there shall be no one to help you. Your sons and your daughters shall be given to another people, while your eyes look on and fail with longing for them all day long, but you shall be helpless. Wait, let's read verse 33. A nation that you have not known shall eat up the fruit of your ground and of all your labors, and you shall be only oppressed and crushed continually, so that you are driven mad by the sights that your eyes see. In other words, God made your precious tribe into a bunch of cuckolds, into a bunch of spineless, meek bitches because he hates you. Skip ahead to verse number 63 in Deuteronomy 28. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bringing ruin upon you and destroying you, and you shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. So the comment I just read that says Christianity has a theology of love, tolerance, and acceptance, spoken like somebody that has never picked up a Bible. And backtracking a bit, I glossed over that comment, this whole Hillary is the real homophobe meme. It says Hillary claims to be for LGBT rights, but she's accepted huge donations from those who hate and kill LGBT folks, which is, I guess, referring to Saudi Arabia. And like I said, they understand what poisonous effects sodomy has on society. They've experienced it themselves. So their enemy is the West. They give money to the candidate, the presidential candidate, who they think will bring upon a greater acceptance of sodomy. So this Democrats are the real homophobes, liberals are the real homophobes meme is ridiculous. It's like 10 years ago they were saying Democrats are the real racists. They're still saying that now. But now they're saying that Democrats are the real homophobes. No, the Saudis know what they're doing. Promote homophilia within the population. Fund the candidate that they think will best do that. And you'll see your enemy. You will see her enemy become weaker than you could possibly imagine. Once your enemy is weak and diseased from within, the barbarians at the gates who will do your bidding are a formality at that point. They smell blood in the water or HIV. What the Saudis don't understand is that Donald Trump will promote it just the same. He will promote that weakness just the same as Clinton. The only difference between their approaches is that Hillary Clinton's promotion of sodomy is proactive and Trump's promotion of it is reactive. The Saudi oil sheiks, I'm sure, are more historically literate than anybody in America. That's for sure. Alright, r/common filth on reddit.com. That is our official subreddit, and we have the question and comment thread every week. If you would like to participate, you may. And we had a lot of participation this week, lots of good comments, and I look forward to reading them and responding to them. So we'll start with this one. With all the talk about gays going on recently, I wonder why the deleterious effects of lesbianism aren't being as discussed as frequently. Yeah, I'm not trying to trip anyone up with sophistry. I'm just curious on why the L and the B, for that matter, of the LGBT isn't discussed as much as gay men and transgender. I came up with this question after I had a memory about this lesbian couple I would sometimes see while I walked to and from a bus stop. The couple had a child, and one of the child's moms, quote-unquote moms, had this masculine perma-scowl on her face, along with being a smoker. And I feel very, very bad for that child. I have talked about lesbians on several occasions, namely their alarming predisposition towards domestic violence. And bisexuals, they spread their sicknesses across both sexes. And every citizen of Sodom and Gomorrah, they were what we would now view as bisexuals, so sodomites by any other name. But lesbians we don't talk about so much because women in general hide their extremism a little bit better than men do. And I remember reading a statistic from a study that discovered 90% of lesbians were in an opposite sex relationship at some point, so very few lesbians are true lesbians. Lesbianism is more or less a temper tantrum, which is not to say that male homosexuality isn't in many cases, but in a lot of individuals who have this illness, they're very, very clearly infected with some kind of virus that happened to them at a young age that is stunting their growth, their emotional development. That's why they always look like aliens, like their skin is pulled too tightly over their skulls. And the germ theory would explain why homosexuals target children overwhelmingly, disproportionately in every respect, because children have weaker immune systems. Dearest Mr. Filth, I have a question regarding the nightmarish moral void of modern society to hurl at your eyes. You probably know exactly what this is like. A person you know sees two males hugging or women having a dinner together and immediately conclude they must be gay. Why is this? Why can we no longer have a one-on-one socialization without fear of being diagnosed of the gay? It really rubs me the wrong way that it's not even possible to invite someone around for dinner if they're the same gender as you without it being homo. No homo, bro. No homo. As if it has to be asserted every time lest the gay within them take over, like Jekyll bursting from Hyde. This is something that bothers me deeply, since it's underlining a serious decay in something very important. Individual interaction itself is in doubt. Allow me to quote the last members of every declining civilization and say, how did it get to this point? Thanks for the read, Filth. Take it easy. This ties in with an article I read recently, which I'll type in right now. What was it called? There we go. I think that's it. This is from socialmatter.net. This was written back in May of this year. And this is from, again, socialmatter.net. Why homosexuals are a signaling hazard in traditional societies. And you can check that out. I'll try to remember to link to it. Azerbaijan is a medium-sized, dusty, semi-arid country in the Caucasus, nestled between Iran and Russia. It is approximately 95% Muslim despite its recent Soviet past. Azeri Muslims are not as fundamentalist as Saudi ones, but they're not exactly proud degenerates either. Soviet-era anti-sodomy laws were repealed in the year 2000, but only because the Council of Europe required it in order for Azerbaijan to join the Cool Western Countries Club. I am certain Azeris had other methods in mind of preventing sodomy that did not depend on a clause in the official criminal code. In Azerbaijan, homosexuality is effectively illegal. In Azerbaijan, men can commonly be seen bringing each other flowers and kissing each other on the cheeks when they greet each other. Western women who travel to Azerbaijan are shocked at the local man's lack of enthusiasm and initiative at opening doors and extending chairs to them. Serbia is about the same size as Azerbaijan, but a few hundred miles west, sitting between Catholic Croatia and Orthodox Bulgaria, which itself borders Muslim Turkey, which is about 4 times larger than the previous 3 countries combined, Serbia's population is Orthodox Christian, though probably about as devout as Azeri Muslims are. Serbia also has a recent socialist past. Sodomy was decriminalized in Serbia in the 1990s. Serbia's constitution explicitly defines marriage as a union between a man and a woman. Amnesty International finds Serbia's lack of will to tackle homophobia and transphobia, that's a quote-unquote quote, lack of will to tackle homophobia and transphobia, unquote, deeply problematic. A gay pride parade attempted in the capital around 2010 turned into a riot, although a successful one was held with heavy police protection and relatively little violence in 2014. Well, Serbia, if you want me to continue making videos for Serbian people, you need to cut that shit out. In Serbia, homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, often to the point of frowns turning to fists, but not effectively illegal. In Serbia, men shake or lock hands and hug heartily when they greet each other. Often they shout loudly too. Western women who travel to Serbia find themselves wildly outcompeted in the sexual market by the local women. Western men who travel to Serbia find the situation much to their liking. There's another problem, this creepy subset of sex tourists. Ooh, Eastern European women. Thai women with feminine penises. You are a bunch of creeps. Crusty old creeps. The United States is a very large and ethnically diverse country ruled by an Anglo-Jewish elite. It is several thousand miles west of Serbia. The population could be briefly summarized as a Catholic and Protestant mix. The numbers of Orthodox and Muslim adherents, even poor ones, are negligible. The Supreme Court and the President of the United States are very fond of homosexuals, as are the media and other information organs of the country. In America, homosexuality is high status, although this hasn't been codified in law quite yet. Yeah, it has. Heterosexuality is generally viewed as neutral and sometimes downright boring, if not slightly negative. In America, men don't do much of anything when they greet each other, perhaps a nod or shake hands. Oftentimes, they don't acknowledge each other at all. Men who are relatively lower class, black, Mexican, of recent immigrant extraction, or otherwise out of step with the dominant American zeitgeist, admittedly a significant portion of the population, will certainly be warmer when they greet, but the trend lines are clear. I'm not sure what men do to greet each other in the Islamic State where homosexuals are publicly thrown off of buildings, but I'm sure it's hard to ignore. It may even involve AK-47s, and probably lends itself to mockery and accusations of latent homosexuality by liberal Westerners with the right opinions. Which brings us to one more reason, alongside disease, sterility, and effeminacy, that traditional social norms the world over are necessarily and correctly opposed to open homosexuality. The more homosexuals there are in a society, and the more open they are about their homosexuality, the less warm male heterosexuals can be towards each other. Again, I'm going to repeat that. This is the most important part, I think, of this article here. The more homosexuals there are in a society and the more open they are about their homosexuality, the less warm male heterosexuals can be towards each other, and the weaker the social bonds between male heterosexuals will be, and the weaker the social fabric of society itself will be, as society is necessarily founded upon the mannerbund between a society's male heterosexuals who honor, uphold, and propagate the society's values. Open homosexuals represent a signaling hazard for male heterosexuals. A male heterosexual who needs to signal appreciation, affection, or love of a male heterosexual friend also needs to be sure that his signal will not be interpreted as a sexual advance, either by the intended recipient of the signal or by others. Homosexuals may be interested in signaling homosexuality, but male heterosexuals certainly are not. The more open homosexuals there are in a society, the less certain a male heterosexual can be that a gesture of masculine camaraderie won't be interpreted as a sexual advance. You might laugh at this line of reasoning, but in Azerbaijan, they bring each other flowers and kiss each other's cheeks without a second thought, and I can guarantee how that would be interpreted in the West. The depraved, sodomite, sex and cum obsessed West. It is not interpreted that way in Azerbaijan, because there are officially no homosexuals. Male heterosexuals are free to do and say what they like without the risk of mis-signaling. A signal may be interpreted as something simple as words, in which case, what's the big deal? Just find new words to express yourself. But the most effective social signals are never mere words. And a tightly knit and highly functioning society needs signals that are stronger than words. Words can be used by anybody. People lie with words. Words are a very weak signal, though they are often used anyway because they are still better than no signals at all. Much stronger than words are actions and sacrifices. Demonstrating appreciation and affection is a much more powerful signal than simply stating it. Unfortunately, the scope of socially acceptable actions is limited unless there is a greater coordinated effort to change them or impose them from the top down. And if open homosexuals begin colonizing the existing socially acceptable actions, people will adjust their signals accordingly so as not to accidentally send the wrong impression. Often the adjustment means fewer signals at all. Efforts to colonize new signaling spaces to make up for the ones colonized by open homosexuals are difficult because signals need widespread acceptance and understanding to function. That is not to say that they are totally unsuccessful. See the ubiquity of the phrase "no homo" in the West. What is often interpreted as a joke is actually something of an ingenious way to clarify signals that, due to the prevalence of homosexuals, could be interpreted differently. That may change if open homosexuals begin saying it too, perhaps even just ironically. Some new signal would have to be devised. Or the traditional solution to the signaling problem could just be applied: ban deviancy in public. Hola, CF, long-time listener and first-time poster on Reddit here. I used to write emails, but you don't have time for those anymore, so I figured I'd bite the bullet and just do this because I think it's important people see this if they haven't already. I have not abandoned emails, it's just I get to the Reddit questions first. They're usually shorter, so I can knock them out, and it's more efficient. It feels that way. In the first part of the show, I read an email, and if you want to send me an email, commonfilth@commonfilth.com. Anyway, I don't do those anymore. I do. Just they've been on the back burner. Okay, I think it's important people see this if they haven't already. Don't have to read the article, but get a pause load of this headline. Twittergate has made Milo into Western civilization's greatest gay hero since Alexander the Great. If I had any doubt about what you've been saying about gays and the right, they're gone now. I don't know what's more laughable, comparing Milo Yiannopoulos to Alexander the Great, or the fact he's getting away with fleecing these alt-right drones for everything they're worth. Well, the alt-right is made up at this point mostly of 19-year-old community college students whose stipend is spent on weed. It's spent at the local marijuana dispensary. Pot decreases your testosterone, increases your likelihood of having some sort of mental illness, which would explain why all of them are homosexuals. They all call grown men daddy. It's embarrassing. Like I said, they have crossed the threshold. They are as embarrassing as bronies are. But continuing with the comment here, I still have this idea that we have to bear with parties we don't particularly like because we need allies where we can get them. But it becomes much harder and harder to do when I see shit like this, and that one picture of Milo being carried through some college by a bunch of white male students on a sedan like some sort of Arabian caliph. Yeah, I know all about that one. And look, this whole we need allies thing is the stupidest shit. Is somebody decent or are they not? Notice how these politically inclined people treat people. They're useful. If somebody's some depraved degenerate, they'll rationalize it and say they're useful. People don't like me, but they say I'm useful. Fuck off. You don't decide someone's use. They decide their use. People are not quantifiable units. At least they aren't to a person who isn't a sociopath. And the sodomites who ride the coattails of the internet right-wing intelligentsia long after it stopped being interesting, their use is to find more fresh meat upon which to spread their disease. Ooh, we're against equality too. Bow before us, call us daddy. In conclusion, taking allies where you can find them is proof that you have no standards. You are addressing a fool by his folly. If you acquiesce to the demands of losers, you will become losers. Oh, right, having standards, forcing people to meet standards, that's purity spiraling. Like the fellows at Iron March said. Somebody says 2 + 2 is 4, they say, that's purity spiraling. Anyway, continuing with your comment, I understand Milo works for Breitbart and they're gonna pimp him out as much as they can to rake in shekels off his growing quote-unquote brand, but the entire alt-right scene seems to be banding around him more and more. This is only compounded by their inane repetition of fight for Western civilization, spearheaded by guys like Paul Joseph Watson, who I don't necessarily hate, but are looking more and more like role players pretending to be Roman centurions, protecting their crumbling empire, a kind of cultural Horatius on the bridge in a painful, self-aggrandizing way. Pride is the cardinal sin for a reason, and I'm sure hubris will eventually put Milo in his place. But until then, I think his cult of personality will continue to swell. That leads to a question. Do you think we should take allies where we can get them? I answered that, no. I used to believe that while Milo and his ilk were degenerate cum-sluts, they could help in the broader effort to push back against the whole PC movement, but now I don't think so. See, the problem with thinking that they're useful in pushing against political correctness, which is just another word for thought control, is that they are a beneficiary of PC culture. Because of PC culture, you can't tell the truth about homosexuals without some severe consequences. So no, people like him aren't going to help push back against PC culture, because by doing that, they're just going to push it somewhere else. And it being somewhere else means that it still exists. We don't care to eliminate the problem. We just like people who tell us what we want to hear, he's very talented at that. Don't get me wrong. He is. You know, I was first introduced to this guy when he was a Gamergate personality. Didn't really have a problem with him then. But then he started latching on to other shit that, stopped being interesting long before he latched onto it, or people like him latched onto it. Finishing up here, this whole thing with the surge of the alt-right reeks of what happened to Gamergate when YouTube e-celebs and loudmouths began to get a big dick and brought the whole movement down on their heads. Well, I guess the more embarrassing something gets, the more popular it will become. There are a lot more losers than there are winners. And, if you attract losers, yeah, you'll grow in size, but with an increase in quantity comes a decrease in quality. Hello, Common Filth. I have a question and a comment for you. Recently, I bought all your stuff on Bandcamp. Enjoy the pesos I sent your way. Yeah, I bought a lot of tacos with them. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Somebody said that they'd buy some of my stuff if I was going to review the smothered burrito from Taco Bell. I didn't get a note from that, so if you still want me to review that, I will. Just now, I am listening to the best of Common Filth 2015, and I was listening to the episode A Message for Future Historians, and I couldn't get my mind out of the idea that you sounded like Kermit the Frog. I guess it's not easy being Common Filth. I don't know, a lot of people say I sound like a lot of things. That's the first time somebody called me Kermit, or said I sound like Kermit. Oops, sorry about that. Anyway, on to the question. I am ethnically Mexican, insert La Raza joke here. And thanks to the wonders of the Mexican family structure, I have a nephew the same age as I, 17 years old. Well, I am not Mexican, and I have an aunt who is younger than me. Wrap your head around that one. My nephew just happens to be whiter than everybody else in the family since his mom is a white Mexican. He treats his whiteness the same as the whiteness of your average Nazi boo, 1488, etc. Well, it seems like the less white the white is, the more proud they are of it. It's really strange. Lots of mixed people in the Aryan Nation, Nazi boo, 1488 crowd, I find. My question is, what's your opinion on people like this? Thank you, Common Kermit, EOSD Bendiga. It's more likely than not that he doesn't feel white, he doesn't know what it is to be white because his family, well, Mexican, culturally Mexican. And the people who have no idea what it is to be white, they're usually the ones who fixate it on it the most, which is why a lot of these 1488 Nazi boo Aryan Nation types are at least somewhat mongrelized. People who have no idea what they actually are fixate on what they are the most. And that's why you see a lot of pure 100% whites doing the same thing. The exact thing. People who know what they are, people who know what it is, who have a culture of their own, don't fixate on it like, oh, I'm so this, I'm so that. And so they regress to this tribalist state of mind, where the end result of it is, it's okay if we do it. It's okay, whatever horrible shit is done, it's okay if we do it. I use this example a lot, not recently, but I use this a lot to expose why tribalism is stupid. I use the tribe that he belongs to, the La Raza tribe, the culture, and how they justify the shitty behavior of their own tribe because, well, you're my blood, you're my cousin, you're my this, you're my that. For example, during the housing bubble in California, and elsewhere, I'm sure it happened in other places, but, you know, I'm a housing bubble kid, I saw this. I saw this happen, these middle-class people hiring Mexican gardeners, illegal Mexicans, who are, they're decent people. They're not problems in and of themselves individually. But once the money starts rolling in, because they do gardening for more than one family, more than one home, more than one neighborhood, and they get paid very well. They work hard, work more than would be legally allowed under an employer. And they inevitably start sending money back home to Mexico where their family is, and maybe they bring some of their family over, and maybe their family is fine. Up until you get to the nieces and their loser boyfriends, their loser drug cartel boyfriends who spend their free time beheading people, that's when you start having a problem. And they don't have any problem with it because it's their familia. So tribalism, as seen in how La Raza inevitably ends up, it's just another form of moral relativism, which we know is societal cancer. And people who belong to La Raza, who are a little bit more white than the rest of their family, fucking pathetic. They're overcompensating for something they know they don't have. And this applies to more than just culturally mixed whites. Even straight up Anglo-Americans, they're the same way. You don't know how many times I've seen, I like this thing, does this make me less white? I don't know, does it? You seem to not have a good hold of your own whiteness, this whiteness that you consider important above all else. Just, it's embarrassing. There's no other way to put it. Please read this on the show, CF. It's awful, but it just shows how bad our society has become. And it's from Cosmopolitan. Things I wish I knew about masturbation when I was younger. You really are a culture of death. Last night I heard some retard say that after a man masturbates, when he climaxes, then he produces lubricant, which is proof that God messed up. That's what he said. If God exists, he fucked up. What? Because because you want to masturbate more easily. You want to make your own gravy to more easily pleasure yourself with. Therefore, God fucked up. No, that's proof that God did things right, because He knows how you'd react to such a and quote unquote evolutionary advantage. You just want to masturbate easier, you fucking retard. Yeah, we live in just... oh, God fucked up. It would be more evolutionarily advantageous if the penis produced its own lube, but we produce our own lube after we masturbate. Oh, yeah. That's masturbation for a stronger species. Yeah, that'll get you the good traits, you fucking retard. Yeah, I'm not going to read this because there are more things I have to read, but the title is enough. The title is enough. That's what we value above all else. I used to think it was money. No, not really. As long as people have their cummies, you can do anything. They won't give a shit. But if you threaten their cummies, that's when the common idiot gets very, very angry. Hey CF, been listening for a while, but AFK episode 4 really got to me, and I feel like I have something to add on that topic. My mother is one of these people, and managed to shatter my family over the course of the past 6 months or so. While I won't go into how all this came down the pike, as it'd take explaining some early marital issues between her and my dad that I'm not 100% privy to and probably never will be. There's some context to the scenario I think the shock factor of AFK number 4 leaves out. From experience, there's some traits about these kinds of women that I think are good to be aware of. I think a lot, if not most, people who come from these kinds of broken homes or relationships will click with this. The biggest and most dangerous of these traits is an unbroken and almost inhuman memory of any and all transgressions against them, big, small, totally accidental. It doesn't matter to them. Every single thing is a deliberate attempt to bring them down from whatever they seem to see themselves as standing, with a good amount of bullshitting and tall tales thrown in when the narrative isn't working. It's the worst combination of selective memory and sociopathic behavior I can think of. This mimetic toxin festers and ferments for decades, and they will never forgive you even if you've long forgotten. Another is showmanship. They're all about sustaining an illusion to everyone on the outside that things are going fine, all while building a narrative behind the scenes in case things go south, be it with friends in church or whatever. They want to be seen by the world as better than you. Their ego is massive because they're truly small, petulant, and neglectful souls on the inside. Help is not wanted unless it feeds their internal narrative of always being right. Lastly, before I go too in-depth, they are extremely paranoid and manipulative people. Explained by the previous set of traits, yeah. If you're constantly living this double life, this duality of you're separating your soul between loyalty and treachery, yeah, you're going to be paranoid because that paranoia is coming from within yourself. Oh, let me throw in a meme for you. Trust nobody, not even yourself. Ha ha, ha ha. Your ears perked up now, didn't it? No, that's just to the idiots who don't listen in this far. Their attention span is really limited to 140 characters at a time. Not you who wrote this, but certain people I have in mind who... Never mind. They simultaneously want to appease everyone to keep their image as long as they're useful and to suspect everyone of being onto them and end up cataloging everything they can think of that might be useful as leverage, or usable as leverage. Yeah, it is duplicitous, it is insane, and it's not just terrible to deal with these people, it's terrible to be one of these people because you see how truly unhappy, miserable they are. This, more or less, is the first two traits feeding into each other to create a third element of their mental and spiritual disorder. When people begin to see this and distance themselves or try to reach out, the paranoia becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is when relationships and families disintegrate in what seems to be a matter of moments, leaving confused and torn children wondering why their parents suddenly hate each other. Anyways, I hope this gives you some context as to why these things turn out the way they do. It's something I feel regretful of not noticing in my own family until it was far too late. Well, you were probably very young when this happened, and, don't feel too bad because it was not in your reach, not within your capabilities. If anyone else has input on this topic or critique of my reasoning, feel free to respond. As always, may God keep you on the straight and narrow path. CF, I'll drink a toast to you since I'm turning 21 on the day episode 99 comes out. Well, happy birthday, don't drink too much, and take care of yourself. And thank you for the insight. It's I thankfully have not had to deal with any of these people in my life, at least to the extent that you're talking about. And yeah, I mean, I can relate on the most primal level. Like, yeah, if I were in that situation, I'd probably be miserable if I had to grow up in such an environment. And it's unfortunate that so many people have direct firsthand experience with growing up in such a crazy home environment. It breaks my heart. Hey, Cobb and Filth, how's life? It would be great if you could come over to Iron March. It would be even more awesome if you could join and help Adam Waffen or do a live stream together with Zyger and Slavaros. Adam Waffen. And then somebody says that it's a, I know CF avoids talking about whether he owns firearms or such on purpose to avoid giving his show a paramilitary appearance, so it makes sense for him to avoid things like Adam Waffen despite what his personal feelings of the group are. This is the first time I've heard of this, by the way. I think his job of archiving the scum that infests the Western world is a boon for these groups, but I don't want CF to get arrested or worse for aiding and abetting, or what else the game mafia might charge him for. Yeah, I'm anti-violence. I do not condone crusades, removing kebab, or Day of the Rope, any of that stuff. It's just, no, I can't do it. I can't. Alright, it's just like, I have things to lose. Even if I wanted to, I have a life. I don't want to spend it in prison. Hey CF, thanks for the advice last episode. Another question, what do you think of groups like Deus Vult International? The name sounds like LARPing, but they've put out books and they seem more organized than people who meme online about being crusaders and such. Look, anybody who's just like, Deus Vult, look, pictures of crusaders. You're not interested in fostering a peaceful relationship with your fellow man. You're not interested in healing your soul, improving it for the sake of God. You just want to kill people, and I don't approve of that. And I'll provide some links to relevant things related to them. They seem to be Catholic militants. I'm not condoning any militia group. No, I'm not advocating revolution, not doing it. Alright, so, no. Upon your criticism of the alt-right, I realized something. The right. It is the forces of tradition, a tradition which still manifests. Our tradition in the West, the carrier of the banner of the West, is the cross. It is Christianity. In fact, both the understanding of Europe as a cultural unit and white people as a social unit are founded on an understanding of Christendom. Yeah, try to explain this to the retards who just like, I'm white, 1488, I'm white. They don't understand. And these are the people who blame Jews for everything, not understanding why Jews might take offense to what white people are doing. Jews are very out of touch. The Jewish elites are very out of touch because they still think that most white people are Christians, which is why they dislike them. They don't dislike you arbitrarily. Hell, Ashkenazi Jews, they're descended from the same people as Europeans. They're both sons of Japheth. They don't like you because they think you're still Christian and you're not. Anyway, there can be no alt-right. If you cease to follow tradition, the cornerstone of that tradition being Christ, you are not new or alternative. You are left, either the cross or the abortion clinic. There is no alternative to Christ. You don't need to tell me that, but the people who are white people, moral relativists, white people hedonists, they need to hear it. Of course, they'll hear it, but they won't listen. So they'll call you a cuck and then post some memes. Will there ever be a CFR with Sam Hyde? I don't know. Probably not. Hello, CF. No question, just an image. On a tweet you said, God has cursed the Japheth people. An image. Oh, I paid a Nero a visit in Twitter jail. Yep, lots of people are in there. And I'm sure there's lots of ass sex going on in Twitter jail if he's in there. It's like an episode of Oz. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure you have answered this, but what is your opinion on the Crusades? As someone who has studied very much into this topic with the Crusades, I very much doubt Christianity would exist today, to be quite honest, due to the Muslims wanting to conquer Europe as they do today. Thank you, and God bless. Well, it happened, and it's not going to happen again, because the West is secularist. Their god is sodomy. The Western and Northern European god, the Anglo god, is sodomy. And it's kind of hard to organize an army around that. Next, bit of happenings in my country these days. According to my apathetic prime minister, I should, quote, get used to it, unquote. Alrighty then. Anyway, about Nice, that Nice slaughter, some facts about the killer are interesting and made me think about one of the previous episodes and comments on muscle-loving people. The media is trying to keep the narrative Muslim down, and that's probably a bit bullshit, but one of the narratives they pushed I found interesting and surprising and cannot be false, seeing how homophile the press usually is. The narratives are the guy, Muhammad something something, was a bit crazy, arrested one day and released for hitting someone with a wood pallet, was eating pork, drinking alcohol, meeting women, and was a sodomite. That part they wouldn't invent. Yeah, and Omar, back in Florida not too long ago, was a rumored sodomite as well. So, there you go. There you go. That's proof that the sodomite is more dangerous than the jihadist. Because if this guy were really a jihadist, he'd adhere to the law. The only law he adheres to is, if it feels good, do it. Sources. Here are a few translated parts. He's described as someone who is into sports to have an appealing body. He was carving his body to please. According to witnesses in this gym, he was taking steroids to look buffed up. Yeah, what did we talk? The male aesthetic, not something we've talked about recently, but anybody who fixates on it, something is wrong with them. Many things are wrong with them. Someone from the same gym that says that the assailant was often with an old man. And there you go, another bizarre age discrepancy, quote, relationship, unquote. Yeah, you totally aren't reliving your abuse that you suffered as a child. No, not at all. So he's often with an old man, and that they looked like a couple. They were talking very discreetly at the gym. As soon as there was a bit of people in there, he didn't address him. But when they were alone, they were very close, witness says. The old man is described as a 73-year-old, someone who takes care of himself, dyed hair, lifted and shiny face. The alleged lover made with Mohammed an improbable duo. Those revelations aren't surprising. The terrorist's bisexuality has already been mentioned by the prosecutor. Examining his cell phone, police found a lot of female conquests, but also male ones. Just like back in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. Excuse me, gotta take a sip of water here. Which links to the gay gym episode, the obsessed by body, probably a fag, and the weird age discrepancy, age 73 and age 31, and the humanity behind them. Not sure what to think about it. Just hoping I don't get killed by one of those omnipresent terrorists or by one of the whites who would take me for one of the terrorists. Yeah, I hope not. I hope that doesn't happen either. And yeah, a lot of these retarded whites, they attacked Sikhs who aren't Islamist terrorists at all, who aren't Islamic terrorists in the least. But they're like, remove kebab, and then they're fucking retards. Also, on another subject, and about that abortion part in the previous episode, I found out a few years ago that some cultures, namely Korean, have an interesting way of counting the age of a person. It's based on lunar calendar for one part, but also when the baby is born, he's already 1 year old, which implies that he was already being someone before being born. Yeah, I've actually heard of that, but putting it into the context of the abortionist West, that's really interesting. Some astrology weird things also base themselves on the conception time and not the delivery. I'm neither Korean nor into astrology, but I think they both have an interesting point of view that is quite in contradiction with the you're only a massive cell, you're only a human once you take a breath, or even when your cortex gets complicated enough to build a self-conscience, which is around 6 months or something. Yeah, to these idiots, they don't understand they don't understand that values exist beyond time and place. They think if you are conscious, that is existence. Existence only happens within their brain. You're only existent if you are self-aware. It's insane. As they call that postmodernism, or is that postmodernism? Probably why abortions are illegal, tolerated though, and frowned upon in Korea. But Western civilization getting there seems to make the minds evolve and be more educated about those issues, as a liberal would say. Anyway, be well. Also, AFK 4 hit way too close to the chip. I had no idea that so many people could relate, and I had no idea that so many people, their experiences mirror that video. Man, reading some of these questions make me think Common Filth is a cult leader. Oh boy. Look, dude, am I holding anybody hostage financially, socially? Am I threatening to take away somebody's support system if they don't believe in me? No, I don't tell people to believe in me. I don't tell people to put their faith in me. You know, it's like, I'm sorry if some people have a complete lack of guidance, and the closest thing they have to it is an internet radio show host. Sorry. All right, but I don't have any control over that. Like this one comment says, CF has cautioned his listeners several times about looking up to him as some sort of spiritual leader. This was brought on because he would receive large amounts of lengthy, disturbing emails on a weekly basis from listeners asking for guidance in regards to their fucked up situations. This is true. I have mentioned them, but you don't hear them because I don't read them. Either by request or because it's at my own discretion not to read them. He asked the listeners to refrain from sending these kinds of emails because, for the most part, he doesn't know how to respond. He says he's flattered, but offering advice that he considers himself unqualified to give does not fit the purpose of his work. He's just a guy with a microphone putting cultural trends into context. In fact, Sia put those emails into context. He said the sheer number of emails and their horribly desperate contents were indicative of how trusted relationships are in short supply. The people writing in have no one to turn to for guidance in their personal lives, so they instead turn to, as he calls himself, a D-list internet celebrity for guidance. Recently, CF said that if he puts out words which are then proven right, it means he was right and nothing more. Well, thank you. Thank you for defending me. Putting it far more eloquently than I could here, just making stuff up on the spot, shooting from the hip, putting together words on the spot. Because I don't have a script for this show. So it's like, it's not as eloquent as it could be if it were the written word, which that was. So yeah, I'm not holding anybody financially or socially hostage. I'm not threatening their livelihoods. It's ridiculous. I thought you were exaggerating about the 1488 paragraph long Keck posts, but you really weren't kidding. Looks like there are some people on poll with good heads on their shoulders, but though I must admit the board has more trash than quality. The Christian board is a lot wiser and pilled than poll will ever be. Yeah, poll seemed to reach its pinnacle in 2013 when the verdict of the George Zimmerman trial was given. Yeah, that was both the beginning and the end for poll, I think. Poll and the alt-right in general will always be a joke until they cast aside their materialism and their genuine belief that man alone can ever fix man's mistakes. We're talking about a people who, like the Pharisees, reject the truth because it appeared first to, quote, sand niggers, unquote, instead of being exclusive to whites. And the pagans, atheists, by picking their religion based on where it came from, prove that they don't really believe in anything either except the worship of their past traditions. I used to browse poll regularly, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. Well said. Their treatment of religion is just more proof that they don't care about holding themselves to a standard. They don't care. They're white people hedonists. They're white people moral relativists. It is really sad because you think they would know better, but they don't. They don't. Hello, CF. I've been listening to you for a long time. You think our generation, the millennial generation, is in fact accursed? Yes. It seems like we're not interested in having children, and we might not be able to sustain what previous generations have worked hard for. What do you think we should do, CF? Do we just let it all crash down and start from square one? Do we keep things up for as long as we can? I have a feeling of dread, as if we're historically ripe for some major catastrophe that no one can do anything about. It's like the ancient Egyptians. They got so out of hand that nobody knew how they built the pyramids. They left no trace of themselves, other than hieroglyphics of themselves shitposting on ancient Egyptian internet. And it's not just that we're not having kids. That's only a little bit to do with it. The kids we are having, we're turning into a mockery. Like I said a long time ago, we live in the age of human experimentation, and that's all we see our children as. Ooh, time to apply what I learned in Sociology 101 to my child. Did you know that gender's a social construct? I'm not going to gender my baby. This is millennial parenting. They are dooming their children to a life of confusion, low self-esteem, self-doubt. All because, well, let's experiment. Let's experiment with gods that nobody has ever worshipped. Let's experiment with child-rearing techniques that have never been tried and will never work, really, because values exist beyond time and space. It's not just like, oh, those are the old, antiquated values. No. There is right and there is wrong. And that will never, ever change. As desperately as our millennial peers will try, if you try to exist beyond right and wrong, you'll just be wrong. You'll be wrong every time. It's not good for rotten trees to bear rotten fruit. Nobody benefits from that. So that's why I say it's like, you know, having children individually, probably the most important thing you can do. But if you're cursed, you're cursed. If you are a bad tree, if you are unrepentant, if you are a terrible person, you're not going to bear good fruit. It's just not going to happen. And the good trees who do bear good fruit, the good people who would have good children, we corrupt the children. Or we corrupt them, those that have the children. Because look, while that fruit's still on the tree, while that child is still attached to the family, it'll be good. But, you know, there will come a day where it separates and it goes off and plants seeds of its own. And whether those seeds are good seeds, that's up to them. And oftentimes they choose corruption. They choose wrong. It's not just often, it's most of the time. And I don't think it's close. I don't think it's close to being not most of the time. You had mentioned in a previous episode that you would like to talk with Gigi Allen. I surmise you know about Gigi's consuming of bodily fluids and waste, him committing incestuous acts on stage, and generally just being a nasty guy. I do agree with the idea that he was a guy that truly did not give a fuck. But having watched documentaries on him and listening to his music, he seems like the inevitable end result of Tumblr he's just personified. He wore a dress to school before it was cool. So what would you ask him? Why do you want to speak with him? Well, for the reasons that you just described. Not because I want to be like him or learn his ways, no. He is the inevitable result of a deracinated, drug-addled people. Hello, CF. Thanks for responding to my question about Freemasonry. I have another question of sorts for you. Do you think heaven and hell are literal places you go to when you die? Yes, or else the whole thing would be a lie. It would be meaningless. I love living and I never want to stop living. Okay, then believe in Christ. Despite all the pause and cancer in this fallen world, I still love being around and dying, and ceasing to exist consciously is one of my biggest fears. Existence is the greatest blessing from God, even if it's a painful one sometimes. Thanks, CF, and God bless. And you got a good reply here, and I'll just leave it at this. Well, maybe not. If existence is the greatest blessing from God, then you ought to glorify God and not your existence. And we're also told in the Bible that those who love their lives shall lose their lives. And those who love their lives so much usually don't believe in God. And, how to avoid having a midlife crisis is this subreddit thread. It's from Life Pro Tips. Do you think constant distraction and lack of introspection are big factors in the degeneration of Western societies? Have you experienced an increase in sleep quality when you started praying regularly? No, not that I noticed. Well, I think that if we're talking about distraction as an interchangeable word for amusement, yeah, we are amusing ourselves to death. I think that's a book, by the way. Yeah, we're amusing ourselves to death. We're like a junkie. Like, oh shit, this heroin feels really good. I need more. And then you need a shit ton to to just feel normal. So yeah, a society that spends too much money on entertainment, yeah, that's one that is not long for the world. And okay. Hey CF, I saw this on the Portland Max train and it reminded me of you. Just a little snippet of the degeneracy and moral decay that we've encountered throughout our daily lives, especially Portland, which has daily drag queen shows and strip club shows. Truly a Sodom if there ever was one, but it's a great white city. It's very prosperous. The alt-right told me that it is. Huh. Yeah, and this is on a Portland train. Yeah, Portland Max train, it's an ad that says, "Take PrEP, the little blue pill that can help you stay HIV negative." What? And it's a white city, therefore it's okay. Even though it's telling people to have anonymous bareback gay sex. That's white, you know. That's implicitly white. See, I'll speak with my S's more like a snake. I mean, that's more implicitly white, I understand. Taking all the bass out of your voice, that's also very white. There. Am I white enough for you yet? I've started reading Christian literature such as C.S. Lewis, and from what I've read of him, I'd recommend. Have you read him? A little bit, but not thoroughly. On a more personal note, I wanted to admit something, and I was curious as to what your opinion on it. As a Christian, I found that many people consider this incredibly offensive, and so it's very interesting to see what people think about it. I don't really believe in heaven or hell. I don't believe that these things need to exist as a reason to live the life on God's path, nor any reason as to why following it would indicate that God had any reason to save you. Well, of course, these things are good in and of itself. Following God's law is good in and of itself, but if it has no conclusion, it doesn't mean anything. And the conclusion is either heaven if you did it right, or hell if you did it wrong. Similarly to the sermon Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God for popular example, I find that living on God's path is naturally self-promoting and generative, that this is more similar to an undeniable truth rather than following something just because the Bible told you so. Well, the Bible is undeniable truth. I think you're worrying too much about what blockheads say about it. Just read your Bible. The Bible says so. Who cares? Some people aren't eloquent. They turn some people away from the idea because they're the ones expressing it, which is more on them for turning away from it than the person being blustery and not eloquent. It's like saying, you rub me the wrong way, therefore God's not real. So stupid. A productive society requires God's path and moral constructs before it even forms, and because of our lack of morality / God in society, we are seeing society dying. Onto the concepts of heaven and hell. I find the idea of being rewarded for following this truth sort of negates the importance of the beauty in life and following God's path because it is good in itself. Punishment for sin shouldn't be hell. It should be death, and death by nature. A sense of depravity will constitute a craving in more and more degenerate outcomes, often leading to death or an instability that results in the deaths of others. Well, this is biblical. The wages of sin is death. And hell is a place where you're just dying over and over again. You will die in perpetuity. That's what hell is. The biggest part of life, in my opinion, is living it and living in it in God's path, enjoying life to its fullest extent while owning up to your flaws and becoming the best you can be. Beyond that, I don't see any reason to live in a paradise when life itself is a No. It's only a paradise for hedonists and reprobates. Ripe with wonderful experiences and joyous people, all with a unique interaction. If I had a choice between living in a paradise with Christ and all things holy, or living again from a different perspective, living life again from a different perspective, I would probably choose the former. John 12:25. Whoever loves his life loses it, and whoever hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. So you're wrong, and that's straight from Christ himself. I have no love for sin, and I understand abandoning the material. But I see no problem with appreciating the life you already have while abandoning any hope of immortality that may be provided. Well, you're a materialist. And how well has that worked out for us? I mean, I've said that whites in general, and I don't know if you're white or not, whites in general can't understand incentive beyond the carnal. You can't understand incentives for behavior beyond the material. And that's really sad. And that is a problem. I've never seen this concept as an excuse to sin, but an excuse to abandon sin even further, simply to live the life that I was given to its fullest extent. Well, if you're not living it in preparation for the next, then what are you doing? Interestingly enough, I took LSD recently to see what it was like, only to find out it was only pseudo-intellectual bullshit with stoner vibes. Yeah, that tells me everything I need to know. I eagerly waited until the trip was over, and I could see the world once again for what it was meant to be. I found more joy in life staring and researching nature and what wonders it contained than any drug could give me, and I think that is God's way of placing me on the right path, even if I stray once in a while. Well, you were straying and you are continuing to stray. So, repent. Hey man, I need to vent. The abortion part of episode 98 was frustrating, that our culture is so nonchalant about the destruction of life, especially innocent life, used to make me feel dejected. But now it enrages me, and it just got worse last night. My wife isn't the only one we know who is pregnant. One of her close friends was scheduled to give birth this week. Something catastrophic happened, and as she went into labor, the baby died. She had to give birth to a stillborn. Everyone is utterly devastated about it. It chills me to the bone, and knowing that no matter what we do, a freak accident can take the twins from me before I even see them alive. The mother and father to be are utterly destroyed. It goes to show how weak we are as humans to feebly ask God why horrible things happened to decent people. And then I think about how some pieces of shit on this planet would think nothing about destroying the life these parents so desperately wanted and had taken from them at the last minute. My wife is telling me this was God's plan, and we're not just not capable of knowing his intentions on everything. I know others like Westboro say God is inflicting wrath on the earth for mankind's sinful nature, and I don't necessarily think they're wrong. But these people were good, God-fearing Catholics from a decent family, and I just can't wrap my head around it. I guess as a human with sin, the need for answers I can't have is part of who I am. Sorry to bring you down, man. I just needed to vent. I'm praying for them and praying the baby is in heaven waiting for them one day. I'm also praying for my own and hoping things work out. We want things to work out happily ever after, and whenever death is involved, that's not the case. That is not going to be the case. But God does not think like we do. God is infinite, and we are finite. He knows, it's a cliche, but he knows all the hairs on your head, what they're going to do, how they're going to sway in the wind, everything. Everything, including how we react to certain situations. And it was horrible that this happened, that your friend had to experience giving birth to a stillborn, carrying it for so long, and to have it taken away at what seems to be the last possible moment. And I believe you. These people, if what you're saying is true, and I have no reason to doubt you, good, God-fearing Catholics. They do the right things for the right reasons. People we wish more people would be like. We live in a fallen, corrupted world of greed, of sin, of hatred, everything you can imagine. And it consumes many good people and turns them into something we would prefer not to see. But before I give my further thoughts, I would like to read the comments that people left to this one. God gives and takes lives because he is the Lord of all, but through Christ we share in his eternal life. What did St. Thomas Aquinas say about sin? Something is a mortal sin based on three things. 1, it is a grave matter, the life of an unborn child. 2, people involved have full knowledge, it informs intent. And 3, people have consent, they did it willfully and deliberately. The couple whose child died before birth didn't intend to kill the child. The abortionist's intent is to displace God and say, I am the master of life and death, I decide who lives and dies. They do it with the full knowledge of what they do, and with consent and deliberation. Also, not all suffering is evil. Suffering can be therapeutic, and will lead to good, as you have noted. It just requires strength and perseverance, things which we cannot have by our own strength. This is why we need God's help. Otherwise, we may have strength or force and power, but we draw in on other dubious sources for it, and we end up contributing to the evils of the world. And another one here says, God is a lot wiser than even the cleverest mortal man can comprehend. I don't always know why God allows bad things to happen, but I know that God is good and God is just. A world without pain and without suffering exists only in heaven, and us as mortal men can become stronger through our tribulations. A good analogy would be the following. All the suffering that God allows us to experience in this life is ultimately medicinal, for our own good in some respect, even when we do not see that we need any treatment. God, our Father, is like a loving parent who agrees to subject his child to a regimen of chemotherapy to cure cancer, though the child does not see the need for the chemotherapy because the child does not see the cancer or its danger. The comment by the person who said of the plane crash, God would have kept them from crashing, is like the child who says to his parent, if you loved me, you wouldn't be putting me through this chemotherapy. And the parent is thinking, if only you could see the danger of this cancer, you would understand that I am subjecting you to this painful treatment only because I love you and want you to live. And this too is the heart of our Heavenly Father when he allows us to endure the sufferings of this life. St. Gregory the Great says, the evils which bear us down here drive us to go to God. But we can harden our hearts and turn away from God even more in our suffering. I imagine that this horrible thing happened pretty recently. But even if horrible things happen, you still have to take the long view of it. You can't focus on just the thing. You have to take the long view and how this will inform the conduct of those it affects. So just like you, I have no idea why this happened, and I'm not going to speculate on why. But keep an open heart. Take the long view. Be patient. Like the previous comment said, require strength and perseverance of yourself, and you will see what comes of this. And everyone involved will have at least a clearer picture than before of why it happened. I'm going to leave this first of all here because I saw it recently and it pissed me off to the point I broke my chair. Parliament.uk Prostitution report. Decriminalize sex workers, says Home Affairs Committee. So legalize prostitution. Okay. Oh, this is great. Around 11% of British men aged 16 to 74 have paid for sex on at least one occasion, which equates to 2.3 million individuals. That's... I don't know. It's something. The number of sex workers in the UK is estimated to be around 72,800, with about 32,000 living or working in London, rather. Sex workers have an average of 25 clients per week, paying an average of £78 per visit. That's just fucking disgusting. Do we not understand that if you subsidize something, you get more of that something? You want more broken, morally, socially invalid people. You know, I don't know too many people who go to prostitutes and are like, oh yeah, I'm a well-adjusted person. People who pay for hookers are the creeps of the lowest order. Prostitutes are the most broken women on the planet. Pimps are the most broken men on the planet. You ever read the book Pimp by Iceberg Slim? Read it. Understand that nobody who has sex with strangers is well adjusted. They're all abuse victims. They're all abusing other people. Nothing good comes of it. Legalizing prostitution is institutionalizing mental illness, legitimizing mental illness. But that's par for the course, isn't it? In a 21st century parody world. Sure, after your advice on one of the recent episodes, I went to church for the first time in a long while. The building itself surely has seen better days, and it had few people inside. It is a Serbian Orthodox church close to the town where I live. The pastor there was a well-contained man in his 40s and passed me as a very humble man. He gave me some guidance in daily troubles, and I'm even volunteering this weekend. It's good. Good to hear. The day after, I had horrible dreams. Big red shape-shifting spots were going towards me incredibly fast and drastically changing course once getting really close to me. I could also hear unintelligible screaming. I woke up sweating and could not go to sleep for a while. I got a call from a friend worryingly about a mutual friend of ours that tried meth from her Jewish boyfriend and went missing on the way back home. We have a close, edgy shitposting group of friends under the form of a youth organization. We have known each other for more than 10 years, and those people are like a second family to me. It has been 3 days and she is still missing. I fear this is God's rightful way of punishing me for my sins of the past. Brony-dum. Any advice would be of use. Thanks, CF, and may God be with you. Well, that's very unfortunate to hear. And I'm very, very sorry to hear it. And I don't know what to say to that. And then it's good to be involved in a good community. It's good to be involved with a good church. So keep on that path. Hey CF, I've been a Christian ever since I grew past my I hate everyone phase, the age of 14. However, I have been watching Chinese cartoons as well. I enjoy it so much, but I realize that it is not the most morally tight media to watch. I don't want to make apologetics or excuses, but it is truly that bad to watch and take in such media. Well, as we are told in Matthew in the Bible, that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of him. In other words, it's what's in your heart. What you make come out of your heart that defiles you. Look, you can look at something and say like, yeah, that's something and go on with your life, but if you internalize its values, its warped vision of humanity, that is a problem. I don't think it's healthy to base your worldview on the vision of some crazy Japanese guy who gives girls with giant E-cup tits. Wait, why is he making them in the first place? Yeah, that's the first problem. Giant tits with the faces of 8-year-olds. I don't think that's a good thing to internalize the messages of. And look, I've watched anime before too. Never a series, it's always been movies. The only 2 anime movies I've seen are Akira and Midori, which I think have some artistic merit to them, but you know, that's what I took them for. Neat pieces of art. If you are using anime to inform your worldview, how you live your life, stop. If you are using it as a means of escaping your dismal life, improve your life. And don't get me wrong, substitute anime for any other form of entertainment. And the advice would hold up, it's just that anime seems to create more weirdos. I don't know why, but yeah. Just, that's what it is. Hey, CF, it's a German guy who got rid of his video addiction here. You might remember me. I recently listened to one of your older episodes. I don't remember which one. And there you stated that you would not want to have children in the future. It's your choice and we shouldn't be too judgmental, But doesn't this run against everything you promote? Maybe your standpoint has changed in this matter, but if not, it'd be interesting to hear your reasoning about it. Well, yeah, that was a long time ago. I've changed my mind about some things, and I'm just going to go back to what I said. Look, if you have the proper attitude towards what life is, I don't think there's anything more personally impactful than having children, than procreating. But some people don't value life. They just see it as, oh shit, I'm pregnant again. Or, oh, I'm just doing it because this is what my parents did, without any understanding of what it represents. Let's use marriage for an example. So many people out there now, I think it's the majority of people, women at least, they think that marriage is just a day where I get to be the queen and everybody pays attention to me. That's what marriage is to a woman in this day and age. And these same women go on to have kids because, well, it gives them something to talk about on social media. It's just another source of attention for them. This is how they view life. They view giving life, getting married, these institutions, these important life events, they just view it as a means to get attention and nothing else. They don't think like, oh, here's another person I have to raise correctly. No, they don't view it that way. They don't view it as, holy crap, that's a duplicate of me. Half of my genetics, that makes up that kid right there. This is the mark I'm going to leave long after I am dead. They don't view it that way. There's nobody gets it, and they treat it as such. This is how you get broken homes. People who do not take their obligation to family, to nurturing the future, to these institutions seriously. People like you and I who understand what things are for, what their purpose is, and why they are important, are at the mercy of the 99.5% of those who don't. We are at their mercy, and our children, our potential children, are at their mercy as well. And with that said, I'll continue to read the rest of your comment here. In my experience, certain people don't want to have children at the moment because they don't want them to live in a world like ours. This is a really weak argument because if every decent person would think like that, shit would go down even faster. Well, of course, the world will always be bad in some respect. That's just the way it goes. What I'm saying is that how do you compete? How do you formulate a plan against the 99.5% of people who just exist? And by virtue of existing, they force their will upon you. Their awful, horrible, corrupt will. And I struggle with developing such a plan. Everyone can do good in this life, but at some point it will end. The only way to make it a lasting and ever-expanding impact on the future is by procreating and raising good children who will then hopefully do the same, and so on. Every single one of us is a result of thousands of ancestors who worked, fought, and died so future generations could have it better. I think it would be disrespectful to let such a heritage come to nothing by not expanding it. There was a poem by Heinrich Lersch written during World War I, which includes the following verse. Germany must live even if we have to die. Of course, only a very small minority holds this view in today's Germany. It would be considered very Nazi-like, and a certain subhuman punk rock band made a parody song about it. But this Americanized hedonistic society is not the Germany Lersch talked about, and I'm convinced it will come to an end rather soon when it hits reality. I don't know if you consider yourself a patriot, but I would call the work you are doing one of the most patriotic things one can do in times like these. I'm bringing this up in the context of having children because, as you always say, the nation is nothing more than a huge family. If nobody keeps this family alive, it will die. If only soulless zombies have kids and keep it alive, it might as well die. It's turned into a bit of rambling, with the essential point being that there is a divine obligation to pass our knowledge on to the next generation, and we owe it to our forefathers. And one last thing, a listener asked you about Freemasonry in last week's episode. I can only warn people about this. The lodges are secret societies who indoctrinate people with their humanist bullshit. They represent Enlightenment values which worship man and not God. In the 18th century, they worked against the clergy, and most of the important figures of the French Revolution were Freemasons. That's good to know. And many people today who are involved with politics are members of Masonic lodges. There's a reason both the Catholic Church and Islam condemn this satanic cult. Keep up the great work and God bless you, CF. And God bless you as well. I think just as important as raising good children, becoming good trees, and bearing good fruit is fighting against evil forces who would turn children away from the light of God. Those who would turn good fruit into bad fruit. Like Christ says in Luke 17, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and he cast into the sea than that he should offend one of these little ones. So as we see here, Christ himself places a premium on doing just that. Fighting against the forces that would corrupt your children and turn them away from the light of God. Hey, Common Filth, are you familiar with the concept of human scale and how it pertains to the breakdown and degradation in human behavior? There's a thread over at my posting career that attempts to analyze human behavior through the lens of a famous rat study done in the 1970s. If that's the one about the rats that came to be known as the beautiful ones, the ones that completely removed themselves from rat society and engaged in all sorts of strange hedonistic behavior, yeah, I do know about that one. The long and short story of the study is that at a certain population density threshold, rats began behaving in many sociopathic ways that bear a striking resemblance to human behavior found throughout the world today. The forum admin pivots the notion of scale towards human complexity. We live in a much more complex society than we used to, and it's possible many of us aren't equipped to deal with it. You see proof of the hypothesis every time you go to a city. People who live in cities are it's the biggest collection of losers you've ever seen. And they fancy themselves as sophisticated. And they're one step away from becoming like a cannibalistic rat. I have no idea how anybody lives in a city. I don't trust anybody who willingly does live in a city. Even unwillingly, I don't trust them. It's insane. It's an insane way to exist, as proven by the rat experiment. Hey CF, last week I asked the question about corporal punishment, but you got it confused with capital punishment, the death penalty. Corporal punishment is just physical punishment on people, usually children. Do you support it? Well, when I know I was a bit confused at the difference, which is why I looked up corporal punishment first. Sorry, I hit my pop filter there. Yeah, corporal punishment, noun. Physical punishment such as caning or flogging. Punishment under law that includes imprisonment and death. Yeah, as for spanking children, I wouldn't do it. And I think the spanking debate brings out the absolute worst in people. But no, I don't support spanking at all. Hey, see, I'm sorry if someone has asked this before, but have you ever got particularly emotional when recording any of your material? I ask because you got pretty heated. I ask because you got pretty heated this episode, episode 98, last episode. Also, his Tumblr is over. Well, if you're talking about, like, crying or anything, no, nothing has ever brought me to tears. Last week I did get pretty sick to my stomach. That's the most amount of emotion I could feel, physically, that I can remember. Yeah, I've never cried at anything that I've ever covered on the show. I get pissed. It is better to anger than it is to despair. And Tumblristas is not over. It's just I'm doing different things right now, and you know it'll come back. Great. Okay. Next. How much longer? How old are you, CF? I am 26. Wasela Malikum, CF. I had to make a new account because I forgot the password of my old one, so I'll be posting under this alias. You wish to visit the land of Tupac, nationalist music, unending suffering, and neocon shitheads. Brave to say the least. Oh, is this about Serbia? But enough jokes. You said you'd research places to visit in Serbia. Here are a few tips. And again, if I butcher any of these names, I apologize. First time in my life I've ever pronounced them, or attempted to. First of all, the only things worth visiting in Belgrade are these. A kebab shop called Walter Brani Sarajevo. Walter defends Sarajevo. Or is that Sarajevo? Sarajevo, as you'd pronounce it in Spanish. Kalamegdan Fortress and the Temple of Saint Sava, in which my late grand-aunt invested $20,000, $2 million in the local currency. A few shopping centers, Nez Jalova Street, and that's about it. Everything else is so disgusting, gray, and dull it makes my head spin. Fuck living here. Jeez. That doesn't make me want to go very much. Next up is the South, which can be interesting if you like mountains, rivers, and genuine cuisine. In which case, definitely visit Zlatibor Jagodina because of the water park. Kragujevac, Kraljevo, Nice, I don't know. These are all optional. Zlatibor is mandatory because it's a 10 out of 10 national resort with a neat hotel sitting on top of a mountain covered in thick, endless forest. On to the north. Nothing interesting except Novi Sad, which is worth visiting due to its rather dualistic and differentiated Serbian culture compared to the vanilla-styled Serbia. Definitely visit the Petrovaradin Fortress, now the largest fort in Europe, the franchise of pizza fast food called Karabic, and the franchise of regular fast food called Minuta. South of Danube River, you then have a rather small mountain with a fairly nice national resort, but it's so backwater you'd have trouble finding it. Other than that, there's a tower and a TV station which are still standing even after several depleted uranium bunker buster bombs. Man, Serbia, you people gotta be tough, don't you? And once again, northwards. North of Novi Sad is basically the Serbian version of the Midwest. Silent villages, farmlands, and flat valleys as far as the eye can see. Heading directly north from Novi Sad, you'll stumble onto the Tamarin, the place where I go to buy my happening equipment. Full military uniform, $25. Gas masks and one filter together, $3. Filters, $1. Helmet, $3. Boots, $15. Badges, $2 to $5. Fucking F-16 parts if you want. And that's all really cheap. That sounds really cheap, actually. Sounds awesome. I gotta adjust my headphones here. They're getting kind of tangled. There we go. Anyway, more north are the only other two places worth visiting in Serbia. Sombor, a quieter version of Novi Sad, and Subotica, a Hungarian version of Novi Sad. While you're at it, make sure you have one of us with you at all times. You make videos for us, we make sure you're not ripped off. You have a lot of shysters, a lot of hustlers, people looking to milk some money out of you, scam you. Smoke Satan, Tupac, make fast rap for Serbia, fuck Bosnia. I need to promote my Facebook page as per request from my cousin, Remove Kebab. Oh, that's the page URL. The page is called Novoslav Jajic Ethnic Cleansing since 1992. All right. Well, there's your plug. And okay, here we go. ACF originally posted this in the thread for episode 98 moments after you finished recording. Pure coincidence, surely. Got any thoughts on the likening of your show to an echo chamber? Couple alt-right types I associate with levied this criticism against you. Well, the problem is that the echoes in my apparent echo chamber don't match the echoes that are in their echo chamber. They're saying different things. Kinda ironic considering that the forum's alt-righters frequent are some of the most unabashed circle jerks in existence. From my own viewing, plenty of former pause dispensers and Polacks have commented on how your show changed their worldview. Either way, your input would be welcome. Again, they just don't like it because they're looking to say anything that sticks because I contradict many of the things that they believe. And if it's true that my show is an echo chamber, then and I've only ever had one guest in the history of the show. There's only been 3 voices that have ever contributed to this show. It's only me here. It's not like, oh, we're so right all the time, blah, blah, blah. No, it's just me. Me and very few others. And rarely ever at the same time. I know it's a very foreign concept, like-minded people agreeing with each other and discussing things, and they're all on the same page. Very foreign, and it's a very evil thing. That's some retards on my Twitter mentions, like, ooh, this guy, how does he have subscribers? All he does is make videos for people who agree with him. No fucking shit, retard. On a somewhat unrelated note, have you ever entertained the idea of a frequently asked question? Been noticing some questions that repeatedly crop up, as have others. Stuff like, I respect the scripture, but I can't buy into God. Or, what denomination should I choose, etc. Not sure if you really consider this an issue. Perhaps it isn't, as it is to be expected from a show that attracts new listeners at regular intervals. Regardless, keep up the ill shit, nigga. We all appreciate it. And I appreciate you as well. Yeah, frequently asked question. I could do a video about that, but people would watch it in the first week and then never again. So I just keep getting them over and over again. So yeah, I mean, it would be fine for a little bit, but then I just keep getting the same questions again. I just don't want to say, look at the fact. That'd be kind of crappy of me. So yeah, first off, thanks for answering my last question because your insight really helped. Anyway, on to my question. Can we expect a big project in the future, such as a live show or even a book? I know you don't like to write, but ghostwriters are a thing. Thank you again, and God bless. God bless you as well. Yeah, I don't like to write, and I'm not a good writer. That's something I'm not so prideful that I can't admit it. And as for a live show, you mean like a live stream on YouTube? I could do that, but a lot of people I know, a lot of people who I like, and I promoted their stuff before. They also do live streams, so I don't know. Seems like it's a competition almost. I mean, if I had them on, it wouldn't be, but people are busy. They can't do like 3 live streams a week, and that's just too much to ask. But I don't know. When I thought live show, I thought you meant like a Jerry Springer, Maury Povich style show with me as host. We'd have a live studio audience, and they'd be chanting and going ooh or boo or. The idea of that really amuses me for some reason. But I'm always thinking of new ideas, different directions I could take myself in with regards to content I do. But if something is possible, I'll do it. I won't talk about it. I'll just do it, and you'll be like, "Oh, hey, new thing." So I do have things in mind. It's just I don't want to talk about them because if I talk about them, that seems to jinx it. Hey, Common Filth, I really enjoy the show. It has brought me back to faith. I just have a small question. Have you ever considered selling Common Filth t-shirts? I don't know if you have answered this as I'm only on episode 90 at this time. Have a good week. I really appreciate the show. Well, only on episode 90. That's you're really far into the work. I don't know if I've addressed this while recording, but people have approached me about, hey, you gonna do shirts? And there's enough of a demand, but I would want it to be subtle enough to attract more attention than just, oh, look, here's the logo on a shirt. I would want it to be a bit more interesting and a bit more subtle than that. So if it were to ever happen, that's what I would want it to be. And did I just jinx the possibility of a Common Filth t-shirt or a Common Filth fashion line? Probably, maybe, perhaps, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to finish off the show by reading this. Was sent to me last week in a question, or a comment rather, that was in the question and comment thread. And it's from pastebin.com. I'll remember to link to this below. And it goes, David Peter Raymer was a Canadian man, sexually reassigned as a female after his penis was destroyed during circumcision. John William Money was a psychologist and author, specializing in research into sexual identity and biology of gender. He persuaded Raymer's parents that sex reassignment surgery was in David's best interest. David's testes were removed and he was assigned the name Brenda. Money saw David annually for roughly a decade for consultations and to assess the outcome of the surgery and societal reassignment, as this case had a control in the form of David's twin brother Brian. Money sought to validate his claim that gender was exclusively a societal identity. Raymer said that Money forced the twins to rehearse sexual acts involving thrusting motions with David on the bottom. Raymer said that as a child he had to, quote, get down on all fours, unquote, with his brother, quote, up behind his butt, unquote, with, quote, his crotch against his buttocks, unquote. Money forced him in another sexual position to have his quote-unquote legs spread with Brian on top. Money also forced the children to take their clothes off and engage in genital inspections. Quote, genital inspections, unquote, that's his word. On at least one occasion, Money photographed the children doing these activities. Money's rationale for this was his belief that childhood sexual rehearsal play was important for a healthy adult gender identity. Notes by a former student at Money's lab state that Raymer's parents lied to lab staff about the success of the procedure. Brian Raymer developed schizophrenia. And David's, you're telling me that forcing kids to do sexual things leads them to have mental illnesses? I'm so shocked. Oh my gosh, how could this have ever happened? I really hope you understand that I'm being sarcastic. In David's own account, he did not identify as a girl. He was ostracized and bullied by his peers, and neither the frilly dresses he was forced to wear nor the estrogen he was forced to inject made him feel female. By the age of 13, Raymer experienced suicidal depression, and he told his parents he would commit suicide if they made him see money again. His parents told him the truth about his gender reassignment, and at 14 he reassumed his male identity, calling himself David. He underwent testosterone injections and double mastectomy, and 2 phalloplasty operations. David told his story to sexologist Milton Diamond in order to dissuade physicians from treating other infants similarly. For the first 30 years after Money's initial report that the reassignment had been a success, his view on the malleability of gender became the dominant viewpoint among physicians and doctors, reassuring them that sexual reassignment was the correct decision in certain instances, resulting in thousands of sexual reassignments. If it is impossible for straights to know what it is like to be a queer, ignoring the fact that some gays have been sane at one point and vice versa, it is impossible for blacks to know what it is like to be white and vice versa. So using the tranny argument, we have draw. Using their argument, no matter how much a man feels he identifies as a woman, he is, by their argument, wrong because he cannot know what it is like to be a woman. Therefore, he has no frame of reference to compare if he feels like a woman. Correct. Therefore, if he chose to identify as a woman, he still cannot be identified nor should be identified as a woman, because since he had no frame of reference to judge, what he is choosing to identify as is a subjective view on what he thinks a woman feels like, and he is simply trying to copy it. Yeah, well put. If gender is a social construct, then there is no such thing as a gender binary. If this is true, how can one transition between genders or be gender fluid? If gender is a social construct and stereotypical gender binary, gender identities and the gender roles stereotypically assigned thereto are entirely made up by an oppressive society for its own uses. Why would transgenders want to take on themselves made-up roles assigned to the non-existent gender to which they are transitioning, and thus reinforce the system's fake stereotypes of gender roles in the gender binary? By this logic, a man can act like a man, but claim that he is a woman and feel no need in transitioning, and everyone must accept it. Thus, it is proven the transsexual mental illness. I'm going to stop right there because this is very long, but I do invite you all to read the rest of it. It is excellent, worth the time it takes to read, and you can find a link to that below. Anyway, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. Common Filth Radio episode 99 is a good episode. Enjoyed myself most of the time. Read some sad stuff, but, can't all be happy all the time. Can't be angry all the time either. Again, Common Filth Extra episode 28 is free all week long on Bandcamp. Please take advantage of it. You'll hear my thoughts on the Republican National Convention. We do a little bit of a Bible study. It's an excellent, excellent episode. I invite you all to take advantage of this free offer because it's only going to be free this week. Also, if you have any Amazon.com purchases and you live in America, most of you do, but this is for Americans. The Bandcamp page, it's available to everybody. Anyway, if you live in the U.S., Amazon.com, you have Amazon.com purchases. Please enter Amazon.com through the link below and search for your item, add to your cart, check out within the 24 hours of clicking on that link, and I get a small percentage of what you decide to buy at no extra cost to you. And I'm out of things to say. My brain it's got to take some time to recharge. I've emptied it out, and poured my heart out into this microphone, and I will do it all over again next time. So take care of yourselves, be good to each other. I will talk to you later.
Now listen closely. Here's a little lesson in trickery. This is going down in history. If you want to be a villain member.
Am I going to talk about Reddit? Yes, but not in the Ellen Powell, OMG, she's so stupid and evil kind of way, because she works for a company in the tech industry. Of course she's going to be how she is. They're all a bunch of fucking nerds in the tech industry. Therefore, they believe in nerd things, like, don't say anything bad about anybody. Because, you know, it's the jock's fault that you were socially ostracized, and totally not your own fault. And no, I'm not going to talk about the transracial thing, because there's really nothing to say. So, speaking of Reddit, I would like to thank the anti-posi Reddit, or anti-posi Reddit, for bringing these things to my attention. And I thank them because, in part, they've linked to my stuff before. So, they linked to this thread on the Not Safe for Work IMA subreddit. And the title of it is, I, 33-year-old female, am going to be involved in my second gangbang, this time without protection. If you get pregnant, will you keep the baby? Somebody asked her. Yes, without a doubt. Will the guys involved in the gangbang be made aware of that? To which the woman replies, yes, he's being very upfront about the whole thing. However, we have no intention of them ever knowing. Is the pregnancy risk a fetish for you? Interracial? Very much a fetish. Knowing that when they come in me, that I may get pregnant is such a turn-on. Last time was interracial, I assume this time will be as well. I know that it's not off limits. Another reply. I don't know how to say that without being judgmental, but okay, the all thing turned both of you on, but there's quite a chance that someone didn't ask anything will be involved a kid. How will you explain to your kid that he was conceived in an unfamiliar way? Oh, it's just unfamiliar. It's not disgusting. It is not a slap in the face to human decency. It's just unfamiliar. How will you handle his or her questions? Again, it's your business, but that's the sort of questions I would ask myself. Take care and have fun. This person has a broken moral compass. This person asking this question. Oh, you just have fun. Have fun. Oh, this kid might have problems, but have fun. To which this woman replied, I know there's a lot to be judgmental about. We have thought about it, and if I were to have a baby that obviously isn't his, we have thought about saying we changed our mind after his vasectomy. Thank you for being kind while asking. Fuck you. Could you also say that you guys wanted a baby and went for a sperm donor but requested to not know who the father was at all? That way, your child was 100% yours. This would not be a lie at all. Best lies are sometimes the truth. Huh, excellent idea. Thank you, kind sir. Now to see if we will need to use it, lol. I just recorded something about how the working classes not attacking each other is stupid. But that's how Karl Marx was right, and his workers will rise up and take over everything. He was kind of right in that respect. Because this is what your working person behave. This is how your working person behaves. Having interracial gangbangs without protection. And they want to have a baby from it. I mean, why else would they go through with it in such a way? Alright. Next one. Found from the same subreddit, anti-posi. Bottoms. Have you ever experienced issues post-bottoming? To be more specific, do you think it's perhaps possible to cause permanent damage to your anus/rectum from bottoming? I have a long history of sexual promiscuity that I'm not particularly proud of, and being a total bottom has not done me any favors. I've lost count as to how many men I've been with, but I'd rather have to guess the number is close to 30, if not more. And none of these men were particularly gentle with me. After a recent heart-wrenching dissolution between a friends with benefits and I've ceased all sexual activity for what has been almost half a year. The timeline is essentially that I started experiencing rectal pain with defecation, followed by difficulty with having a bowel movement and passing gas, followed by noticing a small pinkish reddish sort of mass protruding from my anus. Fearing that I might have some sort of prolapse, I scheduled a few doctor's appointments. One doctor essentially told me that despite my sexual history, it's pretty much impossible for someone my age to have a prolapse. I'm 21. But that just didn't sound right to me. I saw a gastroenterologist who performed an anoscopy and told me that I have very mild internal hemorrhoids that protrude when I strain during a bowel movement. I am known to be a hypochondriac of sorts, so this hemorrhoids issue could be totally unrelated to my past sexual escapades, but I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced any issues down there after being the receptive partner in a guy-on-guy situation. Working people, everyone. Normal people, everyone. Abolish the Hippocratic Oath, by the way, which I assume will become more specific, like, don't judge anybody for abusing their anus on a constant basis. Having more than 30 partners by the age of 21. Don't judge. Don't judge anything because, it's just something you don't do because of, okay. From George Costanza, not the real one, I assume. This is from, Marie Claire, which I guess is a magazine. And again, if you are not convinced that this is how the average person behaves, well, I'm going to attempt to convince you. What's your number? 5 women tally up their sexual score. By Simadar Jackson. Some name. Okay, Carlin Ross, age 37, sex educator. 100. At age 11, I wanted to know what sex felt like. So I broke my own hymen by propping my legs up in front of a mirror and sticking my Barbie doll's leg inside my vagina. I wanted to know firsthand what went on down there. I lost my virginity at age 15, and when I entered college I quickly racked up 34 partners. I've slept with all types of men, first the smart computer geeks, then I got into the power sex, billionaires, law partners, investment bankers, and senior executives. After that, I loved the starving artists. I've slept with every tax bracket and every race. A 3-year relationship ended when I turned 30, and I embarked on a 2-year party phase. All I wanted to do was be single and free. This is what your average person considers freedom, being a slave to their vices. Continuing. I had tons and tons of one-night stands, and it felt liberating to have sex with no commitment. Can you talk about anything outside of the context of feelings and freedom? Can anything be done outside of these things? That may be liberation, maybe freedom, not a great idea, if this is what it leads to. Continuing. I went to clubs by myself to dance and meet men, attend wild celebrity functions and glamorous exclusive sex parties run by women, just like in the movie Eyes Wide Shut. It was at these parties that my number really shot up. Everyone would dress up in fancy outfits or crazy costumes and drink cocktails. Then at midnight the women would take off their tops and people would have sex in every corner of the room, in front of everyone. I had sex with a woman for the first time at one of these parties. I bet it smelled absolutely horrible in that place. Since then, I've slept with 15 more women. Sex with a woman is softer, slower, and more sensual. Women also take their time kissing, so there's more erotic buildup. Yet, despite my love for women, I don't like the idea of being labeled straight or gay. I consider myself sexual. I'm proud of my number. I had most of my sexual adventures, in my 30s when I could handle them. Looking back, I had no idea what I was doing in my 20s, but now I'm making informed adult decisions. informed adult decisions involving going to orgies. That's an informed adult decision. Right now, I'm dating a wonderful guy who doesn't know what my number is, but he suspects it's high. I'm not sure about marriage because I'm a free spirit and sexuality evolves over time. Who knows about the future? Never say never. Lena Chen, age 23, writer, 30. By the time I started my freshman year at Harvard University, I had already slept with 5 guys. The social scene at college was snobby, so I tried to meet people from other schools. That's when my number started rising. I was sleeping with so many guys that I became a novelty on campus, and some guys started bragging that they had sex with me when they hadn't. In order to keep track of the men, I decided to keep a record. I created a Word document of the men I had slept with, making notes on their sexual prowess and other details of our trysts. When I was a freshman, I had sex with a senior in the Hebrew literature section of Harvard's Widener library. Oy vey. These goyim are getting too brazen. I've always been very frank about the topic of sex. By the way, Rabbi, this is your fault. And in college, I started a blog called Sex and the Ivy, where I began graphically detailing my sexual escapades. When I passed the URL to 4 friends, I had no idea my blog would go viral. The New York Times picked it up, and people called me whore in the Ivy League, Carrie Bradshaw. When my number hit 30, my friends planned to throw me a party and invite all 30 men. But that idea was scrapped when I actually began dating number 30. We are still together 3 years later. While I have no problem with monogamy, I don't believe in marriage. It's great for tax benefits, but I don't need a ring on my finger to feel secure. In fact, if a guy insisted on marrying me, the relationship would be over. Beth, age 23, magazine editor. 0. I was raised Presbyterian, and I'm waiting to have sex until I get married. Wait for it. I've slipped once by giving a guy a blowjob and I totally regret it, but your number's 0. I guess I wanted to try out being someone different. Way to go. I do like going out to bars to meet guys, but if I met someone great, he'd have to understand that sex is off the table, except for sucking dick. I won't even let a guy feel me up, and the only way I'm willing to get physical is by kissing. It's difficult because my decision not to have sex prevents many relationships from even getting off the ground. In fact, my longest relationship was only 4 months, and all we did was kiss. I'm not worried about marrying someone without testing out our sexual chemistry first. In the end, if I'm meant to be with a man, I do believe that everything will fall into place. In a perfect world, I'll marry a virgin. But if he's the right guy for me, it ultimately won't matter. The only thing that pretty much everyone believes in American culture, if not Western civilization in general, is that you shouldn't judge people because, again, I'm not quite sure why, other than, oh, it hurts my feelings. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your whore feelings. They mean nothing. But you can't view anything outside of the context of freedom. Or love. You can use freedom and love to justify pretty much everything. Because no one's minds are allowed to go anywhere else. Why do you think these people, these homophile types, are always like, same love. Love is love. Love knows no gender. Do you realize that love is simply a mechanism that your brain uses to convince yourself that having kids is a good idea, when on paper it really isn't? Because your kid is going to turn out to be a fuckhead. It's a statistical likelihood. Your kid is going to turn out like this. Going to an Ivy League school, where they will find their reputation to be not a great student, a great thinker, anything. Their reputation at this Ivy League school is you're a whore. That's what your kid is going to become. Your kid is going to become grist to the globalist mill. And that's the best case scenario with regard to what love produces. What else does love produce? Interracial, unprotected sex gangbangs. And writing an editorial on how many people you've slept with in a mainstream publication. That's what love does. And you can tell me that this isn't real love, but that's what these people view it as. Self-love. Oh, this is how we express our love to each other. This is what me and my husband do. Interracial gangbangs. Or the guy that has so much butt sex that his insides are falling out. That he can't shit without bleeding half to death. But that's love. That's how he expresses his love. And if it's not love, well, I feel free when I do it. I feel free when I do it. Freedom and love. That's all anybody cares about. You are not allowed to view anything outside of these two concepts. You're not allowed to justify anything except through freedom and love. No one thinks shit through because, well, if they could think shit through, think about why things are the way they are, the purpose of things, they would deny themselves. Oh, it feels good, but it's killing me. They would deny themselves the things that feel good, but are killing them. Because, life in and of itself, continuing it, whatever, I don't know where I'm going with that. Regardless, nobody thinks about why freedom is a thing. Freedom is a reward for behaving well. Society cannot function if freedom is the end result. Freedom should be a byproduct of a behavior of a large amount of people. Which is why I can't be a libertarian, why I cannot agree with libertarians. You can have freedom if most people can self-regulate. But guess what we have? We have so many people out there whose only purpose in life, whose only goal is to feel good. Feels good, man. You bring this up with anybody. You bring up degenerate behaviors to anybody and they're like, whatever, it feels good. These are the people who need to be placed in labor camps, who need to be placed in prison, but they won't. Because they aren't breaking any laws. But we live in this authoritarian society where you're not allowed to do anything you want. So, love, freedom, and happiness, they are satanic. Satanic concepts. Which is why I agree with the Iranians. America is the great Satan. It reframes every sin as a virtue. Because let's face it, if the founding fathers were born today, they'd all be like these people posting on Reddit. Libertine fucks who would not limit their own behavior. Benjamin Franklin writing about how sex with older women is great, and what else? Thomas Jefferson having slave babies. So let's read more of today's equivalent of the founding fathers. On the Not Safe for Work I Am a subreddit. Let's see. I just clicked on the front page of it, and here's what is available. Here are the top threads right now. I am an obese woman who had more one-night stands with guys who have a fat fetish than I can count. That might be a candidate for reading. On the outside, I'm normal, but I've been going downhill sexually since 14. AMA, 24 years old, female. 32-year-old female, former part-time hotel escort. I am a public masturbator, 25-year-old male. 19 female. I've never had an orgasm, but God, do I love sex. I have a fat fetish, and I've dated several obese women in my life. 25 male. My girlfriend and I are into age play. I am a guy that just had a nipple orgasm by accident. 32-year-old female. My husband is on a business trip, so I made this quick video, and now I'm bored with nothing to do, so ask me stuff. I'm not looking at that. I'm a 20-year-old female cam girl, and I met some of my customers IRL. I am a 20-year-old straight girl who's been meeting female prostitutes for 6 months now. I had my first orgy a few days ago. Okay, I already looked at that one. 21-year-old male. I love water sports. 23-year-old male, met 3 guys from Grindr at the same time. Let's go over to the new tab, because I looked at the hot tab. I don't have to click on any of these titles. I could just read them off. But, yeah, this is what freedom gives you. This is what love gives you. This is what happiness gives you. This is what feeling good gives you. I flashed someone at the pool. Boring. Comparatively. Still degenerate. I am a naughty little Indian girl. 22-year-old male, am a bi, ABDL, in a heterosexual relationship. Oh, God. I am a 21-year-old hetero male who enjoys anal masturbation. 28-year-old male, would love to try sex with a strap-on. 19, male pregnant and a birth fetishist. Or is that just 19M pregnant? Whatever. It says 19M pregnant. 23-year-old male, tried giving my first rim job to my girlfriend. 21, female, AMA. I have been with my girlfriend for over 9 years, and I've been getting cock on the side for about 3 years while with her, AMA. And, you wonder how heterosexual people get AIDS, even though it only happens like 1 in 900 unprotected transmissions, according to some study I found. University study. Yeah, even when sex is unprotected, heterosexual transmission of HIV it's incredibly hard to do, unless of course it's through anal sex, because again, it's an exit, not an entrance. I'm 23-year-old female in an incestuous relationship with my 20-year-old female sister. Ask me anything. What else? I've made men pay to send me dick pics. We are in a polygamous relationship. 31-year-old male, helped a friend, female, fulfill her rape fantasy. 17-year-old female, am a bi teenager who actually has dreams of becoming a high-end escort. 17-year-old female, I have only been with one man and am considering my dog as my next partner. 17-year-old female, been with one man and is seriously considering her dog as her next partner. Well, hashtag same love. My wife fucks another guy today, AMA. I watched my little sister lose her virginity. I am a cuckold whose wife gave him to her friend this week to be doomed. 18-year-old female. I use babysitting as an excuse to have sex. I cannot say for sure if this is the future we chose. It's the future we have to live with, though. Unless you decide not to behave. Be belligerent towards people if you should encounter them. Because it's real easy to say some, feelings sort of thing on Facebook when you have time to collect your thoughts. But when these people are confronted with a threatening situation, likely they'll shut the fuck up. And if they don't know anything anyway. You could probably predict what they're going to say before they even say it. And what does the average person have to say outside of the context of freedom, choice, love, feelings, feel good? That's all they have to say. They have nothing to say. You have more to say. You have more accurate things to say. Or you think that people's pursuit of cum is a good thing. And if that's the case, why are you listening? Go away. go watch Lacey Green or the Young Turks, because this isn't for you. So, here we are at r/polyamory. Here we go. A bit of a backstory. I'm a 25-year-old male that grew up as a conservative Christian and slowly turned into a liberal agnostic over the last 6 years. I never considered anything except monogamy my entire life because that's what I grew up believing was right. You grew up hearing one man, one woman, and nothing else in my family. And just about every other family, of course, if it's not if it's something other than a Gen X or millennial family, I don't know, maybe the multiple men, multiple women, or multiple men, no women thing is more common, given that millennials are now breeding. Less than 2 months ago, I met a girl online and we instantly connected over dozens of different things. We quickly started talking more and more until we were in communication with each other every day. It's actually really cute, although I could see why things like online and everyday could be red flags. We are both happy and comfortable with each other, and have been exploring the pros and cons of a sexual relationship over a great distance. We live about 4,000 miles apart. Now, to her credit, she was open about polyamory from the start, but it was never something I thought to talk about in depth. Last night she mentioned it to me and it freaked me out. I'm ashamed I acted really selfishly, and I really hurt her feelings and a bit of her trust in me. Boo-hoo. I hurt some whore's feelings. I acted so selfishly to some novelty-seeking... Never mind. I took something she was trying to share with me, something she cared about, and I took it as an attack against my happiness, like she was saying, "You'll never be good enough for me," when in reality she was trying to share a beautiful part of herself with me. Also, everything's beautiful now. Beauty is visceral. It speaks for itself. Beauty isn't something you have to convince yourself of or something you think should be beautiful, but it really isn't. Like these posts from these girls on Tumblr. There's nothing more beautiful than somebody becoming who they are. Well, what if who they are is ugly? Well, that's... Beauty. There is no such thing as beauty. We've killed it by assigning it to shit that doesn't apply. A sunset. That is beautiful. A snowy mountain range. That is beautiful. A forest. That is beautiful. The Mona Lisa. That is beautiful. Beautiful isn't some fucking slut. But no, cum dripping out of an inflamed, beaten up vagina. That's beautiful. You fucking people. The common people. No love, common people. A beautiful part of herself with me. I've apologized ad nauseum, continuing, and while we're still working through a few of the battle wounds, I think we're in a better place over it. We both still care for each other. We both think there's potential in a really special relationship at some point, and we're still moving ahead with plans to meet in a mutually beneficial city over the Christmas holiday to see if what we feel over the internet, texting, Skype, translate into real-life chemistry. So here's the thing, she's an open bisexual, which I think is amazing. There's nothing better than the girl you're crushing on pointing out another attractive woman and telling me to check out her ass. You fucking retard. And she's openly polyamorous. The way she describes it to me, though, is that while being bisexual is a part of her coding, she doesn't feel like she's hard-coded into being polyamorous. And that she has considered being in a permanent, not monogamous relationship before if the right person came along. But I don't necessarily want to corner her into that. If she'd be happy or otherwise, that's just a shitty thing to do to a person, I feel. She doesn't want to lose her identity. Being bisexual is important to her. Look at what people care about. You think they care about anything else other than cum? Of all of the things that could be important to a person, being bisexual, that's so important to her. and she fears that getting into a dedicated mono relationship with a guy labels her as a straight woman, and that she'll lose a part of what makes her tick. I didn't get that at first, but now I understand, and I'm even in agreement with her, I think. This guy is so fucking desperate. This is what he's been reduced to. That's assuming that he's had anything from the start. Oh wait, he's from a conservative Christian family. Fuck you, Dad. I'm gonna go be in a polyamorous relationship with a bisexual woman I met on the internet. Yeah, great. That's some improvement right there. That's what fuck you, Dad gets. Now he's an agnostic liberal who's going to be in a internet relationship with a bisexual, polyamorous woman. Wow, it is just so progressive. Just this is what progress is. This is not regression. This is not lowering yourself, lowering your standards. Okay, where did I leave off? Okay, I think this is where I left off. Okay, I'm in agreement with her, I think. And that's why I think at least she's polyamorous. She wants to maintain the entirety of her sexuality, and I think that's beautiful. So I guess what I'm asking for is advice. Before yesterday, I never considered polyamory. But browsing through this sub and reading articles and stories, I'm no longer scared by it. It no longer threatens me that she is poly, but I also don't want to get to December and have her possibly fall for me and then put her in this box where she moves forward in a monogamous relationship and then discovers in 10 years that she isn't happy. I don't want to stifle her. I guess I just want to learn more about polyamory. There was a point in my life that I was closed-minded towards all non-hetero, non-monosexuality. And if so much can change in so little time, relatively speaking, I guess it's possible that this is a thing I could grow to appreciate. If you have to convince yourself of something this thoroughly, it's a bad idea. I'm so sorry for this wall of text. You need to vocalize this. And hopefully find some friends here that can help guide me here. I'm sorry if anything I said was potentially offensive. Fuck you, I hope you die. What did I say about your potential children statistically becoming this? It's a statistical likelihood that they'll become this. 25-year-old male that grew up as a conservative Christian. Probably has a family, probably has a flawed family, all families are flawed, who just want to try to do their best for their spouse, their children, their family. They just wanted to do their best in the best way they knew how. And look what they created. This is why I'm starting to become more antinatalist. Because on paper, if I were to have a child like this, I would probably want to kill myself for bringing such evil into the world. But that's on paper. Like I said, the love chemicals that happen in your brain, they convince you that certain things are a good idea. Like maintaining a relationship with your child who is in an internet relationship with a bisexual, non-monogamous woman. We live in an age of moral inversion, of human experimentation, where love is quite evil. Because that emotion prevents you from removing evil. So, you all enjoy your love. You all enjoy your freedom. You all enjoy your beauty. Have at it.
You have to chase a superhero on the run. Just follow my moves and sneak around. Be careful not to make a sound. Don't touch that.
You are listening to Common Filth Radio, episode 70, and I thank you very much for taking the time to do so. Common Filth Radio, the best of 2015, is now available on my Bandcamp page, and the URL for that is commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. This collection includes 105 tracks, clocking in at over 11 hours. That's all calculated. I had a computer do it for me. It's all right. And all that documents some of the best moments of the show that I recorded in 2015. And the first 7 tracks of it, That adds up to 1 hour and 50 minutes, and all of that is never before heard content, including a complete lost episode that I left unreleased until now. So 7 tracks total, 1 hour, 50 minutes, never before heard stuff exclusive to this collection. And you can get all that for $4 on commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. The URL for that is below. Up until recently, in my About sections on all the websites that I am active on, Twitter, YouTube being the two notable ones, I always put in the About section alternative propaganda. And this has been the case for roughly a year and a half. But I realized, nothing I do here is a lie. When you say propaganda, that implies that you're lying or telling a half-truth or you're obscuring some pivotal piece of information. So I was doing some thinking about this, and I was doing some thinking about the nature of the internet and how it enables what I do here. And the internet is like a million ultra-high-definition cameras recording at thousands of frames per second. And what kind of events are these cameras recording? What kind of events is the internet recording? Cultural suicide and assassination, much like how John F. Kennedy's assassination was documented on film. Like Bud Dwyer's suicide, captured on camera, broadcasted live for whoever to see. These things documented for all eternity. During a time where cameras weren't so common. Documentation was not so common. We have all of these stories, all of this information, available to us within a few keystrokes. Yet, very few people are editing together these events, making sense of them, connecting them. Also, for the first time in history, we have a very direct way of gauging the sentiment of the common person. And I'm in a very unique position, because what I do is tied in with youth culture. I have not promoted my channel here, my radio show here, in a very conventional way. As you know, I got my start with Full House Memes on Facebook. That was my creation. A Facebook humor page that ended up creating something that I didn't know what it was going to become. I didn't know what it was going to grow into, who it was going to influence, but what it influenced, who it influenced, was the youth. YouTube is also tied in with what the youth does. There's a very big overlap between what the youth do and what YouTube does. What's on YouTube? I get to see comments every day, all over the world from all different types of people. Young people, I get to know what they are thinking. And this influences me greatly, because I can tie it back to this news story. I can tell them, I can tell you the inevitable result of what they believe. Think about all of the news stories that I covered in the last year. And I shouldn't even call it news because it doesn't really make the news. It doesn't make it beyond, here's this local website from Oklahoma. We've covered stories about lesbian moms feeding their daughter kitty litter pot pies. We've heard about influential gay rights icons being child rapists and getting away with it. What else have we heard about? The list goes on. Sexual depravity in seminaries. This is all just coming to me. I don't have any of this written down. And those are just a few of the, 40-something episodes I did last year. Through the lens of the internet, all of this information is being captured. But because of the nature of the internet, it's very difficult to find. It's very difficult to capture somebody's imagination. It's very difficult to colonize people's imagination, because they don't want to hear about this stuff. It paints a very unflattering picture of what they consider important. I'm the only person editing the footage captured through the lens of the internet in the way it should be. The sickening shit young people say, in light of all this information that I have documented on this show, that I put into context on this show, it influences me greatly. It influences what I talk about here. So I'm going to read to you this comment that I got from, I'm not going to say who it is. It says this, and this is perfectly perfectly representative of what young people think. What a lot of people think, unfortunately. Young and not so young. I am 100% pro-LGBT, and I understand being gender fluid or transgender or gender neutral, but like, you don't need to hate all straight people and freak out when they use the wrong pronoun. It's 2016. Most people will apologize and correct themselves, but when they don't, that's when I understand you being mad. Just throwing that out there. I don't know who this girl is. I'm assuming it is because of the name. There's no picture, but I've seen other YouTube comments. I've seen other YouTube comments written by what appear to be 11-year-old girls saying, I think I'm pansexual, but I'm just trying to make sure. What is it exactly? I've seen it. It's on my Twitter. I took a screenshot of it. Editing the name out, of course. But that's what's out there. That is what is being encouraged. That is what is being encouraged amongst people who really should know better. This is what the LGBT lobby is turning your children into. And your children like these people. Because they make cool YouTube videos. Like I said before, I was friends with some degenerate on Facebook. Who was babysitting some girl and he found her watch history and it was all about gay people stuff. And this is apparently a 9-year-old kid. There's some excellent parenting going on amongst those of European stock. Really great job you're doing there, fellas. And speaking of some excellent parenting, this comes to me from the Enix Squared on Twitter. Thank you, the Enix Squared. Everybody send your thank yous. This is from the Daily Mail. Here we go. And these are some very proud parents these children must have. It feels like a turkey neck. Lesbians touch a penis for the very first time in brilliant video, which sees them compare it to everything from warm Play-Doh to an old hot dog. So is this what they're using for improvised masturbatory devices? Okay, I'm going to read it. Some proud parents, and guess the race of these people, everyone. Guess the race of this dude who's letting lesbians grab his dick. It is a tough one to figure out, but I'll give you some time to conjure up an educated guess. Most men would be horrified at the thought of a woman giggling while she touched his penis. But one man was happy to volunteer for the job in a new video, and actually smiled right along with the 3 ladies who couldn't keep their laughter under control as they fondled him. That's probably because there was nothing inherently sexual about the experiment, which saw 3 lesbians who'd never touched a male genitalia before doing so for the first time. You see, I think we read something before that said that 90 to 95% of lesbians aren't true lesbians. So, I find it unlikely that these women are telling the truth. Continuing. And to make matters all the more awkward, the build-up, were caught on camera for a funny new video shared by the lesbian singing duo Bria and Chrissy. I'm so proud of my daughter. She's in a lesbian singing duo. Bria Cam, one half of the singing group, was one of the volunteers who decided to get up close and personal with the guy's package for the first time while the camera was rolling. Her friend, Alex, oh god, it's a Polish name, wow, my proud heritage, who is gay, offered to strip down and offer up his genitals for the recording. On camera, he stands beside each of the women and takes off a pair of jeans to reveal red boxer briefs underneath, while the ladies all share how they're feeling about the experiment. I'm feeling very nervous, says a girl named Daylin, that has 2 Y's and 2 N's in it, who seems giddy with anxiety. This is definitely the most nervous I've ever been. Bria agrees. I've never touched a penis, explains a woman named Ariel through giggles, and she conscientiously asks Alex, my hands are a little cold. Is that going to bother you? I should not be nervous to do this. It's just a body, says Daylin, who seems to be speaking more to calm herself down than anything else. Ew, cooties. Is that the impression you're getting? That's the impression I'm getting. Developmentally stunted. No, where was I? I feel like I've gone my whole life trying to avoid this moment, admits Bria. That isn't to say they don't all have ideas about what it will be like. The women share their expectations, voicing what they imagine the feel of a penis will be. I think it's going to feel like when you go to the vet and you had your cat to get an injection, so they'll shave the fur off the cat and then it's like loose skin or a bag of raisins, says Ariel, which makes Alex laugh. Then she says, "It's not hard, right? I think it'll feel like a snake," says Dalen. All right, I'm going to stop reading. We get the point. And I'm sure this guy has a very proud father. Oh, I stripped nude for a lesbian YouTube video where girls grab on my penis. My son makes me so proud. He's a nudie model for YouTube videos. He gets molested by lesbians. And now I'm looking at something in the side panel. NBA star didn't want his daughter playing basketball at school in case she became a lesbian. Ex-girlfriend of Andre Iguodala claims in custody dispute. Well, I think that concern is valid. Of course, I am not factoring into the equation that homosexuals occupy the upper echelon of our social hierarchy, which they do. And many personal hierarchies, including federal judges or whoever the hell takes on these cases. We really have our priorities straight in clown world. And like I said, people who should know better are falling trapped to this shit, which I will discuss later because I've been getting a lot of emails about this. I've been getting a lot of emails supporting me on this, expressing the concerns I have expressed. I'm tapping into an anxiety a lot of people have. More on that later. But right now, I would like to read you this. This was sent to me by a good friend. This is New York Post. From the New York Post. Emails to Dolan detail priest's alleged pee-drinking sex romps. The scorned ex-girlfriend of an S&M master to a Catholic priest went right to the top and sent Timothy Cardinal Dolan emails that were hardly suitable for church, laying out details of the romps that were allegedly funded with cash skimmed from the poor box. Tatiana Gudin shared with the Post her message to the cardinal that recounted how the Reverend Peter McQuelly allegedly wore a locked lucite chastity belt along with a dog collar during pricey sessions with his bodybuilder lover. She also claimed to the Pope's right-hand man in America that McQuelly had an interfaith fantasy of being humiliated in Borough Park, Brooklyn, in front of a quote-unquote nice Jewish girl. Oh my, this is why you don't invite these people into your fucking ranks. It's not that fucking difficult. All you have to do is say no, leave, get out. McQuelly, meanwhile, remained a pastor of St. Francis de Chantal in the Throgs Neck neighborhood of the Bronx on Friday. Gooden wrote to Dolan about McQuelly's taste in high-end booze and claims he paid for many of their luxuries by putting his boyfriend in charge of a church thrift shop. McQuelly loved to enjoy $300 bottles of scotch, she wrote, all on a priest's $2,474 a month salary. She wrote to Dolan that McQuelly fired the St. Francis thrift shop staff and installed his lover Keith Christ to run it. She said Christ turned it into a money-making machine but only reported $50,000 a year. To add insult to injury to cover his embezzling activities, McQuelly would every so often fire whoever was the right-hand employee in the thrift shop by accusing them of theft, she wrote. On Thursday, McQuelly's parishioners filed a fire and brimstone lawsuit that claimed the pastor swiped at least $1 million in church funds so he could enjoy the favors of his $1,000 per session homosexual sex master identified in the suit as Christ. The suit also claims McQuelly took trips to Florida and Italy with money snatched from collection plates and from an account for a new organ at St. Francis Xavier Cabrini on Roosevelt Island, where he was stationed before the Bronx. Gooden, Christ's former girlfriend and confidant of 10 years, said she sounded the alarm about McQuelly in her emails to Dolan over the summer. This woman has the worst taste in men. What, you date homos? Great. Well, what a great person you are. Okay, did I read that last one? Gooden, Christ's former girlfriend and confidant of 10 years, said she sounded the alarm about McQuelly in her emails to Dolan over the summer. The first one began with, "I'd like to tell you who your priest, Father McQuelly, really is. Keith has been Father McQuelly's gay for pay prostitute," the email reads. More specifically, Father McQuelly is Keith Christ's toilet slave. Fuck. Yeah, this is just a minority of people. This doesn't exist outside of Tumblr. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, so just shut up. These people help our movement, don't you know? These people help a lot, like, toilet slave. trying to read the next paragraph, but it's right next to toilet slave. If you don't know what that means, Cardinal, I will break it down for you. Keith Christ uses Father McQuelly as his toilet, and Father McQuelly drinks his piss during their weekly 3-day get-togethers when they take off to Father McQuelly's house in Brick, New Jersey, far away from prying eyes. These people help our movement. These people help our movement. McQuelly bought the white brick ranch house for $264,000 in embezzled cash in 2009, the lawsuit alleges. The house features a hot tub in the back and a statue of Virgin Mary out front. The Father McQuelly has a full-blown dungeon in the house, she wrote Dolan. Oh my god. Master, she said McQuelly would email Christ, I can't wait to get to Jersey tonight so I can drink your piss. Good, I don't know how to pronounce this girl's name. I feel like I'm Gooden, told the Post. All the juicy stuff is what Keith would tell me face to face. We would be laying in bed together and he would say, Tatiana, I have to show you this. I would be looking at those emails for sport, she said. This one's my favorite, Gooden wrote the Cardinal of the following email. Master, I don't really like drinking your piss, but I do it because I know it pleases you. The reply email from a New York Archdiocese lawyer confirms that Gooden's emails were received by the Archdiocese. The parishioner's lawyer, Michael Dowd, said Gooden's emails to Dolan and her personal recollections informed much of the lawsuit. The priest and his boy toys spent $60,000 in 2012 for illicit and prescription drugs, the parishioner's suit says. And here, too, Gooden has more details for the Post. They'd start shooting up the Dilaudid, she said, referring to an opium tincture they would allegedly use at the East Harlem apartment that, according to the suit, McQuelly was footing the $1,075.50 a month rent for. They would party. There would be needles and syringes all over the house, Gooden said. There was equipment at the house, dildos, whips, chains, and chaps. Keith used it. The priest also used it, she said. This is somebody you're confessing your sins to, everyone. Are you okay with that? You probably are, knowing who most people are. The sex toys, she said, were all bought by the priest. This chastity belt was very unique, she told the Post. It's also small, so when it grows, you're in pain. I'm sure the priest buys all the equipment, she added. At one point in her emails to Dolan, she relayed what she called the most vile, sickening part of the story. More sickening than toilet slave? Keith told me that McQuelly over the years has had a huge fantasy for Keith to take him to Borough Park in Brooklyn to the Hasidic section, she wrote, and to humiliate him in public in front of a pretty Jewish girl. When Keith told him I'm Jewish, as you can imagine, McQuelly's perverted efforts intensified. McQuelly would sometimes wait until Gooden came home so she could see their sex play, she wrote. When I get home, they would be in bed together, naked, doing their disgusting activities. Our apartment is big, but none of the rooms have doors on them. All because he has a sick fantasy of defiling a pretty Jewish girl. He's standing on his knees, he's got his collar on, Gooden said. Christ relayed of their antics. Christ would say, you make me sick, you're not worthy to drink my piss. Well, that is some insult. The Archdiocese said on Friday that the allegations against McQuelly are under investigation. Kristen McQuelly could not be reached for comment. Well, how am I going to top this? I got some information that I thought came close by. It's either you laugh or you cry, alright? You look at how these people behave away from the prying eyes of us cishets, and it is absolutely absurd how this is considered beyond reproach. These people are considered beyond reproach. I will never understand this. I never will. Never, ever, ever. I will never get how it got this bad. I'll never fathom how it got this bad. I know what caused it. Moral apathy. Massive amounts of moral apathy. That extends far and wide. That does not limit itself to one nation. But apparently in this day and age, saying no is too difficult. Oh, you have a toilet slave? No. 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 You're not. No. Nothing. No positions of power. No being held in high esteem. No. How apathetic do you have to be to say no? It is unfathomable. The apathy I get, that's what caused it, but I don't know what caused the apathy. Somebody's going to have to tell me that. Well, I was going to read this post from akinocure.blogspot.com. The title of the blog post is Heterosexuality Still Declining Among Young Women. Well, maybe we'll get to that at another point, but I do still have something from the author of this blog that I would like to read later on the show. I would like to read it because it is very interesting. It's just not as explosive as Catholic toilet slaves. Something I never thought I'd ever say. Anyway, let's do emails. Thank you for choosing to release Common Filth, the best of 2015, the day before my birthday. It is the perfect gift. You're welcome. A bit of a broad question, but what do you think are the signs of having lived a good life? If you are unsure on that one, what do you think leads people to romanticize really detrimental things like the guy who got HIV from a trap and the guy who got ass blasted by a tranny? And if you don't know what that last one is referring to, I read another screenshot from some image board, and it was a similar story. Some guy who's like, I hired a tranny prostitute, and then hellish things ensued. Yes, nobody could have seen that coming. Nope. You being a novelty-seeking piece of shit? No, that won't backfire on you. Don't worry about it. None of us are going to judge you. Wow, you tried that? That was really brave of you. Honestly, it's the same thing. And it's that simple. I'm not trying to take a shortcut out of here. It's that simple. It is moral apathy. But I hope you enjoy the best of 2015 collection. It is quite good. I put a lot of effort into it, and I hope that is. I hope you feel that in the final product. Next, hello, Common Filth. I've watched all your vids and bought everything on your Bandcamp. Love all your content. Keep up the good work. I visited a police station recently due to family issues, but I thought you would like to know that one of the police lockers had a proud to be hermaphrodite plastered on the door. I would have taken a photo, but I wasn't allowed to. These are the people trusted with keeping the peace. Well, what have I told you about, not just you, everyone? What have I told my audience about social hierarchy? I'm the only one talking about that. I'm the only one introducing that idea to people. And nobody's been able to tell me that I'm wrong. The only thing that anybody's able to tell me is that, these people are good for our movement. You know, these people help us. Look, I've seen too much to believe that. Look, that might be what you comfort yourself with. That might be how you comfort yourself with the mistake you've made. But I know it's bullshit. But thank you for supporting what I do. It really keeps me going. I do it for you. And how beautiful it is that I got this email next. Subject: transgender anti-discrimination laws fine $250,000. And there are a few links here that we will get to. Let me tab them up. And the content of the email: New York City law insanity in full. Also, transgender rapists can get off free, so New Year, 1 year closer to the fullest decay of this world, 1 year closer to the day of the Lord, and finally, eternal purity and peace in the newly established kingdom of Christ Jesus. I hope so. And for context, this $250,000 fine thing. Did you call a transsexual person, and this is from Breitbart, did you call a transsexual person he or she when they preferred to be called she? According to a newly updated anti-discrimination law in New York City, you could be fined an eye-watering $250,000. In the latest astonishing act of draconian political correctness, the NYC Commission on Human Rights have updated a law on discrimination on the basis of gender identity or expression. So there you go. If you need evidence of a social hierarchy, there you go. And this is from a blog called transtrender.wordpress.com. This was from October 2014. Is transgender the get out of rape prosecution free card? Twitter rapist Dana McCollum walks. Wealthy transgender Twitter executive Dana McCollum evaded prosecution on multiple felony counts of rape, false imprisonment, and battery, even though there were multiple witnesses to his violent rape spree, which he inflicted on his estranged wife in the presence of their children. What's that about? Beyond reproach, social hierarchy? That's just irrational and crazy, and you're crazy because you're crazy. Okay, next. Hey CF, I recall that you once mentioned that you had to change a lot of your habits and personality in order to better reflect who you'd become in a previous episode. As someone who's going through a similar situation, I have to ask, how did you do it? How did you get through the times you wanted to give up if you ever had such an inclination? Was there any outside support, or did you have to do it alone? Thanks for the time, and please keep it up. Lord knows this is one of the few positive influences I have. A lot of it is the desire to be different from the world, because the world is under Satan's jurisdiction. And through the power of prayer, you get the courage to say no to a lot of things. There's no freedom without the freedom to say no. You say no to a lot of the worldly bullshit. You say no to the things that people believe, the things that people go along with. That is key in fixing whatever you got going on inside of you. Saying no. Saying, no, I'm not going to be a lazy piece of shit today. Saying, no, I am not going to hang out with those people who are not good company, who do not keep good company. You know, when I had roommates, I never felt like I was really a part of anything when I never felt the desire to do that, to drink and party and be stupid and be loud and obnoxious with people I don't really know or care about. This was a little bit ago at this point, but not that long ago, back when I was in college and where I was closer to this stuff. But the temptation was little. Because I felt like it would damage my current relationships with my family and friends that I actually like. And it's just not fun being around that kind of stuff. And this is just an example. It takes work to build strength within yourself, but how you do that is think, who is in my life who appreciates me? Who appreciates me in my present state, who is decent? Who loves me, who appreciates me, who wants to see me do good and not bad. You have to take stock of people in your life who would be affected by bad decisions. And there are a lot of people who will be affected by your bad decisions. Unless you are a complete shut-in, in that case, you have some work to do on that front. People are too self-centered these days. And not just in like, oh, I gotta look out for number one, I gotta do me. No. They're self-centered in that they don't see how their decisions affect other people. And I'm not talking about monetarily or physically, whatever. Emotions are real, but they're not tangible. And by putting somebody in a bad mood, by putting this dark cloud over them that follows them around, that dampens their spirit, you affect more than just their day or your day. You affect the days of everybody they interact with. It's a very simple concept. How do you think I say stuff like, oh, I'm proud of my toilet slave son? It's a rhetorical device. Because nobody says that. You think that guy's son, or that guy's dad rather, the priest, you think his dad feels good about where his son is in life? Engaging in toilet slavery? No. So take stock of who is affected by your bullshit and remove that bullshit, whatever it may be. Do it for their sake. And you will benefit from it. Alright, now let's get to this email. Hello, Common Filth, and I got this last week, but I was going to read it last week, but I needed to clear a few things up. But now I can read it. Got full clearance. Hello, Common Filth, I've been listening to your show for a year now, and I appreciate what you're doing. I know a lot of people don't agree with what you do, and the conclusions you make of the filth you find. The spiritual pain must be unbearable. So I thank you for dissecting the rotting carcass of Western civilization in its current form and shape. Regarding the critique of you, especially found within the cowardly halls of the leaking umbrella known as the alt-right, whatever the fuck that means, for fuck's sake, they can't even define what they follow as a guideline. Back to my point. You're right in your criticism regarding the alt-right. They are too inclusive. They allow filth to have a platform. I don't care much for the drama, but let me tell you, I've noticed what is happening. Greg Johnson has allowed certain dysfunctional individuals a platform. Jack Donovan, My Nationalist Pony, James O'Mara, to mention a few. Now, this being said, the fundament of the alt-right is dysfunctional, due to the fact that they allow these elements. Now, let me use an example. Imagine that you are trying to make a fundament for a house, that the material you are creating the fundament with is flawed. You cannot construct anything stable, solid, and strong on a flawed fundament. What I'm trying to state is that the alt-right is deliberately inclusive because they believe in quantity over quality. That is why people who speak against the questionable people being allowed a platform get shut down, locked out, and humiliated. The alt-right is not a movement, never will be. It is a platform for realityless strategies, cowardly behavior, and sinister elements. Even if we say they try and create a movement, they will never be able to create anything strong due to the fact that they have Paws, My Little Pony fanfics, and anime figures in their fundament. I am a National Socialist and I believe in specifics and solid ideas, not in pathetic abstractions, and I know that you do the same. God bless you, Common Filth. Now, most people seem to miss this fact, but I did not bring this up on my own. In fact, it was a Reddit question that I received back on episode 64. Where I received a question from a follower of mine. He said that he's sick of the right and this bullshit with the flat earth and the promotion of buggery. You can go on our subreddit, go to the question and comment thread for Common Filth episode 64. It's there. It's in full view. You can go see it. And yeah, I'm not lying to you. And another one. This is from the akinocure.blogspot.com agnostics blog called Face to Face. In the comment section of his review of the new James Bond movie, he makes a passing reference about the gay whoosh haircut. And the first comment is from somebody anonymous. It says, "I have that gay swoosh haircut. I thought it was just an SS haircut," as in the Nazis. And Agnostic said, "Nope, it's a 100% gay signal." And this was from November 30th, 2015. And I don't know who Agnostic is beyond the fact that he writes his blog that I'm a fan of, but he doesn't know who I am. We've never had any correspondence. And he says in response to this gay swoosh haircut comment, he says, "Nope, it is a 100% gay signal. It's only a coincidence that some Nazis wore it, and even then maybe not so coincidental. If they were part of the large homo contingent among the Nazis. I think it's more of the gay tendency towards caricature and copying what the cooler older kids were doing 5 years ago. In this case, kitty cartoon version of a faux hawk. Gays think and act this way because infantilization is the defining trait of their broader syndrome, including, ew, girls are yucky. As with the Nazis, there is a major homoerotic group within the alt-right. First, they convince impressionable and naive young guys with no family ties into adopting their gay whoosh hairdo, and pretty soon they're convincing them that only sodomy will save Western civilization. The glory that was Greece." And that's the end of the comment. So this relative outsider who does his own thing, he sees this. The sender of this email sees it, and it was Schwartz who made the comment on Common Filth Radio episode 64 question and comment thread. Said, "What do you think of this god-awful flat earth drama that has been going around? The right was starting to piss me off already with some of the big alt-right names pushing for buggery and the like. Hopefully that particular strain of autism will be irrelevant by this episode, but hell hath no fury like an angry spurg." Well, the strain of autism that is influencing young men to to believe that sodomy will save Western civilization, that is fundamental. And moreover, there's this author for Countercurrents Publishing. His name's James J. O'Mara. He wrote a book, and the description for it is, his Homo and the Negro brings a queer eye to the overwhelmingly homophobic far right. In his title essay, O'Mara argues that the far right cannot effectively defend Western civilization unless it checks its premises about homosexuality and non-sexual forms of male bonding, which are undermined not just by liberals and feminists, but also by Judeo-Christian family values advocates. Oh, those damn people who want to defend the family. They're the enemy. O'Mara also uses his theory to explain the stigmatization of Western high culture as gay and the worship of uncultured oafs as masculine ideals. Although O'Mara grants that the gay rights movement is largely subversive, he argues that homosexuals have traditionally played prominent roles in creating and conserving Western civilization. So, there you go, he's a homosexual supremacist. And if you type this guy's name into Google, first result, second page is his blogger profile. Now, I don't know if this is him or not, but it certainly aligns with what's being said here. He says that homosexuals are a natural elite. Homosexuals are a natural elite, according to this guy. It's in his interests. And back on the old alternativeright.com, which is now only accessible through the archive, the Wayback Machine. This is from the 10th of December, 2012. And Andy Nowicki wrote an interview with this guy, conducted an interview with this guy. And he says, the author of this, the guy who conducted this interview says, like Jack Donovan in The Way of Men, you're very keen on a restoration of a masculine ethos in an age of overweening feminism. Yet while Jack, who wrote a blurb for your book, very much favors a return to what could be called the hardened traditional manly male, you seem to pine for a time when men could be swanky, well-dressed, bookish, and even temperamentally effeminate without immediately being tarred and feathered by certain know-nothing right-wingers as Nancy boy faggots. Yep, us right-wingers, so know nothing about the nuances of sodomy, because that's what you should have a nuanced view on, is unbelievable. And before we move on, more comments, and this can be found in the discussion section of my YouTube channel. I have 2 different comments, written within days of each other. Wow, the alt-right are literal faggots. Jesus Christ, God bless you, CF. That's one of them. And then the next one. Hey CF, I just saw that disturbing Jack Donovan post and I would like to thank you. I will distance myself from that movement. Between these comments, the blog post, the comment in the blog post from Agnostic, the email I received, the question I got on Reddit all those weeks ago, I'm not the only one who sees it and I'm not the only one who is disturbed by it. The alt-right needs to make a choice. And I hope they make the right one, because some of my favorite people belong to it. Toilet Law, who so graciously donated some of his time to host episode 60 of this show. Which, by the way, check out Postcards from the American Wasteland on his YouTube channel. It is some excellent stuff. And this is not just because I am mentioned in the most recent episode of it, episode 10. It is excellent otherwise. He's a very talented writer. And there's so many others. Ryan, who sent me that story about the Dolan emails, the toilet slave emails. Seventh Son, who interviewed me last year on therightstuff.biz. These are people who have all helped me out on my way here. And I do not want to see them degraded by what certain people want to turn this movement into. Scroll back a few minutes. Again, many of us are reading the tea leaves and many of us are making the same interpretation of them. And we'll get to that Jack Donovan post, which is incredibly disturbing, like the comment says. Being that I'm running a bit low on time at this point, I'm going to go to the Reddit questions. Don't worry, there's still email questions left to go if you sent them. And I will get to them next week, but they're just going to have to wait at this point because they're a little bit longer. Where did free Gatorade come from? Well, when I was recording that episode of Tumbleristas, where the first joke I made about that, free Gatorade, and it was something about, like, something should be a human right, and I said free Gatorade should be a human right, because I had a Gatorade bottle sitting there, and that's how that came to be, and I referenced it in the most recent episode of Tumbleristas. So, just something silly, something goofy that people seem to like. Hey CF, how was your New Year's? Mine was positively enlightening. Well, I'll tell you how mine was. This was the first year that I didn't stay until midnight watching TV and shouting Happy New Year when the ball dropped. I always hated that for some reason. It always felt contrived. So this year I changed it up. I took my girlfriend to the movies, to the 10 o'clock showing of The Big Short. And that movie ran past midnight. So yeah, no bullshit. Happy New Year. We went into the movie theater in 2015 and we left it in 2016. And I like that, actually. There was only one other couple in the movie theater. We almost had it to ourselves. Almost. But that's not nearly as interesting as what you experienced, but we'll let everybody else know. I spent the last hours of 2015 drinking in a nice cocktail bar, but as soon as the clock struck 2016, my mates had an urge to switch venues. They heard about an 80s synthwave event on at another bar. What could go wrong, right? Synthwave is always a good time, right? This sounded great to us all of us, so we migrated there and we were greeted with the sight of Western civilization raping itself to death. Now, we knew it was a goth event, so there was always going to be some mediocre fuck you mom and dad and slutty women dressed like prostitutes, but I was not prepared for what we were to witness. It is worth mentioning that this bar is a normal bar, a bit hipstery and arty but normal, as in not a gay bar. My city has a dedicated bar for the pause pigs. This bar, on the other hand, hosts art exhibitions and the like in a nice old historic looking building. So when I walked into this bar and saw men making out with each other at the bar, foul men wearing dresses that were either starving themselves to keep thin or dying of grid, it was confirmed to me that this is indeed mainstream culture now. If there was a live DJ on, I'm sure that he could have whipped the crowd into enough of a frenzy to start pausing each other on the tables. We had to pay a cover charge to get in, so my mates, while they knew we had fucked up big time, they wanted to stay and get some cheap drinks in to offset the cover charge. While I was at the bar trying to get a beer, two fags next to me were making out with each other, until one of them turned to me to complain about how his boyfriend had ordered him red wine instead of champagne and red cordial, and he was upset about this. He told me the wine was pretty good, though, and asked me if I wanted to try some from his hepatitis-contaminated glass. What a good bloke. I'm sure he would have given me a reach around, too, if I had asked. He could have spiked his own drink. That was a good call that you didn't do that. That would be pretty likely, I think. Some rump ranger in there also sold one of my mates some pretty fucked up gear in the toilets, too. The friend in question is fairly slight. Translated to gay newspeak, fuckboy with a juicy boy pussy. I'm going to throw up. Thank you. So I am 100% sure that if we didn't get him out of there, he would have been raped by one of the freaks wearing their fetish garb out in public. See the link below for a picture of the average person in the bar that night. I still feel dirty and will likely never forget the experience. These people are considered normal now. They are no longer relegated to partying in their gay bars. I have seen my civilization killing itself right before my eyes. Thank God it's 2016, only 20 more years before Apophis might bless us with sweet release. Also, there was no synthwave. Those faggots lied to me. Oh, man. Well, I am now even more thankful that I had a peaceful New Year's Eve to New Year's. So, really sorry to hear that, but yeah, I mean, if these are the natural aristocrats, then I guess being an unwashed prole, it's not so bad. But like I said, I'm not lying to you people. You can take anything I say and go out into the world and find it. You can. This is proof. And thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for living that proof. And I'm glad that you came out of it alive. Next, hey CF, I had a quick thought I want your opinion on. I've been living in South Korea for almost half a year now. I've made many Korean friends, and I'm here studying the language. From my personal experiences, I can truly tell you that Western and Eastern people are very different. Long story short, I've been thinking about race mixing a lot these days. I know it's bad for the children themselves, they have no true identity, and according to studies, mixed-race children are more likely to act out or show undesirable behaviors. But I've been thinking a lot about the future. Many studies say that whites will become even more of a global minority by 2050. And the way things are going with this global agenda to discriminate against whites, white people could have a hard time in that future. So here's my question. Do you think it would be better to have a mixed-race child with this future in mind? If things don't change and the world becomes so progressive that it doesn't want white people anymore, I don't want my child to have to grow up in a living hell because of their skin color. Ironic, isn't it? Also, just something you might find interesting. In Korea, every year has a specific name. I'm not really sure how it works. But this year is called Biyang Shin Nueyeon, which sounds like retarded bitch year in Korean. I think it's a good foreshadowing for 2016. Thank you for everything you do, CF, and keep fighting the good fight. The answer to that is no, and the reason is simple. Mixed-race children are seen not as, for example, let's say, white and Korean. Those kids, if they live in Korea, will not be seen as fully Korean. They will be a perpetual outsider regardless of what the global demographic situation is doing. But thank you very much for the question. Do you think there will ever be a turnaround in the Western world where pause loads and other such things won't be socially acceptable, or is there basically nothing but misery from here on? In other words, what do you think the future holds in store for white nations? Also, face reveal when. That already happened, but you're going to have to go through all my videos to find it. If the Western world chooses to succumb to the natural aristocracy of sodomites, then no, there is no future. People who are homosexual supremacists cannot survive. They can bear no fruit. They will starve. Next. How do you muster up the strength to make those Vine compilations? I can't even sit through a minute of angsty teens shouting about gay rights. Well, if you made it that far, then, if you made it to the part about the angsty teens shouting about gay rights, then, you made it past a minute. I think you're stronger than you think. Also, what is your opinion on Ramsey Paul? I like Ramsey Paul. I've been following him for almost 5 years now. But how I muster up the strength to assemble the Vine marathons, well, I wouldn't call it strength because, let's take a coroner, for example. They do a pretty difficult job. They deal with dead bodies all the time. I mean, after a certain point, it no longer phases them, the fact that they're dealing with dead bodies. For me, dealing with a dead culture no longer makes me cringe. It no longer makes me want to look away. And I suppose that's how I got here. Okay, next. Hey CF, what do you think should be done about sodomites in society? Should they be left alone like a festering wound or exiled from society similar to lepers in the Bible? Have a happy new year and God bless. Well, you have to find out if they're repentant first. Who among them is repentant? And this is a serious question. This is not rhetorical. And that's all I'm going to say. Hey CF, hope you had a nice time during the holidays with your loved ones. My only question this week is what your view is on very light bedroom play. I know you frown upon disgusting acts such as that boyfriend eating the girl's crap you talked about on a recent episode, but I mean things along the line of blindfolding to increment the excitement of the unknown with your significant other, if anything, to make her feel good. Thanks for your time, and I hope you're doing well. P.S. My girlfriend is an incredibly gentle and traditional soul. I don't want to corrupt or pervert our relationship because I honestly love what we have, but I have had this thought a few times before, and I'd like your take on it. Well, look, if you're asking me and you're providing details on what you do sexually, I think you feel some guilt about it. So my recommendation is walk down to the preacher, say I do, and be guilty no more. Next. I'm thinking about starting recording something myself, something niche for some friends. What is your recording setup and how does it treat you? There are probably more qualified people to ask, but I like you. And I like you too. Which is why you are a moderator on the subreddit. You do a good job. I'm running through some pretty old equipment right now, but it's almost to the level of professional quality. I'm using an M-Box. Which is a Avid product, but I got mine when it was still DigiDesign, and I'm running a microphone into the M-Box, and to the M-Box I'm running into Pro Tools, so that is my setup. It is an expensive setup, and it is what musicians mostly use, and that's what I originally got it for. But it does the job with podcasts. Its editing options are great. But I think you can do a podcast just fine of good quality with a good USB microphone and Audacity, which is free. And I also have a portable Tascam recorder, which I use to record episode 58 around there. Episode 58, 59, something like that. And the audio quality was not what I expected it to be. There's some stuff on Common Filth Radio, the best of 2015, that I recorded with this, and it turned out a lot better. It's because I had it positioned in such a way on my desk that the two microphones were picking up more of the reflections than it did my own voice, and I don't know why that is. I guess it's just the way the shelves on my desk are positioned, but yeah, that's why those didn't turn out the best, but it was still functional, and this is a Tascam DR05. I think you could get it for less than $100. You'll have to check, but I think it's in that price range. So if you just want to start out, try something just for fun. I would not recommend the setup that I am using, but a good, decent quality USB microphone and a free copy of Audacity, you get some good results with that. And next, what do you think about Jack Donovan? I remember you mentioning his name and some of his work in the past. Did you read The Way of Men, and do you have any thoughts on it? If you haven't, I think it would resonate with you. Yeah, I have talked about Jack Donovan. I've said I've liked his work. I haven't read Way of Men, but I've read his stuff on Radix Journal. I think that's the site. But yeah, when this came to my attention, I really damaged my opinion of him. He said on the Roosh V forum, and you can go look at this. It's under his name. It's in a thread about him, and he's talking about his recently released book at that time, The Way of Men. This is from June 2013. Somebody said, I've read The Way of Men, and I strongly recommend it. It takes a lot of ideas that are out there in the manosphere concerning the role of a man and breaks it down and explains its origins. It is a great read, and even though the author is homosexual, it didn't make a difference in the knowledge I gained from that book, and it does not make a difference in how much of a man he is. Maybe he is the top, not the bottom. And he responds, yeah, I've been a top for years. I basically fuck men like they're women. But I'm glad that they're not. And he continues, I'm banging this jacked, rich liberal right now. Probably the best piece of ass I've ever had. I've had sex with women, but I've been with one guy for 14 years, so there's no question of switching teams in any meaningful way. He's a good guy who supports me in my work and always has. I have a dude on the side, but it's all on the level. and betraying Lucio, I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm not a natural aristocrat like he is. Who became blood brothers with me for my second book, and has my initials tattooed by me on his arm, because I decided to explore other ideas for philosophical reasons would be the homo version of Eat, Pray, Love. As far as the way of men is concerned, it's either right or it isn't. A lot of the ideas came from conversations with my straight friends about their frustrations with their lives. It's not about me converting people. Let's be real. I'm a jack-tattooed guy who's more or less a skinhead. Do you for a moment think I can't get laid? The reality is I can post a pic to a hookup app and have someone blowing me inside of 3 hours. I'll be able to pull prime ass from dudes with daddy issues for the next 10 years. I would like to give you a moment to let that sink in. And he finishes with, I don't need to creep on straight guys to get laid, and everything I've ever written on the subject would make it unforgivable for me to do so. I don't have to elaborate on how incredibly disturbing this whole post is. It speaks for itself. So with that being said, thank you very much for listening. I have nothing much left to say other than, again, Common Filth Radio, the best of 2015, out on Bandcamp right now, commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. Take care of yourselves, be good to each other, and I will talk to you later.
Grown, ain't I? The skinny nigga with the fro to the slightly bigger nigga who's a killer with the flow. Went from YouTube beats and SoundCloud, nigga. The only difference now is that I found Twitter. Fuck it, it's struggle rap, man. They never see the trouble that I'm going through. The way I sing, they think I live in bubble wrap. Fuck all that, even though I'm on some poppin' shit. With my niggas as my witness, I'm a nigga who can spit. Don't believe me? Overlooking my potential, I'm that poet to a phone, that poet was to a pencil. My mental is similar to that of a lion, and I'm the king of Hollywood.
Okay, on this episode, I'm going to be limiting myself to an hour because I gotta get some sleep. I have a trip coming up pretty soon, and I want to be rested at least two nights in advance, so... this trip was planned out that I'm about to take. It was planned out in advance of my unplanned hiatus. Unlike last time, the show will go on. There is nothing preventing me from doing the show other than me not being where I record my show. So, in my place next week will be Toilet Law. Toilet Law, you might know him from the rightstuff.biz. He will be guest hosting, so I have set up a question thread on Reddit. It is the question thread for episode 60. It's on the Common Filth subreddit, reddit.com/r/Common Filth. So go leave Toilet Law a question or a comment. Feel free to give your thanks, which is what I will do now. I very much appreciate him being generous with his time and contributing to this, making it possible for it to go on. So just wanted to get that out of the way. A big thank you to him. And on Bandcamp, people have been asking me what's been going on with the Tumbleristas Raw Volume 3 production. And it's suspended for the time being. I don't know when I'm going to be able to finish it. But in the meantime, everything on the on my Bandcamp page, commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com, will be half off. So that includes Common Filth Radio, the best of 2014, Tumbleristas Raw Volume 1 and Volume 2. So that adds up to, actually, let me look that up real quick to make sure. Because I believe that, yeah, $3.50 gets you all three of them, and Tumbleristas episode 17 is also on Bandcamp because it's not on YouTube. So yeah, if you haven't got caught up with Tumbleristas Raw Volume 1 and Volume 2, you'll have time to do it, but now is the time to do it. Everything on the Bandcamp page is 50% off, so a great deal. And this week I have no news stories to cover, nothing really grabbing my attention, so I'm just going to finish up the emails that I have, just so that I can get them out of the way. I've had these building up for some time now. And actually, that's not true. I just don't want to give this person attention. Tommy Sotomayor, you can check out his TNN News, TNN Raw channels. I think those are what those are called. And yeah, another transsexual threw himself in front of a large vehicle to commit suicide. And that's why I'm not going to talk about it, because I'm not going to give it attention. So, but just to put it into context, remember at the beginning of the year I did the episode about, or maybe it was at the end of last year, I don't know, but the episode about, I think it was called Truck Your Privilege, and it was about a same sort of suicide. How narcissistic could you be that oh, I'm going to do a copycat suicide. I'm going to make it all about me and about this person who did nothing with their life. It's like I guess if you kill yourself by a vehicular suicide, yeah, if you commit vehicular suicide, you get elevated to sainthood in neoliberal hell world. Just think about it. Think, what if I was like, oh, I want to die by being crucified? You'd think I was a fucking nut. And I'd probably go to hell for doing it, and deservedly so. So here's an email. My name is not important. I have been a fan of yours since the beginning of my college experience a year ago. My entire life, my goal was to attend a Catholic college, and I made it in the best one in my area. I spent countless hours on schoolwork, charity work, and extracurricular activities, and I was given half off my tuition. When I started to attend classes, I noticed that I was an extreme minority, white male. At least 80% of the classes were African American, foreigners, or golden retriever girls. I asked around and most classes were like this regardless of major. My English for 2 semesters were spent on basic rules of the language and basic sentence structure that should have been taught in kindergarten. The worst thing that the college was only 5% Catholic, and I was taught theology by an atheist. I had to go to a consent course. Only white males attend for an entire semester, saying no means no, maybe means no, and yes means no. And if you did not attend or pass the course, you could not receive your diploma. White males were not allowed to form clubs, and Christians could not form prayer meetings, but the Muslims were allowed to form a Muslim student council, homosexuals could form a gay-straight alliance, and blacks formed an NAACP chapter, all paid for by student funding. The admin said we could join any of these clubs. Myself and others brought up the fact that this was discriminatory. The administration stated if we did not drop the conversation, we would be kicked out or labeled troubled, racist students. I told one of the administrators that they could not keep bringing low-grade people onto the campus and expect everything to be fine. After a while, my prophecy came to pass. Check the link. Here in my area, if the race of the victim and perpetrator are not given, it usually means a black-on-white crime happened. I dropped out in May of this year and started attending a community college part-time, and also started to learn welding. God bless you, Common. Well, that sounds like hell. And I do apologize if I read that before. I don't remember if I did, but actually I haven't. That email came after the day after I uploaded episode, 57? So yeah, that doesn't surprise me much. The reason why academia can't be taken back by conservatives or at least apolitical people is because look at the breeding strategy of liberals. They have a very spray and pray breeding strategy. They don't invest resources into any one given offspring. They prefer to breed like, well, here are all my babies. There you go. And the classroom is like that, except their babies are, they're a virus and they're looking to infect new hosts. And there's no more efficient way to infect a culture than through the classroom, because you get dozens of students at a time, and you develop some personal connection with them. These students think, oh, you're on my side. Oh, wow, you're so cool. Da da da, and it's all downhill from there. So this whole idea of, oh, we need to take back academia, no, it's not possible. It is not possible. You cannot separate what is said from how it is said. It's just, it's like, oh, sociology could, if, the social sciences can show some data that would lend itself to supporting socially conservative ideas. Well, you think anybody's going to let that happen? Fuck no. So, good luck learning how to weld and attending community college. It's a much better thing than what you were doing before. What are your opinions on Bernie Sanders? Moron. Free college, free everything. Yeah, free college for brave women of color to learn how to steal old Jewish guy microphones. That's all he wants. So fuck Bernie Sanders. And this one is called You Don't Know Shit About Sweden. I've listened to every single one of your radio shows in rapid succession, and you generally write about every single thing. But there is one topic that you brought up a few times that really tickles my pickle in a bad way: Sweden. You seem as though you have a very negative view of Sweden and the Scandinavian region, which is completely understandable since you obviously browse poll, but what you have to understand is that the majority of the Sweden propaganda that gets posted there is epic memes, easily refutable epic memes at that. If you see a news article, it doesn't take a lot of research to find out it's more often than not a complete fabrication. Of course, there is real cuckoldry stuff that happens in Sweden as well, but no more than the Anglosphere. Well, no argument there. Sweden has for a long time now been unfairly targeted by meme conspirators. Yeah, we're all we all get together in a dark room and we conspire. We conspire to make Scandinavia look bad. Anyway, who ensure that every little thing that happens there may be remotely leftist in nature gets highlighted and blown out of proportion when it really is no worse than the rest of the West. In fact, I'd say that Scandinavia is better off in terms of degeneration than most of the other white countries. At least we're still all above 95% white. That's more than I can say for France, Italy, Britain, Spain, Netherlands, Germany, and let's not forget America. What is your percentage at now? 72? That's fucking laughable. It's actually lower than that. I think it's at 65% or something. But, look, I understand that you want to defend your country. It's normal to have nationalistic impulses if you have deep roots in a region. Scandinavia, specifically Sweden, is your home, and you feel a need to defend your home. Now, I'm not some belligerent. I don't hate the Swedish people. In fact, I have a lot of Swedish listeners. And yeah, I think you're the first to email me and tell me that I'm wrong. But you got to understand something. America's not a nation; it's a business, which is why every European who has some sort of dumb, uninformed opinion about America says that America's some right-wing crazy place. Simply because the justification they give is because in America you're not taxed as much as you are in Europe. That's it. Oh wow, people are allowed to make money. Wow. Yeah, that's a crazy right-wing aristocracy we have. And even if that were the case, look how they behave. And that's what I'm talking about on this show. Yeah, people make a lot of money, but look what they do with it. It's not like they are dignified or show restraint, which is what I would like to see, but I don't see that anywhere in American culture. But yeah, America is not a nation because nobody here has deep roots. You have much, much deeper roots where you live. Scandinavia is overwhelmingly anti-immigration at this point. A poll in Norway a few years back revealed that 97% had an unfavorable view of immigration, which is obvious. When you see a demographic change as swiftly as it has, even the blue-pilled masses are going to become wary, but due to retarded faggot legislature spawned as a result of World War II, as well as EU regulations, there is nothing that can be done legally through a democratic process. That is not to say that we're not trying, evident by the fact that nearly half of Sweden are now voting for a party that was considered a fringe group of neo-Nazis 5 years ago. But even then, they, if elected, won't have any power to stop immigration. In other words, we need some kind of violent revolt, hostile takeover of the government and Gestapo-style persecutions of immigrants in order for something to actually change, which I personally believe are not that far off in the horizon. Well, what does that say about whites that they have allowed themselves to be pushed around by bureaucrats? Bureaucrats who are not intimidating in any way other than, oh, we could possibly fine you or put you in jail. Fuck that. Who are they? Who's going to defend them if you decided to go after them? I'm just saying. I'm not saying you should do that, but, well, whatever. I think I've said enough on that subject. But, and this ties in with, it's because I see it in America too, that a lot of people are just defeated. And my friend he just recently came back from somewhere in Europe, and he just said, yeah, the people there they just seem like they're beaten down. They have a defeated spirit about them. And this is not a political person. This is not a not a person who looks at things in depth like we do, not somebody who lives and breathes this stuff. But he observed this, and somebody's got to snap out of it. We have to stop being pushed around by people who do it through bullshit hall monitor office politics kind of shit. It's pathetic. Who are these people? Making $50,000 a year behind some desk. Oh, they provide for their family, though. They're working people. Well, you know what? If that's the working person, fuck the working person. If the working person wishes to have solidarity with some bureaucrat, fuck them. Work is not created equal. Anyway, another thing you seem to not understand about Sweden is how the military situation works. You've implied that their military is weak and puny and could easily be destroyed if Russia decided to invade, which is fair enough. On its own, the Swedish military couldn't do shit about anything. That is because Sweden is a tiny, low-population country of 8 million people. It's about the same as the state of Virginia. You think that Virginia would be able to take on Russia by itself? Of course not. That is why alliances exist. If you put the entire Scandinavian region together, you get 26 million, which is about comparable to Texas, and I think Texas would have a much better shot at beating Russia. In addition, per capita, the Scandinavians have a larger military representation than most of those precious Slav countries you seem to have a huge erection for. Plus, we're not poor as fuck, so we actually have proper MLG equipment. I'm not saying our military is comparable to America's. No military is. America is really fucking overkill, mate. Tone it down already, we get it. Well, look, no argument there, but, I mean, I don't worship Slav countries. All I'm saying is that it seems like if it came down to it, the common person there would stand up for themselves. And I don't see that in Europe at large. Not just Scandinavia, but Europe in general, for the reasons I stated before. It's like, if who you have to stand up to are these bureaucrats, fuck that. Go after them. Go after them. TLDR, stop talking shit about Sweden and its military. Americans calling anybody leftist cucks is like the pot calling the kettle black. If the pot is cast iron and the kettle is stainless steel. In case you didn't understand that proverb, cast iron is usually black while stainless steel is gray. And in this case, America is the cast iron pot, which is black, calling Sweden gray stainless steel black. Look, I've criticized American culture far more than I criticize Swedish culture because I don't have a ground level view of it. I can't look up close and say this is how it is, whereas in America, I can. So, I've mentioned America. I've covered stories that have happened in America at a far greater clip than I've mentioned Sweden. And look, maybe I am uninformed about certain things. I completely welcome any correction as long as the correction comes from a truthful place. Continuing. Also, I find it hilarious that you consider yourself white as an Italian and Irish mix. Italians are the niggers of Southern Europe, and the Irish are the niggers of the British Isles. Talk to me when you can trace your heritage 600 years back to a single Germanic nation, you mongrelized mutt, you. Well, I will correct you on this. I am not Italian. I am part Irish, but my great-grandmother is Irish, and she married and had children with a Spaniard who was blonde hair and had blue eyes. So I think that would make me 12.5% Irish because she was from Ireland, and 12.5% Spanish. And most of my heritage is German and Dutch. And there's some possible Polish in there, but I can't trace that yet. So I'd have to get a genealogy test done, which I have not done yet. So yeah, I'm predominantly German. And Dutch, and with a little bit of Irish and Spanish. So not Italian, even though I have nothing against Italians. Pretty sure I have Italian listeners, but I don't know how many. Next. Hey CF, first of all, thanks for answering my question about my transgender parent a couple of weeks ago. I'm currently trying to become more independent money-wise so I can move out on my own while going to community college. My question today is, what do you think of corporations like Google / Alphabet and Facebook that have more resources to track you than the government? I'm talking about knowing where you are going to go before you know dystopian future stuff. If you haven't donned the tinfoil hat yet, I would recommend this video about how privacy is dead and anonymity is next. Thank you for taking time out of your day to answer this question, and good luck on your endeavors. Well, thank you. I'm not too worried about it on its own. I'm just worried about them working with the government. I'm worried about them working with the government because the government has no incentive to keep this data for themselves. They have incentive to use it against you, because all government employment is make work. I would say that 9 out of 10 government jobs are just make work bullshit, keep you off the streets kind of stuff, and make people arrogant thinking they're independent when they're really not. They depend on the charity of the taxpayer. So Google and Facebook are contemptible companies, and I think they should be taxed out of existence. If I were to have it my way, they would. But as it stands, they're using the data just to make more money. Because Google, I think, is the biggest ad firm on the planet. And they use data in certain ways to, which is why I think that, like the whole marketing thing, that's why they're pushing race mixing more than they have been, because it's not so much like they're trying to emasculate one group of people, even though that's probably a byproduct. They're looking for people to have children that are going to have identity issues, and they probably have something in their metadata that says that mixed race people are more prone to to consumption. They probably have something that says mixed race people, they're more likely to click ads, therefore we're more likely to make money off of them. And I think that's predatory. I think that's evil, but oh well, whatever. And it's not just Google and Facebook that need to be taxed at 90%, which is ironic because I said the whole thing about Europe thinking America is right-wing because people are allowed to make money. Well, in that respect, we should become more like Europe, but we should become socially, we should take our culture in the opposite direction, which is to say that we should exercise restraint, we should exercise dignity, and not be obsessed with our own assholes. Okay, next. Oh shit, where did I go? Okay, here we go. If you go to 8pol regularly, I know you do, just not how often, would you say that it's a lost cause? The shills have stepped up their game exponentially, and over the past week, serious issues that should be addressed in sticky threads are completely derailed and ruined by shills, shit posters, and spammers, which at this point I wouldn't be surprised if they're all the same. I feel like the entire board is compromised, and I don't know where we could go as an alternative. Well, I like reading Britpol because they like what I do. They link to my stuff occasionally, so every time I've looked at a Britpol thread, they've seemed fine. But yeah, I haven't noticed that myself. And what you can do about it is try to become a moderator. And the moderators that exist need to not be so afraid of banning people. Because if the purity of discussion is what your goal is, you need to remove people who compromise that. And I think that a lot of people use this whole free speech thing, which I'm in favor of. I mean, I realize that there are costs to it. People need to realize that in order to have free speech, you need to remove the people that just yell fire in a crowded room. And that's what you're talking about. Shit posters are just people who yell fire in a crowded room, in a movie theater, whatever. So yeah, there needs to be some selective use of the iron fist. And that's all I'll say about that. A lot of the derailing shitposting I'm talking about had to do with Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn at the UN. And if that's not proof that the UN is a complete fucking joke, I don't know what is. We know now that the UN is now pushing for Chinese-style censorship of the internet, nominally to save women from cyber violence, but we all know it's just so they can put a gag on internet free speech, which is bad for Anita Sarkeesian's and Zoe Quinn's bottom line. Because if there are more people out there looking at what they do and criticizing it, the less money they make. They stand to lose more money if people are allowed to criticize people. if people are allowed to criticize those they oppose. And they don't like that. They know that that cuts into their bottom line. They know that cuts into their way of life. And they want to preserve it. And they're technically working people, so fuck them. If anybody finds any solidarity with them because they're merchants, then fuck them. Also relevant was this article I just found. You don't have to read it, just check the headline. Xenophobic posts child rights. Oh yeah, I read about that, about some Euro country threatening to take away children if the parents of those children are caught posting anti-immigrant sentiments on the internet. It seems that mass censorship will be coming in the foreseeable future whether we like it or not. If that happens, where can we turn to organize, discuss, and share thoughts freely? This won't be as simple as making a new board or website. Will we see a surge in deep web use? Is that even a feasible alternative? It could be. I don't know enough about the deep web to say, but if they force us to shut up, they're taking away an outlet. And pressure will find a way to escape. Where it will escape, how it will escape, I'm not at liberty to discuss. Because debating, talking, typing, there's some sort of release with that. Your brain tells you, yes, you're getting these thoughts and feelings out. And you're satisfying that. You're satisfying that impulse. And that's why you don't see that many people lashing out. And if they take that away, well, they get what they get. Sorry if these questions seem odd, but this has been something that has been weighing on my mind for the past couple of days now. And now that I can't even discuss it on poll without the threads being sunk as soon as they start, I don't know who else to ask. Thanks again and God bless. Well, this is why you need your own platform. This is why people need their own platforms. And not you specifically, but people of our mindset. There needs to be leaders. There needs to be individual voices that people can rally around, and that's a cost with anonymous image boards, that anybody can come in and shit it up and there's no real consequence for that. Whereas if there's fewer people making the decisions, it's more likely that the right decision will be made. So thank you for the question. I just bought Tumblrista's Raw Volume 1 and 2 to support you. I love what you do and hope to see you do for a while. God bless. Well, thank you for the support. Every little bit helps. Okay, next. First of all, thanks for all you do and sorry for the long read. You really shine light in the darkness that is the modern West. I'm a sophomore in high school who has just started classes. For the most part, my classes haven't posed a problem. Until I started my English 2 class. Big fucking shock. Within this class, I was introduced to critical theory, which is clearly Marxist in origin, and comes with critical lenses. Critical lenses are effectively looking and answering questions based on a singular viewpoint. For the rest of the year, I'm to only answer questions based off these lenses, which include feminist lens, physiological lens, and Marxist lens. Further still, we discuss gender stereotypes, representation of women, and how evil men are. What really puts the icing on the cake was a speech done by my English teacher, a white woman in her mid-30s, about how we were going to pursue multicultural studies instead of those boring old white guys that we always read about. Now she has a sister with a multiracial child. This is all, it's hard being right. It's hard listening to the stuff I talk about and seeing it in real life. Because you want it to be an abstract thing, but then you realize that these people are made up of flesh and blood, and all of a sudden you feel like, oh God, I have to actually deal with this and not just hear some guy talk about it. It's tough, I know. Anyway, continuing. After a few days of listening to this leftist drivel, I decided to argue against some of her clearly unreasonable points. Following this, I was met with a swift backlash from my peers and the threat of detention. Later, I had questioned her about the origins of these lenses and was subsequently threatened with insubordination. Afterwards, I was pulled out of my last class by my English teacher to discuss my attitude towards her class. I told her in a straightforward manner all of my complaints while she listened. Yet she dismissed them as a fear of liberalism and told me she was a registered Republican who only wanted to encourage individual thinking. Further still, she told me outright that she didn't want me influencing the other students. I decided to swallow my pride in order to pass the class for the time being and go along with it. My question to you is, should I further risk insubordination or continue to swallow her ideas for the sake of passing? Also, how does one go about presenting their ideas in a way the indoctrinated find palatable? I've tried talking about Christ and quoting the Bible without results, since the reaction I usually get is, fuck that nigga, God isn't real, I believe in science, which is coming from kids in a large Hispanic community. Thanks again, and God bless those natural conservatives those Hispanics are. I'm not bashing on my Hispanic listeners. It's just it's a common refrain that you hear, common rationalization. But there's really nothing you can do, and I'm sorry to say that. You, as a sophomore in high school, don't hold much power. And I find it laughable that she's so, I want to encourage individual thinking. Well, she is not teaching you how to think. She's teaching you what to think. And that's bullshit. Oh, I'm a registered Republican. Bullshit. She's lying to you. She's just saying that to seem whatever. Or she's just so worthless that, she's submitting to a higher authority. Which is why girls like the school environment. They're submitting to some higher authority. And that's why boys have a hard time in school. Because the only authority men should submit to is God. The only authority that men should follow is a godly authority. And that's why boys have a hard time. Because we know that. We know that. Every cell in our body says that. But there's really no way that you can get these ideas across. Because look where the culture is. The culture is godless, do what you want, white guys suck, blah, blah, blah. And none of your peers are going to go against this because they don't want to seem like the outcast. They don't want to seem like, oh, they're dangerous. I'm dangerous for going against this. Because right or wrong, whether that notion is rational or irrational, that having an alternative opinion counter to the dominant narrative is dangerous, whether that's right or wrong, that's what they think. And people, if enough people have a perception, it eventually becomes merged into their realities. And this is no different whether you're in high school or whether you're way beyond that. Hell, there are people who don't talk to me anymore because I'm open with how I am. I don't accept common notions. And they view you with the same level of social radioactivity as they would like a child molester. Or some creep who goes around smelling girls' hair. They view you exactly like that. Which is just ridiculous. So that's what you're dealing with. Most people just want to go along to get along, whether it's right or wrong. And to make you feel better about this, I'm just as powerless as you. You're just having to confront it in a more direct way on a daily basis. And for that, I fully sympathize with you. Because it wasn't that long ago that I was in that situation myself. But you have to understand, there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing that you can do is be comfortable in the truth. Take comfort in knowing that you are right and they are wrong. The people are always wrong. The masses are always wrong. So, thank you for the email. And we will go if my email will load. And it did. I just clicked on the same one. How long have I been going? Oh, wow. Okay. This email is longer than I wanted, and I tried to trim it down. I hope you're well. I was worried when I didn't see your weekly podcast. I understand it's a commitment to do what you do every week, and you have done it incredibly consistently, but you were missed. Well, thank you. It may sound totally weird and not what you intend, but your willingness to call out the wickedness of these days almost seems like a ministry in the sense of catharsis and relief I get knowing someone out there sees what is going on. Recently, I've been thinking about religion. I've been a Christian my whole life. I completely and absolutely believe in God and my Lord Jesus Christ without question. However, I've been deeply bothered recently. While I have no doubts in my faith, I feel like I am losing my religion. I know it sounds strange. But while I have complete faith in the Lord and have no inclination to look in any other direction, I feel like I need a new religion. Still centered on God, Christ's salvation, and biblical truths, but not what we have now. Something seems wrong with what we have now. It seems that so many of the branches of Christianity have been corrupted. Recently, a lesbian bishop in Scandinavia suggested taking down the crosses from a church and putting in Muslim prayer rooms. And we just heard that Scandinavia is not that bad. The evidence is mounting. The Pope is pushing the destruction of Western peoples at the hands of endless hordes of invaders, and the countless churches that seem to preach a gospel that rejects all masculine virtues and wants to usher in hedonism and self-destruction. Christianity has done good by promoting moral introspection and mercy. But if we learn from history, it was Christ depicted as a warrior of righteousness that first converted the barbarian tribes of Europe. Not this passive anything-goes overly feminine idea we have now. I don't want insane fundamentalists using persecution as a tool of oppression, but I don't want this complete lack of will to fight for anything good and worth fighting for. The kingdom of heaven is established by forceful men, not degenerate lesbians, not amoral hippies, not even women, but by forceful men who will judge based on what is right and who will fight. A church that has cast out its men teaches them to be women is a church that has cast out the very ones who will establish the kingdom. I don't know if I will ever find my religion, but it isn't this disease that is taking over the world. I'm sorry this comes off as extreme, but something cries out within me. Well, that definitely fits into what I just said, that the only authority man should submit to is a godly one. The only thing that man should obey to is God. The only thing he should be obedient towards is God. And he should not be obedient towards the church if this is what the church is, because it really isn't the church. This is not what God had in mind. God did not have in mind wallow in your sin. God did not have in mind act as if you're doing nothing wrong. God did not have in mind, no, don't blame yourself for your shortcomings, blame society. We're supposed to be different from the world, not of it. And that's what you're struggling with. Because churches need to stay in the black. They need to post a prophet. They need to fill the pews. Oh, look, we're like what you hear and every other thing, but we mention God Jesus a couple times. We say what you hear in school, what you see on TV, what you hear on the radio, what you study in university. Oh, we agree with all of that, but we're going to mention God Jesus a couple times to make it seem like it's different. That might get you a week's worth of good tithe money, but you know what? That leaves you dead. God sees right through that shit. And you know what? I completely agree. I understand what you're talking about. But women are better consumers. And that's what the church is looking for. And the teachings, the teachings they pervert and the way they pervert it, it reflects that kind of value. It reflects the values of consumerism. So, nothing else to say. I know what you mean. PauseConvert.com. Kill me. From Dork Enlightenment. Check them out on Twitter and Facebook. I believe they have a Twitter and Facebook account. Yeah. PauseConvert.com is a thing that I found out searching through Tumblr. And if you're not familiar with pause is, well, that's a term. It's a shorthand term. It's a slang term for HIV positive, and it's used by homosexual men who want to give and receive HIV intentionally. They call it bug chasing, but I'm sure you know all about that now. I'm new to your channel and I really like it. I have a question if you don't mind answering it when you're able to. Recently I have, for lack of a better words, refound my faith in God and Christ. I listened to one of your CFR podcasts where you gave some advice on religion and about Orthodox Christianity. My question is, do you think that a baptized Roman Catholic would be able to become Orthodox? I will look more into it, of course, but any further advice would be very appreciated. Keep up the great work, and thank you very much. Well, you're asking somebody who grew up in like these really basic bitch Protestant bullshit kind of churches, ones that are that's what came before all this nonsense about lesbian bishops and LGBT affirming congregations. What I came from probably led into that, so that's why I'm not really a part of that world anymore, even though I still believe in God, obviously. But it's not like if you go to an Orthodox church on Sunday morning, it's not as if they're going to know that you're Roman Catholic. And the best way to find out if you are compatible with it is to just go a few times, see how you like it. It's not like they're going to kick you out. It's not like they're going to ask you, "Oh, who are you? Why are you here?" Just if you see people doing stuff, just follow along. Though I do think that you're not allowed to take communion if you're not allowed if you're in a Orthodox church. If you're not baptized, you're not allowed to take communion. If you're in an Orthodox church, they will send you away. So I think I heard that, and I think I'm remembering that right. But yeah, just go see how it works. First off, I'm a huge fan. I only heard of you last week, and I honestly had no idea there are other people with the same calm but moral mindset. I, for one, do get a bit tired of neo-Nazis and their hateful approach to today's downward spiral. Their heart's kind of in the right place when it comes to nationalism, but some of them just need an excuse to attack a certain group rather than society as a whole, but I digress. I apologize if you have already answered these questions. First question, you said you were a Protestant Christian before. I am too, so I just wanted to know your thought on the Pope. Specifically, how he has started condoning degeneracy, gays, other religions, etc. What he allegedly wrote to a newspaper that people are doing sin when they ignore their conscience. Pope Francis assures atheists, you don't have to believe in God to go to heaven. Was that confirmed, or was that a hoax? Because I'm not sure of it. I've heard of it, but I did get fooled by something he said. Or maybe it's just millennial journalists taking this shit out of context. I don't know. But all I'm saying with the Pope is that where there's smoke, there's fire. Even if he didn't say exactly quite that, even if the context wasn't quite right, he still said something really dumb that allowed people to interpret his words in such a way. So yeah, I'm no fan of the Pope at all. I've said that. As each generation gets worse and people's morals begin to shift, hasn't our conscience become redundant? Because homosexuality has become accepted in our society, do gays really feel guilty about such acts? What the Pope said on this makes no sense at all and has really exposed how far the Catholic Church has gone, in my opinion. Also, the Vatican doing a 180 and saying they do not agree with the ideologies and stance that Kim Davis has used some bullshit excuse of why the Pope saw her really shows how quick people are to turn against what they literally preach. Coming from a religious and personal level, do you believe that we can improve the degrading status of society's morals, or will it just continually get worse and worse? I truly believe it can and will. Please don't make me sound like a doomsday conspiracy theorist. Oh, no, you're not. You see what's going on, and you're making a judgment based on what you see. And what you see, you're not lying to yourself. You read about it. You read about it every day, some new thing that happens that people say is okay. BuzzFeed, HIV is okay. Slate, pedophilia is okay. What else? What else? Treating your pussy like a turnstile, that's okay, says Everyday Feminism. Says Jezebel, says whatever. People don't understand that there are consequences for the things they do. That what they do has a spiritual component, and they will be damaged on that level. But no, God's not real, spirits aren't real, whatever. I completely understand if you don't want to answer this question. Well, I mean, look, I don't have the answers. All I know is that the Catholic Church, as it stands, is something to be avoided. And there are many conservative Catholics out there, but look at your leadership. And that's what people look to. They don't look at the common Catholic, which, there's good ones, there are good ones, there are bad ones. But look who the Pope is. The Pope is of the world. The Pope is a degenerate. That's like, yeah, how can you trust anybody who's a geriatric virgin? How can you trust anybody who hasn't found it within themselves to take a wife? And that's why you see so much of this nonsense in the Catholic Church, is because of this celibacy bullshit. And I understand you don't want to perpetuate nepotism, whatever. The fact of the matter is, only perverts say, I'm celibate. Like what I talked about last week. All of these priests sodomizing young boys. They hide behind this celibacy to claim, oh, we're not doing anything. How could we do that? We're celibate. We're supposed to be celibate. Fuck that. You need people who take wives, who go forth and multiply. That's who you need as your leader. That's who you need in leadership. Somebody who can relate to women. Somebody that knows how to relate to women. Somebody who is socially adept enough to ensure himself a bloodline. That's what you need. But that doesn't have much to do with anything. How long have I been going here? 44 minutes or so. We'll call it there. Again, next week, Toilet Law, guest host. First time I've had a guest host on Common Filth Radio. So go to my subreddit, r/CommonFilth. Post in the question thread if you'd like to hear Toilet Law answer your question. Check out Bandcamp. Everything on my Bandcamp page, half off. And where am I going? Well, I'm not going to tell you that. I don't want to be stalked, and I don't want to be stalked by my enemies. And from the stories I've heard, that's a distinct possibility. But I'll share more details with you next week. I will tell you all about my trip next week and where I went and all that good stuff. So until next time, please take care of yourselves. Please stay sane, and I'll talk to you later. Larry Brinken is a gay rights icon. His career as a lawyer and homosexual activist was crowned when he led the movement to legalize same-sex marriage in California. He is revered in the LGBT movement, and he was earning $135,000 per year as boss of the Human Rights Commission there until his retirement in 2010. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors established a Larry Brinken Week in February 2010 in his honor. Brinken is married to another man and is a respected member of the community. In June 2012, San Francisco police acted after receiving a tip from the Los Angeles Police Department, which obtained from AOL an email exchange between a Los Angeles user and Zach3737 at AOL.com. Police say they linked the AOL address to Brinken's IP address. He is the owner of the account and paid for AOL service with his credit card. These emails contained images of children as young as perhaps a year old being sodomized and performing oral sex on adult men. Zach3737 at AOL.com, whom the police allege is Brinken, provided graphic commentary on the photos of interracial adult child sex. Comments included, quote, I loved especially the nigger 2-year-old getting nailed. Hope you'll continue so I can see what the little blonde bitch is going to get. White power, white supremacy, white dick rules. Unquote. The AOL email account was also linked to Yahoo groups centering around discussions of child porn according to the search warrant. Investigators say they additionally found emails sent from Brinken's now-defunct city email account to Zach3737 at AOL.com. Brinken, a community icon who led the fight for the city to recognize same-sex partnerships, was arrested and booked into San Francisco County Jail. He posted bail and was released Saturday, according to a jail spokesman. Larry Brinken, the gay activist who led the fight to get San Francisco to recognize domestic partnerships, was arrested for child pornography today. Items seized from his home included computers, videos, tapes, and discs. He had been a longtime employee of the Human Rights Commission and a central figure in the gay rights movement. The search warrant is a comprehensive list of terrible images of young infants subjected to sodomy and oral sex and perverse racial comments. Brinken is a close chum of California State Senator Mark Leno, another homosexual and dedicated gay rights activist, who has for many years kept the laws in California soft on child molesters and child pornography. In 2006, Leno opposed the efforts of Republican Sharon Runner to toughen up the law on child sex offenders. He wanted the law to act only in cases of possession of more than 100 items of child pornography. An item could be defined as a CD or USB stick containing thousands of images of rape or violence to children. Leno opposed the introduction of a statewide GPS tracking system for all molesters and opposed any increase in prison time for those convicted. Take a moment to digest this information, and we will find out what happened to Mr. Brinken. He was convicted early last year. After being arrested in 2010, it was really 2012, the website made an error on that. Former San Francisco Human Rights Commission employee Larry Brinken, 67, made a plea deal with the city today, admitting that he did in fact possess child pornography. He will serve only 6 months of prison time, 6 months of home detention, and 4 years probation. If you recall, police say that Brinken had pornographic images and emails attached to his AOL account, imagery that showed children as young as 1 and 2 or 3 years old being sodomized and performing oral sex on adult men. During one disturbing conversation using the email Zach3737@AOL.com, according to a 2010 SF Weekly article, Brinken once commented, quote, "I loved especially the nigger 2-year-old getting nailed. Hope you'll continue so I can see what the little blonde bitch is going to get. White power, white supremacy, white dick rules," unquote. Today's plea deal effectively dropped this charge of distributing child pornography. According to SF Examiner, Brinken's defense attorney, Randall Knox, said today that his client is genuinely remorseful and has a much greater understanding of the damage child pornography creates. Noted for his advocacy work, at least prior to his arrest, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors approved a resolution proclaiming the week of February 1st, 2010, Larry Brinken Week, stating that his dedication to advance the civil rights of all people has never stopped. I'm sure Mr. Brinken loved masturbating to those images of an infant having its life ruined before it even had a chance to begin. But, most college students support after-birth abortion, so why am I surprised at any of this? You are living in Larry Brinken's America. You've been living in Larry Brinken's America. And you don't care. And I've made the mistake of caring. Because as of, according to this, January 21st, 2014, we've been living in it. 6 months of prison, 6 months of home monitoring, and 4 years of probation. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, slap on the wrist. I am the only man on the internet, on television, on radio, bringing you this story, reminding you of this story, in light of recent events. Depending on how you look at this, God has either blessed me or cursed me with an excellent memory. But what good does it do me? What good does it do you? Nobody cares. Nobody listens. They want what they want. And apparently the people want the same thing that an infant rapist wants. What an infant rapist fetishist wants. I have another article for you that I remember quite well. One of the things we predicted when the infamous crime against nature was dropped as a bar to military service was an inevitable descent into moral and sexual debauchery in our armed forces, and we were right. Homosexual conduct is immoral, unnatural, and unhealthy. There are a host of pathologies associated with male homosexual conduct, including random, promiscuous, anonymous sex, a highly elevated risk of HIV and AIDS, and a proclivity towards sexual violence. It's like the proclivity that Mr. Brinken had. This is not a lifestyle any rational society, let alone its military, should embrace or support. Now we are getting more information about just how twisted and dangerous this lifestyle is. According to the Daily Mail, a prominent newspaper in the UK, male-on-male rape in the United States military is reaching epidemic proportions. Absorb this tragic excerpt. When a man enters the military, he is 10 times likelier to be sexually abused, and in 2012 alone, there were an estimated 14,200 reports of male rape. Read that again. A man who enlists in the U.S. military is 10 times more likely to be on the receiving end of sexual abuse than if he remains in the civilian population. The risk of being raped jumps a staggering 1,000%. Our military has become a playground for sexual predators, a veritable smorgasbord of victims for homosexuals on the prowl. It would be stupendously stupid not to accept the plan that, as the public becomes aware of these sordid and tragic realities, recruitment, retention, readiness, and morale will plummet. Here are some excerpts from this article. In a recent GQ article, more than a dozen veterans and current servicemen came forward to tell of their sexual assault, and how the military institution failed time and time again to bring their predators to justice or get them the psychiatric help they needed. Steve Stovey, Navy, quote, "As a man, I can't perform the way I used to. I just feel damaged. All I remember, along with the pain, is the slapping sound of being raped. I try to make love to my wife, but I can't. I'm triggered. I'm traumatized by that sound." Unquote. This is problematic since men are much less likely to report these incidents, leaving their attackers in positions of power and keeping the pain inside to boil over into other relationships. The power structure within the military also makes these attacks more prevalent, because men in lower ranks may find it hard to report their attackers if they are superiors. Quote, "When a gunnery sergeant tells you to take off your clothes, you better take off your clothes. Don't ask questions," unquote. Former Marine Sam Madrid, name changed, said. Cole Welsh, Army, 2002 to 2007. Quote, I had actually let the assault go because I didn't want it to interfere with my career. I wanted to be an officer, and I just said, bad experience, won't let that happen again. But there was some residual damage. A month and a half later, I was brought into a room with about 9 officers and told, "You've tested positive for HIV." I was removed from the military and signed out within a day. It was a complete shock. Unquote. And when the men aren't silencing themselves, the military is doing it for them by discharging victims for misdiagnosed personality disorders and letting their attackers continue to serve. Trent Smith, Air Force, enlisted 2011. Quote, "He was a senior aide. He had a direct line to the top. Being invited over to his house, I just took it as I should go. Looking back, I ask myself, why didn't you do anything? It wasn't like he held me down or tied me up. I didn't want to cross him. I really didn't feel like I had any choice. I had just turned 19. It could be my career. I froze and went along with it." Unquote. Because sodomy is now a most favored sexual proclivity in President Obama's military, male victims of rape have no one to tell without placing their military careers in jeopardy. And they have a vanishingly small chance of getting justice if they do complain. Quote, "The military justice system has only convicted 7% of all MSP cases that go to trial, which is why an estimated 81% of the victims never even report." In other words, in 2012, there were almost certainly more than the 14,200 male-on-male rapes that we know about. Our military has become a cesspool of homosexual degeneracy. Meanwhile, concludes the Daily Mail, the victims continue to suffer in silence. Here's what GQ says on this subject. Sexual assault is alarmingly common in the U.S. military, and more than half of the victims are men, according to the Pentagon. 38 military men are sexually assaulted every single day. These are the stories you never hear because the culprits almost always go free. The survivors rarely speak, and no one in the military or Congress has done enough to stop it. And according to GQ, men develop PTSD from sexual assault at nearly twice the rate they do from combat. Military sexual trauma causes a particularly toxic form of PTSD. The betrayal by a comrade in arms, a brother in whom you place unconditional trust, can be unbearable. Warrior culture values stoicism, which encourages a victim to keep his troubles to himself, and stigmatizes him if he doesn't. An implacable chain of command sometimes compels a victim to work or sleep alongside an attacker, which can make him feel captive to his suffering and deserving of it. People ask me frequently what I mean by the phrase golden retriever girl, which I borrowed from Sam Hyde of $1 Million Extreme. I'm going to put it to you like this. In the same way that a dog thinks that its own shit, its own excrement, its own feces is tasty, in the same way that a dog likes to eat its own shit, I think you get where I'm going with this. A golden retriever girl looks at every ruinous, damaging, caustic idea and says, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want to see in the world. And these girls, they're the ones who ultimately make the decisions. They decide where the culture goes. You put a bubbly, smiley face on anything, and a golden retriever girl will go along with it. And where the women go, so do the beta providers. Because apparently agreeing with the stupid ideas that women have, that's a prerequisite to getting into her pants. I'm going to tell you a story that I may have told before. But this is about, between, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, something like that. And I would make a late night commute home, Saturday night into Sunday morning, PM to AM. So I would flip around the AM stations during my car ride, seeing what's out there during a time where I am likely the only listener in I don't know how many mile radius. So I come across this one radio show, and ironically, it's on the supposedly conservative station, and it's a radio show of nothing but homosexual men and women talking about nonsense. Well, they had a couple of these older homosexuals in the studio for an episode of the show where they talk about getting Allen Ginsberg to speak for their gay club. And how they accomplished this, and they were bragging about this, by the way, keep this in mind. How they accomplished getting Allen Ginsberg to speak at their school was to send him a letter, which offered him X amount of dollars, some $100, and male companionship. So these people were bragging on the radio about sitting around in a room talking to each other. Okay, somebody's got to sleep with him. Now, I might be old-fashioned, but that sounds like pimping and whoring to me. And they're bragging about this on the radio. Did you know that Allen Ginsberg was a member of NAMBLA? Oh, but I'm sure it's fine because those men love those boys, and I'm sure those boys love men. Even though, according to Larry Brinken's lawyer, they aren't aware of the damage that child pornography does. But child molestation, that's perfectly fine. It's just the pornography that's, you stupid fucks who are listening to this who are opposed to everything I say probably don't understand that I'm using sarcasm right now. Even though you speak it fluently. I speak fluent sarcasm. Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, another one, which is less offensive but equally stupid, from this same radio show. The week following this one, where they're talking about, this is in California, and they're talking about how, I forgot the amount of numbers of gay marriages that were filed with the, whatever office that you go to get your marriage license. They said, oh, it's so great, we've had blank gay couples married. And I remember remembering that number and putting it into a calculator when I got home. That's something like 2 or 3% of California's total gay population got married. So we're talking about an extreme minority within an extreme minority, who are probably so torn up about the life they lead that they think that validation from the state is going to cure their feelings of inferiority. Or they're people who are doing it for political reasons. Either way, you'll find out on the next episode of Tumbleristas that there is a large contingent of people who engage in homosexual activities who are of the mindset of smoke meth and hail Satan. They love satanic imagery. They love methamphetamine, as I've already covered on another episode of Tumbleristas. Openly celebrating smoke meth, hail Satan, gay sex on your Tumblr blog indicates to me that you give not one fuck what mainstream heterosexual society thinks about you. Now, this is an extreme behavior, but there's lots of extreme behavior going on in the military that we don't hear too much about. A gay rapist probably doesn't give much of a fuck of what mainstream heterosexual society thinks of them. Now, they're perfectly happy to enjoy its spoils, but again, they give no fuck. They just want to take. They don't want to give. But apparently, letting them have marriage licenses will cure their behavior. Because, reasons. They're just like us. Straight people are bad too. By the way, straight people can get married and do terrible things. But how often do they do terrible things as a result of their sexual identity? By the way, straight people by and large do not have a sexual identity. I know that more and more want to LARP as homosexuals just as homosexuals. Well, 3% of homosexuals want to LARP as heterosexuals by playing house. I think that millennials have this bizarre solidarity with sexual deviants. The reason for this is because sexual deviants in the short term avoid consequences for their behavior. Whereas the millennial looks at a show like, I don't know, 16 and Pregnant, Teen Mom, and says, oh God, I don't want that to happen to me. the natural consequence of fucking and cum. I know I say this. I've said this. Those creationists we were all making fun of 10 years ago have a better understanding of human anatomy than the rest of us. Because they actually have children. They actually have grandchildren. I bet there's like a 50-50 split amongst millennials. 50% believe that you can get pregnant from butt sex, you can have butt babies. And the other 50%, well, they're out there waving their rainbow flags because, yay, I don't have to get pregnant. I get to be a parasite. I get to contribute nothing to society. Either way, creationists, they're smarter than you. In all practical matters. Let's compare these two things. If everyone dedicated their life to ass sex, something as crass and puerile as ass sex, would the world function? Would the lights stay on? Would the water run? And the answer to that is no. If everyone believed that the earth was very young and carried on life as usual, the lights would stay on. The water would still run. Your average person has such a fucked up sense of priority. What is important, what is unimportant? It is sickening. And I have to curse myself for caring about the conduct of the common man. I want better for them than they want for themselves. And there is nothing out there to give them better. Because they don't want better themselves. It makes me fucking ill. This is why secular society will always fail. Because the common man cannot enjoy self-restraint, self-respect, things of that nature, on their own merits. The common man cannot enjoy loyalty, the honor that loyalty brings, on its own merit. And this is why you need God to strike fear in the heart of the common man, to keep him in check. But where is God? Perhaps he's not abandoned the world, but he has certainly abandoned America. And why do I care? Why do I care when I live among God's abandoned? Why do I care when I am among God's abandoned? God is dead to us. And with what has he been replaced? I hope he extends his mercy to somebody, to someone who has not yet put him in the ground and only exhumes his corpse to justify the new God.
Jesus didn't say anything about homosexuality.
Jesus didn't say anything about looking at an email with images of a black baby getting raped and responding, white supremacy, white power, white dick rules. Jesus never said anything prohibiting that, therefore it's allowed. Okay, fine. This is not my world. This is your world. I have had not one word of influence with regard to how people in this world live, how this world is shaped. I've done nothing to influence it. I'm not in control. You are. So if that's what you say goes, then fine. You have rendered the most beautiful who ever lived into a homosexual child rapist. That is what you do. What was once holy is rendered satanic. For God so loved the world, he made his only mistake. I'll talk to you guys later.
Now look at this net that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Go! Throw it at him, not me! Oh, let's try something else. Now watch and learn. Here's the deal. You slip and slide on this banana peel. What are you doing?
Making videos for Serbian people since 2014, this is Common Filth Radio, best in the world except no substitutes, episode 110. Thank you very much for listening. Over on commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com, I got a new episode of Common Filth Extra for you, with Common Filth Extra episode 38. On this episode, I discuss the terrifying reasoning and value system of drug addicts. Unfiltered first-hand experience. It really is an epidemic of drug abuse, particularly heroin, growing in America. And we'll get to that a little bit later on this episode, but also on Common Filth Extra, we delve into the history of pornographic film and ridiculous university organizations dedicating to stopping bias. Well, we're all about bias here on Common Filth Radio. And also, drink of the day. Arizona iced tea, lemon flavored. No, I don't care how aesthetic green tea is. It's horrible. I have so many interesting things to talk about this week. I don't know where to start. So I will start here. This came from Roto World of all places, a fantasy football news site. And here I'll just read it. It says, asked about UC Berkeley, redshirt junior wide receiver Chad Hansen, Scout.com national recruiting analyst Greg Biggins said, "We blew it. I honestly think it's harder for a white wide receiver than it is a black quarterback to get recruited at a high level in this day and age," Biggins said. "Unless you have extreme skill set that jumps out." Hansen wasn't a 3 or 4-star recruit out of Moore Park High in Ventura, California. No, he was a no-star recruit with 0 major college offers. "I don't know how we missed him," said Biggins. "It was a bad evaluation on our part." Nicknamed the Llama by teammates because of his laid-back nature, Hansen has come out of nowhere to post 59 catches and 770 yards and 8 touchdown catches so far in this college football season. So, this is interesting that somebody would say it like this. Like, it's hard for a white wide receiver in American football to get offers. But the part about black quarterbacks is pretty ridiculous. You could flip around your channels on a Saturday, watch a college football game, chances are one of the teams will have a black quarterback. Like most Americans, I enjoy sports. I like reading up on it. I think it's a very interesting world. It's not one I was ever a part of in any meaningful sense myself. I did a t-ball when I was younger, and then I did a lot of bowling in high school, but never anything organized where I was in this system where you have coaches all the time. And I read something interesting from somebody. They said that, when you're practicing and the coach yells at you, don't take that the wrong way, take it the right way. If he wasn't yelling at you, he wouldn't care. It's when he stops yelling at you is when you should be concerned. That means you've been given up on. You've been given over. Screw it, he says. Screw it. So, with that in mind, I could see how I've been yelling at certain groups of people for a real long time, and maybe I'm just yelling at a dead body. I don't know. I don't know at all. But I really like this book here. It's a book called Blue Highways, written by William Least Heat Moon. It's a travel book. He's going around all the back roads of America, writing about the people he meets, the sights he sees. It's good stuff. And I'm going to read a part of the book to you here that I thought was really good. And this is the context here is that the author of the book, he meets this black woman, and he's talking to her somewhere in the South. So he's talking to her, and she says, "They used to have a statue up there on the main street called the Good Darky statue. It was an old black man, slouched shoulders, big possum-eating smile, tipping his hat. A few years ago, blacks made them take it down. Whites couldn't understand, couldn't see the duplicity in that statue. Duplicity on both sides, God almighty. I'll promise them one thing, ain't gonna be no more gentle darkies crooning down on the levee. I smiled at her mammy imitation, but she shook her head. She says, in the 60s, I wanted that statue blown to bits. It's stored in Baton Rouge, now at LSU. But they put it in the wrong building. Ought to be in the Capitol reminding people. Preserve it so nobody forgets. Forgives, okay, but not forgets. And then he asks her, were things bad when you were a child? And then she says, strange thing. I was born here in 41 and I grew up here. But I don't remember prejudice. My childhood was warm and happy, especially when I was reading. Maybe I was too young to see. I don't know. I go on about the town, but I love it. I put my time in the cities. New Orleans, Philly. Your worst Southern cracker is better than a Northern liberal when it comes to duplicity anyway. Because you know right off where the cracker crumbles. With a Northerner, you don't know until it counts. And that's when you get a job done on yourself. Now, I'm not a Southerner. I'm not a Northerner. I've lived out west my whole life. So I don't have much interaction with it because of how the geography in America is separated. And I don't have contact with Southerners or Northerners too much, firsthand experience. But I have noticed this, just by reading what they value, how they act. It seems like, people in the Northeast, and who she's talking about is white people. People in the Northeast, all their ethics are entirely situational. They don't believe in anything. It's all relative to what the next guy's doing. They have no standards. Whereas Southern whiteys might be vicious racists, but you know what? You know where you stand with them. You have the atheistic North and the religious South. And that has a lot to do with it. This book was not written that long ago. When was it first published here? It was first published in 1982. I mean, they're really not atheistic. They make other things into their god as everybody else does. It's like we all have religious impulses. It's just a matter of where we redirect them. That's a lot of what you have in the North, unfortunately. A lot of people gave Ted Cruz shit about droning on about New York values only because he's hypocritical about it, and no one cares if you're a hypocrite. Nobody actually cares if you say one thing and do another. It's just something they can point out because it's so obvious. Look, they're doing that thing. Look how smart I am. I noticed a basic pattern of behavior. Me so smart. I so smart. They don't actually believe in one side or the other. They're just pointing out hypocrisies, inconsistencies, and they don't care. They don't take one side or the other. Because if somebody's being a hypocrite, well, it's playing into somebody's hands. It's to somebody's favor. And if it's in your favor, well, you don't really care if they're being a hypocrite, do you? You don't. But we're just, everywhere you turn, whether it's a Northerner or a Southerner thing, and I've noticed this about Northerners, the thing I just read, whether it's a Northerner thing, Southerner thing, East, West, Middle, Midwest, whatever it is, everywhere you look, we think death is a great thing. And death comes in many forms. People are already dead and you don't know it. You see a moving body, they're breathing, their eyes are still blinking, they're still talking, they're still doing things, but they're dead. For example, people who think abortion's a great thing, dead. They don't care about advancing the human species into the future. They don't care about accomplishing anything. They just want to be kept comfortable until they die. They want a palliative. This is a recurring theme in the show over the past few weeks. That's what it represents. That we like abortion so much as a people. That's just one example. You can't criticize a woman who's had an abortion or else you're some evil bigot. That's right. You cannot criticize a baby killer. You cannot criticize a transsexual on the basis of their transsexualism, on their cross-dressing, on their perversion. They're also dead. If they're a dude, they want to turn their cock inside out. They want a makeshift vagina. If they're a lady, they pump their bodies full of strange hormones. They cut off their tits so they can no longer nourish a child with their milk. And I don't care what kind of end around they can use to still feed them formula or still feed them mother's milk. I don't care. It's what it represents. It represents the death of the human species. Transsexualism, abortion, sodomy, all three of which make up our culture's holy trinity. That's what we consider beyond reproach. It's what we consider the best thing you could possibly be. A baby killer, a tranny, and a sodomite. All of which represent the death of the human species. All of which represent the death of the tribe they happen to infect. And it's happening. It's happening in slow motion, 1 million frames per second, highest definition possible from every conceivable angle. We are witnessing the death of, certain people, certain tribe of people, which I unfortunately belong to. So, you know what? Going back to the example, like the coach yelling at you, he's yelling at you because you're fucking up and he cares that you're fucking up. He wants you to stop. He sees something in you. He sees potential in you. It's when you keep fucking up and nobody's there to yell at you anymore. Then you've been given up on. And who's going to yell at a dead body? Who's going to continue to yell at people who value abortion, transsexualism, and sodomy? Our culture's holy trinity, above all else, the things which represent the death of the human species, the death of the tribe. Because it's not just everybody. It's specific groups of people. First it happened to the Jews, now it's happening to, well, you know. Alright, pick up a Bible if you want to know all about the downfall of Jewish civilization. So, with that in mind, from the Daily Mail, forget baby showers. Young couples are holding vasectomy parties to celebrate the start of a childless family and ask guests to name their car instead. Call it a sign of the times. More couples these days want to avoid parenthood and embrace life without children. So some are marking the start of their childless families with childless families. Have you ever heard of something so absurd? With vasectomy parties. Vasectomy parties. There you have it. We're celebrating our infertility. Our impotence. So instead of yelling here, let's analyze this. This is just another symptom of the death that we worship. For lack of a better term, because we do. That is what it is. We worship death. Everybody in the West. Everybody. And I say everybody because those, at this point, those who do uphold God's law, those who do obey God's law, they're not Westerners anymore. Alright, they don't belong to that. So instead of yelling at these reprobates, getting angry at them, let's dissect it. They're embracing their life with, they're just rotten. All right? It stops with them. And you know what? Good riddance. Good riddance. I hope somebody else more worthy takes your place, but let me continue here. Guarantee you these are the same people who are anti-homophobic, anti-transphobic, pro-choice, pro-baby killing. They say, you can't say that about them. That's hate speech. You can't, they don't want you to criticize The Walking Dead. They don't want you to criticize them because they view it as kicking them while they're down. Enter don't judge morality. Don't judge me. Then quit engaging in behaviors worth judgment. Negative judgment. See, people actually care enough to pass judgment because they want you to stop fucking up. You need to have a real hatred of humanity to enable this kind of behavior. Whether it's transsexualism, whether it's turning your cock inside out, whether it's somebody's a sodomite, you don't want them to continue that behavior because it's destructive to the self and it's destructive to everybody around them. It's only the most hateful people who would continue, allow people to continue this way. But you see people like this, they see solidarity with the sodomite because they have no fight left in them. They just want to be comfortable. They want a palliative until they die. They don't want to fight for anything. They don't want to live for anything because living is difficult to them. They, like the sodomite, like the transsexual, like the abortionist, like the baby killer. They're not just content to die on their own and just whatever. Expire and be forgotten. No, they don't have enough grace to do that. They want to bring everybody else down with them because they're not content in being alone in their death. They want people down there in the ditch with them. They want people in the morgue with them. They want to have banter and jokes and good times with people in the morgue. They wish to be unmolested in their self-destruction. And not just that, the destruction of everybody in their sphere of influence. They want to die, but they know that's the wrong choice. So they're not content in that choice. Hence why look, everybody, we're having a vasectomy party. It's like, what kind of self-respecting man, he celebrates his own sterility? We don't have men anymore. That's my mistake for thinking that. They know that what they're doing is wrong, which is why they're pulling everybody else down with them that might be curious enough to look over the ledge. That's all homophobia and transphobia. That's all it's code for. You are anti-death. You want to prevent people from suffering the same fate as these reprobates. That's what homophobia and transphobia mean. Homophobes and transphobes, I don't care how Jewish they are, it's the correct way to be. Because you're preventing people from engaging in self-destructive behaviors. And you know what? It's not just destruction of the self. Again, here they are having a vasectomy party. How about this one? From Life News. British woman who had 5 abortions before 35. Timing wasn't right for a baby. Was the timing ever right for one? Good Lord. Stories like this one from the British publication, The Mirror, are guaranteed to drive our benighted opposition crazy. Not that they judge the decision of businesswomen. Yeah, businesswomen are my greatest accomplishment in business, killing 5 babies. Not that they judge the decision of businesswoman Trudy Perry to abort 5 babies. It's only does she have to splash it all over the tabloids. See, that's it. That's the only position that The Walking Dead take. You could do whatever you want. I just don't want to hear about it because it puts a mirror up to the product of their apathy. They don't want to see it. They don't want to hear about it because it shows their failure in every respect. And this apathy, this complete avoidance of any moral responsibility, I think is a defining feature of Generation X. Which is why Gen Xers and Millennials have this really sick relationship where Millennials just want a fucking hug box. All right, they don't want to hear any dissent, any bad feelings. They just want banter and funny memes, haha, and good times, nice, pleasant conversation. No, they don't want friends. Friends set each other on the right path. They just want acquaintances, people to laugh at, ha ha ha. They want a buddy. Oh, hey, bro, let's go to the movies. Hey, bro, let's go to the gay nightclub. It's implicit white identity night. And Gen Xers, they'll pretend to make fun of all this shit, but they agree with it. They don't disagree with it, so effectively they do agree with it. Again, it's the complete avoidance of any moral responsibility. Gen Xers, I think, are far worse than boomers, to be honest with you. Because boomers, they seem to be very isolated. And they're, that like we were talking about on the show I was on a few weeks back, they're very different. They're a product of this experiment. So they're very unique, right? So how could they know what they're doing is wrong? Whereas Gen X, they don't have that luxury. They don't have that plausible deniability. They know what's wrong. They don't give a fuck. They don't want to agree with their parents. They don't want to agree with the sexual revolution. The deleterious consequences of that are obvious, but they don't care. They're just like, hey, cummies, cool. Casual sex, cool. Abortions on demand and without apology, cool. And they see the millennial hug box mentality, and you see this everywhere. Regardless of political stripe, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you are on, you see this. Nobody wants to hear anything negative about themselves. Nobody wants to take moral inventory. So in that respect, millennials are very much like their Gen X counterparts. So that they have a complete inability to take moral responsibility. Gen Xers see that and they're like, yeah, whatever, cool. Yeah, sure, fine. They don't care. Because they too want to die. Which is why they all like Kurt Cobain so much. Because, who knows if he killed himself or not, but still, that's all he wanted. He wanted to die. He's on record as saying, I wish I was gay so I could screw with the homophobic jocks at my high school. Pacific Northwest, ladies and gentlemen. Northeast. There seems to be a common thread here. Maybe it has something to do with being a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Uber. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I infiltrating your hug box with impure thoughts about the master race? Oh, I'm so sorry. Boo-hoo-hoo. I only take a mocking tone because that's what you listen to. And the fact that some of you think I'm Hispanic still shows to me that you are not nearly as familiar with the diversity you hate so much as you'd like to think. I'd be surprised if you're exposed to it at all, and you just want something to bitch about. You live such a bland, inoffensive life that you just want some point of resistance, so you claim to feel something, even though it's completely disingenuous. You're like a northerner, like that black woman was describing in the book I just read, the part of that book I just read. You don't know where you stand. You don't know what you want. You have no standards. So we don't know how that cracker is going to crumble. So, what else does this say? You can read Angela Carlos's story here about the British woman. The sun never sets on the British Empire. The British woman who had 5 abortions before 35. You'll be horrified and be able to comment probably better than I could, so this will be brief. In a nutshell, all these abortions came about, as part of the headline suggests, because timing wasn't right. Relationships came and went, babies came and went. Perry could never find the right guy at the right time. Yet she still kept getting knocked up. Since the moon and the stars never aligned just right, she had abortions at ages 15, 1, 19 with twins, so that's 3. 3 babies dead. 24, 4, 28, 5, and 32, 6. Babies ranged in ages from 12 weeks to 20 weeks. Each time, wrong man. Okay, they're wrong. Why are you laying with them? Free food. You look like it, you fat fuck. The reader is supposed to feel sorry for her. The reader is supposed to both feel sorry for her. She says,
as I approach my 50th birthday, I can't help looking back on my life and the choices I made.
You know, if you lived your life the right way, you wouldn't have to look back. They're like, oh, I know what's back there. I did all right. I did the best I could. And so you're supposed to both feel sorry for her and be impressed by the depth of her wisdom. She says, I learned you have to live with the choices you make. Isn't that like stripper wisdom? Like what that one video called Stripper Wisdom? Live, laugh, love. You have to learn to live with the choices you make. Unless you are one of her 5 unborn babies, that is. Yeah, no kidding. What else? Okay, so she's nearing her 50th birthday. What else? Oh yeah, I saw this on a Drudge Report. He said, oh, the Department of Defense is targeting gays. Oh my god. It's a rentboy.com CEO pleads guilty to promoting prostitution from finance.yahoo.com. So, first paragraph. All right, we know that this, like, it's the reverse pyramid thing. It's like you put the most important information at first, right? You put it at the top. That's a thing in journalism, if I'm not mistaken. It says, this is from the AP. The chief executive officer of a once popular male escort website pleaded guilty on Friday to promoting prostitution in a federal case that prompted accusations of anti-gay bias. That's right in the first paragraph there. First sentence. That's because that's one sentence. First paragraph, first sentence. Anti-gay. Oh my god, it's anti-gay. That's the most important thing. That's what the AP wants you to think. That's what's the most important. And you know what? The average person agrees. That's very important that we stop anti-gay bias. It's very important. Because they're all dead. That's why they like sodomites so much, because they're dead. Just like the sodomite. And the sodomite is better at death than anybody. Jeffrey Hearn admitted in federal court in Brooklyn that he broke the law by promoting the exchange of sexual conduct in return for a fee on his rentboy.com site. Under a plea deal, Hearn agreed not to appeal a sentence of 2 years or less in prison. His company also cannot appeal a penalty of $10 million or less. Sentencing guidelines call for a maximum sentence of 21 months. Oh no, you only get a year and like 9 months. Oh wow, that's so anti-gay. You get a slap on the wrist for prostitution and pimping. Boo-hoo, that's so anti-gay. The judge should be put in jail for judging him.
Because as we all know, as educated human beings, homophobia is a crime, okay? Never you cishets mind the 13-year-old boys that I have in my basement. I have them locked up because I love them, and love is love, you bigot.
The secular holy trinity. Baby killers, sodomites, and transsexuals. Again, I have my opinions about that, but regardless of that, put my opinions aside. It's the truth. Alright, next thing, because we have a lot to get to. This was sent to me by a loyal listener. This is from news.com.au. Mom Michelle Martins had sex with daughter Victoria's killer Fabian Gonzalez 20 minutes after girl's death. Michelle Martins. A heartless mom I like how they say it. A heartless mom allegedly had sex 20 minutes after she watched her boyfriend and his cousin rape and dismember her daughter on her 10th birthday. KRQE reports that New Mexico... Yeah, that's a source. Mom's the word. New Mexico mom Michelle Martins changed her story a few times before she confessed that she watched boyfriend Fabian Gonzalez and his cousin Jessica Kelly rape and dismember her daughter Victoria. KTLA said Gonzalez and Martins had sex just 20 minutes after Victoria was killed. A coroner said Victoria had been dosed with meth, raped, strangled, stabbed, and dismembered. Martins also admitted that she had watched Gonzalez and Kelly rape her daughter at least 3 times prior to her death, and that she believed Gonzalez was abusing her for a month while she was at work. Martins allegedly told police she used the website Plenty of Fish to find men to have sex with her daughter because she liked to watch. What do you say to that? What could you possibly say in response to a piece of information like that? I don't know. But let me put it into this context for you. A lot of far-right fedora types who make a god out of their own genetic circumstances like to blame the church for dysgenic practices. Yet at the same time, they'll bitch about brown savages raping European women and young girls, in light of the refugee crisis. They'll bitch about eugenics, yet bitch that savages are having their way with them. Very rarely you could have it both ways. It's either docile or insane, crazy people. You either have docile, nice, polite people or insane, crazy people who invade, rape, pillage. And women are attracted to insane, crazy, raping and pillaging kind of men. Here's proof. A woman who had sex with her daughter's killer right after the deed was done. You can't have it both ways. You want nice, polite people who do as they're told, don't commit any crimes. Crimes that are of actual consequence and not just bullshit crimes that Europe says are illegal. Things that Europe says are illegal, like hate speech and tweets and homophobia and whatever. You understand. This is the paradox of man's creation of civilization. You need polite, nice, go along to get along kind of people to maintain it. Yet how can you maintain it without violent ruffians who are capable of something like this, something as atrocious as this? And generally, you can't have it both ways. The pendulum is always swinging one way or another. All the savages are going to kill each other off. You're just going to be left with the berry picker class. The nice guys. And you know what? People are going to see that weakness, and then the pendulum will start to swing the other way, which is what we're having now. And the far-right fedora will blame the church for dysgenics. Dysgenic. You're dysgenic. You're mad because you got the short end of the stick, you fucking pussy. The short end of the stick that is completely incapable of standing up to evil like this. Let's go from New Mexico, a state in America, to the British Isles. I read that story from 2007 where, these social workers didn't report these 2 queers who were raping a bunch of foster kids because they were afraid of being accused of homophobia. And were surprised that Rotherham happened. All these children getting abused through the foster system, it's an inevitability of a morally apathetic society. Because what's the first chain of events in that? Somebody has a kid and doesn't want it. So they give it away. They make it the state's problem. They make it the taxpayers' problem. And then the other events in that chain happen. It all starts with it all starts with a complete avoidance of moral responsibility. And everything after that is just an inevitability. Blame yourselves, you stupid fucking idiots. So we're going to read that part that completely shifted the tone of what we're doing here. Martins, the mother of this child who was brutally murdered, allegedly told police that she used the website Plenty of Fish to find men to have sex with her daughter because she liked to watch. I wrote this in my notes, just scribbled it. Not really, I typed it. It says, living vicariously through others, because this is something I'm thinking about here. Because everybody likes to say the word cuck, 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 like a bunch of birds. Cuck, cuckold. And the modern nomenclature means a dude that likes to watch his betrothed get fucked by other dudes. You can only live vicariously through that dude. And it seems to be a product of a certain genetic circumstance. Those of a certain genetic persuasion. One of the light-eyed, light-skinned persuasion. Why do you think sports are such an integral part of the culture in white societies, whereas in others it's just like it's a passive interest? There's a reason why athletes make so much money in America and in Europe. All right, the soccer players in Europe, in the top European leagues over there, they make obscene amounts of money. Obscene amounts of money. American football players here too. Baseball players and basketball players all make obscene amounts of money in America. It wouldn't happen if it didn't have such a pull on the culture. Didn't weigh so heavily on the culture's psyche. And a huge part of that is because we like to live vicariously through others. It's kind of sick, but that's just the way it is. Which is not to say everybody is like this, but it's a majority. All right, some people just like the spectacle of it. They like watching exceptional people do exceptional things. There's some value or interest to be had in that. Yeah, and it's not only sports. I think it manifests itself much more obviously in politics, even though it's not as frequent. We don't notice it as much because presidential elections only happen every 4 years, but that's when it seems to be at its peak, that passions are so inflamed by politics, by how government behaves. Another product of living vicariously through other things. It's as if we don't have a life of our own to live. And here in this situation where this woman has sex with the dude that just killed her daughter, because and that she uses the website Plenty of Fish to find men to have sex with her daughter because she liked to watch. There you go. Living vicariously through others. She likes to watch. I mean, this is the ugliest example of that. But it shows you a very, very damaging part of our psyche and why it needs to be kept in check. It needs to be kept in check regardless of this. I write stuff down and then I find examples of it, or people send me examples of it, of this impulse to live vicariously through others gone completely mad when it's mad to begin with. It's a wonder if we have any mind of our own, or if we even want a mind of our own. We just want to be like lemmings, or just drones, or human batteries, or we just want to be told what to do. It's like I'm on record as saying, like, this current United States presidential election has been like, it's been like a complete memory wipe of every American. It's like, do you not forget that there are serious problems that have very little to do with politics, and nobody cares. Everybody seems to have forgotten about it. Nobody even wants to listen. Nobody wants to listen to the idea that there might be problems that politics can't solve. Nobody wants to hear it. They just want to stay in their hug box. From the Public Health Watch subreddit, the title is r/the Donald feeds an attention whore and upvotes him over 2,000 times because he shoves things up his ass for fun. From r/the Donald, this is what it links to. I, a young gay male, denounce the current left. I am voting for Trump. As an ex, look how special I am. Give me attention. And another one from Public Health Watch. More fag idolatry in r/the Donald. It says, yeah, here's a comment, here's a reply that a young gay male denounced the current left. Says a reply. I looked through your comments from a few days ago and realized how much the Trump supporting community needs people like you. I saw what you were going through and how you are so open about it. You're so much stronger than you think, and there will always be people here to support you whenever you're feeling down. I look up to you and feel as though you can truly help us all. We're all fighting for the same cause, to make America great again. As a blankety blank, I feel a bloobity blue. More fag idolatry from the Donald. /the Donald. I love this reply in the Public Health Watch subreddit. It says, "Yay, OMG guys, we have such great allies. This will make America great for sure. Fag enabling. Let's fix our declining white race by sticking our dicks in buttholes. Let's fix society by chopping off said dicks and turn them inside out and stuff it in our pelvis. We can all fix all of our problems by letting fags run the show. Let's just ignore all the problems they cause because they vote for Trump." Reply to that. Forget for every moment a natural aristocrat can string together a sentence in public, there are 10 moments in private they're taking out their rage on themselves via abusing drugs, molesting children, and turning their assholes into cubbies. Correct. You know, everything they do in public, everything they say, every tribute they pay to something that they think the normal cishet likes is just a show. It buys them time. It buys them time from, you know, people figuring them out who they really are. More fag idolatry in r/the Donald. 2 precious gay Ohio votes for Trump. My partner and I have almost 5 years just received our absentee ballots and have proudly voted for Donald J. Trump to be our next president of the United States. And everybody's doing pull-ups on their AIDS-infested cocks. Well, we need more people like you. That's another problem with white people. Constant novelty seeking. Wow, people who are completely different than me, people who are complete abominations, like the same stuff that I like. Wow, we have so much in common. We need more people like you. We need to make America great again by being more gay. I post on r/the Donald. I have latent homosexual fantasies about Donald Trump. That's why I'm voting for him. Oh, this is good. Submitted 13 hours ago as I'm recording this. Redditors celebrate wigger buying phallic ornaments for a crusty pederast. Common Filth was right. Yes, Common Filth was right. Thank you for affirming that. Public Health Watch, great subreddit. I wholeheartedly recommend you check it out. So what is it? Okay, links to the subreddit. Today I learned TIL. And the submission says, TIL Eminem bought Elton John 2 diamond cock rings for his civil partnership. Stop white people. Hashtag stop white people. Hashtag stop white people 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and beyond, because we can't stop ourselves. Somebody's going to have to do it. I don't care who. Somebody's got to do it. All right? I'm trying to, but nobody's listening. All right? You're listening, maybe, but nobody else is having it. All right, somebody's got to take us out of the hug box. Somebody's got to deliver the harsh truth. This is what it has to be, and nobody's doing it at the mass level. But how can you sell that to the masses? How can you destroy the hug, sell people on the idea of, oh yeah, we're destroying the hug box by going where others won't go, by saying what other people won't say? It's very difficult. And you know, that's all people want. They just want their nice comfy space, and they don't want any impure thoughts or negative ideas coming into that hug box, that safe space. And you see it everywhere, regardless of a political affiliation. However people organize themselves politically, culturally, socially, whatever organization they are in, that's what you will find. The hug box mentality. It's a generational thing. We are far more defined by our generational traits than our political traits, I think. But again, Eminem bought Elton John 2 diamond cock rings for his civil partnership. Civil partnership. So yeah, I was right. Redditors celebrate Wigger buying phallic ornaments for a crusty pet harassed. Common Filth was right. Here's another good one from Public Health Watch. Homosexuals think their liberal friends aren't progressive enough if they don't want to constantly hear about fecal lust. That's a great... The natural aristocracy are surprised that their straight friends don't want to hear about the vile things they do with their dicks. Shocking. This is my shock phase. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, that's the mentality. They don't care if people do it. They just don't want to hear about it. But eventually you will. They can't help themselves. That's all they're about. That's all they're going to talk about. That's what their life is oriented around. That is their defining trait. Their defining trait is their impulse to give life directed in the most vile way possible. That's what it is, and I don't understand. It's like inevitability. They will always make it about sodomy. The homosexual, that's their defining trait. That's what defines them. That is their God. And you want to be friends with these people? White people want to make friends with these people. They go out of their way to make friends with these people. Novelty seeking, endless novelty seeking. It's just baffling. Why you want to be friends with somebody, why you would want to make nice with somebody who defines themselves in such a sick, abhorrent way. You can't reason. You can't come up with a good reason. There's no good reason to do it. But we do it over and over and over again. That's why we need to stop white people. Look, I'm trying to stop it. There's a small pocket of white people trying to stop white people, but you know what? I don't think there's enough of us to get the job done. I just don't. The numbers are not in our favor. So let's keep this in mind when God sends the refugees, when God sends the terrorists, when God sends the shooters. God likes to hoist us by our own petard. And he's not hesitant to do it. Why, we acted in a terrible way, and now we're being punished for it. This is so cruel. I can't do it anymore, I'm tired. My voice is, like that voice I do there, takes a lot. I don't know where it came from. Alright, question, comment thread for Common Filth Radio, episode 110, on the official Common Filth subreddit. If you would like to participate, you may. I leave this thread as an announcement every week. There's a thread for every episode, and you are free to participate. Hi, CF. I'm happy to say that binge listening to your show has finally restored my religious beliefs, and I don't know how you'll take this, since I doubt it's common. Even helped me become heterosexual again. Partly because my parents weren't protective enough, I exposed myself to online pornography since I was 11 years old, and ended up as bisexual ever since somewhere around the age of 14, not long after I began my atheist phase. You know, this is why, you know, you see in, Romans 1:27, I think it is. Hold on. 1:27. Because Scripture puts this beautifully. Or King James Version. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burden their lust one toward another. Men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat. Next verse, Romans 1:28. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. So there you have it. You were doing things of inconvenience. It's not like, you know, you need prodding. There needs to be one step after another of rationalization and mistakes in order for you to get to that point. Therefore, it's inconvenient. Whereas using a woman in her natural way, that's pretty convenient. Biology takes care of that. It's convenient. It's the opposite of inconvenient, which is what you were doing. Something that was inconvenient. Something that was artificial. Something that requires a lot of things in place in order for it to happen. It's not natural. It doesn't come naturally. All right, natural things are usually pretty convenient. Using things as they are intended, pretty convenient. It wasn't until a couple years later I began learning more about the positive aspects of religion, became agnostic, and began feeling uncomfortable with just about everything I was sexually attracted to. It no longer felt morally acceptable to be attracted to the things that aroused me, but I thought I was beyond recovery. I would occasionally vow to stop viewing and think about the content, but I never successfully quit masturbating any more than a week. Pornography can truly be a dangerous addiction. Ever since I began listening to your show last summer at the age of 18, I eventually went from agnostic to Christian, and you made me view homosexuality even more negatively. You exposed me to me how homosexuality and sodomy as a whole is far more evil and dangerous than I thought. After listening to several episodes of your show per week, I couldn't view any kind of homosexual/sodomite pornography without feeling anything other than anger and disgust. Eventually, it didn't even arouse me anymore, for it became something I truly hated rather than a guilty pleasure. I feel kind of stupid that I needed a talk show to get me to quit being a faggot. Look, it wasn't the talk show, it was the facts. Alright? It wasn't me. Because I add how I think about things and how I feel about things to stretch it out, to make it mine. Alright? Alright, that's what separates me from the rest. That's what I say. But the facts are the facts, regardless of what I say about them. Regardless of how they make me feel, what I think about them, the facts are the facts. And the fact of sodomitic activity, the process of all of that, is hideous. And there can be no doubt about that, given the facts. Eventually, it didn't even arouse me anymore. Okay, I already read that part. That's not to say I'm completely fine now, for you've taught me that saying, well, at least I don't like cock anymore, isn't good enough. I shouldn't be viewing any kind of pornography in the first place. There's no excuse for me to disobey the word of God. I still have more to recover from, and I'll continue to listen to your show, to coach the demon out of me. I can't thank you enough, CF. Well, look, every time I get a message like this, I say, give all the credit to God. Alright? Look, I get it that this was kind of the catalyst of the show, set you on this path. I understand that, but there had to have been that impulse within you, put there by God to do right. That's where it all started. And it could have been anything that brought that instinct out of you, that compass, that restoration of your moral compass. It could have been anything. All right, it's very flattering to hear that it was me, but it could have been anything. So give all the glory to God. I'm glad to have you as a listener. Glad you're getting something out of the show. And good luck the rest of the way. Keep doing right. Allah Akbar, motherfucker. CF, a quick question. If you're on a raft with room enough for one more, and you find both Gavin McAssplug and Dickie implicitly White Spencer drowning in a river, what type of meat would you put on your tacos for lunch? Chorizo. I'd put chorizo on my tacos. And I'd wash it down with some Jamaica. Viva la raza. Yeah. It's like people think, like, what kind of shit is he talking about here? How does he know about all that? It's like, you live in California? It's like, you walk and you'll trip over a Mexican restaurant. Yeah. Does anybody else like Jamaicas? That should be the drink of the day next week. That stuff is good. Am I saying that right? Jamaica. Oh, God. Yeah. Hibiscus tea. There we go. Because it's spelled Jamaica. Then it shows me Jamaica and Usain Bolt. Jamaica's greatest export. Hey, CF. Hope you're having a great day. Keep up the good work. Your show is an inspiration to many. Well, I could be doing worse, but thank you. Hope you're having a good day as well. 2017 is almost here already. So any predictions for the coming year? Where will the never-ending hell ride take us next? I'm not in the prediction game. You know, I'm right about a lot of things, but I don't go into predictions. I see patterns of behavior, and I don't know when they're going to take place. It could be 2017, could be beyond, but, you know, I don't see white people becoming any less pro-sodomite. I don't. Not unfortunately. I think we're going to be that. That's going to be a defining trait until the very end, much like it was the defining trait of the Greeks and Romans in their waning days, and the Ottoman Empire. I don't understand. People are like, see, other races are degenerate too. It's like, okay, so why are we imitating them? Why are we imitating the fall of the Ottomans, who were producing art that portrayed sodomy trains and girls having sex with dogs? If it's in the art, it's a part of the culture. If it's in the, art reflects where the culture is. It doesn't drive it forward. It's just a reflection of what people want in that time and in that place. And now you see all sorts of art from the Ottoman Empire that portrays horrific sexual sin. And that's what every dying civilization values. They value their cum and tingles above all else. So why do we want to imitate that? The pattern of behavior is clear, yet we can't avoid it for some reason. You think for all the IQ points we have, we'd be able to see these patterns and avoid them. Oh no, we think we're so smart that we can make anything work. We think that we can make communism work. Because we're successful at everything except for avoiding Jewish influence for some reason. That's what people believe. That's what people have told me. Oh yeah, you got a response here for the predictions. All right, I'll read their predictions. It says, the reply that you got to your comment here, a question. Either one of these three telemovies gets made in 2017. A romantic movie about the attraction between a mother and a son she put up for adoption 20 years earlier. Okay, so we have the genetic attraction thing going on there. A romantic movie about a female teacher in a failing marriage being seduced by a 17-year-old student. She was lonely. She was in a neglectful relationship, and that's why she did what she did. A comedy movie about a woman getting the best of single and married life by forcing her pathetic husband into an open relationship. And in 2018, we'll get a movie about a dog boyfriend. Once women have given consent through emotional group sympathy with the main character of a movie, taboos get broken down so easily. Well, that's just everybody, to be honest with you. It's not just women. Think about all the pro-sodomite movies we got in the 2000s. We got Brokeback Mountain, we got Milk. That was it. We're conditioned so easily. This is why we say the merchant sells, the goyim buy. That's what happens. And they wouldn't buy it if they didn't want it. They just wanted an excuse to want it. Look, it's legitimate now. Love is love. Alright, next. Guten Tag, Herr Schmutz. TLDR cartoons are turning your little brother into a cat fucker. Oh god. The counterpart to white girls fuck dogs is white boys fuck cats. All the Catgirl anime girls wearing cat ears and cat filters and sexy kitty fetishes are warping the way people instinctively perceive explicitly animal features when paired with attractive female features. I'm not clicking on that link. Seems the best way to get people to accept a deviant fetish is in incremental steps of progressive transformation. See furry chart. Well, yeah. It's like how I say that irony is tomorrow's sincerity. I mean, and I further explain this by saying, like, you can use irony in an effective way. If your irony actually has a target. It's like these people are like, oh, I'm such a fag. Oh, well, they're that. They're not being ironic. They're just making fun of themselves so that nobody else does it first. All right, they're softening that blow to introduce the idea to everybody else, right? And that's how it happens. People are like, oh, look at this silly thing I do. Isn't it silly? Haha, look how much fun I'm making with myself. And then people are like, oh, yeah, you're making fun of yourself. That means it's cool. And then it becomes normalized from there. So it's us that's doing it. All right? It's we who are driving that progressive transformation. Yeah, see the furry chart. Oh, I'm familiar with this, actually. The implication people make is that if an attractive girl puts on Halloween costume cat ears and you're not instantly disgusted, then you're automatically an insert deviant sexual fetishist here. That leads a lot of young people down a dark path because they can't talk to their parents about it, but their stupid internet friends, quote-unquote friends, are all too happy to tell them that it's normal. I don't know a solution, but it's something to keep in mind if your little brothers, sisters, cousins start having a sudden fascination with deviant overtone cartoons, see Steven Universe, or anime in general. Cartoons are definitely becoming the primary medium for corrupting kids. Well, I think that's what they've always been for a real long time, because they are geared towards children. We had transforming Sailor Moon on Toonami and crappy dial-up internet. They have smartphones and unlimited smut. Someone needs to look out for them, and parents are totally oblivious to the world their kids are growing up in. Keep in mind Ephesians 6:12, pray for peace and God bless. CF. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. So that's not King James. Or I'm in a King James mood. Let's read King James Version here. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Yes, and that's what we forget. And it's a dangerous thing to forget that. I think it's all about the here and now, getting material gain. It's unbelievable. It's like, you know that shit's gonna die along with you, right? Means nothing. But you're right. I mean, and it does go from one step to the other to the other. I don't see how anybody sees like a cartoon promoting sodomitic relationships, which so many of them do now. One of them features a gay married couple. So that's presented to children like it's some valid, fine, super cool thing. And you know what? That's what parents probably want for their kids. So they have no sense of moral responsibility, and their sense of morality, their sense of right and wrong is completely inverted. They think homophobia is an evil. They think calling out attention to the depravity that people engage in is worse than the depravity itself. We fear judgment more than we hate judgment for sin more than we hate sin. That's the story. That's the bottom line. There can be no denying that. That is a fact. God save CF. Hope you're doing well. Recently fallen upon tough times. My company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and I have left my girlfriend due to a poorly timed bout of rage. It is in these great times, times of great passion, that I feel like my faith is truly being tested, almost as if I am being called to prove my worth to the Lord. Many friends I had made before placing my faith in the Lord, and even members of my own family, had heard of my conversation through the mouths of others, and since have grown to resent me on this sole principle alone. Even those of whom I have not spoken to since this revelation have become cold to me, treating me, when I see them in reunion, as if I had personally wronged them. If I came to expect this outcome, by the words of Christ himself, it still hurts to see such wickedness come from the same people who I once respected and looked up to. Faith in man, don't do it. As you can imagine, these recent personal misfortunes have given the wicked among me a reason to mock me, repeatedly asking why I keep my faith even when faced with such adversities. They claim that a loving, read coming, God wouldn't let me suffer. This is so stupid. They claim a loving God wouldn't let me suffer in this way. God sent his only son to get brutally murdered. And he did that out of love. It's like everybody in the West has the stupidest idea of what love is. A child suffers its parents' discipline, and it needs to. You know, humans are backwards creatures, right? We tend not to do right in prosperous, easy times. It's only when the chips are down, when things are really bad, that we start to do right. In other words, when we are undergoing the most suffering, when we feel the most grief and panic, that's when we do the right thing. God knows this is which is why he allows suffering. Unbelievable. Yeah, and it is. They just think like everything should feel good. That's love. Again, if a parent loves their children, if a mother loves her child, if a father loves his child, that child suffers the punishment of the parent. It's like they think like, oh, God made the Jews cut off their foreskins for the covenant. Yeah, well, if it were up to you, you'd just be like, can't we just eat ice cream? That's not easy. That's not showing, yeah, we're dedicated. You just want everything to be easy. You're pathetic. Though I know why this line of reasoning is foolish, a la the story of Job, I never seem to have the words to explain it when confronted, instead choosing to remain quiet. Well, I just gave you some words. I gave you a line of reasoning that you could use that I think would be pretty effective. It's something they never thought of, so how could they? How could they say anything against it? They'll probably stay quiet too, or just say like, that's stupid, and not give any reason as to why it's stupid, because, they're covering for themselves. They're like, yeah, that's right. They're probably panicking, right? And then they'll lie about it. They'll lie about what they're really feeling. One particularly long workday had finally come to a close, and I retired from my work in the very crack of the dawn, having worked well over 20 hours straight. Feeling despaired, I turned to the Lord in prayer and began reading from the book of Psalms. In my readings, I had come across a psalm I had read before, but never truly internalized, as I could not relate to it. In particular, it was the 22nd, which it says, you link to that, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me, and from the words of my roaring? O my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. But thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee, they trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh at me to scorn. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, He trusted on the Lord that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him. But thou art he that took me out of the womb. Thou didst make me hope when I was upon my mother's breasts. I was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art my God from my mother's belly. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Well, if you want to read the rest of this, I could see how it applies to you. It was as soon as I had finished reading the 6th verse, I could feel my eyes becoming filled with tears. We'll go back to that. But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. I could feel my eyes becoming filled with tears, and going on, I began to outwardly weep. It was as if the Lord had read my mind and transcribed it onto the parchment before me. I was filled with such rich feelings that I did not and cannot understand them even upon deep retrospection. My faith in God has become deeper than I ever thought possible, and it was in the face of great adversity rather than smooth sailing that gave cause to grow it. The next day I recalled that a section of this psalm was featured in Handel's Messiah. Being a fan of sacred Baroque works, I went to listen to it and felt a small remnant of the powerful experience I had the previous night light up my soul, if only for a moment. Here's a link to this particular, I highly recommend everyone read this psalm, as it is both a beautiful piece regarding the struggle of keeping the faith, in spite of direct opposition, and also an excellent foretelling of the passion of the man, Christ Jesus. It grows the faith in those who trust in him and helps plant the seed in those seeking to know him. May the Lord remember you in his kingdom, CF. Thank you for all your work. Thank you. Well put. Hello, Mr. Common Filth. I've been listening to CF Radio for quite some time now, and I decided to ask for advice for the first time. I've never been religious in my life, never felt that there is something greater. I would describe myself as an agnostic. Is this even possible to find faith or start believing? I wanted to know if you can somehow maybe advise me on this matter. Also, another thing, even if I find God, how do I know if it's true God? How could I tell if it is Jehovah or Allah or any other monotheistic deity? Excuse me for any grammatical statistical mistakes. I do not come from the land of the great Satan, aka USA. Yes, love the show. Just wanted to let you know that you are fighting a good fight. Well, what you're talking about is just a corruption, a distortion of God himself. The God of Abraham, right? The Jehovah and Jehovah, Allah, it comes from the same place. It's just, And I'll read this comment here because I do like to read the responses you receive to things like this, like anybody. It says, friend, you go about your daily life believing that tomorrow will always come, even though there can never be a proof of it existing. Save by the passing of the sun from the east to the west, and tomorrow becomes today. You make plans as if you know what will happen, but in fact make contingencies because you admit you don't know if the plans you make will achieve the effect you want. You use money that has no intrinsic value other than what people believe it to be worth. These things and more demonstrate that you have some amount of belief in you. It would be a horrible life to be skeptical even the things you have taken as true without any evidence or strong possibility of its veracity every waking moment of your life. For example, I certainly can't prove to you that I am a real human being that types these words, other than a complicated hallucination that you make, trying to convince you of one thing or another, but you still react as if I were a real human being, so it wouldn't be sufficient to have a purely intellectual approach to believing in something. It's like when you use your phone to call someone. You don't always tell yourself that what you're speaking to is a piece of plastic relaying electricity and sound waves, and instead take for granted that you are speaking with a human being through the instrument. And it's not at all against the truth to say that you are talking to your friend, when you're obviously talking to a piece of plastic. All of these is just to say that there is some emotional dimension to truth. Maybe you can believe once you explored and put effort in understanding both the intellectual and the emotional dimension of the truth of God. 300 years before Christ, Greeks have already come to the understanding that there can only be one ultimate source, which they called the prime mover. They have not, however, gone to the point where this prime mover is understood to be a personal deity. It was a preparation for the Greeks until St. Paul arrived with the gospel of Jesus Christ, which completed the puzzle to those people, and thus started an inherited theological patrimony that is handed down to our generation. You have to see the differences between Jehovah, Allah, Ahura Mazda, based on the people who subscribe to the religion which worships that God and their claims. That's true, yeah, you will know a tree by its fruit, after all. The Christians believe that there is a triune God, one God but three persons, while the Jews and the Muslims deny this for various reasons. Seek out the truth, but know that Jesus Christ proclaimed himself to be the truth, the way, and the life. See if his claims check out. What makes Christ different is that he proclaimed himself divine and performed miracles as a way to help people believe in him, as was attested in 4 different accounts of his life, works, and teachings. The central thing about this man is his passion, death, and resurrection. Without these, the Christian claims would fall apart. The rest would be explained in 2,000 years worth of commentary, debates, and these things can help you reach some coherence in where you are, like a roadmap, so to speak. Fantastic, A+ response there, but there's one part I want to key on. You go about your daily life believing that tomorrow will always come. You have faith in something, right? Then this is what you might have faith in. You might place your faith in man, some form of man, man's creation, whatever it is. You may place your faith in the sun. Well, you know what? The sun is going to blow up someday. Think about that. The sun will blow up someday. Maybe Earth freezes over. Who knows what'll happen? You don't know what'll happen. You don't know. You are betrayed by man, and you say, how could God allow this? God made man. Well, you know what? And this is an argument I've seen very recently. And people should really know better than this. It's like, oh, you shouldn't place your faith in man, yet God made man. Well, how could you put your faith in God if God made man? Look, you don't put your faith in worms. You don't put your faith in trees. They exist. They do their job. God put them there. So there's something different about man. Man, you seem to hold him to a higher standard because God holds man to a higher standard. He doesn't hold man to the standard of a worm or a tree. So that must mean that man has greater potential, has a higher purpose. And when he falls of that great potential, we feel disappointment as God feels disappointment because we know that man is held to a greater standard. Man is built with a greater capacity, and when he falls short of that, boy, does he fall short. It's like a drop, just like, imagine like a giant swimming pool, right? And you can only fill a swimming pool with only a few drops. You're like, wow, this thing is empty. That's man's potential, and that's what it looks like when man falls short of his potential. We're like, wow, he really fell short there. He's capable of some really shitty things. He's also capable of greatness. Now, who could bestow these standards, if not for a prime mover, an ultimate source? And that is why through man, our faith is compromised. Because we see man falling short, we think, how could these atrocities occur at the hands of man? How could a loving God allow this? It's because that man is falling short of the capacity that God has bestowed upon him. I hope that helps. Hey, CF, I just wanted to say that your segment on how urban white liberals turn everywhere they go into shit really hit home with me. The same exact thing has happened to my hometown over the past 10 years. I live in downstate Illinois, and since about the year 2000, we have seen a huge influx of suburban Chicagoland residences moving down here because their taxes are too high. The same people that elected Barack, the long-legged Mac Daddy Obama, into the Senate back in 2004 are now moving down here. Just as you said, these people vote for the exact same shit they did before and ruin life for those of us who have always been here. Hey, that's what white people do. They expand. They can't stop expanding. They want to conquer other places before they conquer the self. They can't keep themselves in check, so they go, we gotta expand. That'll fix it. Arr! And the same as it ever was, it'll never change. They're so stupid because they can't help themselves. They're like children who need to be stopped. About 2 years ago, my city approved a human services project that would provide Section 8 housing for residents of inner city Chicago in the name of providing equal and safe housing opportunity to the historically discriminated and impoverished people of Chicago, which translates to bring the blacks and criminals from Chicago here. All this public service project does is take criminals and thugs from Chicago and place them in my hometown. Yeah, because they want the white liberals who own land there, they want greater property values. So they want to push the riffraff onto somebody else. It's sick. It is truly sickening. Yeah, see, we're on the same wavelength there. It is truly sickening, and nobody is to blame except for the retarded white suburbanite liberals voting in these politicians. I doubt my hometown will ever return to the wholesome and close-knit community that I remember from my childhood. I know it. And it's difficult because you have some sort of value in it. You see the importance of preserving that, and you feel powerless. There's nothing you can do about it. And people ruin it. I mean, the problems are just so, you see them coming, they're so obvious, and it's so obvious as to how to prevent them, but nobody wants to. Everybody knows, nobody cares. Hello, CF. Have you ever seen a pair of animated but not safe for work videos called Me, Me, Me and Girl? I was surprised by how it delves into the psychology of people who lure others and are sucked into chasing after the cummies and how it ruins people's lives. Well, I just clicked on it. It looks like anime shit, and I'm not into that. Like, the most weeb thing I'll do is, like, see a Godzilla movie, which I just did the other day. I saw Shin Godzilla, which was fantastic. Highly anti-Semitic. You'll know what I'm talking about if you see that movie, but it was great. I thought it was way better than the 2014 American Godzilla, which I actually liked. But yeah, Shin Godzilla was excellent. The basic summary of the vague narrative these videos imply is this. In hyper-consumerist Japan, there is a practice among schoolgirls called compensated dating, which is basically prostitution. Yeah, like escorts. Because the age of consent in Japan is 13, you have middle school girls potentially going out with rich, lonely 40-year-old men who give them all sorts of things in return for their affections. In the video Girl, we have a teal-haired personification of this. A sort of Japanese every-girl hoe bag who finds her life to be supremely boring after her millionth orgasm. She ends up attracting, pausing, a young man who is in a real, substantial relationship with a normal happy girl, and the consequence of their ruined relationship is depicted in Me, 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 which is basically an attempt to illustrate what's going on in the head of your typical I broke up with my girlfriend to jerk off blue-haired anime girls male. I jerk off to blue-haired anime girls male. So Me, Me, Me shows more nudity and outright goofy portrayal of women, i.e. boobs, shooting bullets, etc. I'd like to know what's your take on these two videos. Well, I don't want to watch them because you should sum them up nicely. And one thing about Eastern fiction that I like is there are consequences for the protagonist's actions. I've noticed this. Like, if somebody does something bad, there's consequences for it, which is what Western cinema in particular seems to avoid. They don't like the idea of people acting in morally abhorrent ways, actually getting justice, actually receiving what is just for their actions. So yeah, in the West, we don't like consequences, and I see in the East, they're not afraid to delve into that. They're not afraid to show what happens when you do wrong. So, I don't have I mean, you summed it up pretty well. Yeah, Japan is a hyper-materialist culture, and you see the product of that there. It's like, yeah, you have these 40-year-old guys, they're rich, they have money, but what good does it do them? They're still lusting after 13-year-old girls who are not complete people yet. And they're taking advantage of them and derailing their lives very significantly, and they don't see it that way. And there's like, oh, all that matters is money. Materialism is a very dangerous thing, and I don't know why we're emulating that here in the West. I don't know why. Hey, CF, noticing a lot more thank you, CF, you're my hero type comments lately. Got nothing against folks who want to express their gratitude, but I can't help but feel it's a bit misplaced. I'd hope you'd agree that if these individuals have truly been moved closer to God through your words, that they would give him their thanks instead of you. After all, do you constantly thank your local pastor every day for the work they do? No. They have found contentment in their servitude under the Lord and have no need for worldly remarks. What I'm getting at is, definitely give thanks in passing, but avoid placing undue credit on those in his domain. Not trying to steal your thunder or anything, CF, but you can surely see where I'm coming from. Anyway, stay in good spirits, CF. The immortal angler never rests, so neither shall I. Well, I won't either. But I always say that, like, give the glory to God. It's like, I know I'm here, I'm saying these words that spurred something, but again, you have to have something inside of you put there by God in order to have an openness to the truth. So that's why I always say, give it to God. You don't have to tell me that. I always say that. I mean, I get it if, these episodes are getting pretty long these days, but I do say, like, yeah, give your thanks to God. And you know what? You're right. Give thanks in passing. Say, hey, that was a nice thing you did. Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do. That's it. That's it. I think, I agree. That is perfectly sufficient to just say, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Keep it simple. Hola, hombre del Villalobos. If you could nuke Sodom, Fag, Cisco, California, or Lundcombe, England, which one would you choose? Keep letting your fists do the talking and drink plenty of Gatorade, brother. God bless. God bless you, too. I wouldn't nuke anywhere, to be honest with you. I think dropping a nuke is... I think nukes are kind of overrated, to be honest with you. I'll just say that. But yeah, no nukes. It's not good for the earth. Neither is AIDS, but that kind of takes care of itself, and normal people don't have to worry about that. It's only a worry if I have to pay for the treatments, which we all eventually will. Yeah, socialize the cost of everything. Yeah, that's socialism for you. I don't want to take responsibility, you deal with it. Okay. Privatize gains, socialize losses. Socialize costs. Evil. Pure evil. That kind of system. ACF finally got to watch 109 after a busy week. I'm glad my thing about the dad-son ho threesome gave you a nice little keckle. Anyway, this is a less depressing thing I have to speak about this week. You frequently talk about the love equals love and love equals cum problem we have today, which makes me think about how there used to be many words for different kinds of love back in Christ's time. Greek and Aramaic words were very good languages for expressing deeper meanings than what white languages often can. Do you think Jesus living in a world where we had many words for love, like agape, philia, eros, etc., as opposed to just love, which equals cum, was a coincidence? No. I don't. Yeah, because you have to exist within the context that exists in the time. And it's... God in his infinite wisdom chose the place and time very carefully. And not just Christ's time, but the time for everything. For everything that happened in the Bible was chosen very specifically for that to take place in that time. You think that... Let's take the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, for example, when God sends his angels to get Lot and his clan out of there. And then Lot's daughters end up raping him sometime after that. Let me tell you something. If this took place in Europe, like as it stood, during that time, if that took place in Europe, all that situation, the same cast of characters, the same sort of situation where a city's getting blown up and Lot gets raped by his daughters, I guarantee you, Europeans would have some weird pagan holiday where fathers would get drunk and get raped by their daughters. And to pay tribute to their ancestors or some shit. Guarantee you that would happen. I think it was rather purposeful on God's part, so that we may have the real truth available to us through all time. What's your opinion on this, Jeff? Absolutely. There's no mistakes being made here. The times and places were chosen very, very carefully. The cast of characters involved in all of the stories were chosen very carefully. Anyways, that's the only insight into things I have for this week. I'm going to sorely miss your show while I'm being impostrinated at boot camp. Oh, well, thank you for your service, I guess. Maybe I'll freeze to death before Petty Officer O'Tranison can give me the gift, but hopefully it won't come to that. As always, God bless you all. Be careful out there, and yeah, keep it in perspective. The military's no place to be right now, given that we're getting closer to World War III every day. Hey CF, seeing how it's a spooky season, I wanted to ask about an apparent demographic trend in the horror movie community. The horror movie community. According to Wikipedia, by 2002, the slasher film had all but disappeared from mainstream Hollywood cinema, largely due to budgetary declines and more popular, diverse subject matter. Make-A-Wish 2002 distinguished itself as the first lesbian-centered slasher film. Because the genre typically aimed to lure men with the promise of female nudity, horror and homosexuality appeared to have no connection. However, the genre's queer fan base is possibly its largest. What are your thoughts on this phenomenon? I have my own theories, but I figured it was a seasonally appropriate question. Let me tell you something. Among serial killers, homosexuals are very, very disproportionately represented. Adjust here. My chair is noisy. You should put some WD-40 on it. But yeah, among serial killers, homosexuals are incredibly, disproportionately represented. And the fact that there's a queer fan base in the slasher genre of film, that's not very surprising knowing this information. Not surprising at all. They're the personification of death. The act of the sodomite represents the death of the human species. No wonder why they like to see portrayals of people getting killed brutally. No surprise at all that the slasher film appeals to sodomite sensibilities. After all, look at their rates of domestic violence. Again, look at serial killers. Most of them are sodomites. Hello, CF. I just wanted to recommend a movie to you to watch. It's a French film of gods and men. It's not degenerate, but it's about some Catholic Trappist monks who refused to leave their monastery in Algeria despite Muslim terrorists being near, but they ended up being killed in 1996. It's a beautiful film and isn't really about their murders, but the film is mainly about other things. It's a really great film, and I recommend it if you wish to watch it and sort of unwind a bit from this degeneracy. I actually watched it was a few years back, I watched another French film about Algeria called The Battle of Algiers, which was interesting movie. And yeah, it's the French occupation of Algeria. Interesting subject that not a lot of people know about outside those two areas. So yeah, it's not. I've actually seen a movie that deals with that subject, the relationship between France and Algeria. But thank you for the recommendation. Hello again, CF. I'd like to comment on your expression in last week's episode regarding automation being the death of society. Frankly, while I agree with you on much, you're giving the white man an unnecessary excuse for his future decadence. You seem to think that man requires a job to function to stay sane, but this is not so. Well, I'll stop you there because I've said on multiple occasions that jobs won't fix what's wrong with us. There is the Catholic view that man can be perfected through work, and there's a bit of truth to that. God put man on earth to serve, to labor. So man cannot be perfected in whole through work, but he can become better. All right, and that doesn't require official employment. A man, if he's not employed, can still do things with his time. He could still labor. He could still produce something. He doesn't need permission to work on his own. He can do something with himself. He doesn't need a corporation's permission. He doesn't need a middleman to facilitate that work. For a great part of our history, the aristocrats viewed labor as low class and unfitting for the superior man. And indeed, these men, along with the occasional women who served by serfs and slaves as they were, had no need whatsoever to personally do anything, were still able to exert themselves without any concrete rationale but love of excellence, piety, and virtue. The earliest writer known to us by name is Enheduanna, a princess of the Akkadian Empire, who is a renowned poet and theologian of her era, a pagan one, but then she lived in the 23rd century BC. As late as the 20th century, wealthy-born aristocrats like the Lord Dunsany were creating literature still studied at universities to this day. A similar case was provided by the medieval monks who received almost mandatory indulgence payments and tithes but still made astounding contributions to literature, science, and theology. H.P. Lovecraft might have been mistaken when he thought Roosevelt's New Deal welfare programs would turn the entire population of America into likewise aristocrats. Well, we think that. We should be the aristocracy. We really do. It turned us into that. It gave us that mindset. If it wasn't the New Deal directly, that's what we're dealing with now. But this is only because modernity has abandoned virtue ethics for the ethics of utilitarianism, which is to say, valuing a pleasure above all other goods. Yeah, in other words, come is come. Come, dude. I mentioned before in a previous comment the fallacy of protocol governance, the idea that any particular social structure or norm is the cause of human action rather than the result of it, which turns anything from the Constitution to white people to capitalism into what I call political technologies. And thinking an abundance of free time being used on sybaritism is the fault of the free time rather than the judgment of the men who use it is. With all respect to you turning work into a political technology. I don't believe that humanity can build a perfect society. Sloth was a sin in pre-scarcity societies, and I can't imagine it will decrease frequency in a post-scarcity one. But our degeneracy from lack of employment is not inevitable. It is a consequence of a society which values labor as a means to pleasure, rather than labor as an expression of arete. Arete is a moral virtue of our Greek ancestors, meaning the act of living up to one's full potential. The man or woman of arete is a person of the highest effectiveness. They use all their faculties, strength, bravery, and wit, to achieve real results. Anything from athletics to philosophy to music to rhetoric could be used as an expression, or could be an expression of arete, of your maximum human potential, and it was a moral and divine duty that you strive for this perfection. I quote this definition because no one knows this word anymore, and no one knows it anymore because no one values it anymore. The only thing we take from the classical Greeks is their love of pederasty. That is the problem. Well, we was Greeks and Romans and shit, having man-boy love. After all, if you listen to the current manifestation of the right-wing intelligentsia, that's what they think. They think like, oh, you believe this crazy thing? Well, that's cool. As long as you're white, that's their value. But look, I completely agree with you. You know, we don't need jobs to function. We need labor, sure. But you don't need official, documented employment in order for that to happen. And that is a weakness among our kind. We need permission to do everything. We need to do everything by the book, the right way through the system. And it's ridiculous. You don't need permission. Take it. Grant your own permission to do labor, you lazy pieces of shit. Greetings from Denmark, Common Filth. I think there are about 4 of us Danes among your flock at present. I hope you will allow me to prod your brain about a subject which I feel you're overlooking, that topic being genetic determinism. Now, I don't proclaim that genetics are everything, but studies have shown that education only provides about a 5-point potential increase in IQ, and that race, and by extension genetics, is the biggest predictor for IQ, above socioeconomic status, culture, and whatnot. But I'm not here to talk about racial differences. We've all become more or less familiar with the truth of that matter. That's part of why we're here. What I want to talk about in relation to genetic determinism is the caliber of your average 100 IQ. I've heard you say 105 IQ a lot, but that's Asians, white person, yeah. And I've said that on purpose. And you know what? You're the first person to point that out. Which goes to show you how dangerously prideful your average race idolater is. You know, they've heard it all before. I make fun of the high 105 IQ, blonde hair, blue eye, Aryan Ubermensch. Yet none of them say, oh, actually 105 IQ's Asian. I've known that this whole time, and you're the first person to call me out on it. Which just goes to show you that they will lie to themselves. They'll be like, yeah, 105 IQ, sure. That sounds good. They won't say like, oh, actually the average white IQ is lower. And let me tell you something. Again, IQ is just used for rationalization at this point. The higher your IQ, the more you use your brain power. The more you use your thought process for rationalizing your stupidity. That's it. We should rename IQ to RQ. Continuing, I think that even among those of us who don't worship our race, we tend to vastly overestimate the intelligence of the average person of our own ethnic group. As Florian Geyer, formerly of the Nationalist Review Online, noted, recently, Jesus was calling people sheep long before Alex Jones was. Well, but he was saying it in loving terms, right? He wasn't like, you dumb sheeple. Like I said before, it's like you gotta be really mean to get angry at a sheep. Sheep are gentle, innocent creatures. So just leave them be. Like actual sheep. The average person, regardless of race, needs their natural superiors to lead them. A common misconception is that people in the Middle Ages were so stupid they needed the priesthood to tell them what to do. But we are so much smarter and so much more enlightened, we can figure things out on our own. Yeah, and that's a mistake. Man is completely incapable of being his own moral guide, which is why he needs the priest class whose values come from God. We need that. We think we're so sophisticated, we're so civilized, we're so smart. Like you said, we aren't. It's the blind leading the blind, because we're leading ourselves. And look at where that's taken us. Look at the path we're on because of that. There's no real evidence that our IQ significantly increased since then, and factors such as better nutrition and generally improved standards of living can account for the IQ since then, or disparity between then and now. Sorry, I'm reading the line. Accounting for the IQ disparity between then and now. In other words, the average white person is still a foolish peasant who needs a priest to keep them in check. I say this because I feel like you put too much stock in free will. By no means am I suggesting we shouldn't blame the average 100 IQ white for their bad decisions, but constantly going, how could person X be this stupid? How could they act so irresponsibly? Is a waste of time the way I see it. They act so because they are not being held accountable by a community which ideally should be led by a priest. We all know by now that democracy is a sham and that the average person is just about incapable of making the right choices in life, so I suggest we quit ragging on the piss bums, aka the people of the free world, and focus on reestablishing a priesthood by whatever means we can. Okay, well, here's the problem. Your priesthood is only effective as people's willingness to follow. And who do they want to follow? They want to follow a fucking insincere demagogue. In the form of a presidential candidate. They seriously think this guy is God. That's who they want their priesthood to be. A guy who's good at negotiating, good at making money, but is a complete invalid in every other respect. So, they do have a choice. They have a choice of who to follow. They have a choice to instill within themselves the humility that admitting to yourself, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, requires. They still have to make the choice to follow the right shepherd. You cannot force them into that decision. Because if you do, they'll just rebel against it in the end. Continuing. If we can't shame people into acting right, it's over. Bye-bye. Currently, you, me, and a bunch of others are attempting to shame the otherwise intelligent people of the alt-right into acting right. That ship has sailed, dude. It's how they are is how they'll be. That's over. They've made their bed. They have to lay in it. Whatever cliche you want to use, that's what it is. So, we give them over to their reprobate mind. They're done. We're serving the purpose of a priesthood would in a proper society. Maybe I am rambling, but I just feel like we need to stop acting surprised when the average white person does something incredibly stupid. They're being enabled to, here's the thing. We're not surprised. We find scapegoats. Every time I see a white person acting in a morally abhorrent fashion, somebody's always there to blame Jews for it. Oh, it's the Jews' fault. It's the Jews' fault. White people. White people didn't do nothing. We're perfect. We're good at everything except for resisting bad influences. That's their reasoning. They're constantly scapegoating. They refuse to take responsibility for their own actions or the actions of their tribe. They always blame somebody else. Whether it's Jews, whether it's brown people, whatever. See, there's something you're missing from your equation here. They still, the stupid lumpenpro, the 100 IQ Ubermensch, they have to make the choice to follow the right shepherd, and they don't. they don't. And again, they have to make the decision for themselves, or else they're going to rebel against it if it's chosen for them. Because given the choice between, living a virtuous, chaste life and the secular world offers them, they're going to choose the secular world every time. You don't have to force them into that decision. They have to force themselves into the other decision and realize that there is value to be had in living counter to the social orthodoxy, which is something that the current manifestation of the internet right wing, they don't care. They actually like the prevailing social norms. They constantly bitch about the political establishment, which makes them no different than what the Tea Party was 8 years ago. It makes them no different than what I've been hearing for the last 7.5 years on conservative talk radio. And they will make no difference because they are no different. So, in order for the flock to be effective, they have to choose for themselves. They have to see the secular world for what it is. They have to see the current prevailing social orthodoxy for what it is. Or if you make the choice for them, it'll end up being worse than it was before. The flock must reject the evil shepherd. You can't do that for them, or it'll be even worse than it was before. But I'll continue with your comment. They're being enabled to and receiving social validating for acting like filthy fuck pigs. I doubt even they even have the level of introspection to care about things such as self-respect and morality. They only understand direct consequence, which is what social disapproval is. And that's how we keep them in line, or at least that's how we used to keep people in line. But I guess this is just the purity spiraling of a pearl-clutching church lady. White is right, and gay butt terrorism is a-okay, as long as it's not interracial. Yeah, that's what it is. You can boil it down to, it's okay if white people do it. Everything else is fine. We're just going to keep bitching about what conservatives have been bitching about for the last 7.5 years, just with more white people. It'll make no difference because they are no different. And that the whole idea of, you're purity spiraling, you're purity, it's the stupidest shit. Again, the faggiest possible way to say, oh, you have standards, well, we don't. and the irony of it is they're enforcing what they view as purity. All right, they're enforcing their standards, and they do it even more fervently and in more of a panic than what quote unquote purity spiralers do. Everybody has standards, even them. They want strict adherence to those standards. So, what they view as the purest vision of whatever it is, they're in adherence to that. They're doing the same thing, so it's got to be something else. So it's not their definition of purity or somebody else's definition of purity. It's what they value. And what they value is white people hedonism. That's the difference. That's the rub. Purity has nothing to do with it because they're striving for some level of purity themselves. It's a false definition of purity. So again, if one side's trying to be as pure as possible in accordance to their standards and the other side is doing their best to remain pure by their standards, there has to be something else going on here, and that's what it is. A lot of those among us want white people hedonism. No consequences for it, just carry on as usual. Be no different than the prevailing social orthodoxy, just have more white faces. And the other side of it is more ascetic, more restrained. So it's not an issue of purity. It's an issue of what they value, what they define as best and most pure. So, what else? That reminds me, I heard old Greggy Boy recently condemning Milo for loving black cock. He didn't condemn him for being a sodomite. Yeah, at that point, it's like, who gives a shit? Oh, is he not breeding properly Aryan strains of HIV? It's ridiculous. Yeah, at that point, it's like, who cares? You're committing an abomination. It doesn't matter who it's with. He didn't condemn him for being a sodomite, but for impaling his intestines with an infected fowls 2 shades too dark for his liking. Again, it's okay if white people do it. What a great guy. Sorry for rambling a bit. Just felt you slightly overestimate the free will, or agency as the alt-lifestyle calls it, of the average whitey and rail a bit too hard against people who'd give you a blank stare if you actually tried to explain any of this to them. Well, I don't explain it to them. I explain it to those who click my links. You know, I'm perfectly aware that most people don't quite understand what I'm talking about as it relates to them. I understand that, which is why, you know, again, they have to choose to come here. And again, you say I'm overestimating the free will, but that's what it has to be. They have to make the choice to either reject the social orthodoxy or conform to it. And they choose it because it's tempting. All right? Without choice, without conscious decision, actions are worthless. They're meaningless. It's like forcing somebody to say, I love you, I love you. There's no love in that. It's just they're empty words. So you need choice, you need free will in order for anything to mean anything. They are sheep, and sheep need to be led. If part of the herd or a herd wander off and fall off a cliff, it's because the shepherd was asleep on the job, or maybe passed out from a heroin overdose. Sorry for the long post. God bless. Well, I've given my thoughts on it. So I'll just say thank you for the comment. But there's some slight disagreement here. I understand what you're saying. We're on the same page, but maybe we're not in the same paragraph or sentence. But you got a good comment here, good reply. The effects of the absence of an accepted moral authority might be more clear and visible in our country, Denmark, than in America. The left has become the moral authority, and they get to dictate the dialogue. The right wing, that I know of, the Danish People's Party, and the young people in the Conservative Party, might want to stop Islamic immigration, but they still cry about misogyny and racism when Party of the Danes talk about every people's right to a homeland. A declared racist party is a democratic crisis, they say. The church is not Christian anymore, but merely a product of democratic religiosity, in the sense that people either misidentify their own distorted moral compass as God, or they just treat it as God and then make a church serve that conception of a God. Yeah, any state churches in Europe are just, they're secularist entities with nice buildings. That's it. The morality of the crowd gets voted in as the morality of the church. Most people think of the church as some entity that gets to define what is Christian, leading to even more confusion, and just adding to the reasons that it should be abolished. The Christians around me don't read the Bible and only have a vague sense of what it says, so I quickly become a moral authority amongst my peers whenever I start arguing from Scripture. Remember that the left dictates even in Christian communities without strong authority figures. We need to be that authority. Now I'm ranting too, but God bless you, CF. Well, God bless you both. You know? There's a reason why Denmark hasn't been destroyed yet. Now, let me make sure I'm getting my geography right here. I'm going to go to the map and see if I'm remembering this correctly. Something I put in one of the Tumblristas Raw segments. I think it was in number 2, volume 2. Where's my arrow? I mean, not my arrow, my plus and minus so I can zoom out. Oh yeah, I have a mouse wheel. I could just do that. My noisy mouse wheel. It's a flaw, not a defect, because I'm still able to use it properly. Oh, now you show me everything else. This is going so slow. Alright, hang with me here. Hang with me here. Yeah, okay, Germany and Denmark do share a border. Yeah, I remember reading a post that I included, a blog post from Tumblr I included in a Tumblristas Raw volume 2, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. They said that there's a sex shop right on the border of Germany and Denmark. So not a lot of righteous people in that area of the world, unfortunately. But you know, for the sake of one, God will spare it. I just hope He delivers you out of it before He pulls the trigger. But you know, I'm sure He will. Good day, CF. I remember when I was a child sitting with my parents watching TV. Sometimes on a movie emerged some sex scenes, and it was very unpleasant seeing that in front of my parents. My wife also talked seeing her parents when she was 5 doing something under the sheets. She did not understand what they were doing, but it was very unpleasant for her to watch it. Why I'm telling you this, nature, God, has put shame in our minds from early ages so we would not do something wrong when we grow up. so we would not sleep with our sisters, cousins, or worse. But the liberals are killing the shame in us and our children, and the result are mentally and sexually disabled and deviant teenagers. My 12-year-old cousin's sister did not want to listen about sexual education in school. She was feeling shame, she and 15 other girls in the class. I believe the people who are putting all this shit forward to us know exactly what they're doing, and all of these liberal retards are their minions and puppets. Well, here's the thing. You either want to keep and foster that sense of shame that you have, strengthen it, maintain it, preserve it, or you want to do away with it because it makes you feel bad. And in Generation Hugbox, we don't want any bad feelings, even though those bad feelings have a purpose. Those things that make us feel uncomfortable have a purpose. That sense of shame has a purpose, but we don't want any of it. We don't want any bad feelings, even if it's protecting us from something worse. So it's our choice. The liberals are just facilitating that transfer, that inversion of morality. It's the same reasoning that you have with the merchant selling and the going buying. All right? If it wasn't for that desire to get rid of that sense of shame, the leftists would be completely ineffective. Move this over. Don't want my wire to tap on my, yeah, okay. So those are my thoughts. I understand what you're saying, and yeah, a sense of shame is very important. But there has to be a desire to get rid of that shame first. Whatever comes after that is just, it's making it official. Buongiorno, Filth. I'm a longtime fan of yours since at least Tumblr is 10. I'm 17 and from the UK, but I found you when I was still 15. Oh, see, the difference between 17 and 15 does seem long because you haven't lived as much, but to me now, a year and a half is not that long anymore. But, yeah, I underestimate that. Like, you think about it, like, a year when you're younger is longer. It's a much larger percentage of your life because you're younger. So, yeah. I'd like to tell you about my situation as you may enjoy the insight into my life and the things I encounter here. I don't expect to read this on your show, nor at all really, but I hope you'll give it a glance over because the tales I'm about to recount hold some importance to me. Well, I'll read it. The only thing that I ask is, like, when I get these long things, break it up into paragraphs and you know, edit it down. You know, there's some stuff in here that could be left out and make it easier for me to read, that's all. I'm an only child. My parents have never really been together since they don't believe in marriage. Before I was born, my half-sister, born to a different father, died of cancer. My parents are strongly atheist and shun anything unworldly, and thus I was raised in such a manner. My mom struggled to believe that any god will allow her daughter to die in such a horrible way. My parents are both edgy kids from the 1960s who would disobey their parents. My father, I can understand. He was sent away to a boarding school by his family, so naturally his respect for them was low. I personally can't understand why one would have children and then ship them away to be raised by strangers with a reputation and a degree. This is just more proof that nobody grows up anymore. Why would God allow something bad to happen? Why would God allow something uncomfortable to happen? You see what happened to Jesus? And you're whining about a fate far less cruel than that? No one grows up anymore. My mother, on the other hand, I can't understand. My only grandparents who acknowledge my existence and have raised me and given me the morals I have today. They're both smart and talented, and I revere them deeply. I love them with my whole heart, and though they aren't religious, they're good and honest people who didn't deserve what happened to their daughter. She is an anomaly. My parents met in a riot group sometime in the 1980s, and they used to sell drugs together to fund their life. Mostly dope and smack, but not for much profit. I sometimes wonder if my sister died because she was weak-willed, and God was saving her from an emotional death later down the line. Well, yeah, here, your mom's like, why would God allow this to happen? Look at you, bitch. And people bitching about my Anglo-parenting video that I took from an episode of Common Filth Radio. There you have it, everybody. And this is far more prevalent than you'd like to think. Here, this comment, again, is proof. Lots of stories I read on this show, proof. Anglo values. Let's just avoid it. And you know, your grandparents are good people, but again, you shall know a fruit by its tree. their lack of godliness, their lack of righteousness has given them, well, be thankful that you were somehow able to escape that lineage, that moral lineage anyway. But they are better than your mom, and you do say she is an anomaly. This is why genetics aren't everything. Genetics don't determine everything. I like to use this example a lot. There are a lot of athletes who have children, who end up having children who are either better athletes than them or worse athletes than they were. Okay, by a tree, you have an idea of what the fruit will be, but, the fruit will go on to bear trees of its own. And you don't know how that'll play out. Only God knows that. So it's not a silver bullet, we can predict it every time kind of thing. After all, if it were really that simple, you wouldn't have siblings who belong to the same parents who look very different from one another. We're very complex beings. 2 years after my sister died, I was born. I was raised with strong atheist beliefs, and I treated religious people with contempt because I thought it would make my parents proud of me. I achieved highly in my schools, but I'd always get into trouble because I disagreed with my teachers, and later this would find its way into my home. A few years ago, I started to disagree with my parents and later the rest of society. My parents held socialist beliefs. No, I thought that was a given. And nearly worship sodomy. Yeah, them and a lot of other people too. Even people who don't hold socialist beliefs. It hurts. I've truly tried to show them the error of their ways, but they won't have it from me. Not from someone who hasn't seen the world like they have. Yeah, and what is their world? Selling dope and smack? Being a bunch of fucking crust punks and finding love in that? Give me a break. I was feeling lost when I came across your series, and though you would revile my beliefs even now, and you would deny being a prophet, you are to me. You've shown me what I wouldn't accept from anyone else. You've shown me the righteous path, and here I am following it now because of you and because of me. Well, it's because of God. Again, that has to be something within you in order for that to happen. All right? I might be here, I might have been, one of the first links in that chain, but again, it's not me. There's something that has to dwell within you first, and it's put there by someone. There are many people like me over here. My main friends are a Spanish Muslim and a Chinese atheist. We get into a lot of debates, but we all hold similar beliefs to yours. I've never been blessed with the arts of speech or writing, so please forgive me if this story comes off as disjointed. I'm following it perfectly, don't worry about it. And you still think ill of me for having such friends. They truly mean the world to me because they are truly intelligent people who aren't set in their ways, and they have strong and moral beliefs which I doubt will be corrupted. I also have a girlfriend whom I talk to online. She's younger than me and hasn't fully decided on her faith yet, but she's getting there. Well, look, internet relationships aren't relationships. All right, so just don't get too wrapped up in that. Look, they're your friends because you see something in them and you want them to be set on the right path. All right? I'm not going to think ill of you for having friends, for maintaining good relationships with people, but again, the difference between a friend and just an acquaintance, a buddy, is your desire to see them on the right path. Do you want to see them set upon the right path or not? All right? Friends, they set each other right. That's what friends do. She's from another country, a typically Christian one, and she's amazing. The combination of you, her, and them are what I would consider the worldly trilogy. You'll help to keep me on the right path even when my own parents and teachers would seek to dissuade me. I knew you would maybe disagree on my choice of girlfriend, whom I do intend to marry and have kids once she can escape her hellhole background. Look, this is red flags all over the place. You don't even know this girl. You just know her as she presents herself through the internet. All right. So look, I'm doing the friendly thing here, and I'm setting you on the right path. You're making a mistake. This is hard to hear, but that's what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I would disagree with your choice of girlfriend, your choice of friends, or even considering you a prophet, but believe me when I say that it works for me. You like them have changed my life, and I'm eternally grateful to you. Well, look, there's still more improvements to be made. Your combination of humor and logic won me over, and I hope to pass on the message to many more like-minded people. I'm sorry for taking up a lot of your headspace if you read this, or time on your show if you choose to use this as an example of a positive outcome, but I'd like to end with a description of my school and a question. First of all, the description of my school. All the girls have cotton candy hair. They smell of weed and cheap perfume, which was half-heartedly used to cover their foul body odor. All the boys have the gay whoosh and work out to achieve their perfect body image. Look, there's nothing wrong with being fit, but obsessing over the male aesthetic, there is something wrong with you if you do that. If you obsess over the male aesthetic, there is something wrong with you. These two foul parodies of archetypes will meet up every weekend and exchange their cummies and house parties, as I overhear on the bus in the morning. Yeah, remember that story I read about the kid that got addicted to Viagra, who was going to sex parties all the time? You know, this wouldn't happen if it weren't for a lot of kids doing this. This wouldn't happen if it weren't for complete absentee parenting. The UK has a lot more, as an incredible amount of problems, and very little of it has to do with refugees or Muslims. They're rotting out from the inside, and somebody's taking advantage. The barbarians at the gate are a formality. They see weakness, they're going to exploit it. And that's all you have. It's an island full of just broken people. Broken people. These two foul parodies of archetypes, like I read that part. Our school gives out C cards where you can claim 12 condoms per week for free. It just keeps getting worse. There are many more instruments of the devil which the school gives out for free. But I won't bore you. The teachers wear rainbow buttons on their lanyards. There's this one fag who annoys me every morning. He's a typically underdeveloped reprobate with no chin. He hangs around with his fag hags in the refectory and cackles with them as they talk about boys and the like. It turns my stomach. Britain is in a truly scary situation. And yeah, doesn't have anything to do with Muslims. Boo, they killed us. You're already dead. You're already dead. In fact, they're putting you out of your misery. Oh no, Muslims are beheading us. Now I can't come anymore. And again, women who go out of their way to make friends with sodomites. Because sodomites are the only people that make them look chaste by comparison. God, it's like, look, I get it. Most of the world is attracted to white girls. Why do you think this is? Could it be that they're a little bit sluttier than other girls? Maybe, possibly. Does that ever come to mind? Of course not. We didn't do nothing, right? Now for my question, what's your opinion on Shakespeare? He's a large influencer of our language, and I think he was a very talented writer. He was great friends with King James, the one whom the Bible version refers to. And he was very down-to-earth with his tragic tales of interracial marriage. Othello and Desdemona both die. Trying to dethrone the divine ruler, Macbeth suffers his fate, and see our modern royal family. There's nothing divine about them, thanks to Victoria. I don't have any problem with Shakespeare. I actually am pretty interested in who he actually was. Because I've heard rumors that he was just a guy who liked theater, and he actually paid other outcasts to write plays for him and put his name on it. I've heard that theory before, but it's not something I think about too much. I just think it's an interesting possibility. Anyway, please keep up the amazing work, CF. You're helping people more than you can fathom. God bless and stay strong. Well, get yourself right, buddy. Get yourself right. God help, CF. I've been thinking for 3 days straight on how to structure this comment, so instead I'll make it as short and simple as possible. This dawned on me while I was listening to immunology on my microbiology class. Microbiology. Here's a picture I took after class. Okay. Loading. Oh, it's an image of a building, and then I see a parking lot down there. Okay. The white race won't be destroyed, and here are my parallels explaining why that is so. The cell has organelles, small formations which make the cell function. Each cell has to have them, though some cells have some organelles missing due to having differing functions. Every cell is thus different from tissue to tissue. Men are likewise much one like another, according to their functions in society, organized into classes, or according to their culture into groups and nations. Apoptosis, saying that right, is a programmed death dictated by the information of its DNA, though there's one other death of a cell. It is premature death caused by trauma, poisoning, or otherwise pathological effects, be it a virus, infection, gangrene, etc. This is called necrosis. A cell in apoptosis dies gracefully, slowly, and in fact feeds the other cells. A necrotic cell explodes, and oftentimes infects other cells if the reason was pathological. Macrophage or defense cells come to clean up the mess, causing inflammation, rashes, otherwise ugly sightings. Now, in case of an infection or a virus, medicine is applied to the person being infected. This medicine doesn't discriminate, which means it'll oftentimes hurt and kill non-infected cells. We're talking about antibiotics. In case of prevention, people are vaccinated against a disease to prevent it. So we weren't properly vaccinated against the natural aristocracy. Hordes of adolescent warriors in rainbow thongs. That's what. I'll explain that one later. Causing for premature spiritual death, aka necrosis, to take place in large swaths of our society. This is an ever-spreading infection that can end in two ways: removing the infected tissue or complete and total annihilation of today's society. Of course, there's a third option which God has administered to our societies, the antibiotics. See immigrants and refugees. Whilst the immune system of society is us, we're the lymphocytes. This means we're doing our jobs, finding depravity, degeneracy at every turn, and making sure we curb it or warn others of it. This is what the immune system does. It doesn't instantly respond to the infection or foreign bodies by eliminating, but rather it must first find, mark, and memorize the pathological and foreign bodies within the organism. I hope you get what I mean by all this. I do. I think it's pretty obvious what you mean by this. Also, one more thing. Many people on Discord misunderstood my thing with the milk. You're not supposed to completely eliminate calcium from your organism. You only need to tone it down. Keep up the good work. You keep up the good work as well. I know we like to view ourselves as different, as separate from nature, as separate from biology, but, if you look at society as a biological organism, it starts to, there you can find a lot of parallels, as you have here. The immigrants and refugees are just, they're just making it official. It wouldn't happen if you were strong to begin with, right? If you don't keep yourself strong, something else will. Hey, CF, do you listen to the sermons by Steven Anderson? Keep up the great work. Sometimes. I've only watched like 2 videos of his. I did watch a little bit of his video about Buddhism, which I thought was really good. So, yeah, a little bit. Hola, come filth. You're not. I don't think you're supposed to put the enye at the end of I think that's just supposed to be in the middle. I don't know my Spanish grammar too well. It's your Portland area listener. Episode 109 reminded me of something I saw about a month ago. A month and a half ago. My friend and I went into Portland to play a few games at one of the arcades. When we got there, we were told that they were having a private event and couldn't come in. In an attempt to salvage some fun, we went ahead and checked out a few stores. Let me preface the next part of the story by saying that Portland has a huge homeless problem, unsurprisingly, but I thought it was prosperous because it has a lot of white people in it. It was so bad that when they were doing cleanup on a former homeless campsite, they found 1,875 hypodermic needles, used probably, of course, 25 gallons of piss, 16 gallons of shit, 10 pounds of dried human shit, and 5 40-yard dumpsters of assorted trash. All of that for an estimated 500 homeless people. Source in case people need proof. From Morgan Live, yeah? I don't understand this, like, the right wings, like, oh, Portland it's a great white liberal city. No, it's not. It was earlier this year, I think, where I don't know, but it was on the Portland subreddit. They had a picture of a ticket machine and there's a piece of paper taped to the ticket machine, which read, "The ticket machine is not a urinal. Don't pee in the ticket machine." Why would you if people were sane, if people were doing right, if people were prosperous, they wouldn't need to be told to use a toilet if they need to relieve themselves. Again, it's like, you just think like just because there's less crime, that makes it better. No, you have reprobates everywhere who act like, again, what they produce, human shit. They're human refuse. I don't care how white they are. I don't care what their 23andMe says. It's just a product of white moral apathy. And Portland is, there you go. You could go there yourself and witness it. So on our way to a record store, we cross the street and get stopped at the next corner by these two young adult lesbo-looking girls. They inform us that just down the sidewalk there's a guy jerking off. Now, they don't explicitly say that he's homeless because it's a very sensitive issue in Portland, but we knew right away that he was homeless. Again, you can't call things by their correct name in white societies. Hence why there's always hate speech laws in our corporations and in our countries. We're afraid of words. We're also afraid of inanimate objects, which is why so much of Europe effectively outlaws handguns. So, okay, we thanked them for the heads up and kept walking because we were determined to have some fun that day. Trigger warning, the next part is really gross. Our mistake was assuming that a disgusting hobo who is probably a heroin addict would have any kind of shame. We both thought that a person who was jerking off on the sidewalk of a busy city street would attempt to keep people from seeing him masturbate, but we were wrong. As we approached the other end of the sidewalk, there he was laying in the alcove of a building entrance. He had one of his legs parallel to the building and one of his legs parallel to the ground, effectively presenting his genitals to the world. We had the misfortune to be walking past him as he was climaxing all over himself. Oh, you poor fuckers. Hold on, wait. Because I saw somebody is from Ya Boy Frog, EYMTL. How can the esoteric Trumpists possibly recover from this? It's a screenshot from the Gavin McInnes show. You have three white dudes, one of which has something shoved up his ass. The other one is, and they're all gathered around a microphone, so he's showing his bare ass. He has something shoved up his ass. The other is spreading his ass cheeks to show his anus, and the other guy has his erection pointed at the microphone. All white dudes, by the way. So there you have it. That's your white prosperity for you. We weren't trying to look, but it was kind of impossible not to see it the way he was doing it. It's hard to describe, but the feeling I had after seeing that one was one of the worst ones I've ever had. One of the worst parts of the story is that when I told it to some of my friends, some would have the correct response of disgust while others would laugh like it was a joke and they'd say something like, "Hey, the homeless need to beat it too, ha." Anyways, yeah, masturbation is a human right to Whitey. Anyway, sorry for the long and gross post, CF. God bless you and keep it up. Well, I've read a lot of gross stories on this show, so whatever. Thanks for affirming that it actually exists. Bonus, this was a sign in front of a bar that we walked past that also had Pokemon Go related signs in the window. I guess it's all just another cog in the Cummies machine. The sign says, forecast for tonight, alcohol, low standards, and poor decisions. Well, somebody's being honest. Oi, bruv, there are other Portland listeners too. You aren't the only one who really saw them. Oi, bruv, we're homophobic. We gotta go to jail. Pretty good. Common Filth, how many people believe this? Evolution is my god, therefore I'm going to cut my penis off and become a woman. No, that's the opposite of evolution. That's regression. Isn't it strange? They latch onto these things and they end up doing the opposite of what it says. All right. It's like, okay, we want to evolve. We want to progress as a species. How are we going to do that? I know, let's make ourselves sterile cosplayers of the opposite sex. That'll take us forward. Yeah, a lot of people believe that. Hello, CF. I was going back and listening to old CFR when I came across your Coachella segment on CFR 86. You mentioned that a 20-year-old CF had coughed up his own money to go see a one-day music event, but has since moved on from doing such things. Well, it's just I don't go to many concerts anymore. That's what I meant. It reminded me of how I have moved on from hedonistic activities and friends I once held. They blamed my girlfriend for taking me away from them, but in reality, she's the one who helped me out of depression, alcoholism, and helped me allow God into my life. Yeah, because she gave you a purpose. You're accountable to another human being. You're not just a buddy to somebody who's just like, oh, let's hang out. Okay, they want company, not friendship. You found somebody who, inspired a sense of purpose in you and set you on the right path. I pray that I one day can be saved too and cease to leave a reprobate lifestyle. My question to you is, how long did it take for you to stray away from the hedonistic friends and activities? What was the reaction of said friends? Well, I never lived that life, to be honest with you. When I went to that show, when I went to that festival as a one-day music event, I went for the music, and guess what? I went alone. that just goes to show you how lonely of a life I was living back then. I went alone. My question to you is, I never kept those people in my life. I never allowed them to influence me. I never went along with their stupid bullshit, even if I was around them. I never became friends with them. I'm very blessed in that sense. I've always had a sense of self-preservation. And I figured out that God put that there for me to protect me from the bullshit that I read about. Especially in that Coachella story with all these whores going to Coachella to go, snort mountains of cocaine and cheat on their husbands. And oftentimes their husbands paying for them to do it. Living vicariously through others. Once again, they need to be cut off. They need to be cut off from the humanity. We need to cut them off. That's all for now. Keep up the great work, CF, and may God bless you. Yeah, I mean, it was a cool festival. I went alone. I was there for the music. I didn't see any Coachella-level depravity happening there. So, that's all. Hey, you woke on Flat Earth, Manigua? Woke memes aside, what are some of your actual thoughts about the Flat Earth theory, and is it possible there's more to it than we believe? Does it really fire your cerebrum neurons, so to speak? No, but I do think it's amusing. I like Flat Earth humor. I think it's amusing, but it's not something I take seriously. I just think that people who make the Flat Earth jokes are funny. I think that people who actually believe in the Flat Earth thing are funny. They amuse me, and that's what they will continue to do. Greetings, Commenticus, Filth, I've recently been checking out $1 Million Extreme World Peace since hearing about it on your podcast. Glad to see some people with these ideals can actually land a spot on television. I've only seen one full episode and some scattered skits, but the hypergenic skit is probably one of my favorites. Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, that is a great show. I hope they get a second season. I do. But, if not, I hope they continue uploading videos. Hola, Grande. It's your Green Inferno listener again. Just wanted to ask a quick question to you regarding war in general. I assume that you agree that war is an inherent part of our foul ways, but do you think some or any wars have justification and value? Not recently. In specific, what are your thoughts on the late Iraq war and the ongoing war in Afghanistan? Well, we're in Afghanistan for the opium trade. Why else would U.S. soldiers protect opium fields? Why? It's all by design. Is it any coincidence that we have a growing heroin epidemic? Which, by the way, somebody sent me an article of a guy telling this kid that his mom died of a heroin overdose. It's a different story from the rest of them that I've read and given my thoughts on over the past few weeks. So, yeah, the Iraq war is bullshit. The war in Afghanistan's bullshit. Every war is bullshit. The war against ISIS will be bullshit because it's a product of our own creation. And Israel, too. ISIS soldiers get treatment in Israeli hospitals. Well, that is you just heard history right there. That's the first time I've ever been interrupted by a phone call. Pretty cool, huh? Okay. Have you read any good books lately? I did buy 2 books recently from the Goodwill. Good books at Goodwill sometimes. Right here. It says, How to Strengthen the Immune System is one of them by Ann Gordon. And the other one is Psychology as Religion, The Cult of Self-Worship by Paul C. Vitz. And, I'm going to see the way my brain works. I like to read more than one book at once, which I hear is a bad idea. I don't know, but I don't know. That's just what I like. I like to read about different things at the same time. So, yeah. I'm going to start reading those soon. Alright, and this is a follow-up from a youngster who I thought was too young, but apparently it's legit, so I'll read it. Alright. Hola, cool man Faith. I just wanted to share a short story today I experienced at school last week. Not as bad as some of the stuff you've read. I simply headed to school last week. Everything was business as usual. Everything seemed fine and dandy until 6th period when this happened. I walked into the classroom and sat down. Our teacher sent a few groups into the hallway to work on our work there. Split up for some reason. I got placed into this group with a faggot that I'm going to refer to as he number one, or him or his, whatever. Yeah, I get it. Number one, tiny person with a flamboyant attitude that met mine. A few days before this happened, I and he number one, along with a few others, got in an argument about gays. He number one scoffed and walked away from the truth I was conveying to him that day, and it bubbled up again. Yeah, that's the problem with being young. You could say things that are true, but nobody will listen because, what do you know? You're just a kid. Even other kids. I'm like, I don't believe you. I get sat down at the same work group with him and mumble about not being in the group with he number one. The girls in the group start to berate me, calling me names, simple things like that. I asked the teacher if I could be moved away, which she allowed. And I head back to the classroom. Then it gets worse, because everyone in there is apparently a fucking faggot anyway. I start to debate with them after they ask me questions, and being in a 9th grade classroom means that your partners don't really know what a debate is, so they just call me names. And things. I didn't really mind, kept a cool head, and debated them back with when my quote-unquote friend, that I'm going to refer to as he number two, took the tape from one of the name tags on a desk and taped it over my face. A day before I talked to he number two said he was a conservative, a title of which I praised him for, and we quickly became somewhat acquainted. So after he does that, I start to flip out. I got up, quickly taped it back over his mouth as he was walking away. It was at this point he got very, very triggered and went to tattle on the teacher on me. He number two leaves, comes back with the teacher, and this is what she says. Please just stop with the gay stuff. I stop as was told to me. Okay. The class soon ends after that. I go to my 7th period and come back to my teacher after school and ask her if we were cool. Basically, still able to be friendly with each other. My teacher, being the kind woman she is, said that I was free, but that the office would calm me down since I was bullied, and that there were some inappropriate comments made by me, but not painfully cringeworthy to call for the thing he number two went ahead with. Then she says this, which shocked me, that one of my friends at my table, I'm to refer as he 3, told her about what really happened, and that there was more than one side to this. This is a positive thing because it worked to my advantage greatly. But that's the end of it. I talked to the office last week for my potential hate speech, but I suppose it was my fault. I went looking for degeneracy in the best place to find it, and got it in the shitloads. And these broadcasts really helped me shed light on both myself and what school really just is, as you said, an indoctrination center for accepting or even practicing sodomite behavior and beliefs. It's also a daycare for apathetic parents who don't know how to raise kids, even if it's in one of the places with a high birth rate and religious people making up half the population. No, I just hope that half sticks to their guns. I hope they don't relent. On to the part after all that. After my debates and all that, it was mostly all said and done. My class was moved from 6th period to 4th, and vice versa for the opposite class. I was the one that asked because I was royally sick of the daily open discussions of depravity, and I couldn't help but attempt to change to no available. Luckily, my new class's children are a blank slate. Mostly, there is one cunt in there that despises my thoughts, of which I can avoid discussion on the topic. Luckily, I wasn't suspended or expelled like other schools in other states might have. I can tell the principal agrees with me, though, and that's the all and all of it. CF, God bless and good tidings. Well, God bless you as well. Stay sane in the scholastic environment. Academia is terrible, and the youth of today are, the youth of any age are terrible. Young people do some pretty sickening things to one another. They're very cruel. Very, very bad. There's, people are like, oh, the wisdom of youth. It's like, it only happens maybe 1 out of 10 times if we're being generous, and you're that 1 out of 10 time. So, but hey, thank you for sharing your story. Good luck out there. Again, stay cool, stay sane, stay good. Alright, I think that just about does it for this week. Remove announcement. Alright, Common Filth Radio, episode 110. Thank you very much for listening. It's been a good time. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed my time spent on this episode. I enjoy reading what you all have to say. It's all very cool. On commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. Again, Common Filth Extra, episode 38. Great episode, $1 or more. You can pay more if you want to, but you don't have to. Check it out. It is good stuff. I also enjoyed doing that one. If you have any purchases to make on Amazon.com for American Amazon customers, click the affiliate link below. Go there, click on it. It'll take you to the front page. Search for your product, add your cart, check out within 24 hours of clicking on that link. I get a percentage of whatever you buy at no extra cost to you. Everybody wins. It's a good thing. And also, I got Ignore Sodomite Orders stickers still available, but they are going quick. They are selling like I would never have expected. Also, the White Girls Fuck Dogs stickers still available. Still got some of those left. Take advantage. And I'll let you know a little secret here. If you're listening this far into it, if you buy the episode of Extra, you get a discount code for either one of the stickers. You get 50% off one of them, 25% off the other, and that's for Common Filth Extra episode 38 buyers only. So take advantage of that. Anyway, I'll sign off for now. Be back later with some more stuff next week. You take care of yourselves, be good to each other, and I will talk to you later. Welcome to the only show that matters, Common Filth Radio, episode 107. Thanks for being here. Listen to my appearance on the Rebel Yell program. The link to that is below. Thank you to the folks over at Rebel Yell for having me on. It was a good time, a good episode. They put on a hell of a show over there. Check it out. Also, listen to the newest episode of Common Filth Extra episode 35. Yeah, it's been busy over here, but that's what I do. I have this episode available for free this week. It is a very, very important episode. You need to listen to it. Do not miss out on this edition of Common Filth Extra. It is of the utmost importance that you listen to it. Again, available for free. You can pay if you want, but you don't have to. That's on commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. I finally read the article in full where the homophobia is Jewish meme came from. Came from a prominent white identity leader, and this is you're going to listen in full what he wants for white people. You know, in the black community, they have something called they call it down low, where these guys who are ostensibly in heterosexual relationships who screw around with other men on the side. This is what this guy advocates for, among many other things, for white people. Because according to people like Grindr, Greggy, it's okay if white people do it. It's traditional. If you don't follow Common Filth on Twitter, and you should, we've been engaged in a hashtag campaign culturally appropriated from black people, and the hashtag is Stop White People. Now, if I may pull that up, some samples from that hashtag, because we always post an image right along with it. As it loads, here we go. Most recently, an advertisement I saw on some website, I don't know what, they're selling a shirt, a tank top, called Shootback, hashtag Shootback tank top. And it's the homosexual sodomite flag combined with the Gadsden flag, Don't Tread on Me. And another one, a young Irish boy holding up both an Irish flag and a sodomite flag. The other one, under the hashtag Stop White People, I added this myself. Stop white people out of love and concern. The internet raised you because your mom has bad taste in men. What was the image? The image is to a link on some blog. The title of the blog post is Esoteric Kekism, or Kek as a Bodhisattva of Racial Enlightenment. The other one, a series of suggested related YouTube videos on the side panel they have on every YouTube video. Lee male to female vlog, how I self-inject testosterone. So it's a woman ruining her body with hormones. FTM transgender, how I do my testosterone shot. FTM self-injection tips. Kai FTM painless intramuscular T injections. FTM, then T means testosterone. FTM how I inject my testosterone. That's another image posted under the hashtag Stop White People. And every single one of the thumbnails features a white person ruining their bodies with hormones that some doctor prescribed to them because they feel the XYZ. They feel like they're born in the wrong body even though they don't have any point of reference. Another one. Grover Norquist said, I spoke with Bruce Jenner at a Hollywood Friends of Abe dinner. He is a solid Reagan Republican. Good on taxes. Leave him alone. Well, that's a misgender, that you're using the wrong pronouns there, but the point still stands. Why do we feel the need to pay tribute to insane, crazy people? Another one, a guy dressed in drag, simple enough. Oh, here's another one. This was sent to me, actually. A girl saying, it's not cheating if it's your boyfriend's mom, right? That's the caption with an image of this girl kissing the boyfriend's mom on the lips. Her boyfriend's mom. And also they're in a parking lot. They both have a can of Four Loko in their hands. Another, a Tinder screenshot featuring a white woman. I'm looking to buy bud tonight. Bud being marijuana. Anyone help, please. And it seems she has a child in the backseat, or at least a younger sibling. And then men dressed in drag for an advertisement called Goddess, shop now. Oh, another one, Gosford Anglican Church. Their sign that says, marriage equality, for God's sake, just do it. Another one, two white people with Bernie Sanders tattoos. Another one, a man dressed in drag. This one from some Anglo nation, because it's written in English. Safe and confidential healthcare services for teens and young adults ages 12 to 29. Are you a young person who is living on the streets, might be lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or questioning? Want an HIV or STD test, or is living with HIV? AIDS STD testing for 12-year-olds, 12 to 29-year-olds. So that includes 12, 13, 14, 15, and so on. And another one, I believe I read this last week. Shoddy is male. Right, gets a kiss from boyfriend Ian Guthrie while washing dishes in their home in Boise, Idaho on Friday, September 9th, 2016. Ismail, a Syrian refugee, says about his new life in Boise, Idaho. I didn't think I would be alive to experience life in the U.S. I wish everyone had what we had, as the white queer is leaned over his Syrian rent boy. God, it's just... Oh, here's another one. Recently, Appalachian State University and the University of Miami had a football game. And apparently this is taken at a Appalachian State sorority house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white girls, 5 of which are blonde. They have a sign on their home that says, Miami doesn't do butt stuff, but we do. # we are App State. Another one, we live in a heteropatriarchy, a YouTube channel. Another guy, cross-dressing, like in a ladies' bathing suit with a Make America Great Again hat. All under the hashtag Stop White People, probably created by a black individual, so we're engaged in some cultural appropriation there, but these are all behaviors that need to be stopped. Oh, Rivers Cuomo of Weezer says, we're all bisexual. That was a retweet, which we added. Hashtag Stop White People. All of these behaviors need to be stopped. Now I'm going to read this comment that was made about me. It says, I think people here hate him because he blames white people solely or almost solely for the degeneracy he covers and advocates for white genocide based on this. I never really watched him much either, so you just read tweets. That's the black person's preferred mode of communication, too. And you're going to tell me you have the low-high time preference? Listen here. It's either we stop this, we stop paying tribute to people like Peter Tatchell. Who's that, you ask? A gay rights activist, ex-Labour parliamentary candidate, now a member of the Green Party at The Guardian back in June 1997, said, in a 1997 letter to The Guardian, Tatchell defended an academic book about boy love, calling the work courageous before writing. The positive nature of some child-adult sexual relationships is not confined to non-Western cultures. Several of my friends, gay and straight, male and female, had sex with adults from ages 9 to 13. None feel they were abused. All say it was their conscious choice and gave them great joy. While it may be impossible to condone pedophilia, it's time society acknowledged the truth that not all sex involving children is unwanted, abusive, and harmful. Unquote. Those are his words. We stop paying tribute to people like that, or else we will deserve genocide. The world will be better off if we are genocided. Most whites are incapable of stopping themselves from embarking on the path of sodomy, the path of hermaphroditism, the path of child sexualization, through the acceptance and promotion and celebration of sodomy. And I just documented a few examples among millions. And the best response anybody can come up with is, well, others do it too. Yes, others who are either collapsed at the end of their usefulness, at the end of their civilization's life cycle, or they haven't started yet. So tell me, why do you want to emulate those behaviors? What benefit is there in protecting the behavior which emulates third world savages? Tell me. I don't care if they have the same political rhetoric as you. I used to be that stupid and think, well, maybe they're fine if they have opinions about X, Y, and Z. No, I'm not that stupid anymore, and it's time for you to stop being that stupid. If whites do not cease framing evil as something good, preferable, virtuous, then white genocide will be a moral necessity. There's a reason why we bury our dead. They're unclean, harbingers for filth. You don't keep a dead body around. I don't care how good their political rhetoric is. Over the last few weeks, a pattern has emerged in the form of heroin stories. It all started with a story about a heroin epidemic in West Virginia and Ohio. Not too long after that, we talked about the story that talking about the grandmother and her boyfriend overdosing in the front seat of a vehicle while her grandchild is in the back seat. And that was in one of the Carolinas. This time we go to Massachusetts. A story about one of the most disturbing videos I've ever seen. This is from NECN.com. Police release shocking video of mother passed out from apparent overdose. The 2-year-old seen tugging at her... 2 years old. The 2-year-old seen tugging at her unresponsive mother's sleeve was taken into custody by the Department of Children and Families. Now, there's another perfect encapsulation of white America. A white woman passed out from a drug overdose. Was it heroin? Yep, it was heroin. Either fentanyl or heroin. But the video, you see this little girl tugging on her mom's arm, trying to get her to get up, while the mom is passed out in an aisle at a Family Dollar. A Family Dollar store. It's a white woman, too. Filmed by somebody speaking a language other than English, as far as I can tell. This little girl is crying, you can hear her. She has no idea what's going on, she just knows something is very wrong. Shocking video emerged Wednesday of a mother passed out from an apparent overdose as her young daughter watched in horror. Police in Lawrence, Massachusetts released the video which shows the mother on the floor of a Family Dollar as her daughter desperately tries to wake her up. It's heartbreaking. This is definitely evidence that shows what addiction can do to someone and what happens when they use these types of narcotics. Lawrence Police Chief James Fitzpatrick said, officers found residue and paraphernalia consistent with either fentanyl or heroin in the mother's bag, according to Fitzpatrick. She was revived with Narcan and then transported to Lawrence General Hospital. Police said she will be charged with child endangerment. You see someone in the throes of addiction like that, what they're willing to sacrifice, Fitzpatrick said. I don't know if they have that thought process about what they're sacrificing to feed their addiction. Overdose cases involving children only account for about 10% of the overdoses police respond to in Lawrence. However, it's become part of a much bigger problem. I think it's indicative of so many things going on in our society right now, said Deanna Cruz, who helps run an opioid prevention program for Merrimack Valley. Cruz did not watch the video out of respect for the family involved. She also questioned why someone would film the incident rather than step in to assist. Thankfully somebody did. If that video gets one person to wake up and realize what's happening, that something is very wrong, then it was worth filming in some way. Which reminds me, open safe spaces in Seattle, King County for heroin use. Task Force says this is only this is a little more than a week ago. This story came out, was released. It says, SeattleTimes.com, a task force is recommending the creation of sites in King County to provide medical supervision for people using illegal drugs like heroin, which would be the first in the U.S. Okay, this just begs the question. You need to get them off. You need to get them off the drugs. How do you do that? If you can't do that, what do you do? Oh, you just give them a safe space. That'll get them to stop. What are they doing in the Philippines? That's something nobody's tried, and it seems to be working out for them pretty good. That's in Seattle. So we've gone from Washington to Massachusetts, West Virginia, Ohio, one of the Carolinas. I don't remember which one, but one of those. All full of junkies. Let's go north of the border. Canada. Canada has just approved prescription heroin. The Canadian government has quietly approved new drug regulations that will permit doctors to prescribe pharmaceutical-grade heroin to treat severe addicts who have not responded to more conventional approaches. Again, what are they doing over in the Philippines? That's an unconventional approach. How about you do that, you fucking poof? Trudeau, you sodomite. Of course a sodomite prime minister would be all for the institutionalization of drug use. Heroin's a human right, bro. But I thought the sodomite drug of choice was crystal meth. Or what is it now? Prep and Truvada? Oh, I'm sorry, those aren't recreational. But Prep and Truvada, anti-AIDS medication is also a human right per this retard. The Canadian government has quietly approved new drug regulations. Okay, I already read that. The move means that Crosstown, a trailblazing clinic in Vancouver, will be able to expand its special heroin maintenance program in which addicts come in as many as 3 times a day and receive prescribed injections of legally attained heroin from a nurse free. The program is the only one of its kind in Canada and the US, but is similar to the approach taken in 8 European countries. Oh yeah, those are people we want to emulate. Let's emulate Europe. Islam is eating Europe's lunch and having consensual sex with European women, as it turns out. We'll get to that in a little bit. The move by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government last week is another step in reversing the policies of the previous government run by conservatives and taking a less draconian approach to the fight against addiction and drug abuse. How draconian could it be compared to the Philippines? If you have a problem, you don't tiptoe around it like a pussy ballerina. Reminds me of a comment I got. I don't know how these people find my channel, but they do. They said that homos and trannies aren't a problem. Nihilism is a problem. Listen to yourselves. Look at the words you type on YouTube comment sections. You are saying women who inject testosterone ruin their bodies. Men who ruin their bodies by mutilating their genitals aren't nihilists personified. You are saying that males who use their God-given facility to give life on that which can only give viruses, bacterial infections, you're telling me these aren't nihilists personified. It's the same kind of begging of the question that leftists engage in. You say, okay, we have a birth rate problem, we need to have more babies. Well, we'll just bring in more immigrants. Okay, well, we could bring in more immigrants, but immigrants need to have babies too. Moron. You think immigrants are born out of diversity and pixie dust? Again, same thing. It's incredible. These retarded right-wingers who say that nihilism is a problem. Yet they say it's the problem. Okay, this is what they put forth. They say it's the problem. This comment says that nihilism is the problem, not homos and trannies. Yet they think those who perfectly personify and represent the nihilistic outlook aren't a problem. I'm not that stupid. You are, but not me. Speaking of diversity pixie dust, from the Daily Mail, the British women going to the jungle for sex with migrants. Whistleblower claims some aid workers have multiple partners in a day. Calais volunteers have been accused of having sex with camp migrants. Whistleblowers claim some are having several sexual partners in one day. It is alleged some volunteers are suing the camp as a free-for-all festival. Some aid workers said the allegations should have been kept private. Oh, wouldn't that benefit you? Calais aid workers volunteering in the jungle have been accused of having sex with migrants, some of whom are believed to be underaged. According to a whistleblower, again, white women aping the mating patterns of the sodomite. This is why they hang out with each other. They're kindred spirits, right? The revelations have caused a furious row on Facebook, with some volunteers claiming the allegations should have remained secret and criticized the whistleblower for expressing his concern.
Who are you to judge love, you bigot?
According to the whistleblower, some volunteers avail of the service of the jungle camp prostitutes, while others have multiple partners in one day. Oh, here we go. One whistleblower revealed the extent of sexual abuse of vulnerable refugees at the jungle camp at the hands of unscrupulous aid workers, some of whom used the women as prostitutes. So it's men and women. That's wonderful. The whistleblower said, I have heard of boys believed to be under the age of consent having sex with volunteers. I have heard stories of men using the prostitutes in the jungle too. I've heard volunteers having sex with multiple partners in one day, only to carry on in the same vein the following day. And I know that I'm only hearing a small part of a wider scale of abuse. Other aid workers have complained that unscrupulous volunteers are treating the camp like a free-for-all festival and find it difficult to keep it in their pants. The original allegations were aired on a Facebook thread concerning the People-to-People Solidarity group, which has since been deleted. It was claimed that female volunteers were more likely to have sex with male migrants than any other combination. And that was actually the previous headline before Daily Mail edited the headline. One volunteer was described as having a bad reputation for sleeping with male refugees and was asked to leave the camp. One male volunteer had to be persuaded by other male volunteers against returning to his due to his inappropriate behavior with female refugees. Everyone, it's like this. It's like the bell curve. It's like, it starts off low on one end, goes up, and then comes back down and flatlines at the other end, like to near zero, right? That's what civilization is. And at both ends of the bell curve, you get the same kind of behavior. It's worse if you're at the end of that trajectory, because you're fallen. You should know better, but you don't, which is the definition of a fool. Some volunteers have claimed critics are more interested in maintaining their reputation than preventing further incidents of sexual abuse in a similar manner to the Catholic Church. The whistleblower has prompted a furious row on a volunteering Facebook page. One commenter described relationships between volunteers and migrants as inappropriate. Turn up your volume and you might hear the trains. So yeah, one commenter described the relationships between volunteers and migrants as inappropriate. In my view, most defo beyond inappropriate. Breaches all sorts of codes, highlights massive deceit of integrity, blurs reciprocal boundaries beyond measure. Ugh. Pretty much no different to sex tourism. This is the only sort of stuff that makes others with better resolve cringe. Need to have a rock-solid mindset that separates the camp environment from that of a free-for-all festival. If you're incapable of keeping it in your pants, then consider whether you ought to be there. It's interesting. Southeast Asia is a place very known. It's very famous for its sex tourism. I would like to know how many crusty old Brits are keeping that propped up. How many crusty old Brits have played their role in keeping that a viable operation. According to the original post, the whistleblower claimed, I've heard of boys believed to be under the age of consent having sex with volunteers. I already read that part. And I also know that I'm only hearing a small part of wider scale abuse. Read that part. Several volunteers severely criticized the whistleblower for discussing the abuse allegations in an open forum. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Just shut up. Don't say anything about anything, okay? It's nice and pleasant here with lots of love happening. Just shut up.
How'd that Screwdriver song go? Europe awake for the white man's sake? Is this what they had in mind? However, one volunteer defended him, claiming it always really worries me that we're more concerned with the press / our reputation than we are with the sexual abuse itself. A good point. According to The Independent, some volunteers believe sexual relationships between aid workers and refugees is natural, while others believe it breaks the usual codes of conduct. Getting fucked by an illiterate feral savage is natural? Oh, I guess in a primitive sense. It's all how primitive people care about is getting their tingles. You know, I talked about the danger of cunnilingus last week, and people got very mad at that. So it goes to show you where their priorities are. And it matches up with the assertions I have made over the last year that that's all white people give a fuck about anymore. I desire no association with that kind of mindset. Well, it's a mindset we are hell-bent on having. In my experience, and in experiences of those I talk to, you can talk about most subjects. You can have opinions that are beyond the pale that contradict the social orthodoxy, and they don't mind too much. But once you get to the subject of their cummies, they get very defensive. In fact, they get very angry when you have even a notion that appears to threaten their ability to get their cummies, to get their nut, to get their orgasms. You can cross any line, but that's the line you can't cross in the eyes of so many people, in the perception of so many people. And why is this? Because we tell ourselves that those who represent the most sexual beings, the most sexually liberated beings, well, yeah, cum and freedom are conflated. They're given the same attribute. And we in the West, white people, we have an almost pagan devotion to freedom. I figured out that a lot of people value the homosexual above all else back in the day when I was reading a lot of libertarian blogs. So they saw the homosexual as the height of liberty. Like, they have achieved in their lives the ideal of liberty, which is why people are very sensitive when you tell the truth about what the sodomite really does, how they really are. I found this attitude to be prevalent, not just in obscure, fringe political blogs. It is through my dealings with the common people in broaching these subjects that I find that this is what most people value above all else. Why would they react in such a way if they didn't? So these Calais workers, these Calais aid workers, these people monitoring refugee camps, they also represent an ideal of freedom. What's next? Oh, here's some great liberation right here from thesun.co.uk. Quote, I let my husband sleep with other men, unquote. Wife of 22 years insists her decision to give her bisexual man freedom saved their marriage. Again, freedom. And says they want each other more than ever. Leanna Walden was initially devastated when her husband admitted he'd cheated. My husband brought home the gay germ. But I was homophobic for being devastated. Oh, in the side panel, I had sex with my best friend's long-term ex, and now I have to keep it a painful secret. Again, this is from a British rag, a UK rag. Doesn't seem too much different than what's going on in America. Again, I like to bring up the subject of, daytime TV talk shows. Jerry Springer, Maury Povich, Steve Wilkos, and on and on and on. And even the judge shows. Solving the problems, giving attention to the problems of working class proles. And this is how they act. They aren't growing these people in a lab. Nor are they forcing them to behave like this. They're just benefiting from it. These are two white people, if you could even call them that. More like subhumans. Again, this woman, says that she lets her husband sleep with other men, wife of 22 years. Another example of why white people need to be stopped. You need to do it out of concern for their sake. Somebody's got to pay for this. It's not like these actions that they happen in a vacuum. It's not like again, this was brought up on the guest appearance I did on the Rebel Yell. Again, we socialize the cost for this shit. Think of the girl who pops her cherry a little too soon to some idiot who's like, oh, that was easy. Next. That girl he does that to is going to have a shitty attitude for the rest of her life. She's going to dye her hair some strange color, shave the side of her head, and yell rape anytime she feels sexually betrayed, causing undue strain on the legal system. Again, that's just one example. How are the costs of this going to be socialized? Oi, me husband got the HIV, the HIV, from engaging in a little buggery with his buddies down at the pub. The gay pub, mind you. That's how he got it. Oi, now I have to go to jail for being homophobic. But you can pay for his HIV medication. That's right proper, ain't it? May our pagan gods bless the NHS. Why pay for your own healthcare when other people can do it? What a fucking nightmare. Leanna Walden, 52, has been married to Mark, 54, for 22 years. He broke the news he'd been cheating with men when they were on holiday 8 years ago, and although initially she was devastated, Leanna soon realized she could play things to her advantage. Of course, like the Twitter guy, so you be saying, he made this, and I retweeted it, and it's fantastic. Let me find it. I'm gonna hold up here. I'm gonna find it. It is the Big Book of Anglo Lies. And we're gonna read it. Here we go. The Big Book of Anglo Lies. Life is meaningless. Do what makes you feel good. Everything is subjective. Anyone saying the opposite is objectively bad. Other people only exist to be used for your pleasure or as scapegoats. Now there she is. using the fourth commandment in the Big Anglo Book of Lies. Big Book of Anglo Lies. Other people only exist to be used for your pleasure or as a scapegoat. And now she's gonna play things to her advantage. So nimble, the Anglo mind. We were on holiday, hiking on a mountain when Mark, 54, my husband, said we needed to talk. Mark told me he'd been sleeping with other blokes and was bisexual. I was devastated, but I didn't want to be like my sister or friends and get a divorce because I still loved Mark. I did go into shock. Okay, well, she uses the word love. All right, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind what your average whitey thinks love is. All right, we all know that when they say love, they mean come. She's just like, oh, I like his pecker. I like his pecker. That's what she says. I wasn't as upset about him fooling around as I was about him lying to me. Fuck. You might be bringing me home all of these potentially deadly diseases and infections, but it's the lies that hurt the most. Priorities. I was feeling jealous that he had started experimenting. I didn't want the same relationship anymore. I said, if you're going to do that, then I would like to experiment too. Leanna, pictured with their children, believed hers and Mark's relationship is they've bred. It's all over, guys. If these are the kind of people that are having white babies, done. Bye. Bye bye. Bye. Bye bye. Stop white people. Accelerate white genocide. It's deserved. Bye. Bye bye. It's like, I don't see Asian people making a fucking public display of themselves like this. Whatever their problems may be. I don't see them going to the Sun, telling them all that about the embarrassing shit that they do. All of the shame they've caused their family. I don't see them adding more shame upon it. I kicked myself for not realizing he'd been seeing men for 2 years, but I wasn't prepared to give up and destroy a marriage, our lives and everything. Well, that's what he was doing. So I thought outside the box. This was when Leanna decided the pair who have 2 children should have an open relationship. These are rotten trees bearing rotten fruit. They've had kids, the damage is done, and so it will go on for yet another generation. And so it will go for another generation in the Philippines. Here's a sidebar. World's most depraved kid killer. Pedo's sick campaign of child rape and murder is so horrific the Philippines plan to, what? Bring back the death penalty just to execute him. Evil Peter Scully, so here you go, another crusty old British fag. Oh, I'm sorry, Australian. Much different, right? To go back, we'll put that one on the back burner for now. We'll continue with Leanna and her sodomite husband and her sodomite children. And look at them, they're all smiling, they're all happy. Ha ha ha. We're getting our asses handed to us by Islam, but isn't life great? You deserve it, you cunts. Oh, is that a word you like to use? You cunt? You cunt? If this is how people conduct themselves, if this is what people tolerate, this is what people find permissible, then they deserve any invasion they get. Hate to break it to you, but this is not something you want to preserve for its own sake in its present manifestation. It doesn't deserve it. In fact, the world would be better off without it. Because it's people like this that give us people like Peter Scully who go to the Philippines and rape children. So now they have an open relationship, an open marriage. Because that changes, yeah, this is it. This is another pagan idol of worship. Consent. As long as everybody agrees, which I explained to you is how, 11-year-olds interact with each other. Dude, can I jump over your face with my BMX? With my Huffy? Sure. You land on the kid's face, he runs crying to his mom. You said it was okay. That's these people. They're children who never grew up. Mark could see his male friends, and I could have flings with other people as well, she said. We'd also indulge in threesomes as a part of a shared experience. What, of debauchery and treachery? You know, things that are shared are not always good. Shared debauchery and treachery, that's not a good thing. Doesn't matter if people consent. Doesn't matter if you know what's going on, treachery is still treachery. Jesus Christ knew what Judas was going to do to him. It did not change in one bit the nature of what Judas was about to do, and eventually did. We'd put aside time to be together and time to play away. We really wanted to be together but free each other to do what we wanted to do sexually. See, this is interesting. She wanted to keep it together for the sake of being different from her family, which tells you how prevalent it is within white societies. Divorce. I've seen it myself. And so, too, does she see it. But instead of doing the right thing and separating herself from this nightmare of a situation, she too gives herself over to vile, reprobate things. You gotta hear that. It is an active night on the rails. Active. I like it. Something soothing about it. Instead of being divorced, she'd rather be a vile, reprobate sodomite and continue to promote it. Not only in her family and her life, but throughout her society. And who's gonna pay the cost? We all do. And now what's this? Oh, Daily Stormer. Anyone defending Milo Yiannopoulos at this point is a traitor. Okay, so the point at which he said that pederast relationships, there's a lot to be learned from them. That's what he said. He said, you know, I had very positive experiences with those. That's what he said about them. Predatory relationships between men and little boys he thinks are great. So at that point, supporting him or defending him, that's not being traitorous. What about his protest with Gavin McInnes where they tongue-kissed each other in protest of the Pulse nightclub shooting? I mean, it's not like their protest was any different than the other talking points you heard out of that sphere, out of that political sphere. The alt lifestyle, whatever the fuck it is. You heard them all say, this is an attack on Western values. This is the West versus Islam. What? The West is a nightclub that facilitates the sodomitic mating ritual full of La Raza. That's West. That's Western. But no, he dresses in drag and shit talks on a metapolitical movement that people say that he's the leader of. So, look, you gotta adjust your priorities, guys. That's where you draw the line. I think you need to draw it a little bit closer. I think you need to draw it somewhere else. All right. Now, somebody sent me a clip from that event. an event which featured two white rappers yelling about Harambe. Dicks out for Harambe. And this made me think of something else. This made me think of how people bitch about race mixing being promoted in commercial advertising, television, movies. Made me think about that. Here's the rub with miscegenation in media. You need actors and actresses to agree to be portrayed in such a way. There needs to be a lot of white men and white women who are willing to give their consent to be portrayed as someone who gallivants with minorities. Nobody's forcing them to promote this. Nobody. Nobody! They only have themselves to blame, and you can only blame them. We try to pass it off. It's human nature. But be honest with yourself. It's all on us. In this situation, white people making asses out of themselves. It's on us. Question and comment thread for Common Filth Radio episode 107 on the official Common Filth subreddit. Let's lock the thread here so no new replies leak through. And we'll get started. You can participate if you'd like to hear your comment read on the show. If you'd like to hear your question read on the show and elaborated on by me, you can participate. It's an open thread to anybody who has a Reddit account. And it's up there every week. Different thread up there every week. So this one says, salutations, Comor of the McFilthin clan. Commer of the McFilthin clan. Anyways, I haven't asked a question comment in like a month or two, but school started up a little bit ago, and both my English and history teachers have LGBT propaganda in their rooms. The English teacher is a white guy who is all about Black Lives Matter. I tell you this to give some sort of context of what kind of people I'm around daily. It's not just the teachers. My high school is a festering maggot hole of feminists, atheists, faggots, porn addicts, esoteric Trumpists, and Black Lives Matters. Yeah, Black Lives Matter, yeah, okay. BLMS. My question this week is, if anyone tries to indoctrinate me in bullshit, should I politely decline and just take the grade, briefly state my views and sit down, or actually have a real discussion and pull out my deadly arsenal of moral counterpoints and truth? No, that's the worst thing you can do. Because you're in school, you have rooms where there's feel-good sodomite art on the walls. You're not going to get anywhere. Nobody's going to take you seriously, unfortunately. Alright, this is one of the few spaces where I will take you seriously. Because young or old, it's either right or wrong. And you know what? You're right. Whatever you're gonna say, you're right, but they won't see it that way. They'll just like, whatever, look at this guy, he doesn't believe this, that's all it'll amount to. It's unfortunate, but it's true. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to be in that kind of environment. It sucks. Nobody should be in that kind of environment. I've been more vocal about my views than I have in the past lately, and have formed a group of friends whose views are similar, and I'm making progress in showing them the bright truth of the lighthouse on the rock. They're in the shallows of the raging sea. Only my Twitter followers will really get that. Anyway, thanks for the read and answer. God bless. P.S. In case it hasn't been said already, what is the drink of the week? My cup is empty, unfortunately, so there is no drink. I could walk a few feet to the kitchen, but there's just no drink right now. I did have water in this cup most recently. No, it's not Gatorade, unfortunately. Which, by the way, the guy that does Food Wishes, Chef John, made a homemade Gatorade recipe video. And I recommend everybody checks that out, because it's a very good video. I didn't know you can make your own Gatorade at home, and now I see how easy it is, and I'm going to make Gatorade at home. Hi, Juan. Just wanted to show you a Yahoo Answers post I discovered from a white female, no less. She says, homosexuality can be found in over 1,500 different animal species. Transgenderism can be found in at least 100. Homophobia is only found in humans, and even then it did not really come to power until, until around 3,500 years ago, and that originated with and around Judaism, where later Christianity and in Islam enforced it even more. Ancient Romans did not care if you were gay or trans, neither did the Vikings. We was Vikings. The ancient Chinese, the Mayans, the Indus Valley people, or the Zulus. Homophobia is a newish invention prompted up by religious lunatics for the purpose of controlling people. TLDR, we was Romans having man, boy, love and shit. Only Jews hate the gays, yeah? That was the crux of the episode that I just did. That's available for free right now on Bandcamp, commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. Common Filth Extra, episode 30, what? Was it 35? I really hope I said 35, because I'm not going back to edit that. Was it? Please tell me it was. Yes, it was. Home safe, home free. Yep, I mean, and think about this. They use the behavior of animals, base creatures, primitive creatures, to justify their deviance. You don't want to be around anybody who doesn't want to be any better than a fish. Observe the societies and civilizations they use as an example of tolerant societies. They're has-beens, or they never were. They never were. Really, we want to follow the example of the Zulus. We want to follow the example of the Vikings, the Mayans. We really want to follow the example of people who engaged in ritual child sacrifice. Why do white people want to be base, primitive creatures? I don't understand it. You're smarter than that, apparently, which is bullshit. IQ only gives you the power of rationalization to rationalize your depravity, your filth, your destruction you cause to everyone around you. That's all it is, and here's proof of it. We was Zulus. We was Zulus. Ancient Romans. Nothing bad happened to them. They use fallen, failed societies as reason why we should tolerate them. Hey, these miserable failure people, they accepted sodomy. Why shouldn't we? Oh, maybe because we don't want to fail? We don't want to be miserable failures like they were? Nobody learns. Common nigga filth at it with the gat. Pew pew nigga ass motherfucker. How about you come down to that LA hood and bear your spick ass to my nine, nigga? Shit. Or no, she there, sir. I really like the white women. I prefer it up here. I have a white wife, a gringo wife. I teach her how to make tortilla. Now she's a good wife. There are people out there who think I'm Mexican. They hate diversity yet have never been exposed to any of it. And they call places like Utah cook states. They have no idea what they want. It's hard to know what people are really like when you're on EBT and you got a Twitter account. Which, by the way, I donate to the Outlaw World Missionary Church, Pastor James David Manning's church. Can't do that with EBT. Yo, Tyrone Filth, do you have any long-term plans for your channel? Do you see what you're doing as just within the confines of this community, or do you want to reach many more people and make a much bigger difference? Is that even a distinction you make when it comes to your channel? On a different topic, do you have any advice for anyone considering talking on a larger scale than just anonymous, obscure comments? Whether it be making videos, blogging, or what have you. What lessons have you learned from making Common Filth? The biggest thing is having a focus and being your own man, and not worrying about making friends. If you're worried about making friends, you're not going to get anywhere. It's nice to have a community of like-minded people who do similar shit to what you do, but you know what? It's not going to get you anywhere. Didn't get me anywhere until I started being my own man. And that's what you got to be. You got to be your own man in anything. Whether it's doing something public like this, or whether it's in business, or welding, whatever it may be. You got to be your own man. In art, whatever it is, you name it. You have to be your own man. Pay no concern to anybody else. Don't bother paying tribute to anybody else. You give thanks to those that allow you to do this, which in this case, it's my audience, which I do. I'm always thankful for every ear that listens to this show. And don't give a shit about what anybody thinks. Whatever they might say about you, whatever the lies they tell about you. Tell yourself that they can blow it out their asses. And long-term plans for the channel. I always keep it moving forward. I always have different ideas of stuff I'd like to do, people I'd like to do stuff with. There are a couple of things in development right now that I don't like to talk about because if I talk about them, they won't happen, so I will refrain from doing so here. And, you know, the more people, the better. I'm not gonna lie, the more, it'd be nice to have a lot of people listening to me, so. Yeah, I'm not discriminating against who can get anything out of what I do here. If you agree with the various messages that I have to say, welcome aboard. Story related to in episode 6 about that person's sister has inspired me to tell my own story about my brother. For some context, I'm the eldest of 6 kids, grew up with both parents, though my father worked a lot, and when he was home, he was rarely engaged with the family. So basically, it was a single mother household. My brother is a year younger than me, and my other siblings are a few years younger than the both of us. So we were very close as kids. But when middle school came around, he started to take the wrong path in life. He started smoking pot in middle school. They start him young, don't they? And hanging around bad influences. It wasn't long before he was a full-blown wigger, for lack of a better term. That was 6 years ago. In that time, he's only gotten worse. The first truly terrible thing he did was robbing our family. He got one of his black friends to come to our house and steal all the valuables. My mother treated this like a one-time thing and moved on. He then got himself arrested for stealing a firearm, but again, Mother didn't care. One Thanksgiving, he stole $1,000 and a revolver from our grandparents, swept it under the rug. They swept it under the rug, your family. Around that time, I was working during the summer at my uncle's place, so I wasn't home. While I was gone, he trashed my room and broke/stole most of my things. I felt so betrayed by him and my mother for allowing that to happen. She actually offered me money as compensation, as if the problem was that I lost material things. Oh, that's awful. At that point, I started to recognize the problem behind my brother's actions. I stopped pretending that everything was alright. He started to hate me because I didn't blindly accept who he was. This is who I am. This is my culture, not a costume. It's like your brother's. It's sodomite logic.
You're not okay with me for doing horrible things. Fuck you.
Sodomite logic is a very dangerous thing. So he started to hate me because I didn't blindly accept who he was. One day, he outright attacked me, punching me in the back of the head and kicking me while I was down. Then running off for a couple days. At this point, the fact he was still living in our house is absurd. He's bringing terrible people around my baby siblings, using drugs, being violent. A good mother would not allow this, and I've grown resentful of my father never stepping in. Though my father died last year tragically. The day after, my brother stole more money from our grandparents. They won't tell me how much. Now presently he's out on bail and will be spending several years in jail soon enough. This part is why I'm telling the story. He got some really disgusting black girl pregnant. Her family being some of the most deplorable people I've ever seen. My brother decided he needed to sell drugs to support his baby. I found out all this in one sitting and lost my mind upon hearing it. I told my mother to kick him out or I was going to do it myself. The next day, after she finally did tell him to get out, he got really drunk and high. He assaulted his pregnant girlfriend's mom and then started trashing our living room. I realized what was happening and I ran out to stop it. I told him to stop and leave, but he attacked me. I fought back and put him down, eventually getting him into a chokehold. Thankfully, someone had called the police and they arrived soon after. I let him go and they took over. He then attacked the police and went to jail. I had convinced my mother to not bail him out, but didn't count on my grandma stepping in. I spent probably 2 hours on the phone trying to convince her that bailing him out was not a good idea, but she made it out like I was being irrational and selfish. What? Somebody who... Okay, you put it in a checklist for her. How is it irrational and selfish? He's a danger to everyone. Not just you. He steals money. He's violent. He trashes your things. He attacked he attacked the mother of his child. He's a danger to more than just you, so how could that possibly be selfish? He's out now. Recently, my mother attended an ultrasound with him and his girlfriend. They were both high. My mother told me this as if it was innocuous gossip. I have been so disheartened by these experiences and have a really hard time dealing with this stuff. I turned to many different things online and elsewhere to find solace from my family. Only recently have I started turning to God. I wish I would have had this when I was younger. I wish my mother had taken us to church. Maybe things would be different. All I know for certain is that you can't put your faith in people. I want to thank you, CF. I started watching these videos as an edgy atheist alt-writer, but you showed me things that led me to God and away from the filth. We need more people like you. Thank you. I read a lot of stories on this show from legitimate publications by employed journalists, and we all know how horrifying they are, what they reveal about the state of the common man. And I'm not desensitized to it. I hate hearing stories about treachery. I hate hearing stories about depravity and the treachery that often results from depravity. It never fails to sting. And I've received so many stories from people like you, which describe horrible family situations. How do things get this bad? I will never know. I hear from so many people like you who come from derelict families, and I wonder how people like you come out unscathed from all of it. Because I don't have any first-hand experience with something like this. I don't. And you are not alone. If you've listened to this show over the years, you'll come to find that, yeah, there are a lot of people out there who open up in the comment section here and tell me what their families are really like. And these are the stories that don't make front page news. No journalist cares about it, but I care. I think people need to know about this. These stories are just as important as what makes the websites. People need to step outside of their meta-political circle jerks, their bubble, their cocoon of funny memes. They need to stick their heads out. Take a look around. See what's really out there. See what people are really like. They don't want to live the truth, which is understandable. Because somebody who lives a truth like yours, it's very difficult. I wouldn't wish that upon people. And it grieves me that you do have to live this kind of life in this kind of family situation. But they don't even want to know about it. They don't want the ugly truth. They don't want to think about problems that politics and memes can't solve. Problems that people like you face on a daily basis. They ignore the cries of their fellow man and ignore the only antidote for what ails us. They make pathetic gods out of themselves, not realizing that only the Lord can fix it. Be thankful that you have the wisdom that others so desperately need. You are in my prayers, friend. You and your family. Hey, CF, much like Death Wish, Hellscaper's comment, I'm also back from school again. After some thinking and soul-searching, I decided that I'm going to be changing my major from clinical psychology to computer science. The primary reason is being that clinical psychology requires a minor in sociology, which, as you're probably aware, is where a lot of the bullshit you dig through comes from. 5 weeks into a sociology class and I can hardly fucking take it anymore. That's exactly the same kind of nonsense you encounter in your Tumblristas videos and Vine marathons. White privilege, sexism everywhere, love and acceptance towards everything, no matter how vile it is. Love is Neville Wong, after all. Also, I know it's only a matter of time before that garbage leaks into psychology, since the two fields are so closely related. It's already starting to. I went in expecting to learn about human cognition and how the brain works, why we do what we do, etc., and what I'm getting is endless lectures on inequality and privilege. Yeah, nobody actually learns anything in school anymore. They don't equip you with skills you need to make your way through the world. After all, they live in a world of academia, which is so far removed from the real world, and they live in this bubble. It's a crazy place to be. It's not a healthy place to be, but this is where they've made their life. This is where they've made their careers. They, like so many other groups of people, don't know how people actually are, how people actually behave out there in their ambient states. They don't. So my questions are, 1, why do the other people in these classes eat that shit up? Nobody ever raises any contrasting opinions. They all seem to be in great support of it. And 2, do you think it will ever stop? Thanks for doing what you do, or for what you do, rather. And I'm looking forward to the next video. God bless. God bless you as well. You got a reply to this. It says, as a part of a double major, try not to get into policing. One of my majors was criminology, the study of why people commit crime. I was much more lukewarm to all of that back then, and even still, I wanted to throw my head through a wall. Sociology is absolute nonsense. I stopped going to most of my classes and stopped doing readings by my final year, but by that point, I had already figured out the blame Whitey formula, so the tests were a breeze. Yeah, you can take the shortcut. Unfortunately, you still need to hit the word limit in a lot of cases, but yeah, that's it. That's it. Gay people can do nothing wrong. Colored people can do nothing wrong. Women are oppressed. And on it goes. Look, the people eat that shit up, as you say. You know, whatever propaganda it is being taught in the classes they take, they eat it up because they think that's what's sophisticated. Look, I'm in college. I'm sophisticated. Whatever is being taught to me right now, that's sophisticated. They're not concerned with the truth. They want to meet an ideal. They want to reach that ideal, and the truth is no way to get to that ideal. So they use their 105 Ubermensch IQs to rationalize what they're being taught as true, and because it's, it'll make me sophisticated. That's their thought process. It'll make me fancy. It'll give me a nice fancy credential that I can bring up at all the cocktail parties. This is their line of reasoning. That's why they eat it up. And until we end our devotion to what's sophisticated, what's proper, what makes you cool, what makes you acceptable, it will never, ever, ever stop. We could cut off the source of it if we as a culture decided to stop sending our kids to college, instead actually teaching them skills ourselves that will serve them well in their life. No, we won't do it. We're like, nah, I don't want to teach my kid anything, because people now, they don't have any actual skills themselves that they can convey to their children. So they send them off to school. That's the middle class standard operating procedure. And it won't stop. It won't stop because, all these middle class people are like, oh, it's such a great time in college, man. I want to get my kid to have that same experience, not realizing all the horrendous shit they did in college that their children will most likely do themselves. And they think it's a good thing. They think it's a great thing that'll lead to all sorts of great personal growth, or however they rationalize it. Until the middle asses stop giving money to academia, the education industrial complex will continue on unmolested, unquestioned, and we will all suffer because of it. Hey, Common Filth, I'm a recent viewer to your channel, but from what I have seen so far, it's great. Well, welcome aboard, and thank you for the support. I'm glad you've enjoyed these presentations thus far. I came to your show via Religiously Intolerant. It's a based Facebook page of about 3,000 traditionalist Christians, all of which share similar views about modern society to you and many of your viewers. Your videos have really helped me put my sodomite past behind me. This February, I went from a liberal SJW atheist to a faithful and devout Orthodox Christian, but my liberal views still held on to me. Your videos have really highlighted the problems of society in a way I've never seen before, and you've red-pilled me on it. Well, we don't like the pill terminology here. It's one thing I just, among many things, but yeah, I don't like, boo pill, butt pill, ba pill, bee pill, do pill, da pill. I don't like that. So far in my few months as an Orthodox Christian, I brought 8 people to the church, and I'd like to extend that invitation to you and your viewers. And before Orthodox shill meme, I often see on your radio show people complaining about the lack of traditionalist churches in their area, and this is just a logical conclusion of sola scriptura. Sadly, after the Reformation, Protestants ditched almost all Christian tradition, forgetting that it's equal to Scripture. They are both the 2 pillars of the church. I think many of your viewers and yourself would be happy in an Orthodox parish. You have no idea how refreshing it is to speak to a member of any of the parish about the decline of society and Christianity in the West. I made several friends there, all of whom are of the same mind about leftism and sodomy. Obviously, Orthodoxy isn't for everyone, but for people looking for a parish that matches their views on an Orthodox one is your safe bet. Thanks for the word, Common Filth. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, what do they say in Eastern Europe? Orthodoxy or death? Yeah, I like a lot of Orthodox Christians. I think they do some good stuff. And you know what? I'm not one to engage in denomination bashing here, church bashing, sect bashing. The only Christian I bash here is Bergoglio, and he needs it. He needs to be attacked incessantly. And it's interesting, even in the Catholic Church, I listen to a lot of Catholic lectures on YouTube. I subscribe to a channel that uploads them all the time, and I listen to them, and they're great. And they don't compromise. They know it's evil. They're not like, well, there are bigger problems and we shouldn't focus. No, none of that. All these meta-political dorks are like ballerinas because they make one friend who kind of agrees with them politically and they're like, well, we don't want to offend them. We don't want to alienate them. We need to really attract these people to our movement. That's what they think. They get one friend, they're like, oh, well, I guess we better compromise now. Unfortunately, in the church, you get a lot of that mentality as well. But at the same time, it's only from the church. It's only from Christians who give you the opposite of that. They're the only ones who understand that truth is not contingent upon what is politically expedient. Next, Office Cicer's log. Cicer revolts against the eternally transitioning natural aristocrat planetary government. Come date, Transtember 21st, 2487. My biological men have fought valiantly against the 2nd, 29th, 98th, and 43rd masculine transitioned armies. Given that our sabotage operations against their shipments of Formula T cut the strength of almost a quarter of their regiments. Captured shipments were contained and destroyed, as our armies maintained full strength for days purely on the Holy Communion. Ever since the natural birth of the man only ever known as Commandant Filth, the ever-growing Cicer revolt against the rule of the artificial aristocracy has struggled less and prospered more. The almost industrial rate at which couples are marrying and giving children unto God, and the revolution for the last 130 years inside held territory has increased our population and available manpower by at least fivefold. The complete capture, cleansing, and reconstruction of Mars and Venus as industrial centers and symbols of the long-hated binary has smashed enemy morale. Terran insertion points will include the center of their Anglo culture, London, and Southern California, the two primary locations of their artificial womb facilities, where they produce their soulless, demonesque progeny. The aristocracy will collapse in but 2 decades' time if the attacks and landings are successful. The people that live within the aristocracy, with every single individual having their place in the hierarchy of false equality, wear diseases like a tattoo, as they have for centuries before. They have engineered themselves to be resistant to the fatal aspects of these illnesses. The more prominent aristocrats engineer their own custom bugs, sometimes even succumbing to them. Those people receive funerals with the highest honors until the last century. The aristocracy almost never received worldly death. They love their near immortality being statues to another death, a death suffered long ago. They should consider us doing them a favor. Since the late 21st century, before the dark times, Mars and Venus have been livable. The two planets have more than enough room to currently support us. In my opinion, the aristocracy's last holding should face fire and brimstone, as the Lord did with Sodom. I just pray that High Command does not turn to salt afterwards. End log. Well, you have talent. You have a great talent for the written word. You could write novels. You should develop that part of your mind, and yeah, you should make something out of that. And then you continue. Inspired after listening to that outright absurd dystopian fiction segment from the Best of 2015, Common Filth Radio, the Best of 2015. And for those of you who don't know, looking forward to the Best of 2016. Would you have turned into a brand new clone if you kept up with your musical skills? Yeah, that's the thing I posted a brand new music video on Twitter, so that's like the thing that people associate with me now. No, because I wasn't really into them. Like, I knew of them and I liked a couple of their songs, but I didn't listen to them a lot when I was still playing music. But yeah, I really enjoy brand new. Now, the people I would want to mimic are obscure bands that nobody's ever heard of, actually. I only talk about the mainstream stuff I like. Hello there, Mr. Filth. I have but a simple question for you today, sir. I would like to know what's your preferred way of watching Dragon Ball. Are you dubby or are you more of a sub guy? I'm just curious. I also don't forget, keep up the good work, and I look forward to your next Dragon Ball Super review. Dubs or subs, bro. Dubs or subs. That's a thing I found out about by osmosis. Oh man, it's like you can't wash it off of you once you know about that stuff. I was never an anime nerd. I never was. I knew very little about it. I knew that it existed. There were some movies that were in the anime style. You know, I didn't know about any of it up until I started meeting people who did. And then you start learning the nomenclature through osmosis, and you can never be washed clean of it. ACF, I was on my home sub, Public Health Watch, and we had an interesting article posted. Here's the title. Public Health Watch is the only subreddit that matters. r/Public Health Watch. There's your plug, and you do great work over there. U.S. Navy to require all sailors to take transgender education class by summer 2017. This is well documented at this point. Your particular link links to the Blaze, but this story is on a lot of websites now. The long and short is that the Navy is now allowing trannies to serve in the Navy. I want to see what you have to say about this development, but here's my take. The argument of it doesn't affect you is finally dead because it now affects literally everyone who pays taxes. Yeah, if there was no doubt about that before, it's been obliterated. Any possible doubt about that has been completely obliterated. Because I argue that it already did affect everyone who pays taxes because of how heavily it is promoted within public schools. This also means that every kind of degenerate with an identity crisis is going to flock to the Navy because good old Uncle Sam is going to pay for their journey. The VA hospitals are already overworked, and now real soldiers with real problems are going to have to stand in line behind G.I. Jane, whose dead name is G.I. Joe, because they need their horse piss injections. It's bad enough that the VA doesn't have great mental health departments, as is, so there will probably be an increased amount of suicide rates among vets, which on the upside may cause the Department of Defense to spend more money on helping soldiers with PTSD. Here's another fun glimpse to the future. Let's say that every branch of service adopts this policy. With the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and the already higher rate of rape among male soldiers on the rise, we have trannies in the Army and Marines. How's that going to affect morale when an 18-year-old bright-eyed and bushy-tailed kid from Arkansas falls for the trap meme, and does something unspeakable to a fellow soldier, or worse, kills himself because he can't cope with it for one reason or another? How would this policy work from a logistics point of view? Housing during training is not co-ed, training is mostly not co-ed. Where are they going to stick the trannies? Are the trannies going to get a separate pod of their own? Are we going to have more drill sergeants for them? Are those drill sergeants going to be required to be trans too? Where do you draw the line? Let's say trans women are allowed to serve. Does the Army and Marines have to let biological women take on combat roles now because the trannies are allowed to because they were at some point a man? Wouldn't the military then have to make a distinction between biological women and trans women? Could you imagine the collective ass pain of every SJW no matter what they decided? It would be a DEFCON 1 situation in every cafe and student union room across the country. I'd say it'd be a DEFCON 0. I really hate that you're right, CF. Sometimes I earnestly wish that I hadn't found your channel. You have been predicting the future for 2 years now. If the Army does decide to implement this policy as well, it will be right up there with the death of my grandparents as one of my darkest, most depressing days, having been a soldier myself. Your comment here encapsulates how infuriating the present state of the internet right wing is when they say, there are bigger issues, you know, when this has been promoted for the past 6 years by the Obama administration. And before he was inaugurated, I barely saw any of this. I barely saw any of this queer propaganda in the public. Now I'm seeing high school floats that they make for homecoming that feature prominently rainbow flags. And the people who should care but don't, they just shrug, or they turn a blind eye to it, or they have no idea how bad it really is. And I completely understand why you say what you say at the end there. That sometimes you wish you hadn't found my channel. Well, take solace or whatever you will from this. This is going to find you. If I'm telling you this information, if I'm putting it into context, or if I'm not, it's still going to find you, just like it found me. Everywhere you look, if you have a pair of eyes, if you have a pair of ears, you see it, you hear it everywhere. The reframing of evil depravity as good, as wholesome. What drew me initially to right-wing politics was the fact that a lot of them were anti-depravity. They placed a premium on human behavior and what it means. and how bad behavior is the most destructive element in any society. Now what is it? Now it's ignore the behavior. We just need to focus on white survival. When who we are in our present manifestation doesn't deserve to survive. And if we are unrepentant about our present state of being, we won't survive. And good riddance. How many young alienated white kids think that whatever they do is fine because they're white? They've had all this programming throughout their life. They constantly hammered into their head in the classroom, in the media, that you have white privilege, you benefit from Jim Crow and slavery and segregation, which is all nonsense. So they take the opposite view. They think that I haven't done anything wrong. In fact, everything I do is good, even if it's actually very destructive. Everything my ancestors did is good, even though it's very destructive. You have a lot of young, alienated white kids out there right now who have this mindset. They double down on their depravity because they are white. And I see this all the time on Twitter. People send this to me all the time. I see it on Facebook. Any form of social media you can imagine, you can see this in action. And the normies, so to speak, well, they're just as bad. In some ways, they're actually less abhorrent because they don't rationalize it through a racial lens of their depravity. They rationalize it through other means, sure. But those young whites out there who actually do have a couple of brain cells to rub together that they use to rationalize their depravity through a racial lens, that makes it worse because they actually have a history to learn from and they refuse to learn from it. People like Grinder Greg rationalize it because, oh, pagans did it. Well, where the hell are the pagans now? What have they done? Unbelievable. What I'm trying to say with this tangent here is that this will continue on unabated if we don't check ourselves. And so it goes. We haven't checked ourselves. We haven't taken moral inventory of ourselves, and will we ever? Look, I'd love to be surprised, but I'm reading the tea leaves. I'm looking at the trends. It's just not happening. It's not happening. This is a fact. Doesn't matter how it makes you feel. This is a fact. And so it will remain. Shalom, Rabbi Filthowitz. I have two things, a small story and a question. Last weekend, I was invited to a small housewarming party for a couple I respected. The woman of the two was even nice enough to make me a cake for my birthday last month, despite not knowing me very well at the time. The condo was small, but in a very nice neighborhood. They were high school sweethearts and had been married for 3 years. As the night went on, the man started down a strange conversation path. He told me that he gets off on watching other people have sex with his wife. There was not even a lead into this topic, no build-up. It was like a degenerate bus made of words crashing into me. I lost respect for him immediately, of course, and left the conversation. I should have left the party, but I was too drunk to drive at this point. I ended up in a conversation with his wife. She was one of those live my life, never children types, so I see where this cuck shit fits in, I suppose. That wasn't near everything people I learned about the other guests that night, but I'll spare you. It was like one of those AFK episodes was happening in front of me. At the risk of sounding dramatic, the little apartment they moved into stopped being a home in my mind and seemed almost like a coffin. That's perfect. It is. It's a tomb. Have you ever had an experience like that, where people you thought were respectable hit you with something like that? No, never to that extent. So, I apologize that this is a pretty new, relatively new thing that you're dealing with here. And the question, what do you think about the internet as a means to spread messages around? I think it's a good thing, mostly as I enjoy what people like you have to say, and the internet provides me with a link to your opinion. But at the same time, it seems that there are too many people talking and not enough listening. Maybe the advantage of speaking in public is that it intimidates at least a percentage of people away and frees up space for bolder individuals. What do you think? Anyway, thanks for the time. God bless. Shall we turn to scripture for a moment to give this context from Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 30. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. So these acquaintances of yours, the man in particular, is being punished by God here for his spinelessness, for his rebellion against his law. He is punished, and he is unrepentant, so he rationalizes his punishment as pleasurable. That's what you're dealing with here. Which reminds me, here's Deuteronomy 28:32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand. In other words, God sent the refugees, God sent the immigrants as punishment for your rebellion, for your disobedience. And you know what the rules are? Europeans, white people, they know what the rules are, and they say, stupid God, he failed us. Look, you know the rules, you know what's going to happen. So it's on you. God is simply there to facilitate what is just. You knew the rules, you knew the boundaries, you crossed them, and here's what's happening. So, at the end of the day, it's not God that screwed you. You screwed you. That's out of the way. I've said what I've had to say on that subject. I will now repeat the question to remind everybody what it was. What do you think about the internet as a means to spread messages around? I think it's a good thing mostly, and as I enjoy what people like you have to say, and the internet provides me with a link to your opinion. But at the same time, it seems that there are too many people talking and not enough listening. Yeah, too many people talking and not enough listening. And I'm going to get to that. That's an important part. Maybe the advantage of speaking in public is that it intimidates at least a percentage of people away and frees up space for bolder individuals. What do you think? The problem with the internet is that it gives the perception even more so that we're all equal, that all our voices are valid, and that's just simply not the case. You wouldn't believe the amount of inane crap I get in my comments that amounts to nothing more than nuh-uh. Social media creates an echo chamber. People develop their own persona, and they have their own little crowd, and they pander to that, and they think like, oh, I'm important because I have orbiters. And this type represents the worst of it. There are a lot of people out there who are, remain in relative obscurity, yet they view themselves as being equal on your level, on my level, on anybody's level. They think, oh, I could type a comment, therefore I'm more important. I'm just as important. You don't deserve it. It's like the internet has created a generation of very, very, very envious people, very covetous people, and it's sick. It's not like I'm here bragging about how great life is because I have an audience. If you have an audience, your life isn't going to change. You're not going to be any better of a person because of it. In fact, it's often an albatross for some people. Come Juan Leibowitz. Hey, come on, Leibowitz. Not a CFR comment, but regarding CF Extra 34. Love the show, man. Non-con means non-consent. I can only assume dub-con means dubious consent in this context. Understandable and proud that you don't understand what those mean. God bless. Oh, is that what it means? God, again, consent and freedom. Pagan gods. Horrible gods. And look what it turns into. You think you consent to something and that makes everything okay. Look, I don't care who's consenting. If you're watching your wife get fucked by some black dude, by an aspiring rapper, if you're watching your wife get fucked by an aspiring rapper, I don't care how much consent is taking place, your wife's still getting fucked by an aspiring rapper. You do some sick shit that somebody encounters, and they're in their mind what's happening. Like in that visceral heat of the moment situation, if they encounter something disgusting, if they encounter something abominable, they're not thinking, oh, well, are they consenting? That's not where their mind goes first. And this is the problem. we think all the wrong thoughts when we are removed from the heat of the moment, when we are removed from the visceral nature of the situation. See, once we're away from that, when we could think about it, when we have the opportunity to rationalize, once we are removed from the situation, we can pay tribute to ideology. That's a very dangerous thing. We can pay tribute to all of our teachings, all of our worldly learned things. We can pay tribute to it so that we may appear to be good, sophisticated people in the eyes of our peers. Fuck your peers! I think bad thoughts. Hey, CF, I don't really have a topic or question in particular. I do want to ask, since you are a fan of Nobody TM, how are you aware of someone called Randy Prozac and or the website Sentimental Corp? He has techniques very similar to how Nobody creates his videos and is close, at least in some way or another, with the creator of Nobody TM, as many of Randy's work ends up in Nobody TM's videos and vice versa. However, Randy's tone and atmosphere in his videos are far more sinister, darker in their context. I'll say beware if you do check his page, as there is some not nice stuff in his videos, but very mean and hurtful words / imagery that made me think outside my bubble wrap, and I don't like that, to be honest. But yeah, here's a link to check out in your own time, bruv, sentimentalcorp.org. Yeah, I will check that out. I've heard the name, but I might have seen the video, but I haven't connected a name to material. Stay woke, my beautiful Queen African sister. Don't let them dumb Neanderthals get you down. Show them how dangerous you are with them triple IQ educations, fam balam. Viva la Kangza. There's apparently no affiliation according to the reply you received. I've actually asked nobody about this on IRC. Apparently there's no affiliation. They've never collaborated. Sentimental Corp was just one of Nobody's influences, so he had a link to the website on one of his pages at a time. But yeah, spooky stuff worth commenting on. It's kind of more Illuminati related, IMO. Just thought I'd mention. Stay woke, everyone. Stay woke, as only educated black women can be, like myself. CF, what do you think of rap culture? Do you think it is responsible for causing such brutal crime statistics in black communities? If so, then who's to blame? Also, quick question, when are the end times? Last radio episode, you'd say we'd know. A loose estimate would work as an answer. Look, there's no time or place or date I could put to it because I think that's really irresponsible and it cheapens Scripture. As people like, God says it'll happen on this date. No, you said that, not God. You nut. So that's why I don't think we're living in the end times. I think if it were happening, it'd be very explicit. We'd know. There would be no ambiguity about it. Whereas with now, there is some ambiguity about it. So it's just not happening. And a lot of people say like, oh, you just LARP about the end of civilization. What? Am I in like my bug out bunker? Am I a survivalist, you dumb fuck? Things are bad. You just don't like how I'm exposing the pretty lies for what they are. The conduct of the average person has never been worse in modern times. And it just keeps getting worse. And a lot of people don't want to realize that. They don't want to confront that fact, but it is true. It is true. And there's no cosplaying or LARPing or whatever dumb term that some retard right-winger invented. Contrary to what Ron Paul says, it's not happening. It's not happening. Blaming rap culture, hip-hop, on high crime in the black community is stupid because they're mostly making music about the life they live or the life they want to live, if it isn't true already. So it's the behavior that comes first. The art is a reflection of that behavior. So to blame it for causing the high crime among blacks is stupid. As terrible and destructive as what a lot of this rap music promotes and portrays, it's honest. For the most part, it is honest, which is far more than you can say about other forms of art. Like Macklemore. And his same love bullshit. And whatever else sort of pro-sodomite agitprop exists out there. Hey, Jose Lieberman Garcia. I've recently been getting pretty triggered by your anti-white bashing and would like to say a few things about white nationalism, alt-right, whatever. Outside of the anime avatar Neats and a few self-appointed alt-right spokesmen, no one in the white nationalist movement supports faggotry, and the vast majority support Putin and his strengthening of religious influence in Russia and suppression of degeneracy, while Common Filth Extra episode 35 directly contradicts this. I have the evidence. It seems that the present manifestation of the internet right-wing metapolitical movements you have, it seems like they were too big of too much of a collection of pussies to make it on Stormfront. Because I saw a Stormfront poll once. Kind of feel bad for calling them a honeypot now, but you know you can never be too sure about these things. But yeah, they said that most of them, the vast majority of them, said that homosexuality is absolutely unacceptable in white nationalist movements. So credit to them. Credit to them for understanding that there are enemies within and they are more dangerous than the enemies that are beyond the jurisdiction of the group. In other words, the present manifestation of the right wing are a bunch of lefties who get jumpy around black people. They're stuff white people like types who don't like black people but love to have the token deviant friend. It's funny, the righties like to, the right wing likes to make fun of lefties for having token minority friends. Yet they say nothing about their token deviant sodomite friends because the right wing has them too now. You know, it's changed. That's what it is at this point. All right. It's not like this is a fixed thing. Words change over time. Terms change over time. Classifications, categories change over time. And this is what it's turned into. Racist stuff, white people like types. White people who are afraid of black people. Find out more on Common Filth Extra 35. It is free. Continuing. Majority support Putin and his strengthening of religious influence in Russia and suppression of degeneracy. We are obviously fans of Hitler too, who puts homos in work camps and incentivized monogamy in big families as the bedrock of society, so the contention that all or even a majority of us would rather an intersex, demi-spirit dog-fucking white over a devout Ugandan Christian is just false. We just don't want either of them under any circumstances in our hypothetical society. Well, I wish there were more of you. You have standards, unlike some other people who were too much of a pussy to post on Stormfront. You have standards, you have boundaries, and I respect that. Also trying to mostly expose the correct and incorrect, the rampant degeneracy in white Western societies, while these same societies are actively pushing for their demographic suicide, is like choosing to operate on a tumor instead of focusing on the fact that the patient is hemorrhaging to death. Both are important, but it doesn't matter whether you remove the tumor or not if the patient is dead. Well, yeah, the patient is already dead, I think. I mean, the body, you just look at living people and you think they're still alive, but they're not. If what they support, if what they promote is deviant, anti-life, anti-family, they're already dead. If they have no correct sense of what is right and what is wrong, they are already dead. No point in keeping the body alive if the brain is dead, if the soul is dead in this case. Good day, Mr. Filth. Your frequent attacks against the Anglo hurt. Well, it's not just the Anglo. You just hear those words louder than most because they apply more closely to you. So it's not personal, all right? It's not. There's nobody I have in mind. I've known a lot of good British people, devout people who made their way to America. I had a lot of good conversations with them through the internet. So it's not personal at all. But again, we can't fixate on exceptions. It's very dangerous to do. It's a flaw in our psyche. So with that out of the way, they hurt because they're true, which is why I watch the show. Anyway, I just wanted to preface my admonishment with that. Lately, the last episode, for example, you've been making statements in the vein of it would have been better if England never converted because we've ruined Christianity. Well, here's the thing. It's not a conversion then. If you follow God's word, God's law, then you're converted. No, what I said was introduce it. Introduce it. You can introduce these ideas to a society. You can introduce these concepts to a society, but do they really convert? Not really if they're changing it for their own purpose. Just like that woman did when she found out that her husband is sodomizing men or getting sodomized. She's like, I'm going to use this to my advantage. And that sums it up. So it's not a conversion. It's a subversion. And I'm also looking at what comes out of English-speaking countries. These megachurch types. They're not, if you're attracting that many people, you're not making a difference. You're not different at all. You're just giving them what they already know. You're just giving them a social environment to continue on with whatever nonsense they believe, and you're profiting from it. That's what the megachurch is, and that's an American thing. But what did America come from? What do we mostly speak here in America? English, an Anglo language. So that also is what I have in mind when I'm saying Anglo. Everyone associated with everybody who speaks a word of English. Anybody who's spoken a word of English for more than one generation. That's what I'm talking about. I understand that you're growing in passion, but it's not for you to question God. He converts who he wills, and as a Christian, it is not for us to say, God, you shouldn't have saved those people. Look, if they're saved, they're honest. They know the score if they are truly saved. But if they continue on, as they always have, using Christianity as a fashion accessory, then it's better off that they don't have it for everyone who actually takes Scripture seriously. This is what I'm saying. But I thank you for sending this because it allows me to explain myself. I know those aren't direct quotes, but they are the thrust of what you were saying when you responded to the post about the Church of England, for example. I hope you don't take this as me being butthurt, because it isn't. No, it isn't at all. I pray you go on denouncing my culture's degenerate ways. Just maybe reflect a little bit before you say stuff like this. Insert race/culture shouldn't have had the gospel shared with them. Anyway, much respect for you and what you do. Keep up the good fight. God bless. Well, blessed are the individuals who do take it seriously, who do take Scripture seriously, who follow its lessons, who obey God's law. But cursed are the cultures who use these very important things, such as Scripture, such as salvation, such as God's law, as a business plan, as something to sell, as a fashion accessory. This is what I am saying. Anyway, much respect for you and what you do. Keep up the good fight. God bless. Did I read that already? I'll read it again because it's nice. Thank you. Thank you for sending that. I'm glad I could explain that further now, and I hope you understand a little bit more where I'm coming from. If not, just eat, like I said, just a little bit. Ahoy, Captain Filth. I came here with a comment in mind and laughed at how appropriate the pew pew nigga is for this moment. Yeah, that's what I started off this thread with. I live in New York City, you know, the place that recently got bombed near a gay district. The city that lets you use the bathroom your gender is aligned with. The city whose mayor's daughter was prancing around the gay parade in a bra and some shorts looking like a total skank. Well, I mean, there's skank and then there's prostitute, which is what she looked like. So, skank, yes. It's like all prostitutes are skanks, but not all skanks are prostitutes, that kind of thing. The good old Big Apple itself. Anyway, I got off the train from work, and you know what's interesting? I noticed that the picture that I saw, and maybe he was in the other pictures, but the son of Bill de Blasio wasn't in those pictures. So, you know, maybe he has his instincts still about him, and hopefully he turns out okay from being brought up in such a sick family. Because the daughter hasn't, obviously. The good old Big Apple itself. Anyway, I got off the train from work and was walking home when 2 blocks away, I hear a bunch of friends making some noise for whatever reason, all the while a police car starts strolling by. Let it be known that the whole parking lot smelled like weed, dude. And I assume that's why the car was getting close. And I was right, but not completely. The car turned on its megaphone and I said, and I quote, "Keep it calm, boys, relax, and don't be so loud," unquote. Emphasis on the loud since it's some type of weed, as I'm sure you know. Before strolling away, while the officers were having a chuckle in the car. If the movies are right and New York gets bombed first, I can understand why. Just another day in the country's melting pot, am I right? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say for now. Stay safe and God bless you, for your voice has done great things for me and for many people. I'm sure of it. No homo, bruv. No homo. Look, I think some people have called New York City the world's largest concentration camp. I think I saw a headline on Drudge Report that said something along those lines, and he is correct. He's right about that. And I feel bad for the decent people in New York, because I know a few, including yourself. I have listeners there, and I just hope you get out safe, and maybe you. Maybe you fine folks are why God has not destroyed New York City yet. After all, he said to Abraham that for the sake of one, that's where it was heading. He would spare a population. For the sake of one righteous individual, he would spare it. So, maybe you're that. Hey, Hood Pope. I'm Hood Pope now? Oh, that's a YouTube video. I'll check that out. Do you still like Filthy Frank after Human Cake? He kisses Max and eats pubes. Well, I don't keep up with his work. All I know that he's shared my stuff before, and I'm thankful for that. That's really disturbing and disgusting. Also, there was a pride parade in Belgrade recently. The police had to lock down half of the city because of it, and instead of riding my bike 50 minutes to get from one side of the city to the other, I had to ride 90 minutes because I had to go around. There were so many cops protecting them, it's ridiculous. There's probably more cops than participants of the parade. Didn't I see something like that on Iron March recently? I think I did. I saw the picture. Good news, the parade was smaller than last year and seems to get smaller every year. That's all for this week. God bless you, fam. To be honest, shaking my head 100%. Well, it just goes to show that, you know, the powers that be are seeing decreasing returns on investment from it. They're trying to spread sodomy to the east, and it's just not working out for them, so maybe that's why it's getting smaller, and thank God it is. You gotta be thankful for something. I'm not sure if this has been asked, but what's your first name? I bet it's Raul. No, it's Shlomo. My name is Shlomo Villalobos. Hey, CF, there's a detail of early Anglo TV pause programming. This guy, Kenny Everett, was a radio host turned to TV comedy. Tributes paid to Kevin Everett on what would have been his 70th birthday. In 1985, Everett came out as gay, having struggled to accept his sexual orientation. Everett revealed that he had twice attempted to take his own life and that he could never accept the term gay. What was that? Jimmy Savile? Because there's more than just one. Yeah, Jimmy Savile, who is a beloved British personality. He's a DJ, TV host, and so on. Yeah, DJ, TV, and radio personality, dance hall manager, and he turned out to be a child rapist. And he died back in 2011. All this came out. All this information was brought to light after his death, apparently. So, yeah, just another British hero. Disturbing. No other way you could put it. God helps CF. Wait, I skipped one. Hey, CF, what do you think about Serbia and Orthodox Christianity? I make videos for Serbian people. I'll say it every time, but rest assured, I do. God help CF. Thanks for sharing my tweets, man. Even Earl of Grey shared them. Hey, we spread the love here. And I was banned from his Flexibook page for being edgy heathen 2 years ago. Anyway, this is something I noticed that a lot of people, they try out all these strange things that have nothing to do with them. They just think like, oh, it was my ancestors. And then that's the whole basis of it, not realizing if your ancestors were right or wrong. Just because you exist doesn't mean they're right, alright? Man, just... a lot of people, they experiment with all these strange ideas and ways of being. And it seems to be just a product of the times. I don't know why. I don't know why a lot of white kids are just experimenting with these odd ways of being, and then going back rather quickly from them. I know about Earl of Grey. Earl of Grey is a great guy, and I've been following his page for a real long time. But I didn't know it was 2 years. Time flies. Anyway, this will be short. 2 years. It's more than 2 years old. The page, the brand. Anyway, this will be short. Apparently, the aristocrats already held a parade here in Belgrade. Hey, that's true. I just heard about that. Just like last year, but no one noticed. Last year, since there was only 20 of them, and this year there was unplanned retaliation. So I looked into this bizarre makeshift on-the-go parade, and apparently they're saying parades have no impact here other than negative. So many of them are planning to move west. There you have it. It is all a Western attempt at subverting societies greater than their own. Is this how we beat the plague? I really want your insight on this, since this is all confusing. They just seemingly gave up. With regards, the regular Serb. Well, look, they gave up because it didn't have an impact. Nobody was influenced by it. the Serbian people have no desire for this shit. They have real problems to deal with. And it seems that we need real problems. Like I said, it's like we only tell the truth when we're in crisis situations. The Westerners in general. I think that Serbians, I don't think they have this problem because they have to deal with it. The memory of problems, even if things are good right now, I'm not quite sure of the situation in Serbia right now because, I don't keep up on it. I don't live there. So it's difficult for me to gauge. But I have people like you from there, or who pay attention to it, at least. You maintain your intestinal fortitude against all things depraved, deviant, destructive. Don't ever forget it. Don't ever forget the hard times. Don't ever give yourself fake problems. Don't ever give yourself problems that can be rationalized as not problems, like we do here in the West. We think, oh, homos and trannies aren't a problem, nihilism is. I still can't get over how stupid that is. And how emblematic that is of our mindset. You're telling me that people who contribute the most, who live the most nihilistic lives, don't contribute to nihilism and despair? Fuck you. But the common people in Serbia, they stay strong against it. They don't capitulate to this depravity. They don't want it. It's not in their heart to want it. And you need to stay that way. If you stay that way, there might be hope yet for Serbia. P.S. Shout out to my brothers from the other mothers on Discord. My monitor died, so I can't hop on. We'll be there soon. Well, there you have it, everybody. Shalom, Senor Filth. I'm not necessarily looking for advice, but I want to know where it is I'm standing. Since discovering your show, I've been finding myself much more vocal about my beliefs as well as the depravity I encounter on a consistent basis. I have a couple of friends who watch your show, and they agree with me. After listening to your most recent episode of Common Filth Radio, I made a post on my own Facebook account about the risks of oral sex. I had a tirade of people commenting on this, and you're right. When you say that when you get in the way of people's cum, they get defensive. Is this something you struggle with in your everyday life, or are you mostly subdued about your views when there's a public eye on you? Not in reference to the show, obviously. Well, I don't put myself in situations where it'll come up because it won't end well. And it's like anybody who would be like that, I purged from my life. Anybody who gets all crazy about their jizz, about their cum, about their tingles, anybody who gets crazy about that, I have nothing to do with. We in the West conflate sexual inhibition with freedom. It is the pinnacle of freedom, which is why the sodomite holds such high esteem in our societies. You don't want that in your life. It'll only lead to unhappiness. It's a terrible way of being. And I've had comments on the show last episode getting all angry about that. Like, this, if you do this enough, it'll give you cancer. Like, oh my God, how could you say that? It's disturbing. So, it's just, you can't address a fool by his folly, and that's the problem. You have too many fools out there who are able to attack you all at once. And it's impossible to defend yourself from every direction when they're all like, how could you believe that? How could you believe that? Blah, 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 blah. That's what it sounds like. Constant. Just a constant cacophony of foolishness. And fools have strength in numbers. So you get the truth in where you can get it. And you do it by being offensive rather than defensive. Casual belligerence. Make it your lifeblood that you are against this depravity. Make it a part of your DNA. Don't give any second thought to what other people think about it. Be belligerent. And be unaware of it. Do it out of passion. Make it so. Because if you say it, if you have conviction within this belief, then there's nothing that anybody can say against you. People will be taken aback at how blunt you are regarding this subject, and they won't know how to deal with it. Shalom, Shaniqua Filth. I've been watching Common Filth Radio for a good 20 episodes or so now, and it's one of the few pieces of media that I look forward to on a regular basis. Thank you. Good way to start the week, to say the least. In the most recent episode, you talked about how you didn't enjoy reading too much until you were out of high school, where you were free to read the things that could actually hold your interest. It just so happens that I'm a high schooler and can attest to the fact that our assigned reading isn't exactly intriguing. Not many of my classmates even read the entire book we were made to read over the summer. I bring up my class experience because just today, after listening to that episode of CFR, we began reading and discussing an essay by a woman named Francine Prose. It resonated with me personally and perfectly describes my situation, or at least with English teaching. I'll link it here, but it is a bit of a read. Basically, Prose says the current method of English teaching is ineffective and doesn't promote an interest in the proper analysis of text and enjoyment of reading. Students asked her how they feel about text instead of discussing what the author is saying and how they're getting the point across. As a blankety blank, I feel a bloopity bloop. Yeah, exactly. Another point I thought was particularly articulate is that we're often given texts that teach values but are really only for lazy teachers to direct classes easier. And these books are often of little actual value other than being written by a gay black man, and we all know how much we whiteys love our homos. Thankfully, though, my teacher isn't paused enough to explicitly promote sodomy and reach for abortion metaphors like you said on Twitter. Whether or not you read the full article, would you agree something similar to this was the reason you couldn't enjoy books until you're free from that sort of teaching? Well, even if I was in that sort of teaching, I still had no interest in the subject matter. It wasn't relevant to me. Of course that homos and abortions would be relevant to teachers. Teachers are terrible. Most teachers are terrible people. So of course they like to teach on books that have sodomy and abortion symbolism because that's who they are. What they consume reflects who they are. Or did something else prevent you from it? Yeah, it's just it was completely irrelevant subject matter to me. It had no bearing on my life. It reflected my life in no meaningful way. It reflected my interests in no meaningful way. So that's it. And they didn't make me care about it. They're just like, oh, here's this book. Isn't it great? And it's like, no, screw you. I don't care. I'm notorious for my awful memory, so hopefully you didn't already answer this question. But it'll be interesting to hear your response nonetheless. Well, it's not something I've talked about before up until that point, reading. You know, once I figured out that there are books written about things that I talk about in depth, I was like, wow, cool. Books. Books about how atheism is stupid? Yeah, great. Books about arguments against atheism? Cool. And academics like to say, well, that's biased. Well, it's well-argued bias. It's well-researched bias. For example. So of course they wouldn't teach it. That's not who they are. So yeah, if you want to go to school to read books, don't do that. Don't. It'll just kill your enjoyment. So, another news your show has played no small part in my recent embracing of Christianity. Just a few months ago, I was an atheist with an awful mindset. Almost fell into the pit of white nationalism before I saw the dysfunction my race promotes. My faith is not in man but Christ, and I have you to thank for leading me down that path. Thanks and God bless, CF. Well, God bless you as well, and I'm glad I could help you out. Look, I'm uncomfortable receiving the credit for it, but, you know, it's like if that's what got you on the correct path, then I can't argue with that. You know, just remember what's really important. There's a very bleak picture being painted about Christianity right now because it's toothless. It's ineffective. It offers no difference from anything else. So I like Pastor James David Manning so much. He tells it like it is. He pulls no punches. He doesn't sugarcoat it. He doesn't go on about pretty lies. He speaks the truth. He's what Christians should be. Maybe he represents what Christians used to be. And you know what? We need more like that. We should strive to tell the truth about what the world really is, how it really is, what it's really like out there. And if we do that, more people will see the light. But unfortunately, nobody wants to show them. Very few, anyway. But I'm glad I could help you there. Just remember what's important. Wagwan CF, a recent listener here. The show has resonated with me and has reminded me a lot of instances of bullshit that I once brushed off as nothing. For example, I had a teacher back in high school who slowly revealed detail by detail about his marriage. First, we learned he was divorced. The next we learn is that he is the one who lives with his son. What? Okay. And eventually we learned that his wife fucking left him for another woman and he was perfectly fine with that. Obviously, that's bullshit, but I can't help but feel bad for the guy. And in case you were curious, yes, he was a stereotypical looking white. So he's white. Great. More bleak pictures painted of the race. The once proud race of the once successful race. No real questions, just felt I should share that story since it was constantly on my mind when listening. Good luck on the fight against the Batty Boys, and keep doing your show. Yes, I will. I'll keep trying, always. But, yeah, I mean, you'd have to be a fool not to see it in your daily life and in people whose paths you cross. Your path crosses theirs, and their path is not a good one. Not a good one at all. And there you have it. See, he rationalizes his wife's treachery. Oh, that's fine. You can pay tribute to the ideology of it. Well, she's just being herself. Herself might be terrible, but she's being herself. He's able to rationalize it because he's removed from the trauma. That's all an IQ buys you these days is rationalization points. Saludos, Mr. Filth. What are your thoughts about salvation through good works and faith versus faith alone? I've been listening to Toby Logsden's podcast on the Gospel of John, and he made the case that good works are evidence of being saved, not a requirement for it. Something about that rings true to me, even though I had never considered that side of the argument before. The word we need to use is passion. If works are informed by faith, that's passion. That's just something you do without really thinking about that. That's the Spirit working through you. And that's what we need to start saying. It's passion. And you need to have your heart changed in order to have the passion to do good works. And it's not a passion by first doing good works with nothing behind it. All right, you could say an empty I love you, but what does it mean? You know, if you don't really mean it, it's fake. If there's no true intent behind it, it's fake. That's just one example. So if you give money to charity with no real drive behind it, no passion behind it, what does it mean? It means very little. The passion to do right can only come from a faithful heart. And that's my take on it. Inshallah, Imam Filth. Well, that's heretical. I wanted to ask some questions about two things. First, on modern medicine. What do you think about it? I know things like HIV medication and such are entirely bad because it keeps paws churning in our gears. But what about chemo and related treatments? I would only assume you support them because of normie reasons, but I'm not entirely sure your reasoning on the subject. The second is regarding evolution, with it simply being, do you think it exists or not? I'm more conflicted about this subject, especially with a certain comic giving a reasonable argument. But a little input would be great, thank you. Oh, it's a chick tract comic. That's cool. Look, I don't place any stock in it. It's stupid. Like I was talking about on the guest appearance I did. It doesn't matter whether the Earth is 6,000 years old or however old it is. True is true. Doesn't matter if a bird suddenly got a different beak over a couple of generations. Doesn't matter. The truth is still the truth. A minor change in a species of birds does not change the nature of morality, does not change the nature of right and wrong. That is my take on the subject. And as for chemo and related treatments, it's not something I think about. It's not the reason why we talk about AIDS and HIV in relation to homosexuality is that it's very unique to them. That's the only reason why we talk about it. I mean, if AIDS didn't exist, it would still be an abhorrent behavior. All right, it just has the side effect of causing strain on medical resources. Next. Greeting, common filth and moi. I hope all this pop culture shit doesn't get too old. Have you ever read the Stephen Pressfield? He wrote some gay golf books, I guess, but got famous, but he does historical fiction. We was Helens and shit. Sans the man boy love. Anyway, there's a part of Tides of War that made me think of you. Here, Al-Kibai, I don't know how to pronounce these things, talks to the Spartans into helping him. The worst enemies of Athens are not those who, like you, have only harmed her in war, but those who have forced her friends to turn against her. The Athens I love is not the only one which is wronging me now. That country that I am attacking does not seem to be mine any longer. It is rather that I am trying to recover a country that has ceased to be mine. And the man who really loves his country is not the one who refuses to attack it when he has been unjustly driven from it, but the man whose desire for it is so strong that he will shrink from nothing in his efforts to get back there again. It doesn't work out because he was a degenerate, but I like the speech's sentiment all the same. Hey, this is correct. It's the enemy within. It's always the enemy within. It's people who look like you and you think they think like you and act like you too, but they don't. You just fool yourself into thinking that because they look like you. They speak the same language as you, and that's enough to be fooled. That's enough to be tricked, unfortunately. So I'm glad there are people out there who feel the same way, who view it the same way, because it's true. How do you feel about hookup apps like Tinder? Representative of where we are in our moral trajectory? Doesn't matter how I feel about it, that's the fact. I think they're contributing to great evil. That's it. How could you view it as anything but? Oh, right. Come, dude. But, dude, it makes me feel good. That's what they think. Gia es muere dich halachar kuchi anta. Just asking for your opinion on a pretty big blow up from the shambolic scene that is the internet right wing. Apologies if you don't like talking about this or the details of it, rustle your jimmies, but I thought it made for some enlightening evidence on your modern thesis of the blah. But I thought it made for some enlightening evidence of your thesis on modern day Western culture, as well as great surrealist entertainment. Namely, Sargon of Akkad's attempt to smoke out the alt-right with gay pornography of all things. Long story shortish, some basement-dwelling pornography-addicted sociopath, alt-right is for short, tweeted a Photoshop picture of noted biblical scholar and Christian martyr Michael Brown with Sargon's young son on it. Because Sargon's grandmother was supposedly Caribbean, and Sargon thus a quarter black quadroon, though more likely at most 1/8 due to high amount of race mixing that Anglos willingly engaged in. Somewhat understandably, Sargon was apparently enraged by this racial abuse and implied desire to see his son dead, but what he did next was quite bizarre. He took to posting gay porn involving black men to his Twitter, spamming it in reply to anyone who responded negatively, alt-right or not. He then took to cheering the immediate drop in followers unsubscribing from him as a victory, despite most of them being normies who did not want not safe for work butt stuff at work or at all. Then began some ad hominem appearance-based taunts against some weird childish-looking alt-righter in a Make America Great Again hat. A lot of them quite funnily against effeminacy and gay face. Though apparently he might have been attacking the appearance of an unrelated person who was actually Asian and was wearing a CIA meme costume in one photo, unbeknownst to Sargon. Honestly, the absurdity of it all is the most astounding thing, but I kind of feel some pity for him. He's floundering the pit of internet intellectually masturbatory nihilism along with futureless youngsters who've been born in it and molded by it, and getting outplayed at their game of absurdity and despair. But then I see him retweet things about how backwards and evil Christians are for seeing abortion, literal child murder, as worse than the priestly molestation shenanigans, which no one but the natural aristocrats infecting the church defend. And I feel less sympathy for this pronoun-respecting proper Englishman, getting hoisted by the petard of godlessness as the alt-right will no doubt be someday soon. If you really wanted to trigger the vitriolic and unconstructive alt-right, the images of Africans he should have posted should not have been of African cummies at the expense of cuckold white faggots, but African Christians defending themselves from the filth Westerners export and the Muslim type they cream themselves importing. Sorry if this gets you down. It has gotten me down, but the only options are to laugh or cry. The mandatory thing is to learn from it. The kerfuffle was more interesting seeing it unfold, but for posterity, here's a subsection on Encyclopedia Dramatica about it. Trigger warning, aristocrats act on display. Hetero peasants must bow their heads to and murmur devotionals to holy cummies to ward off homophobic sentiment while entering the presence of these sacred icons. Another pessimistic addendum. Everyone in Ireland can feel the tension mounting when the agenda will launch the next campaign and the final blow to destroy Ireland materially and in terms of morals and morale. One of my countrymen on poll spoke about how in the largest university in the country had pro-abortion leaflets handed out at the Students' Union during the induction week for impressionable 18-year-old graduates of the murder machine, as someone long ago termed the gift of modernist education the eternal Anglo gave us. And even he said pro-abortion expletive deleted giving lectures in the classroom. Things are no better in the university that was until recently. 3 guesses as to why it was shut down. Ireland's seminary. Anti-clericalism and atheist liberal socialism rules this place, which is just as surely a murder machine for the purposeless of children of the Irish masses. There will almost certainly be a referendum on abortion here within the next year, but no, we are winning because American faggots can fetishize a 70-year-old plutocrat with shitty fake hair. I've realized the importance of prayer through my exposure to Christian sites like your channel and have started praying again. I'm also aware that there's nothing that signals the death of morals and the establishment of a collaboration government, so to speak, of hell on earth than abortion. Therefore, I feel that the normal mirth we can get out of seeing people destroy themselves through hedonism is not applicable in case of abortion. There are only two reactions I feel possible in a scenario where the place I was born into, which is already unrecognizable, faces the formal elevation of sexual hunger above life itself. That's beautiful. Perfectly stated. We can despair or we can trust God's judgment and submit ourselves to his protection. The degenerates around us love life, or as they construe it in this case, bodily autonomy, but they shall lose it. Deuteronomy 28 is Ireland's future. I would say it's also its present as well, in my opinion. Therefore, I ask everyone to pray for Ireland and all other countries falling victim to modernism or whatever name fits it. There may only be one solution, but there are definitely only 2 outcomes, life or death. P.S. Another commenter said that it was a good thing for Christianity to be introduced to the Anglo, and despite the meme of mine you graciously featured in Tumblr's to 72, yes, I did. I featured it in this episode as well. I have to agree with him. We have to distinguish between the Anglo that gains eternal life through faith in God, like the founder of an aforementioned Irish university, and the far more common breed of Anglo who gains eternal infamy through his perfidious actions, like another Anglo who featured in my earlier commentary. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Well, this is all a lot to chew on here, and yeah, I was vaguely familiar with the Sargon of Akkad meltdown. That was so just a little bit more than a little disturbing. And then what did it say here? If you really wanted to trigger the vitriolic and unconstructive alt-right, the images of Africans he should have posted should have been not African cummies at the expense of cuckold white faggots. So this brings me back to another point, though, is that, you know, it's like you want the white awakening, but you have a lot of these white dudes who get paid to get fucked by black dudes on camera. Interracial homosexual prostitutes, that's what they are. And where do these people come from? You need a lot of these people in order to make some money off of them. Yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to trigger them, I mean, calling them gay does a trick too, because that's actually true. You know, them craving the BBC is you know, that's not a rabbit hole they've gone down. And so kind of ineffective. But yeah, we elevate sexual hunger above life itself, perfectly stated. And in Ireland, you're seeing that. In English-speaking places, you're seeing that. In the West, you are seeing that, unfortunately. It's like poetry, it rhymes. But like I said, I explained myself on the Anglo thing. Those who are really, truly converted, they obey it. They don't promote depravity. Hey, Phil, the Swedish church recognizes Judaism as a religion to bring people to God equal to Christianity. As we both know, Judaism is Satanism, so there we go. Well, I've heard somebody say, I've learned this saying recently, that behind every Jew is a Swede. So, hey, Kamano, Filth, Kun, everyone's favorite Japanese Aztec non-video artist. In episode 19, you said that Danes were the worst people you've had to deal with, and as a Dane, I must agree with you. Well, here's the problem. Since then, I've come to know Nat and his work, and what a fine individual he is. He's the one who told me about the behind every Jew is a Swede saying, so, you know, I've changed my stance on Denmark a little bit. However, I did read a Vice headline back during the winter season last year that Danish sex shop workers are seeing an uptick in strap-ons being sold to heterosexual couples. Male-female couples, what does that say? That says a lot of things that turns my hair gray. Yes, in Denmark, everyone is equal. This means that all are noble, That all that are noble are pulled down to the level. I'm bad with words today. I'm putting them in the right order. So that all that are noble are pulled down to the level of the lowest common denominator. Men are pussified at a young age, learn to sit still and be quiet and docile. So you could be henpecked by some strong woman. You know, you have to a woman can't have worth in being beautiful and her body and mind and spirit. No, she has to have a good mind. Wow, you're really smart. You have a job. Nearly every single Dane is Marxist egalitarian. And this is funny because everybody says Denmark is the happiest place on earth. No, they aren't. They just say that as to not rock the boat. We recently allowed judicial gender change so men can dodge the draft and ogle on little girls in the public pool changing rooms. Even the majority of Christians believe ass sex to be holy, in the sense that it is above criticism and in the sense that the priests bless it in public churches. Bleak, 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 bleak all around. An out clause was added so that priests didn't have to do it if they had bad feelings about it, but since judicial gender change has been enacted, it's impossible to dodge it now. Just wanted to let you know, God promised that he wouldn't end the world with a flood again, but could we convince him to use fire soon? Well, you're righteous, Nat is righteous, so God will not destroy Denmark because of you two. So, for Denmark's sake, keep yourselves something worthy of God's preservation, please. And I hope a few learn from your example so that the righteous may multiply. But, flood, fire, I don't know. It's easy to see where God is working, where God inflicts his wrath, if you just look for it. It's not so, I know that I said the end times will be obvious, but God punishing people here on earth, you have to do a little bit of digging. But once you see the pattern, it's not very hard to find. Smash that play button. Smash that early 2000s one-hit wonder button. Smash it. Well, Smash Mouth actually had a couple of hits, so not a one-hit wonder. What is your favorite food? Beef jerky. Are you into urban exploration? I heard you mention you watch exploration vids on that Rebel Yell podcast or broadcast. Yeah, I don't do it myself, but I like to watch videos of it. I think it's pretty cool. I like seeing people explore the ruins of a decaying civilization. It's kind of neat. This question more than likely has been asked about what led you to create this channel. I don't know. I got pissed off one day, registered a domain, and started doing podcasts sometime after that. That's what happened. It was a passion thing. I woke up and there it was, man. There was like a song. No, not a song. There were videos, and yep, that's just how it went. I got real pissed off, and then I made this. And it doesn't sound like it early on because I was in the making friends, trying not to step on any toes phase, but that doesn't get you anywhere. How do you feel about Alex Jones? He's a good entertainer. Where in the world would you most prefer to live? I don't have a preferred location. Maybe Belize is a bug out place because I don't have to learn a new language there. And then finally, pew pew indeed, nigga. I don't even know where to start. I spent the last several years in California and finally decided to move back to Middle America due to sky-high rental prices and being surrounded by rainbow-wrapped poop dick. I've been met with warm fanfare and prodigal son-esque greetings on my return, but I find I've returned to the exact same drugs and booze-laden hell that chased me out to California in the first place. Out to California, not out of. Only now there are more drugs, everybody has slightly less hair, and significantly more paunch. I get it, my friends were degenerates before and they are degenerates now, losers with little else in life beyond their next drunken night. This is not expected, and phasing them out of my life is mandatory. And this reflects a lot of the reasons for the heroin epidemic, it seems. Or at least it shows that it's not just the heroin epidemic. Just nihilism permeates every corner of society, and it's very sad. What really blew me away was how far off the deep end one of my very closest friends has gone. On the surface, this is a man who has his shit together, works a high-paying job, has lots of interesting hobbies, and maintains an existence that doesn't revolve around the next substance he can cram in his nose or pour down his throat. Full disclosure, I am in the process of walking away from my fedora tipping, and this man was the supreme tipper in my life. We spent much of our younger years laughing at the concept of the magical sky daddy and other superfluous arguments. Upon meeting up with my buddy, we caught up, discussed personal issues and so forth. He's one of my oldest friends, not much is kept between us. He'd been sliding into his own deviancy over the past few years, but I was pretty damn shocked when he told me he literally participated in cuckold fetishism as the bull. Oh my. This is what happens when you lead a godless life, when you're held to no standard. You're just like, whatever, I do what I want. He literally fucks a friend's girlfriend on tape, and she humiliates said friend with it for his own fucked up perversions. My buddy's just in it for the sex, or so he claims. Well, it doesn't matter, because look at the destruction he's causing. Look at the humiliation. Look at the insecurity he is causing. And he's willingly participating in it. So for him, it's just sex, bro, but it's not just that for him. What he is doing extends far beyond him. This is it, man. This is fucking it. I'm still at a loss for how much disgust I feel at my friend. And we had just another one. A guy who knows some people who are into cuckolding. How prevalent is this? Man, big if true, right? This man was my best friend. More than that, he was a moral arbiter for me for much of my life. Sage wisdom, IQ to the moon, and what I had thought was a fairly virtuous heart. To see the mask pulled off, I don't know how to describe the disgust. Well, that's what godlessness gets you. Taking this info to my sister, the closest person in my life, I was met with, who are you to judge? You don't fuck other people's girlfriends or wives. You are in a perfect position to judge. Don't let anybody lie to you when they say that the Midwest lacks the moral apathy of the coasts. Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm sure there are decent pockets. There are decent pockets everywhere. There are decent pockets even in California. But we can't focus on exceptions. We can't. It's dangerous. It makes you naive. Drug gluttons on my left and Gables to my right, and here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Do not place your faith in man, especially 150 IQ Anglos who think they're smarter than God. Depravity everywhere. You cannot escape it. It will encroach on your personal life. It does affect you. Whether you're paying taxes, whether you're just having a drink with a buddy. It will affect you. It will find you. It will cause you great emotional discomfort, psychological unease. You name it, you'll get it. It will affect you. Anyway, I think that's it's a good place as any to call it for now. This has been Common Filth Radio, episode 107. Thank you very much for listening. Don't forget to check out Common Filth Extra, free all week long. Of course, you can pay if you want to, over at commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. Check it if you have anything on Amazon to buy, amazon.com. Use the affiliate link below, click on that. It'll take you to the front page of Amazon, search for your items, add to your cart, check out within 24 hours of clicking on that link, and I get a percentage of whatever you buy at no extra cost to you. Also check out the stickers I have for sale, White Girls Fuck Dogs stickers, fun for the whole family, $3 plus shipping and handling. International shipping is available. So with all that being said, you all be good to each other. Don't cuck each other. That's a terrible thing to do. So yes, and getting cucked, that's not a good way of taking care of yourself. So please take care of yourselves, be good to each other, and I will talk to you later. Thank you very much for listening. This is Common Filth Radio, episode 72. Common Filth Extra, episode 6, is available on Bandcamp now, commonfilthradio.bandcamp.com. On this episode of Common Filth Extra, I talk about whores and idiots who think that whoring should be enabled. I also give my perspective on some personal observations I made earlier this week. It is all very fascinating. I address some very prevalent attitudes that a lot of people have, both young and not so young. And don't forget Common Filth Radio, the best of 2015, also available on my Bandcamp page. 1 hour and 50 minutes of exclusive material. It is all very good. I stated earlier in the week, and I got a lot of shit for this, so I know it's true. I said that the recent targets of Muslim aggression are people who would have no problem with you being thrown in jail for hate speech. What did that one girl in that one Vine say? I might look disgusting, but at least I'm not as disgusting as your hate tweets. That's the kind of person you're defending here. As I have been saying since at least episode 48, white people have a significant loyalty problem. A very, very deep loyalty problem. And as I have said before, even before episode 48, I think it was, you cannot be loyal to that which is not loyal to you. It is suicidal. And I do mean that literally, as we will see in this story I have loaded here. This is from the Evening Standard. Senegalese migrant held after U.S. artist Ashley Olsen died in erotic sex game. This is a blonde woman. She is so beautiful, so magical. She inspires me. She inspires me so greatly. Anyway, police investigating the death of an American artist in Florence have arrested a Senegalese migrant on suspicion of murder. Ashley Olsen, 35, was found naked on her bed in her apartment. A post-mortem examination found had suffered 2 fractures to her skull before being strangled with a wire or cord. The suspect, Tidiane Chiek Diao, 25, was said to be familiar to the victim and known to the police for drug-related offenses. Prosecutors said he was detained the prime suspect following analysis of DNA found on a condom, a cigarette, and under Miss Olsen's fingernails. It was reported that CCTV footage appeared to show him with Miss Olsen outside her flat early last Friday morning, the last time she was seen alive. Detectives reportedly believe Miss Olsen took part in a consensual erotic sex game before her death. According to the post-mortem report, she had sex before she died. She was found by her boyfriend on... I did not read this. I just read the headline. She's found by her boyfriend on Saturday after she failed to get in touch with them. I did not read this prior to hitting the record button. And what did I say about whites having a loyalty problem? I am proven right even when I don't read through the shit I have planned for this show. It is not a good feeling, if you might be wondering how I'm feeling about it. Making these predictions so accurately, or making these observations so accurately that they become predictions, accurate predictions, doesn't feel too good, because being proven right means that there's something very wrong with people. This bitch supposedly has a boyfriend. Now, when I hear the word boyfriend or husband or whatever, I think, oh, monogamy. That's cool, great. So, with that in mind, what the fuck is she doing fucking around sampling exotic men within the confines of a quote-unquote relationship? Having a quote-unquote boyfriend. My boyfriend. He's okay with me fucking around with Senegalese migrants. Anyway, she was found by her boyfriend on Saturday after she failed to get in touch with him. Detectives pieced together her last hours and discovered she spent time at Monte Carlo, a bar and nightclub previously linked to drugs, in the early hours of Friday. After leaving alone at about 5:30 a.m., she met a man now alleged to be Diao. Investigators said following her death, he had taken her mobile phone, put his own SIM card in it, and used it. Miss Olsen from Florida had been living in Italy for 3 years and moved there to join her father, Walter, who teaches architecture, design, and drawing at Bianca Capello Art Academy in the city. Earlier this week, he said, "We are devastated that our precious Ashley has passed away, resulting from a horrible and senseless crime. We are heartbroken she was taken from us. Oh no, I'm so heartbroken. My rotten fruit has perished. How could I have seen this coming? I raised a treacherous skank, and this is what she did with her time. I'm so heartbroken. So heartbroken." This reminds me of a comment I get a lot across all of the things I do here. And that is, well, at least they won't breed. At least they won't pass their genes on to the next generation. This is a comment that I get many times from many people. And they all say the same thing, and it's not entirely wrong, but it is still more wrong than it is right. And that is why I would like to address it. Look, these people do breed. Their children are proof. It already happened. These kids exist. These kids, most of them aren't kids, by the way. They just look like it. Most of them have jobs or go to college. I've looked into it. But regardless, they are still somebody's children. For these children to exist, penis has to go in vagina. Sperm has to fertilize the egg. It already happened. And it will continue to happen. People who have genetics that are susceptible to adopting bad lifestyles, dysfunctional lifestyles, people who are susceptible to accepting bad ideas, they will breed, they will replicate, their genes will go on into the future, indefinitely, and on and on and on and on it goes. And you're going to pay for their lifestyle, or death style, as I like to say, as of late. You will be paying for it one way or another. Either monetarily or spiritually. Monetarily, they take up jobs as government leeches. Their property taxes, sales taxes, whatever, will fund their salaries. And you will pay for it spiritually because they will influence your children through these government programs. Through public schools, which is where they will most likely work. Most people want to be teachers for God knows what reason. I don't understand young people. Oh, I want to be a teacher, man. And what exactly do you have to teach? You don't know dick. Actually, you probably do know dick, which is probably why you'll end up being a sex ed teacher. But regardless, young people who want to be teachers, They need to be slapped upside the head repeatedly until that notion of theirs is completely disabused. But as we know, that won't happen. That won't happen. So these people will go on to infect your children. Your children who you invest so much in. And that's where the spiritual damage comes in. You'll have to live with the horror of knowing what your child has become at the hand of public education. Because of the influence of public education, what will your children become? Maybe they'll become Ashley Olsen here, an American artist who I'm sure received some, well, I don't want to say I'm sure, but it would not surprise me if this woman received some NEA grants for her menstrual art. And as the rain comes down harder, let's look at the list of NEA grants, National Endowment for the Arts grants. I just did a Control F transgender and already found one. Oh man. Oh, what else? Oh, how much money did this get? Gala Choruses, $10,000, Pittsburgh, PA. To support the Gala Choruses Festival, held every 4 years, the GLBT Festival will bring together as many as 165 choirs and ensembles from around the world for performances and workshops. The festival in Denver, Colorado may feature an opening day flash mob with 500 singers and a pedestrian mall, as well as performances of new works including I Am Harvey Milk with music and lyrics by Andrew Lippa. More than 25 workshops by leading artists will be offered for singers, conductors, and chorus managers. Is there any more? That's the only transgender thing getting your tax money. What else? Here's another one, $35,000. To support the world premiere of Fellow Travelers by composer Gregory Spears and librettist Greg Pierce. Based on the novel by Thomas Mallon, the opera will explore the persecution of homosexuals in the 1950s, particularly within the U.S. government. Just what American society needs. More homosexual grievance mongering, $35,000 worth of it. In addition to the other shit I'm about to find here. Kyle Abraham in Motion, $20,000 New York, New York. To support a tour of engagement activities and performances of Kyle Abraham's blah 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 blah. Facilitating dialogue around the issues such as race, gender, and identity addressed in Abraham's work is central to the company's mission. Facilitating dialogue around the issues such as race, gender, and identity. You just repeated it. This is a government agency PDF, and they don't have an editor. So yeah, $20,000. And this is somebody who you can really trust. This is somebody who could really trust to tell you the truth about race and gender and identity. Some bum, some crust punk who begs the government for money. Really sticking it to the man. Is there anything about sexuality in this? Control F, sexuality. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot. Oh wow, there's only that one for fall 2015. But there's still a lot more PDF files. Which one did I click on? Combine artworks and challenge America by state. Oh, I forgot which one I clicked on. What about for spring 2015? I'm going to be watching this one very closely for its spring 2016. So we'll find out. Let's start out with sexuality for this one. This is 200 pages worth. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Firelight Media, $40,000, New York, New York. To support research, production, and post-production costs for a documentary film by Stanley Nelson. Intended for broadcast on public television, the documentary will analyze the depictions of sexuality and stereotypes of African Americans in movies. $40,000 for that. QCC, the Center for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Art and Culture, aka Queer Cultural Center, $10,000, San Francisco, California, to support the Queer Performing Arts Summit. The summit will gather LGBT and non-LGBT presenters, artists, and arts administrators for plenary sessions, artist showcases, workshops, panel discussions, and other events. Organizers will identify a national network of presenters supporting LGBT touring artists. Brought to you by evil cishet taxpayers who are unwittingly eroding the moral fabric of their once proud nation. But they got money to spend because everybody needs to pay their fair share. Who doesn't need documentaries about African American sexuality as depicted in movies? And who doesn't need gay opera? It's a human right. It is essential as food, water, and shelter. Who doesn't need gay opera? I mean, how could you live without it? How could we function as a society without the subsidizing of the wasteful lifestyles of artists? But let's go back to that poor magical woman who got killed so barbarically because she wasn't making any bad decisions or anything. Let's go back to her and other women like her, women in Europe getting attacked by people who shouldn't be there. This is from RT.com, and this is who's standing up for her. These are the people standing up for women like her in a very brave way, in the bravest way you could possibly imagine. This comes from RT.com, and the title: Dutch men put on miniskirts to support victims of sex attacks. That's so brave. It is. What a statement. It's really gonna help. That's really gonna help the cause. My house just made a weird noise. Maybe it's these guys. They know they're waiting outside right now, and they're ready to break in and carry me away and force me to wear a miniskirt. And there's like one Asian-looking guy in this group of hundreds of Dutch men. Like I said, Europeans have an odd definition of what a man is, but we'll read. Hundreds of men have taken to the streets of Amsterdam to express their solidarity with the victims of sex attacks that hit the German city of Cologne and other places in Europe on New Year's Eve. The demonstrators braved the January cold in the Dutch capital, marching in miniskirts, accompanied by female protesters too. One of the demonstrators held a banner that read, "Sexual abuse is not a women's problem." Too often, sexual violence against women is put down as a woman's problem. Don't wear short skirts. That is never the solution. Short skirts are not at fault, rally organizers wrote on the event's Facebook page. Yeah, it isn't a women's problem, but I don't know, maybe a couple of you guys could be confused for one. I mean, a horny North African guy, I don't think he's going to be, his dick is going to discriminate too harshly. This is exactly like that Sweden Yes comic, by the way. Don't worry, I'll save you. Sweden Yes. Okay, I already read that part. Therefore, we are reversing the roles and we celebrate the skirt and the freedom that goes with it. We deploy our hairy knees for a free society in which women can walk the streets undisturbed day and night on short skirt day or in the middle of the winter. The event's Facebook page says 399 people registered to take part in the protest. Over 500 complaints were received by the police in Cologne and other German cities in the wake of the New Year's celebrations, and about 40% of all complaints received are linked to sex offenses. Some 1,000 men gathered near the train station, and groups described as migrants attacked women, groping and robbing them. And while we're on this subject, I saw something this week on LiveLeak. The title of the video, and this is from Polish television. The title of the video, German admin ordered CCTV of Cologne attack erased. Again, what good is trust without loyalty? We blame all of our problems on these external forces, yet we don't look at ourselves. And that's where we need to be looking. So we'll use that as a way to switch the tone here, because I have a very upsetting story here. It's from Daily Mail. And I'll link all this below. Do my best to remember to do that. Lesbian couple beat one woman's 5-year-old son with a hammer, duct taped his eyes, and kicked him in the groin until he bled and suffered 2 strokes. A lesbian couple from Oklahoma have been charged with child abuse involving one of the suspects' 5-year-old son, who police say was struck with a hammer whipped with a belt and tortured so badly he suffered strokes and seizures. Rachel Stevens, 28, and her partner, Kayla Jones, 25, were booked into the Muskogee County Jail Tuesday on charges of felony child abuse by injury and child neglect. The case first came to light in early December when Stevens' 5-year-old son was flown to St. John Medical Center in Tulsa, suffering from seizures and lesions on his face. Doctors at the hospital contacted police after determining that the child had several broken bones in various stages of healing and appeared malnourished. So this is going on for some extended period of time. While the boy was receiving medical treatment, he suffered 2 strokes due to his trauma, according to an affidavit cited by Tulsa World. Investigators subsequently interviewed the little boy and learned that the child had been tied up, had duct tape placed over his eyes, and had been kept in a locked room, the document states. The toddler also claimed that his mother struck him on the hand with a hammer, and that both she and Jones hit him with a belt all over his body. According to police, the horrific abuse went on for several months. The little boy said on one occasion his stepmother kicked him in the groin until he bled. The station News on 6 reported that the couple then launched a GoFundMe campaign for Stevens' son, claiming that the toddler was picking his own face and was having seizures after suffering a fall. Police said the suspects, who reportedly have been together for 18 months, shared their Muskogee home with the victim's twin brother and 7-year-old sister, but they do not believe those children were mistreated. The fact that they were exposed to this is a horrific mistreatment. More than a month later, the 5-year-old remains at the Tulsa hospital getting treated for his injuries. His 2 siblings have been taken into the custody of the Department of Human Services. Stephen and Jones are both due back in court later this month. I have established many times that most lesbians are at least casual participants in domestic violence. Lesbians are alarmingly prone to beating the shit out of each other. Yet, it is apparently too big of a leap to think that this will extend towards the treatment of their children. You have women living by their own dubious standards and enabling each other, and this is what happens. There's nobody there to tell them, cut that fucking shit out, you're a fucking psycho. There's nobody there to put the fear of God in them. You think that homosexual parenting is some great functional thing? No, it's single parenting times 2. There's nobody there. There is nobody to protect those children who are suffering in the wake of this dysfunction. It is sickening beyond any word I could use to describe it. That this is what we as a culture find preferable, find tolerable, find whatever acceptable. All of those words, it still means the same thing. It means we accept this. It shouldn't have to get to this point for us to question the validity of this nonsense. As I've said before, same-sex parenting is dysfunctional because it deprives your child of the perspective of 50% of the population. That alone should disqualify this farce from any serious consideration. But we let it come to this. And this is not the first time that I've documented something like this on this show. Remember the women who fed their child cat litter? Remember the adopted Russian boy? Not the first time. And this won't be the last. That's all that needs to be said, but apparently not. So the only thing left to say is, get well soon, young man. Okay, what does the subreddit have to say? r/common filth if you'd like to join the conversation economy. Question, comment thread every week for most episodes. In the past, you've commented upon police environment as straight shooters more or less due to the legitimate demand for their service. Have the recent reports of depravity among more esteemed civil servants, police especially, changed your opinion on these people? Also, any advice for people who would create CF fan art? Unlike some people in Europe with the same job, I have not heard any orgy stories out of my local police department, so my opinion has not changed that much. I do get there are people who are not very good at what they do, and the story we covered recently was proof of that. Here's something else I said this week. Watch an episode of Cops and realize that most police officers have high levels of patience, and you will be amazed looking at the conduct and quality of people that are featured on that show. It is a miracle that police brutality isn't more prevalent. And I'm sure there are police officers out there who are not good at what they do, who are not a credit to their profession, who abuse their power. But you know what? If they're out there, I'm not going to give them a reason to abuse their power. I'm not. That is stupid. And the people who do give police a reason to be abusive are hardheads who don't understand the difference between submission and cooperation. Go the speed limit is not submission. That is cooperation. That is ensuring safety for yourself and others. Some people just seem to invite trouble, and they have no problem with that. They seem to enjoy it. Probably people who were not, who did not receive much attention in their younger years, so they cause trouble and they get featured on Cops because that's fun and exciting. And as for fan art, just keep it safe for work. Okay, next. Which city is more degenerate, San Francisco or Portland? Do you think that mankind is more depraved now than when God flooded the earth? Well, I was not around in those days, so it is difficult for me to say that. But I think we can all agree that things are pretty bad now on a spiritual, on a moral level. And I've never been to Portland, so I can't say so, but I have been to San Francisco, and it is a cesspool. It is unbelievably disgusting. Maybe I should visit Portland soon to compare. I have heard that Portland is full of people that I loathe, the character types that I loathe. It doesn't matter if they're all potheads, though. They're all white, so that makes it okay. It's okay if white people are wasting their brain cells on marijuana, on marijuana production and consumption. Next, should we defend liberals, fags, and feminists when they are attacked and raped by Muslims if they supported Muslim immigration, or just stand by and let them reap what they sow? I don't know. I think we're on the same wavelength there, so it's not something I need to say out loud. Hey CF, I hope you're doing fine in the current year. First, I'd like to tell you that as an agnostic, I wholly agree with you on your stance that spiritualism, religion, is needed as a core for society. In episode 71, you talked about it being a responsibility to fix your country of origins shit. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'd like to tell you a small story about my history. I was born in a loveless family to a whore mother and a cheating, spineless father, who separated when I was around 2 years of age. Neither my mother, who is German, and my father, who is Dutch, raised me in any shape or form. So I had to fend for myself in pretty much every facet of life other than having a bed and a roof above my head. Above my head, not over. Neither the German nor the Dutch government or people cared for me in any shape or form also. So I, as a half-breed with no ties to either background, have any incentive to fix the shit stain that is modern Europe. I despise what the people have become and the degeneracy that they push, which is around 90% of them. Well, not surprising, we read a story about Dutch men wearing miniskirts. To show solidarity, that's really important. Raising awareness, showing solidarity, having a dialogue, conversation, all very important stuff. Why should I try to fix my home of origin that gave me nothing but hardship and hatred? I'd much rather move to a red state, build myself an agnostic, God-fearing family, and prepare myself, people value around me, and my family for the coming civil war. I'm not sure why you're hanging on to agnosticism so much, but we'll move on from that. A lot of people who express a desire to move from somewhere in Europe to America, it's like jumping from the fire to the frying pan. America lags behind Europe by 5 to 10 years in most social, cultural respects. But I understand why that desire exists. There are some cool things about America that you don't get in Europe, like not being thrown in jail for tweeting your opinions, for example. That's pretty cool. I'm thankful for that. And it definitely seems like you're feeling some conflict over this, and that's a good thing. It shows that you are of an honest spirit, that you want to stay and fix things, but it doesn't look too likely. It doesn't look very likely that you alone can turn it around. Your people, your extended family seem uninterested in fixing what ails them and curing themselves. They don't seem interested in listening to people who want to see their people become better. But all things considered, I am hesitant to give out any advice in situations like these. But what I will say is listen. Listen to what your countrymen are telling you. Try to observe them in their ambient state. What their spirits are doing. What their emotions are doing when not inflamed, just in an ordinary situation, uncontroversial situation. Are your people spiritually and morally retarded, or is there something there that can be a spark that will ignite something greater, that will ignite an awakening, that will cause them to reverse course, to repent for their sins, and listen for God as well. See what God tells you. He's there, you just gotta listen. Keep your heart open to that. Not a question, but I figured you want to take a look at this absolute fucking madness. Let this be a lesson on the dangers of single motherhood and transgenderism. Background, and this is some thread on Reddit. Background, I'm a guy in my late 20s who was taken into care age 7. Everyone around me already knows that I was brought up by foster families because I had a shit early childhood. I deliberately keep it vague and say stuff like I'd rather not go into it so that people will just assume I was abused in some way and they'll stop asking about it. The truth is that for the first 7 years of my life, I was brought up as a girl by my psycho birth mother who really, really, really wanted a daughter and didn't let the snag of giving birth to a boy stop her from trying to raise one. She was a pretty successful professional in a legal field, not entirely sure what, and had me via anonymous sperm donor from a fertility clinic. Why is that illegal? Why is that not illegal? There's no reason. Single motherhood is a cancer, and this is allowed. Anonymous sperm donation to a woman with no husband. She found out I was a boy at a late ultrasound and then moved across the country. Gave birth to me at home and continued to move about until I was 5 or so. It was just the two of us all my life. We had contact with other people, of course, but they rarely got very close. I had lots of friends, but was always supervised. I found out way after that my mother's strong puritanical Christianity was a lie. She used to explain why she was so strict about me being private and never letting anyone see me get changed or anything. I don't know if my heart can take much more of these child abuse stories, but we'll continue. I just accepted all of this as fact, never having been told anything different. I was sent to a religious school for girls and had a really great childhood. I was a bit of a tomboy and played with Lego and toy animals rather than dolls and stuff. But that's not unusual, and no one ever questioned I was a girl, even me. I knew about men and women, but had never really seen much of naked people. My mother never ever spoke to me about it, but I kinda had the impression that when I grew up and got boobs and stuff, my dick would kinda fall off or something, and I would be a woman and other kids would keep their dicks and they'd be men. I don't know. To be honest, I never really thought about it. Anyway, I carried on with my happy girlhood, had a bunch of friends, and everything was great until I was 7 and a teacher accidentally spilled a cup of hot coffee over me at school. The liquid soaked through my clothes and was scalding me, so the staff immediately stripped me out of my dress and underwear to get the hot coffee away from my skin, and then they found out. The cops were called and I got taken to speak with who I guess would be social services. They asked me a bunch of questions about life at home and stuff. Meanwhile, my mother was taken in for questioning too, and she refused to acknowledge me as male and insisted I was her daughter because she was, delusional and stuff. I wasn't allowed to go back home, but got put with a foster family and went through loads of therapy and stuff. The worst part was that literally overnight I lost everything. My mother, my home, all my toys, all my clothes. I moved school, so I lost all my friends. They cut all my hair off and told me I wasn't a girl anymore. It was really traumatic. The first foster home wasn't that great. I had 3 boys and going from a sheltered, religious only child upbringing to a rough and tumble testosterone-filled environment was really difficult. What did I say about depriving your child contact of what makes up 50% of the population? Your child would not know how to relate to whatever sex they are exposed to. An exposure that is very necessary to lead a functional life, to be properly socialized. Here is the proof. It is abusive. They tried to force me to be masculine, and I was just too confused about what they wanted. Anything girly was reprimanded, and I felt so lost and alone because nothing I did was right. I tried to commit suicide when I was 11 and again at 13 because I didn't feel I fit in anywhere. After the second attempt, they moved me to a different foster family who were awesome. I consider them to be my parents. They actually stood up for me. The first thing was that they let me grow my hair. From when I got taken into care, they buzzed my hair short, and I hated it. They always had to hold me down and do it forcibly while I was crying and fighting. My new parents flatly refused to do it and said that loads of boys had long hair. They also let me quit karate and football and take up swimming and jazz dance. Since I'd been in care, no one had ever stood up for my right to choose what activities to do or how to dress before. It was amazing. In the end, I came out of it with a pretty healthy gender identity. I'm a guy, but not the most butch guy ever, but I'm fine with that. And I went through school and got my degree and have a pretty good job and an amazing supportive wife. Everything looks great. But I can never speak about my early childhood and how I grew up as a little girl. TLDR, I'm a guy and let people believe I was raised in care because I was abused when in fact I had a great childhood except that my mother tried to raise me as a girl. You didn't have a great childhood. She rendered you dysfunctional. A fucking great childhood. She turned you into an androgynous blob. Incapable of fully relating to men or women. Incapable of relating to yourself. There are so many fuck-ups in this story. So many. It's not just that one little mistake. It is a series of perversions that are required to take place in order to create this kind of thing. In order to create this damage. She was a fucking psycho bitch. But the culture deems it acceptable. It's not dysfunctional, it is acceptable. Hello, CF, one of your younger listeners here, sophomore in high school. Moved from Washington to California a few months ago. Anyone who questions the indoctrination system down here and its curriculum, my teacher is a full-blown commie. Tells us just how great Marx and Lenin's ideas were, and the age-old classic, it's never really been tried before. And of course, my mouth-breathing classmates eat her shit up. The whole school is pause. Every classroom has some sort of pro-diversity poster. Most rooms have a LGBT safe space poster. Fag kids get special treatment and attention. The school hired a fag teacher a few years back, and almost certainly because he's a... Alright, look, I understand you're frustrated, but I don't say these words myself too often. Alright, so let's just relax here. And he just loves victimizing himself, talking about prejudice and gay history and rights. I'm sure he'll get an NEA grant soon for his bravery. There's a tranny at our school and he's worshipped like a deity. A gift from the Pause Lords, so people can tell their friends that they're more tolerant than any other. He bullies other kids and sexually harassed/assaulted my sister during gym class. The mentally deranged person wants to be a girl, so he gets to play with the girls. Look, when I tell you people about social hierarchy, I'm not exaggerating. Here's yet another bit of proof of it. Amongst many other pieces of proof. Amongst many other examples. My sister told the administration and they threatened to discipline her if she came about spouting her bigotry again. No question, just something I feel would be eye-opening to share. Thanks for the amazing podcast, CF. Tuesdays aren't complete without CF. Well, thank you for the insightful look into what schools have become and what schools are viewed as. Propaganda mills, creating good citizens who all have the same opinions. And you can't say anything opposite even if your personal safety is at stake. The social hierarchy is a real thing and you are experiencing that. You are experiencing that in full. And it's very easy to identify what occupies the top of the social hierarchy because they're considered beyond reproach. Your sister learned that the hard way. Don't ever forget this. Don't ever forget the torture you endure on a daily basis, the spiritual, psychological torture you experience. Don't ever forget because some nerd dipshit will tell you one day, sexuality doesn't matter, it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect anything. You know damn well it does. People who say shit like that, it is proof of how out of touch they are. But not you. And don't ever forget it. Don't ever doubt yourself. Don't ever doubt what you have experienced, what your family has experienced. Next, where is the face reveal? And this is where I want to say something dumb like, oh, go ask your mom, she'll know, but I'm not going to do that. But it's not exactly a reveal. It's nothing like that. ACF, it's always nice to listen to your radio shows and Tumblristas when I'm doing something else. Right now I don't have something to share, but I have some questions. What is your point of view on the melanin theory that black supremacists like to bring up? As far as I know, melanin helps in regards in the region you're living. In a hot region, a lot of melanin is needed because you're exposed for a long time to the sun. In a cold region, though, a little amount of melanin is needed because you'll need to get some energy from the sun. However, the way they see it is that it's an element that makes them superior, which I see it as pure bullshit because there's not scientific evidence for the claims they're making. Well, if they said we're better at living in warmer weather and being exposed to the sun, that would be fine because they are. There is scientific evidence for that, as you've laid out. 2, we know that whites are the goodest goys, but what race is the second or third goodest goy in the Jews list and why? That you'll have to ask somebody else because I really don't know. That's honest. 3, on a certain episode, you mentioned that you don't want pause pigs to have guns, yet they don't want them. Let's say that one of these days they're interested in them. What would be the most likely scenario that could happen? Have I talked about that? I don't remember. I mean, if you're talking about literal homosexual bug chasers who want guns all of a sudden, then we'll fight back, whatever. That's self-defense. There's nothing illegal about saying that, but look, liberals are afraid of inanimate objects. They're also afraid of words because they're children. They stopped developing after I don't know, I think around the age of 10. 4, I don't know if they've asked you this before, but what is your stance on war and what are the situations when a war is justified? I'm generally against war because look what we fight for. It's nothing. The 2 world wars, what the fuck were they for? The various Mideast conflicts, what were they for? Destabilizing once stable regions because they're dictator, they're evil. And then look what replaces it. Who's the best girl on Honey Pop? I don't fucking know. And opinions on the game Undertale, if you've heard of it or played it, no. I just hear that it has gay people in it, and that's why it is so popular amongst young people, because, well, for reasons I've explained thoroughly. P.S. I find it funny how the Tumblr fags say that the word faggot is something that shouldn't be said by anyone, yet the pause pigs say it like it's not a big deal. Yeah, well, they find it to be an accurate description of their behavior. So I guess that's why they use it. I was wondering what your stance and opinion is on people who consume the quote-unquote recreational drug marijuana. I personally don't like the drug. I don't want to consume it, and as far as I know, I have only one friend who enjoys it on occasions. My take on weed is that its prevalence is due to the fact that too many people don't know how to deal with their own boredom. So they make their own boredom seem interesting. It's not like anything else is going on with the weed involved. You're still sitting there doing nothing. You're still sitting there being a lump. Being a dork. Fuck marijuana. It turns potentially interesting people, or once interesting people, into nothing. It destroys all spirit, all interest, everything. And saying this from the perspective of an American, most Americans are already spiritually retarded beyond repair. They are emotionally retarded beyond repair, and marijuana only serves to heighten the effects of that. Can you explain the genius behind $1 Million Extreme? Well, everybody knows I like $1 Million Extreme a lot, and a reason why I like it is a reason I just provided. Most art that you find out there, most mainstream creativity you find out there is spiritually retarded. It says nothing, it does nothing. It might as well not exist at all. The work that $1 Million Extreme does escapes that void, so that's why I enjoy their work. Next. Hey, CF, I don't have a question for you, but I found this. Life like child sex dolls created. Look, the people who promote this, who create these things, oh, this will help pedophiles not harm actual people, it'll help them. They don't understand the nature of sexual morality. You do something repeatedly, you get diminishing returns on it. Like these sick fucks that are attracted to children, sexually attracted to children. Sure, the doll will be nice for a while, and yeah, it'll be nice and fun, and it'll keep real children safe, but then all of a sudden they get bored with it. They get bored with it, and their brain starts going, I need a real child to achieve the same results that I did initially with this fake thing. And the same reasoning applies to any other sexual deviancy. It's an inevitability. Sexual immorality is progressively degenerative, which is why people who reject traditional pair bonding need help. They need fixing. Don't listen to political nerds when it comes to this stuff, because they have no idea what they're talking about. Their instincts on human nature are dead. Anybody who obsesses over political minutia, legislation, whatever, they have no instincts. So don't listen to them when they say, oh, it doesn't matter. Discard what you cannot quantify at your own peril. Next. Hey, CF, I enjoy the show. Really like what you do. Here's my question. At my private high school, they talked about how the Episcopal Church, the religion the school follows, had gotten in trouble for the idea of gay marriage and is no longer taken seriously. The pastor at my school, the man I thought who would stay neutral on the matter or deny the idea because of religious beliefs, said that marriage should be a human right for all. This guy is completely clueless. He sounds like another one of these political nerds that say it doesn't matter. You cannot legitimize the illegitimate. Does he not understand what marriage is? Of course he doesn't. Marriage is not mutual masturbation between members of the same sex. Never has been, never will be. They bear no fruit. Unless, never mind. My question is, are the people that I thought were religious demons in disguise? Yes. I want to try and become a man of God myself, but if all the people I know are lacking in faith or are demons, then how can I become a man of faith? I would appreciate your opinion on this because you seem like the only man who will and can talk about this. Thank you and God bless. Look, the answer is simple. You don't follow God's followers. You follow God. God is the only one who won't let you down. And to hell with those that hide behind God while promoting their secularist poison. All right. Time for emails, and I'm not going to read some of these while I'm recording, just because of the nature of them, and I'll get to them privately. I'll send you an email if yours falls under that category. Hey, CF, thanks for taking the time to read this semi-rant. Lately, I've been getting some shit because I've chosen not to pursue a relationship at all. The reason is because where I currently live, I'm surrounded by these ham beasts that dye their hair, weigh at least 200 pounds, and seem to have schizophrenia when it comes to social activities like dating. They get angry when you approach them, because how dare you approach such a strong, independent woman. Then they get mad when they're single and no one wants them, as well as immediately assuming you're gay if you're single. Well, that's just women. Women are not very good at making up their minds. They're not very good at knowing what they want. They want to play both sides of the social coin, and that's their nature. But man's nature is to decide. Decisiveness, that is a big part of what makes a man. You have to be the one to say, no, you can't have it both ways, here's how it's going to be. It's just how it is. Continuing. Don't get me wrong, I'd love nothing more than to have a girlfriend that I could go to the gym with, figure out life with, etc. But I look at these whales and I can't do it. I can't lie to myself and say I'd be happier with one of these fucking idiots. Then I look at where I am now and it seems no matter what I do, I'm miserable. And it just seems like I have to choose the lesser of two evils. Doesn't make it easier when relatives give me shit for being single, made tougher by my sister getting engaged over Christmas, meaning I got a ton of texts when asking when I was getting engaged. What's your opinion on this? Well, tell them to fuck off. It's none of their business. Now, you don't have to say this out loud, but you have to say this within yourself. You have to tell this to yourself because it's the truth. You don't know the situation. They don't know the situation. You do. Don't allow yourself to be bothered by that nonsense because it's none of their business. It isn't. You do things on your own time, not theirs. And if you can forgive me for saying this, I think you're exaggerating when you say it's nothing but dyed-haired ham beasts. Sensitive, kind, caring girls who don't have a constant axe to grind, they exist. They exist, but you have to give yourself some patience in finding them because they're probably suffering as much as you are. Suffering from the feeling of incompatibility they have with the world. You know what not to look for, but now it's time to start figuring out what to look for. Dyed hair, no. Ham beast, no. You know that stuff. Decency in people can still be found. It is difficult because it doesn't immediately present itself. But it can be done. You just have to have your heart open to it. Next. Hey CF, I've noticed when people bring up the Bible against the filth that is the LGBT community, the community responds with things such as gays aren't in the Bible, but the truth of the matter is that they are. Here are two passages I have found against the sinners. First is Romans 1:26 through 27. For this reason God gave them over to degrading passions, for their women exchanged the natural function for that which is unnatural. And in the same way, also, the men abandoned the natural function of the woman and burned in their desire toward one another. Men with men committing indecent acts and receiving in their own persons the due penalty of their error. The second is 1 Thessalonians 4:4 through 6. That each of you know how to possess his own vessel in sanctification and honor, not in lustful passion, like the Gentiles who do not know God. And that no man transgress and defraud his brother in the matter, because the Lord is the avenger in all these things, just as we also told you before and solemnly warned you. What are your thoughts on the passages? Do you think making posters with said passages written on them and posting them around a town or school will force people to take them down because it's homophobic? I'm going to try to do it anyway, so I'll tell you how that goes if you so desire. Can't wait to hear more Common Filth Radio. It always makes me look forward to Tuesdays. God bless you. Romans 1 is particularly chilling because you can draw a lot of parallels between what's written there and what is happening now. But I like the idea of flyers, and they will get torn down, but you'll know who tears them down. Not specifically, but you'll know the personality type. The demonic type. When you mention God, they tend to flail, they tend to scream, they tend to swipe, they tend to do a lot of things because you are giving them the antidote, the only cure for this madness. Next. First of all, I love your laugh, as weird as that may sound. It's quite refreshing and always cracks me up. Well, they say that laughter is contagious, so there you go. Second, what would you say are the biggest things that plague Western civilization or humanity in general? Things like moral apathy, lack of faith in a higher power, daddy so desperately needing to get his cummies, etc. I mean, things like that. I understand if that is a difficult question to answer, but please continue to speak the truth for those that need it. The biggest problem is a void of God and the morality that results from it. You can't solve problems through political means. It's a self-perpetuating mess of problems. It creates its own problems. You solve one thing, you create two new problems, and on it goes. You can't legislate away impulse. You can't legislate away impulses which lead to behavior. And our impulses are rotten, horrible. But they don't matter. They don't matter. We can pass this piece of legislation, elect such and such, and everything will be great. No, everything won't be great. That's what you tell yourself. You set up this criteria, the victory conditions in your own mind, you meet them, and then that's it. You use that as an excuse to be an apathetic piece of shit. Look, we did something. We did it. Yay. Now let's have a big orgy and give each other chlamydia. Because that's not a problem. That is not a rotten impulse. No, not at all. Okay, next. Hello again, CF. I hope you've been getting my other emails. Thanks for the timely content, and it's great to hear you growing further on the path that God has laid out for you. I pray for your spiritual success often. Well, thank you. Now on to the sideshow of this decaying world. A woman who came forward and told her story of being sexually assaulted in Cologne, Germany on New Year's Eve was victimized a second time after an internet video gave out her identity and suggested her account of the attack was anti-Muslim propaganda. This email will be a bit long, though worth it, so I'll make the full article brief. The 26-year-old woman named Selena withheld her full name when she gave an interview to German television channel SWR Fernsehen last week. SWR Fernsehen. In the interview, she described her moment of terror being surrounded by dozens of men who looked at her like free meat at the supermarket and groped her repeatedly. She noted that her attackers spoke Arabic. The video went viral and was viewed nearly 250,000 times. Selena eventually saw it on the Facebook page of an Islamic preacher who has been described as radical in the German media. She tells SWR Fernsehen she became frightened, wondering what if someone sees who believes it or has a radical background. She began getting threatening calls at work, and people were attacking her on Facebook as a racist and a right-winger. So yes, thanks to the corrosive insanity of the modern cultural Marxist, the SJW liberal leftist, this rape victim's information was leaked out all over and ended up in the hands of a radical Islamic imam. Might as well give her address to her rapist while you're at it. Scumbags then proceeded to harass and threaten her for being a racist and right-winger, all because they were so very clearly afraid of any light of truth piercing through their blind ideology. Thankfully, there is a silver lining. Eventually, Selena was able to confront the maker of the video and threatened to sue him for character assassination. The video was removed, though she was surprised by the reaction to telling her own story of victimization. Selena says she would do it again. I won't let myself give up, and that's why I talk about it openly, she tells SWR Fernsehen. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on this and to give you a beautiful nugget of truth regarding the true morality of our Lord, as opposed to the malformed compass men bear when they suppress their knowledge of God and his moral law. Romans 1. Well, I had not read that. That's the second time we've seen Romans 1 mentioned here. Or we've heard. I've seen it. You've heard it. Continuing. But if a man finds a betrothed young woman in the countryside and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing with the young woman. There is in the young woman no sin deserving of death. For just as when a man rises against his neighbor and kills him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the countryside, and the betrothed young woman cried out, but there was no one to save her. Deuteronomy 22:25-27. Why betrothed? Moses was writing down under divine edict of God himself laws for Israel, and he had just gotten off the topic of infidelity and adultery. He states countryside because it's given that people would be able to either intervene or at least corroborate if she had been raped in the cities, where she would be heard crying out. Also, note also that merely kidnapping someone was deserving of the death sentence, Exodus 21:16. So if it's proven no one heard her cry out because she was accosted or abducted, justice would be done. Why is this important? Because it shows that God's righteousness dictates the woman who is raped is not in sin and thus not deserving of punishment. She was physically defiled but not spiritually defiled, Titus 1:15-16. Unlike the adulteress who has in her sin defiled herself spiritually, God does not ever condemn the victim. And why would he? The Son came and suffered and died and sacrificed for our sake so we might be reconciled to him, our Lord. Why would a God willing to go that far for his creation condemn people for evil afflicted upon them? God is not a fool or wicked, unlike the people mentioned in the news article above. He is righteous. Funny how this is often overlooked and how oppressive and hateful, bigoted, etc. Christianity is touted as being. Meanwhile, both the religion of peace, the same SJWs tout as oh so great, espouses that most of hell is comprised of women, and that a woman's word is worth half of a man's. It's a fundamental aspect of Sharia law, the religious law penned by Muhammad, which all Muslims wish to have implemented since they think it's from Allah. What does any of this have to do with the news story? Well, I went down this road to show you what God says as opposed to what man says, either by false doctrine or retarding ideology. Make no mistake, the actions of those cultural Marxist fools who revile God for being oppressive yet actively oppress victims of rape because they are living testimonies against their socio-political ideology is not of God. It is of Satan the dragon, the deceiver who prefers deception over truth. But God is a God of truth as much as he is a God of love, wrath, and above all, righteousness. Perhaps now that perhaps now in that news story above, people can see the sheer pride these cultural Marxists, SJWs, leftists, pos fanatics, etc. harbor such pride in their corrupt worldview that they would soon shame, dox, and endanger a rape victim for speaking out bravely than adjust their distorted ideology for even an instant to accommodate truth. Remember, CF, we see so that we might pray, and in doing so we glorify the Lord. Whether she knows it or not, God has blessed this woman with that silver lining I mentioned. We should hope and pray that she and all women like her, like the victims of Rotherham and elsewhere, break away from the imposed socio-political dogma and turn to truth in full. For all truth is the enemy of deceit, just as righteousness is the bane of wickedness. May these women and all women and men afflicted like them come to know that while the world parades against spiritual defilement and condemns the victims of physical defilement, the one who created all things is the total opposite. What does God say? God says the complete opposite of the world, because it is the world that is upside down. First of all, thank you very much for taking the time to write this to me. And second, Western Europe is godless. Most of it. And it is no coincidence that the more godless Western Europe becomes, the worse it becomes. It's as simple as that. They have sown the seeds of betrayal. They have betrayed God, and now, look what is becoming of it. They have betrayed God, and they have betrayed each other. Hey, CF, wanted to ask if you watched the most recent GOP quote-unquote debate. No, I didn't, because that's a waste of time. It's stupid. To me, these debates have always been silly WWE tier pageantries, but they are fun to watch for the memes and funny moments. Well, that's fine, I guess. Thing I'm wondering is why are these other candidates running even though they barely have 1%? It's an ego thing. I think they want to take up time at the debate so it's not limited to Trump, Cruz, Rubio, and Rubio as a way to protect one of them from too much attention. Yeah, that's another wrestling technique. Not to overexpose anybody, which I believe the WWE is not doing a very good job at, but we'll move on. Maybe the media wants Trump to win and is using Grand Theft Auto marketing. Hillary serves as a backup in case that type of marketing backfires. It didn't. Call me crazy, but Trump seems too good to be true. Weird the powers that be would elect a candidate that supposedly runs counter to Obama, though. Well, I've said before that the Trump's rise and Obama's rise, Trump's 2015 surge and Obama's 2007, eerily similar, disturbingly similar, and apparently nobody else sees it that way. I do have a feeling that Trump is going to be a disaster in the same way that Obama is a disaster, but I've lost my taste for politics, so I call it as I see it. Don't want to make too many grand predictions. I like the guy and I will still vote for him in case I'm wrong. No way Hillary's going to be any better. But this Trump is the last hope nonsense doesn't seem likely when we passed the threshold a half-century ago. To me, Western civilization is doomed, and thanks to globalization, this will be more widespread than the fall of Rome or Babylon or anything before. Am I being nihilistic, or do you think that there is any way we can prepare for what's coming in the next several decades? Build something new? And don't look back? Because you're right, colonization was the worst mistake the white man ever made. Colonization led to globalization, which has led to this. We live in a circus, or a professional wrestling promotion that has no idea that it's rigged. Next. Hey CF, hope you're having a decent week despite the world currently burning into the bloody shithole of low-functioning autistic pause-load drowning faggots that it is. Being a college student, I've seen many of the things you talk about firsthand on a daily basis. Yeah, I'm not surprised. No, you and a lot of other people that take the time to write to me. What is your advice on finding a decent woman? I'm still a virgin, not that I worry about losing it anytime soon. At almost 20, as I've blown off many opportunities to have one-night stand type scenarios with the slutty women around my age. Look, I don't have any advice. But you have to know a good thing when you see it. You have to know decency when you see it. And that usually happens by being decent yourself. On the other hand, the only people that openly come onto me with relationship intents are faggots. No, They're not looking for a relationship. There's nothing to relate to. Unless you relate to people by getting throat fucked. I am not gay and am more disgusted by the thought of being gay than even you. Okay. I go to the gym often and believe I dress modestly for a straight white male. Jeans and a sweatshirt usually. My second question, why do I attract so many faggots and how can I get them to stop? Thanks, CF. Keep up the good work and God bless. God bless you too. Go to a different gym or stop going to the gym entirely. People who are obsessed with the male aesthetic are homos. And I don't need a gym membership to tell you this, but that's what you're going to find at the gym. People who have an unhealthy fixation on male aesthetics. So maybe changing gyms would work, but in all likelihood, you'd find the same thing at another gym if this is a regular gym that's not known for a specific kind of clientele. I visited one of the fit image boards for the first time relatively recently, and it's nothing but, oh, my girlfriend cucked me, and oh, lifting made me discover that I was gay, and oh, how do I make my jizz taste better? It's unbelievable. Or maybe it is believable, I don't know. But regardless, it is stomach churning, the kind of people that frequent gyms. Next. Hi, Common Filth. After listening to you for a while now, I've recently made the decision to leave atheism and come back to my Catholic roots. It was extremely hard at first trying to believe in God with constant rationalism and material thinking that atheism had poisoned me with. But recently I had success and attended church for the first time in years, which has now solidified my faith in God. Thank you, CF, for your work and helping me find the way out of the degeneracy I was surrounding myself with. God bless. Well, God bless you too. That is very good to hear. Next. Hello, CF. Nice work you've been doing. Keep weathering the storm. I have just 3 questions for you. Say if it's too much. No, this is fine. Do you read the classics, including Roman era, such as Livy's History of Rome, various Odysseys, and philosophy? I do not do a lot of reading. It's something I should do more of, but this has taken up pretty much all of my free time, so this is my priority. 2, concerning the way California, fellow Californian here, is going, in not just terms of how there will be a lack of water, but mass immigration, do you plan to stay here well into the future? If the state breaks up into multiple parts, I might consider staying within the region, but if it doesn't, then yeah, there are places I have in mind where I would like to go. California really does need to be broken up. It is obscenely large, and it's just... people do not get proper representation. I mean, you go up to like Redding or whatever, it's like a red state, except that it's a part of a blue state. Excuse me there. I'm knocking stuff around. But yeah, if California stays in its current manifestation, then no, there's no future here. 3, is it better to look for non-degenerate women or to take a more blank slate view of women and mold her? Look for non-degenerate women. You can't fix people. 99 times out of 100, if somebody has taken the path of deviancy, of hedonism, there's no getting them off of that path. So, yeah, look for non-degenerates always. And with that, I am done with your questions, comments, emails, etc. And thank you very much for taking the time. I always get very thoughtful messages. It's always a joy to read them. I thought this was a good episode, and you helped make that possible. So, again, thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thanks for everything that you do. It would not be possible without those things that you do. And that is not an empty platitude. I mean that sincerely with all my heart. So with that being said, we'll pick it up later. You all be good to each other. Take care of yourselves. And we'll talk again soon.
Grown, ain't I? The skinny nigga with the fro to the slightly bigger nigga who's a killer with the flow. Went from YouTube beats and SoundCloud, nigga. The only difference now is that I found Twitter. Fuck it, it's struggle rap, man. They never see the trouble that I'm going through. The way I sing, they think I live in bubble wrap. Fuck all that, even though I'm on some poppin' shit. With my niggas as my witness, I'm a nigga who can spit. Don't believe me? Overlooking my potential, I'm that poet to a phone, that poet was to a pencil. My mental is similar to that of a lion, and I'm the king of